Chapter 751 Finale. Yin Wang did not invite Xiao Shinting to dinner. How could such a hateful guy have the right to eat dinner in the young master's mansion? Yin Wang refused. Xiao Shinting had a great time and didn't care whether to eat or not. Anyway, the food in the young master's mansion would not be more delicious than that in the Xiao mansion. Isn't it better to eat with Shang Wanyin than with Yin Wang? A big man? Although Yin Wang is also very pleasing to the eye. He doesn't like men. Xiao Shinting got on the carriage and left, knowing nothing about what happened in Yin Wang's house. Compared to the king of Yan's resentment, Xiao Shinting was full of confidence. Who said that he, Xiao Shinting, couldn't take care of a baby? Isn't he taking care of a baby very well? When the little one grows up, he will bring her back to the Xiao mansion and let Shang Wanyin see how he takes care of a baby. In fact, Shang Wanyin returned to the capital after fulfilling her wish at the temple. She had always wanted to visit Yuan and the children, but she caught a cold and was afraid of passing the disease to them. So she had to suppress her longing in her heart and visit them after she recovered. But the gifts for Yuan and the children were all selected by Shang Wanyin herself. She was more careful than him, and Xiao Shinting had to admit this. Xiao Shinting returned to the mansion in a good mood. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up at the roof of the carriage and said calmly, "Stop." The driver said, "Oh," and hurriedly stopped the carriage. He looked back at the closed curtain and said, "Master, is there something left in the young master's mansion?" "Don't talk." Xiao Shinting's voice came from the carriage, and the driver immediately shut up. Xiao Shinting paid close attention to the movement above. If he thought it was just his illusion at the beginning, then now he can be sure that a group of masters really flew over his head. Because of the matter of catching the murderer who poisoned the crown princess, the entire capital is still under martial law. Patrolling guards walk by from time to time in the streets and alleys, but no one noticed them. In fact, if Xiao Shinting hadn't felt a hint of familiarity from the other party, he wouldn't have noticed it easily. This shows how profound the other party's skills are. But this is strange, isn't it? When did so many masters come to the great show? Southern Saint King. There is a carriage stopped below. It seems to have noticed us. Western Saint King reminded. Southern Saint King had noticed it a long time ago. But he didn't take the other party seriously at all. In the eyes of Southern Saint King, the martial artists in the Great Zhou were weaklings. And even if they were noticed by chance, they couldn't do anything to them. Don't worry about him. Let's keep going, Southern Saint King said. Yes. Western Saint King nodded and used Qigong to catch up with him. Xiao Shinting was confused. What's going on? Can you guys keep your voice down? I heard everything. Okay. The main thing is that they weren't talking in private, and they didn't intend to hide it from Xiao Shinting. This made Xiao Shinting feel even more humiliated. After all, he was the Grand Marshal of the court. How could he let a bunch of idiots fly around on his head? Xiao Shinting jumped off the carriage, flew up, and jumped onto a roof, looking at the figure that disappeared rapidly in the night. He shouted, "Stand in front. Stand still." The four holy kings who were jumping on the roof were not frightened by Xiao Shinting's momentum, but were almost staggered and fell down in unison by his loud voice. The four holy kings paused. Xiao Shinting put his hands on his waist. "Yes. It's you? I told you to stop. Who gave you the privilege to fly over my head? Who is it?" The Southern Holy King frowned and asked. The Eastern Holy King shook his head. "I don't know him." Indeed, he didn't know him. He just came to the capital, not a few days earlier than the three of them. After all, their whereabouts were so hidden. But the other party could still find them, and had the courage to shout at them. He was a tough guy. The Southern Holy King said calmly, "It's not easy for us to expose our identities." The Eastern Holy King, "You stay and deal with him." "I know. You go. I'll be there soon." The Eastern Holy King agreed without hesitation. The men exchanged glances and continued to move forward boldly. To be honest, none of the four holy kings took Xiao Shinting, who appeared out of nowhere. Seriously, it would be a waste of effort to ask the Eastern Holy King to deal with him. But they had more important things to do, and could not afford to delay. "Hey! Why are you leaving? Did I let you go?" Seeing that the three people showed no signs of staying, Xiao Shinting raised his fist and smashed over there fiercely. The Eastern Holy King opened his arms, blocked in front of Xiao Shinting, and stretched out his palm to catch Xiao Shinting's fist. Xiao Shinting was tall and had a big fist. But what did it matter? As long as he was not a master of the Holy Clan, The Eastern Holy King would not take him seriously. The Eastern Holy King caught the punch steadily. But what was unexpected to the Eastern Holy King was that although he caught the opponent's fist, half of his arm was actually numb. Wow! The Eastern Saint King then looked at Xiao Xinting. Is there such a burly man in the great show? The Eastern Saint King felt that he had to look up at the other person to see his face clearly. This is unbearable. The Eastern Saint King really activated his internal force and floated up on the spot. In fact, not to mention the Eastern Saint King was surprised. Xiao Xinting was also surprised. This guy looked about the same size as the King of Yin. How could he be so strong? Xiao Xinting looked at his fist as big as a casserole, and then looked at the other person's small chest. He really couldn't understand why he didn't beat the other person to pieces. At this time, the other person flew up with his internal force. Xiao Xinting was not happy. What? Is the internal force unique to you? He also flew up. He was taller than the Eastern Saint King. After flying a few times, the Eastern Saint King could only look up at him again. Dong Shengwang took a breath and flew up another foot. Xiao Xinting stopped flying this time, but just straightened his body slightly, and was taller than Dong Shengwang again. Dong Shengwang. Who are you? Dong Shengwang asked unhappily. Killing is not difficult. But this guy made him angry. He had never seen anyone who could argue with him so much. Was he stupid? Couldn't he feel his pressure and internal strength? Instead of running away quickly, he was trying to compete with him. Xiao Xinting raised his chin and said, Okay, I'm not afraid to tell you that I am the Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Xiao Xinting. What the H.L.? I've never heard of it. Who are you? Xiao Xinting asked. Xiao Xinting was very sure that the other party was not from the capital, and might not even be from the Great Zhou Dynasty. Xiao Xinting thought of the staff brought back by Yan Huijing, and always felt that this group of people had something to do with the prince's mansion, and the direction in which three of them fled seemed to be the young master's mansion. Could it be that Yan Huijing finally couldn't help but attack Yin Jiuqiao? I am. The Eastern Saint King was thinking about making up a reason to fool him, and saw Xiao Xinting's fist hit him again. Although Xiao Xinting showed shocking strength just now, it was mostly because Dong Shengwang underestimated the enemy. Dong Shengwang slightly increased his strength, and when he caught Xiao Xinting's fist again, he really had no pressure. Die! Dong Shengwang pinched Xiao Xinting's fist with one hand, and with the other hand, he slapped Xiao Xinting's chest fiercely. Xiao Xinting was slapped away. Dong Shengwang watched him disappear into the night, knowing that he had used the power of the Saint King in that chapter, and the other party had no chance of surviving. So he turned and left. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed onto the roof. You? Yes. It's you? Stop right there, Xiao Xinting said, standing on the roof with his hands on his hips. Dong Shengwang turned his head suddenly, looked at Xiao Xinting, then looked at his hands, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Xiao Xinting's clothes had been torn by the powerful internal force, but he was intact. Isn't this strange? You're not dead? Well, I'll give you another chance. This time, King Dongsheng used 30% of his power and slapped Xiao Xinting's shoulder. Xiao Xinting used his arms to block it, but was still blown away by the huge internal force. With a loud bang, Xiao Xinting fell into an abandoned house. The entire roof collapsed, and he was buried under the ruins. The Eastern Saint King brushed his sleeves calmly and turned to leave again. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the ruins. It was the minor version of Xiao Xinting. Xiao Xinting stood on the roof with a face full of black and gray, and looked at the Eastern Saint King with his hands on his hips. Come again. The Eastern Saint King. The Eastern Saint King felt that the palm he had hit out definitely left Xiao Xinting no chance of survival. But Xiao Xinting not only did not die, but also swaggered to demonstrate to him. The Eastern Saint King was sure that the other party was not his opponent. But was the other party so resistant to beating? After fighting with Shura in Nanzhao, Xiao Xinting understood the gap between himself and the real masters. He studied hard this year. Of course, he also had the effect of looting some elixirs and martial arts secrets from the National Master Hall. In short, his strength has increased greatly. He doesn't know whether he can beat the Saint King, but it is definitely not so easy for the Saint King to kill him. King Dongsheng attacked again and beat Xiao Xinting into the ground again and again. But Xiao Xinting was able to crawl out from the ground every time. King Dongsheng was almost convinced. It is true that Xiao Xinting's punch could not hurt him, but he could not kill him either. Right? The Eastern Saint King was puzzled. You are a great Joe person. How can you be so thick-skinned? Why hasn't the Eastern Saint King caught up yet? After arriving near the young master's mansion, the Western Saint King turned around and asked in confusion, "Is he in trouble?" The Northern Saint King snorted, "You underestimate the king of our Saint clan too much. What can a mere great Joe person do to the Eastern Saint King? Don't worry about him. He will come. Let's hurry into the mansion." Women are always more cautious. And the Western Saint King is the most thoughtful of the four. She looked at the Southern Saint King and said, "But we have never been to the young master's mansion, and are not familiar with the terrain of the young master's mansion. Should we wait for the Eastern Saint King?" The Southern Saint King closed his eyes, and felt the movement of the young master's mansion. He felt the breath of the Holy Soul Pearl. But not the Little Saint King. He guessed that the Holy Soul Pearl covered up the breath of the Little Saint King. That's not a problem. They've seen the portrait, and know what the Little Saint King looks like. They just need to capture the Little Saint King. This is not only to better control the young master's mansion, but also to use the Little Saint King for the Saint clan in the future. The Southern Saint King waved his hand and pointed. The Holy Soul Orb is in that direction. The three of us are too big a target. We should act separately. I'll go get the Holy Soul Orb, and you go catch the child. Remember, don't alert the enemy unless it's absolutely necessary. Although a mere young master's mansion is not to be feared, it will still be very troublesome if the entire Imperial Guards of the capital are attracted. I don't want to kill people tonight. With the strength of the three of them, they can escape even if the entire Imperial Guards are dispatched. But the price of doing so is bound to be heavy. Let's not talk about how many people they have to kill for now. What will happen after killing them? The most powerful strategy is to fight without bloodshed. As long as the Little Saint King is in hand, everything will come naturally. Meet here later, the Southern Saint King said. Okay. The Western Saint King and the Northern Saint King agreed in unison. The three of them entered the mansion from different directions, and flew towards the main courtyard of the young master's mansion. At this time, Yin Xiuxi was holding the glowing Holy Soul Orb, and sleeping soundly. She was too excited to play during the day, and she refused to sleep even after Xiao Shinting left. Yuan fed the bead with some chicken blood, and let Yin Xiuxi lie down in the cradle obediently holding the glowing bead. Finally, Yin Xiuxi fell asleep. This sleep was destined to be a deep sleep. The Southern Saint King didn't care about the baby in the cradle. He didn't even go in. He just stood on the roof, and used his internal force to knock the Holy Soul Orb away. The Holy Soul Orb hit the wall, and fell to the ground. It was rebounded by the huge force, penetrated the hole in the roof, and fell steadily into the hands of the Southern Saint King. Looking at the long-lost Holy Soul Orb, the Southern Saint King was excited. The treasure of the Saint clan was finally found by him, and he was just around the corner from breaking through the realm. Just as the Southern Saint King was about to turn around and leave, a small black figure sneaked in. Debeo came to feed his sister. His sister was very picky. She would not drink the new bottle, but the previous one. So he hurried back to change the bottle. But he did not expect his sister to fall asleep. All right. Debeo touched his sister's forehead lovingly and turned away. The Southern Saint King recognized him at once. Wait, isn't this the Little Saint King in the portrait? Because the aura of the Holy Soul Pearl was still glowing and perfectly obscured the aura of the Little Saint King. The Southern Saint King could only judge the other party through the portrait. The Southern Saint King looked carefully for a long time, and confirmed that it was the little guy in the portrait. He hurriedly flew down, and grabbed Debeo into his arms, the moment Debeo walked out of the house. At the same time, the Western Saint King, and the Northern Saint King, who entered the Yanhuang courtyard from the front yard and the back yard respectively, also caught their prey. Xiao Bao was kidnapped by a black shadow just after he finished pooping. Bao was also swept away by a black shadow just after he stole a piece of honey from the kitchen. The two of them were both more powerful than the Eastern Saint King, and were not discovered at all. When the three of them gathered at the agreed place with their respective trophies, they were surprised to find that each of them was holding a child in his hand. The three of them were confused. What's going on? How can there be three identical Little Saint Kings? Are they triplets? The Northern Saint King asked in astonishment. The Western Saint King said unhappily, "Can't triplets look so alike?" The Northern Saint King was so shocked that even when the Western Saint King rolled his eyes at him, he didn't have time to care. Why didn't you listen to the Eastern Saint King? Which one is the Little Saint King? It can't be all three? The three Saint Kings tried to sense the aura of the three people, but the Holy Soul Pearl was still glowing, and its power covered up the Saint King aura of everyone. Not to mention the little Saint King. They couldn't even sense their own aura. I think the one in your hand is not it. The Northern Saint King looked at the second treasure in the Western Saint King's hand and said, "He doesn't talk. He is like a fool." The second treasure was furious. "You are the fool. You are all fools." The Northern Saint King was stunned. "It can talk, ah. I remember. The Eastern Saint King seemed to say that the little Saint King can't talk. Hee. It must be the one in my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the little treasure spoke. "Tabeo. Why are you holding the bottle again? Did you secretly feed your sister again?" The Northern Saint King was stunned again. "How come? His can also talk." The third treasure, who was held in the hand of the Southern Saint King, was furious. "What about feeding the sister? What is the little treasure talking about?" He definitely didn't understand. "Don't deny it. You did go to feed your sister?" The little treasure put his hands on his hips. The second treasure said in a baby voice, "What are you talking about? Who feeds the sister? Are you hiding something from me? You are too much." Tabeo lowered his head guiltily, grabbed a small bottle, and drank silently. The three of them were completely confused. Is there something wrong? Are these three children the hostages they captured? They don't look like good people. Do they? These three little things actually quarreled so blatantly. One of them even gulped down the milk. Did they capture three fake hostages? Can they have some awareness of being hostages? Let go. I'm going to beat him up. Xiaobao pointed at Tabeo and turned to the Northern Saint King. I want to beat him up too, Erbao said to the Western Saint King. The two Saint Kings had never encountered such a situation before. They were so confused that they put the two little guys on the ground. Xiaobao took Erbao's hand and walked to the Southern Saint King. He raised his little head and said fiercely, "You? Put him down. We are going to beat him up." The Southern Saint King sneered and put Tabeo down. When they were still, the Holy Soul Orb might be able to cover up their breath. But once they started fighting, the Saint King's breath could not be covered up at all. He wanted to see which one was the real little Saint King. However, no one expected that the two little black eggs, after catching this little black egg, not only did not fight, but ran away with a chirp. South Saint King, North Saint King, West Saint King. The three little black eggs disappeared into the night. There was no way. It was too dark. It blended perfectly with the night. The expressions of the three Saint Kings were not enough to be described as confused. If it were not for the beads in the hands of the Southern Saint King, the three of them would almost doubt whether they had caught nothing just now. And everything was just their illusion. What are you standing there for? Chase them. The Southern Saint King shouted angrily. The Holy Soul Orb was still glowing, emitting a magnetic field that could conceal a person's aura. Not only that, the power of the Holy Soul Orb also affected their skills. Their blood was boiling. Their emotions were excited. And their hearing and five senses were affected. They could not sense the existence of the three people through their internal strength. So they could only look with their eyes and search with their hands. Who the H? I can find this. The Western Holy King went through an alley. As soon as she turned a corner, the three little eggs came out from the corner. The Western Holy King seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned back to the alley. The three closed their eyes and did not move. The Western Holy King frowned suspiciously, left the alley again, and went to the east to look for it. The Southern Holy King was affected by the Holy Soul Orb and vaguely felt that he was about to break through. He had been stuck at the peak of the Holy King for 7 or 8 years. He had tried everything, but he could not break through that barrier. It turned out that the Holy Soul Orb was really powerful. He did not deliberately suppress his power. The breakthrough of the saints is different from that of ordinary masters. There is no so-called dangerous period. Once they break through, they will have stronger strength. While he was looking for the three little black eggs, he was nourished by the Holy Soul Pearl. The three little black eggs successfully avoided the search of the Western Saint King and the Northern Saint King with their absolute familiarity with the terrain. I have searched over there, but I didn't see them. What about you? I didn't see them either. The two Saint Kings met in front of a stone lion. The Western Saint King wondered, what kind of children are they? How can they hide? The main reason was that the Holy Soul Orb disturbed them too much. Not to mention that the Southern Saint King was about to break through. They also felt that they seemed to be about to rise half a realm. Their hearts were beating hard, and they had to spend a lot of effort to keep themselves calm. Stop talking, and look for it quickly, said the Northern Saint King. Yes. This time, the Western Saint King did not argue with him. The two went to look for it separately. Behind the stone lion, the three little eggs looked at each other and walked out slyly. In front of them was the wall of the young master's mansion, where there was a dog hole. They could get in. The three little eggs chirped and ran towards the dog hole. No one. Quick! Get in! Tadeo asked his two younger brothers to go in first, and he would cover the rear. The three of them climbed into the mansion slyly. The three of them clapped their hands and laughed. Is it too early to laugh now? A sinister voice sounded above the three people's heads. The three of them shuddered a little and turned their heads in unison. They saw that the Southern Saint King had a gloomy face and had been waiting here for some time. The Southern Saint King stretched out his devilish palm and lifted up the three little eggs. Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Xiaobao struggled. And he was pinched and hurt. It would be bad if people came here. Not to mention that the Southern Saint King was in a bad mood tonight after being tricked by the three little eggs. He didn't want to be polite to them. The Southern Saint King stretched out his fingers and was about to knock them out. Suddenly, with a click, the Holy Soul Pearl in the Southern Saint King's hand fell. The Holy Soul Pearl rolled to the lawn in front. The Southern Saint King hurried forward to pick it up, but saw an embroidered shoe inlaid with pearls, domineeringly stepping on the glowing Holy Soul Pearl. Chapter 752 Finale Part 2. When he saw the embroidered shoe, a sense of uneasiness instinctively surged in the heart of the Southern Saint King. A person will remember many things in his life, but he will also forget more things. What is deeply engraved in his heart is often what he has touched. The Southern Saint King is the same. The high-spirited young man, who had been invincible in the Saint clan and had been the leader of the clan for many years, was suddenly beaten by a foreign female thief. Speaking of it, the female thief seemed to be a few years younger than him. However, he didn't even see the other person's appearance clearly, and was beaten with a swollen nose and legs. He was beaten to the ground, and the only thing he remembered was the pair of clean and spotless embroidered shoes inlaid with pearls. So much so that in the next 10 or 20 years, he would subconsciously avoid embroidered shoes when he saw them. The hand of the Southern Saint King who was trying to pick up the Holy Soul Pearl paused, not only because of the embroidered shoe inlaid with pearls, but also because the way the embroidered shoe stepped on the Holy Soul Pearl looked like the posture of stepping on his head and showing off his power. The Southern Saint King suddenly raised his head and looked at the other person's appearance. You don't know until you see it. And when you see it, you are so scared. How could it be this woman? Speaking of this face, the Southern Saint King is definitely impressed. Not because he was beaten by the other party, but because he was shaved after being beaten. This fairy-like face was once the nightmare of many people in the Saint clan. The Saint clan wanted to kill her as soon as possible, but no one knew where she came from, who she was, and what her name was. She appeared on the boat of the Saint clan without any warning. The Saint clan members have excellent bloodline and are more beautiful than the foreigners. But the woman lying on the boat is more beautiful than any other Saint clan woman. She is as beautiful as a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. As soon as she opened her mouth, her breath was as loose as silk, and she looked sick and pitiful. But who would have thought that it was such a woman who would turn the entire Saint clan upside down in the end? Over the years, King Nan has never thought of revenge. He studied hard and finally broke through from the initial stage of Saint King to the peak stage of Saint King. With his current strength, he certainly doesn't need to be afraid of the female thief in front of him. He was just too shocked and forgot to walk out of the shadow of the past. But now, he has come out. He will not be afraid of anyone anymore. The Southern Saint King took a deep breath, and the fierce Saint King pressure pressed on the other party without reservation. You are here just in time. The account of the past has not been settled with you yet. You dare to come to my door yourself. Grandma! Grandma! Xiaobao and Erbao shouted anxiously. Xiuhei Jiang smiled gently at the three little black eggs, and then looked at the Southern Saint King coldly. My Xiaobao asked you to let him go. Didn't you hear? That's right. Let me go! Xiaobao said angrily. Let Tadeo and Erbao go too. No matter how tit-for-tat they are on weekdays, everyone is a good brother at the critical moment. Let's go together. Let's go together. Hee hee. The Southern Saint King almost laughed. The hostages are in my hands. You can release them just like I say. What do you think of me? Before he finished speaking, the Southern Saint King saw the other party's figure flash, and before he could react to what was going on, he felt like a cold wind blowing towards him. And then, the three hostages in his hands disappeared. Grandma! Grandma! Baji! 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 The three little eggs gave the little black ginger 3 big kisses. The little black Jiang hugged the 3 little eggs and put them on the ground. Debao already had a bottle. So Xia Hejiang took out the other 2 small bottles she had taken from the yard and handed them to Bao and Xiaobao. Drink some milk first. Grandma will be here soon. The 3 little eggs nodded, grabbed their own small bottles, and drank them. Xia Hejiang looked at the 3 little eggs lovingly, turned around, and fell on the face of the Southern Saint King with a devilish look. Now, we can start to settle the accounts. She didn't speak loudly, and her tone was not fierce. But somehow, the Southern Saint King instinctively felt a sense of horror. The Southern Saint King clenched his fist. No, he was already a peak Saint King, and his strength was above that of this female thief. She would not be his opponent. She was just bluffing. Humph! He could not fall for her trick. The Southern Saint King glanced at the Holy Soul Orb at Xiao Hejiang's feet, and snorted coldly, I am not an unkind person. Considering that you are a woman, you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and then give me the Holy Soul Orb with both hands. I may consider sparing your life. Xiao Hejiang smiled. Kneel down? And kowtow 3 times? You don't have to be so polite. Right? The Southern Saint King said arrogantly, if you think it's too little, kowtow 6 times. Or, the 3 of them. Each kowtow 3 times. And I may even forgive them. Oh! Xiao Hejiang raised his eyebrows. 3 times each. You said it. Don't regret it. This woman, didn't she agree too quickly? But thinking about it, it's not surprising. After all, I'm a peak Saint King. How dare she confront me head-on? The Southern Saint King straightened his chest and raised his chin, waiting for Xiao Hejiang to bring the 3 little eggs to kowtow to him. Unexpectedly, the next second, his knees cracked and he fell to the ground. The Southern Saint King's pressure was released suddenly, but before it was completely released, it was pressed back to the dantian by a more terrifying breath. The Southern Saint King was almost choking and spitting blood. Xiao Hejiang flew up, grabbed his collar from behind, lifted him up to the sky, and then threw him to the ground fiercely. Bang! His forehead hit the ground. The first kowtow. I told you. Don't be so polite. Xiao Hejiang grabbed him again, jumped high, and landed heavily. Bang! His forehead hit the ground. The second bang. The Southern Saint King has gone crazy. What's going on? Where is his power? Why is it that it seems to be useless in the hands of this woman? Actually, it was because he was in the process of promotion. Although there was no danger, he could not exert too much strength. He could only let Xiao Hejiang pull him up and down, and kowtow to the little black eggs. The little black eggs were drinking milk while thinking that this old man was so strange. The next scene was not suitable for children. Xiao Hejiang decisively pulled the Southern Saint King out of the mansion. At this time, the Western Saint King and the Northern Saint King also came after hearing the news. As early as the moment when the Southern Saint King released his pressure, the two realized that the situation was not simple. It was agreed that it was best not to alert the enemy. If the Southern Saint King could be forced to release his pressure, it meant that the Southern Saint King had been exposed. In this case, they had nothing to hide. But it was strange. The battle situation was not what they thought. In their opinion, even if the Southern Saint King was exposed, he was the one who beat others. How could he be? Damn! Again? Shaving again? Little Black Jiang grabbed the Southern Saint King with one hand, took out a shiny knife with the other hand, and smiled wickedly. It's her! The Western Saint King recognized this hateful woman. The Northern Saint King hugged his head. The Western Saint King glared at him with regret. What are you doing? We are all Saint Kings now. 3 Saint Kings join forces. How can we not beat her? It seems, that's right. The Northern Saint King let go of his hand, got courage, shouted, and flew towards Little Black Jiang. There are 2 more. Little Black Jiang's eyes glowed green, and he didn't need the knife anymore. So he put it away for the time being, clenched his fist, and punched the Northern Saint King in the chest. The 4 great Saint Kings practiced different techniques. The other 3 Saint Kings had their own weapons. But the North Saint King practiced his physical body. His fists weighed thousands of pounds. His body was as hard as iron, and his internal strength was as vast as the sea. Such a master would be very scary in a hand-to-hand fight. Xiao Hejiang punched down. The North Saint King did not move. Xiao Hejiang's eyes became brighter. He threw away the South Saint King in his left hand, and aimed at the North Saint King's small chest. Hitting. 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 Still not moving? Xiao Hejiang jumped up again in the air, soaring up hundreds of feet, and punched down with two small fists. Just as he was about to hit the North Saint King's chest, the North Saint King suddenly stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture. Xiao Hejiang stopped and blinked at him. The North Saint King nodded with satisfaction, covered his chest, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and fell to the ground with a clatter. Damn it! What kind of woman is that? It hurts so much. The North Saint King smashed a 10-foot deep pit on the ground, and dirt and gravel splashed out, splashing all over the West Saint King. The West Saint King was shocked. Although the North Saint King was not the highest level among the four, she must be the most resistant to beatings. In the past, in the competition with the South Saint King, she and the East Saint King would be defeated quickly. But the North Saint King would not. The North Saint King relied on her strong body and internal strength to exhaust the South Saint King. But the female thief knocked the North Saint King down after a set of combined punches? The shock in the heart of the Western Saint King was beyond words. But she was more filled with the fire of revenge. She pulled out the red flame whip from her waist and attacked Xiao Hejiang fiercely. Watch this. The red flame whip is a sacred weapon of the Saint clan. After hitting the opponent, it will leave scars on the opponent's body like a flame burn. Hence the name. The strength of the Western Saint King was not weak to begin with. And with the red flame whip, it was even more powerful. Even the peak-level Southern Saint King did not dare to easily touch its edge. The whip crackled in the air and hit Xiao Hejiang. Xiao Hejiang grabbed the whip with his backhand and firmly grasped it. The moment she grabbed her whip with her bare hands, the Western Saint King smiled. Foolish woman. You dare to take the red flame whip with your bare hands. If I don't cripple your hands, I won't be worthy of being called the Western Saint King. The Western Saint King injected his inner strength into the red flame whip, and a cluster of flames actually rose from the red flame whip, which suddenly burned Xiao Hejiang's palm. Puff. The flame went out. The Western Saint King was stunned. She blinked, not believing what she saw. She had tried this move many times. Why did it suddenly fail? The Western Saint King urged his inner strength again, and the flames ignited again. But just as it burned Xiao Hejiang, it went out with a puff. The Western Saint King didn't believe in evil. The whip actually had a mechanism. The surface was coated with a layer of powder. When the weather was hot enough, it could catch fire without internal force. But wasn't the Great Joe cold at this time? She had to use internal force to work. But she had clearly set it on fire. How come it went out as soon as it was in the hands of that woman? Little Black Jiang looked at her cutely, as if to say, "Come on. Come again." The Western Saint King is not coming. The Western Saint King turned around and pulled back the whip. She grabbed her whip and asked in disbelief, "Is my whip broken?" She urged her internal force, and with a swish, the whip was set on fire. The Western Saint King, who had no time to ward off the fire, the Western Saint King was burned into the Black Saint King, spewing black smoke from his mouth, and fell into the deep pit of the Northern Saint King. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Southern Saint King laughed wildly, his body rising slowly, one hand holding the Holy Soul Orb, the other hand turning his inner strength into a storm. A ball of light appeared in his palm that seemed to explode at any time. The appearance of the Western Saint King and the Northern Saint King bought him precious time. He took the opportunity to pick up the Holy Soul Orb on the ground and absorbed its power. Just now, he successfully broke through. He is no longer a peak Saint King, but a Saint Venerable. When he moved his fingertips, even the clouds surged. He felt the power from heaven and earth, and felt more powerful than ever before. He is the master of heaven and earth, and he is the true lord of the one saint. The Southern Saint King looked at Xiao Hejiang with contempt like a god. At the same time, the stormlight ball in his hand, which was transformed by his internal force and the breath of the Saint King, flew towards the three little eggs. I am afraid that even he himself can't bear this light ball. So forget it for the three children who are still breastfeeding. Xiao Hejiang flashed, and it was too late to attack. He could only use his body to block the fatal blow of the Southern Saint King for the three little eggs. The moment he was hit, the whole world was silent. The sound of the wind seemed to stop, and the speed of the falling leaves slowed down. The Southern Saint King watched the woman fall to the ground bit by bit. The handkerchief in her hand flew out. She looked at him desperately, spitting blood from her mouth. Finally, The great revenge was taken. The woman who humiliated him, and the entire Saint clan finally died in his hands. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Have you laughed enough? A devilish voice suddenly sounded from behind the Southern Saint King. The Southern Saint King came back to his senses in a second and woke up from his fantasy. He looked at the empty ground, then turned his head to look at the little black Jiang with a smile on his lips. And his heart skipped a beat. What's going on? She didn't die after being hit by the saint? This? I'll give it back to you. Little black Jiang said with a sneer, grabbed a ball of light in his palm, and slammed it towards the Southern Saint King. Ah! That was the power from the Saint Venerable. Even the Saint Venerable himself could hardly resist it. The Saint King of the South was instantly knocked away by this power, and all the bones in his body made a dislocation sound. This blow directly reduced his Saint Venerable's strength, which he had finally promoted, by half. However, the nightmare did not end there. Fighting with her is fine, but bullying her little black egg is wrong. This is a bad character, and he needs to be taught a lesson. Little black Jiang grabbed the Saint King of the South, like grabbing a little fat bear, and slammed him to the ground, directly knocking him out of the Saint Venerable realm and back to the peak of the Saint King, followed by the Saint King high level, Saint King intermediate level, Saint King elementary level. Duang. The Saint King is gone. Little black Jiang beat him back to the semi-saint. Duang duang duang. There is no semi-saint anymore. Xiao He Jiang beat him back to the strength of an infant. Nan Shengwang held his head and cried bitterly. You can't play like this. If you have the guts, go ahead and shave your hair. Go ahead and shave it. His hair was shaved, but the beating still had to continue. Shengwangs are tough. All of them are tough. After beating Nan Shengwang, the other two had almost recovered. Xiao He Jiang pulled them out of the pit, beat them up, and beat them all to the ground. The two of them lost their Shengwang realm. After the beating, Xiao He Jiang realized a problem. She looked at the three people with wide eyes. Can your realm be restored? The three looked at her with bruised faces. What do you think? It seems that they can't recover. Their realms are cultivated bit by bit, not accelerated by taking medicine. It's easy to lose them. No, it's not easy. They have fought so many battles, and encountered so many masters in these years. Who is so perverted to beat them to death? They don't even have a place to cry. Okay? Little black Jiang pouted. Can't recover? Humph. Noob. Three people. How dare you say such things? Do you think the Saint King fell from the sky? You said he would recover. But why don't you think about how he trained hard every day? The three people didn't even have a chance to reason. How aggrieved. It was simply too much. To be fair, it's not the three people's fault that they are too weak. With their strength, any one of them is enough to call the wind and rain in the world. It's just that this female thief is too abnormal. It's okay that the Saint King can't deal with her. But who would have expected that even the Saint Lord would be killed by her in one move? Can he still be a good person? The Eastern Saint King, who was halfway there, didn't know that the three Saint Kings had been annihilated. His situation was actually not much better than the three people. He and Xiao Jinting fought hard and were about to win. After all, no matter how tough Xiao Jinting was, he couldn't stand the fact that he was the Saint King. How could an ordinary master really defeat the Saint King? But suddenly, a guy came out of nowhere and said, Marshal Xiao, I'm here to help you. Haha. I'm a rookie. How can I help this Xiao Jinting? Crush him to death. But the result was that he was played to death. Yu Shaoqing slashed with his sword, and half of the alley collapsed. But he clearly didn't feel the sword energy. So who collapsed the alley? Before the Eastern Saint King could figure out the reason, he fell down. Then, an incredible scene happened. The Eastern Saint King completely lost his resistance and let this man who couldn't even slash with sword energy beat him horribly. Xiao Jinting was also dumbfounded. Yu Shaoqing is so powerful. How did I not pinch the Xiongnu's gangsters in the snowy mountains? Yu Shaoqing shook her head. Sheik, okay. I'm going to protect Ashu. I am almost the man. As soon as you were beaten up, did you think that you didn't think that you had already kneeling? Xiao He Ginger actually regretted it. She shouldn't be so embarrassed. Yes, she must not be so violent. She will take care of them. The four Saint Kings were eventually captured and brought back to the young master's mansion. They were Saint Kings, so they must know more about the Saint clan and might be able to ask about the situation of the Saint clan's army. All of this was handled by King Yen. Seeing the 4 dying Saint Kings, King Yan's expression was very calm. He felt that even if Jiang Batian took the emperor's head in front of him, he would not be surprised. However, he glanced at Jiang Batian, who was very excited, and decided to tell her righteously that he didn't care how she fought outside. But since she came to the mansion, she had to set a good example for Yan Xiaoxi, and nothing in the mansion could be destroyed. Well, my dear, the things in the mansion. Prince Yan spoke with great courage. A thumb-thick iron nail popped out from the corridor, and Xiao Heijiang pushed it back effortlessly. So effortlessly that even Yu Shaoqing didn't notice it. The reason why Prince Yan noticed it was because he had been on guard against her, guarding against her from doing something that would lead Yan Xiaoxi astray. Xiao Heijiang looked at Prince Yan. Oh? What were you going to say? What happened to the things in the mansion? Prince Yan looked at the iron nail that was pressed in. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if it breaks. Xiao Heijiang and Yu Shaoqing happily went to see Yuan and the newly born Yan Xiuxi. San Xiaodan had already fallen asleep, but Yan Xiuxi was hungry in the middle of the night and wanted to eat milk. As she was eating, she felt that the people around her had changed. She opened her big eyes like black grapes and looked out of the screen curiously. Yuan carried Yan Xiuxi out. Yu Shaoqing hurriedly held her in his arms. This child is so beautiful. Even more beautiful than Awan when she was born. Yu Shaoqing felt that his heart was about to melt. Boo! Yan Xiuxi vomited a bubble of milk. Yu Shaoqing. Ah! How could there be such a cute child? Want to steal and hide? Don't let anyone see. Yu Shaoqing just held Yan Xiuxi like this, and loved the little guy so much that he didn't let go of him all night. Then, Yu Shaoqing felt vaguely that he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Sitting behind the iron window, the little Taidan complained alone. Dad? Do you still remember the little Taidan in Lianhua village? Chapter 753 Finale, Part 3. Yuan hadn't seen her parents for a long time. Although the Witch King had said that her parents would be fine, she couldn't completely let go of her worries until she saw their current situation with her own eyes. Seeing the two of them intact in front of her, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Shaoqing took the little one to the outer room to entertain herself, and the mother and daughter stayed in the inner room to talk privately. Yuan learned from Jiang the truth about their fall into the bottomless pit. In addition to the two of them, there was also a puppet clone of Soul Rakshasa who fell into the bottomless pit that day. As soon as the clone entered the bottomless pit, it lost contact with Soul Rakshasa and became a half-rotten corpse on the spot. As for Jiang and Yu Shaoqing, they fell in a cave for an unknown number of hours. It seems that there is a reason why the Witch Clan's divine pit is called the bottomless pit. Yu Shaoqing tried to grab something nearby, such as vines or rocks, but during the whole falling process, they did not find anything to hold on to, and they just kept falling. The bottomless pit was extremely dark. They didn't know how long they had fallen. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from below. There was something mixed in the wind. The two fell asleep at the same time. When they woke up, they found themselves in a dark cave. There seemed to be wind blowing from both ends of the cave. The cave was ventilated, which meant that one part of the cave was connected to the bottomless pit, and the other part was likely connected to somewhere else. There might be the key to getting out of the bottomless pit. The two walked along the passage in the cave, and they really walked out. However, it was already far away from the Wu clan. The two heard that Yuan and Yan Qiuqiao and his group had left the Wu clan, and guessed that the two had returned to Dezhou. So they rushed back. That's all? Why did Yuan feel that the process was a bit too calm? Jiang blinked. That's all. Except for doing this and that to Sanlang in the cave. This and that. This and that. And that and that. Then why did it take so long? Yuan thought. It's impossible to fall into the bottomless pit for 3 days and 3 nights. And it's not possible to be unconscious in the cave for too long. Anyway, the two of them shouldn't have arrived into Zhou so late. Jiang refused to admit that they had sex, and said sickly, Anyang is not in good health. So she walked slowly. That's right. Yuan readily accepted this statement. It's really hard for Anyang. You've been so hard along the way. Jiang nodded. This and that. It's really hard. As the two were talking, there was a sudden noise in the yard. Yuan heard the sound of Yinglu communicating with someone. She looked outside and asked in confusion, Yinglu, is there something wrong in the mansion? Her voice was not loud, but it was enough for Master Lu to hear. Yinglu stepped into the house, bowed to Yu Shaoqing first, and then stood outside the curtain to report, in reply to the young lady. The mansion has captured several holy kings, and the prince is going to interrogate them. I will call a few capable guards to take them to the interrogation room. Has the mansion captured a Saint King? How many more? Just now. He was only concerned about reuniting with his parents, and didn't ask about other things. Inglu said, yes. For we're captured. He didn't say who captured them. Can't say. If he said it, he would be the next one to be beaten to death by the little fist. Yuan didn't ask any more questions. Thank you for your hard work. Go and get busy. I'll take my leave. Inglu turned and went out. Yuan touched her chin. There are so many Saint Kings in the Saint clan. The Witch clan only has one Witch King. It seems that there is still a big difference between the Saint clan and the Witch clan. However, no matter how many Saint Kings they have, they will all fall into the hands of my father? When Yuan said the last sentence, her eyes were full of admiration for King Yen. She didn't doubt that this might be done by someone else. Didn't Inglu just say that the mansion had captured several Saint Kings? The only masters in the mansion were Yen Jiuqiao and Ing Shisan. However, Ing Shisan's strength might be enough to hold back one Saint King, but it would not be so easy for him to capture several. This was obviously not a battle that could be won by brute force. Xiao Heijiang was upset. It was brute force. Yuan said with pride, Father must have defeated them with wisdom. I have decided that from now on. Father is the person I admire the most. Xiao Heijiang's face darkened. If I say, I captured them, would you believe it? Yuan was stunned at first, then looked at her mother. Ha ha ha. Mother is really funny. Xiao Heijiang went to hug Yen Xiuxi with resentment. Yen Xiuxi was awakened by a great power, with a tuft of small hair on his face. Who am I? Where am I? What do I do? The young master's house ushered in a sleeping night. The dense room in the ground was temporarily converted into the interrogation room. The four were sitting on the cold chair, and they looked at King Yen as a torch. Don't look at them by the female flying thief. But they are still the great king. The blowing torch fell on his handsome face. This is a man without martial arts skills, but also a handsome man. After coming to Dezhou for so long, it must be said that Dezhou is indeed a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Perhaps it is because of this that the entrance to the Holy Land appears here. And perhaps it is because the entrance to the Holy Land is here that Dezhou has such outstanding people and beautiful scenery. However, the stunning appearance is not enough to make several holy kings bow their heads. Except for the Western Holy King. The Western Holy King has always admired the Southern Holy King. One because of the Southern Holy King's strength, and the other is because of the Southern Holy King's beauty. The Southern Holy King is a rare handsome man in the Holy Clan, and his charm remains undiminished even after entering middle age. The Western Saint King felt that he would never meet a man more attractive than the Southern Saint King in his life. But after seeing the King of Yen, the Western Saint King changed his mind. Also, the Western Saint King had to correct his superficial aesthetics. He liked the Southern Saint King because of his appearance and martial arts. But it turned out that when a person's appearance is enough, martial arts is simply a fart. The Western Saint King was fascinated by the King of Yen. How could there be such a good-looking man? If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have drooled. The Western Saint King. The Southern Saint King interrupted the Western Saint King's thoughts coldly. The Western Saint King came back to his senses and turned his eyes away guiltily. The Southern Saint King looked at the Yen King and said, Don't waste your time. We won't say anything. I know you have a very powerful poisonous insect that can control people to tell the truth. But you can try it on us to see if we will be tricked. Or, if you torture us, if we scream, we are not members of the Saint Clan. Really? Yen King said softly. The pink bubble that the Western Saint King had suppressed with great difficulty swelled up again. And even his voice was so nice, gentle and magnetic, with a hint of coldness and alienation, and a hint of mystery that attracted people to explore. What kind of ferryman is this? Too good. Western Saint King. The Southern Saint King gritted his teeth. Didn't this woman always chase after him in the past? Why did she change her mind so quickly when she met another man? It really verified the saying that women are all fickle. This time, the Western Saint King not only turned his eyes away, but also closed his ears. The Southern Saint King looked at the Yen King coldly and continued the previous topic. But it must be said that after being interrupted by the Western Saint King, he seemed to be less majestic and domineering. The Southern Saint King gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Oh, by the way, I heard that you people in the Central Plains have a drug called wushizhen, which can confuse people's minds. You can also try this thing on us. Wushizhen does have the effect of confusing people's minds. The Yin King used this method to deal with the master of the Saint clan earlier. But this method would not work for the Saint King with strong willpower. The Yin King understood this. So the Yin King did not think that the Southern Saint King was bluffing. But even if the above methods don't work, the Yin King has his own way. King Yin stood up calmly, walked in front of King Nan, and looked down at him. Do you think your bones are all hard? King She was right next to King Nan. She shut down her vision and hearing, but she still had her sense of smell. King Yin exuded his unique book fragrance, and King She was unable again. King Nan pulled the chain violently, but the chain was not long, and he was caught as soon as he moved. But the sound still called King She back. You can't see or hear, but you can't stop him from breathing. It's hard for her to do it. Okay. If you have the ability, you can be more handsome, have a better voice, and smell better. The King of Yin would never notice something that he didn't need to notice. He looked at the King of the South with a calm look. But the King of the South was defeated. The King of Yin returned to his seat. Seeing that he was back safely, Ing Shursen put the sword he had just drawn back into the scabbard. I'll give you a few choices. The King of Yin looked at the four people and said, pointing behind them, do you see the hourglass on the wall? In a while, there will be an hourglass like this in every room you go to. It takes 1 hour for the sand in the hourglass to drip out. The four people didn't understand what he meant by this. Why did he suddenly talk about the hourglass? And what was 1 hour for? The King of Yin said slowly, in a while, you will be interrogated separately. Each of you will have 1 hour to confess. If you don't say anything, then you win. I admit that you have backbone and I will let you go. If you all say it, then I win. I am happy and I will let you go. What the hell? Let them go whether they confess or not. Is there such a good thing in the world? Or is this man's brain broken? He can't even force a confession? Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. King Yin said. You have lost a lot of power. I have a holy medicine from the underworld. 1 pill is equivalent to 1 year of power. The first one to confess will gain 10 years of power. The second one to confess will gain 5 years of power. The third one to confess will gain 2 years of power. As for the last one, I'm sorry. If all 3 of you confess and only you don't, then I have to keep you imprisoned in the young master's mansion forever. We won't confess. King Bei shouted angrily. Well, in order to show respect to your holy clan, you really did not confess. Not only will I let you go, but I will also give you 15 years of power for free, if you all confess. You will not get any power. King Yin looked at the 4 people with a smile. Want to leave? Want 15 years of power? Then you must grit your teeth and don't confess. After that, King Yin waved his hand and had them taken away. The young master's mansion was big enough, with each person occupying a corner in the east, west, south, and north. There was no need to worry about them having any chance to communicate or eavesdrop on each other. At first, the 2 thought that this was just a 1-hour contest. The man called King Yin underestimated them. The saints. Not to mention that they would not confess in an hour. They would never say a word even if they did not confess for 10 days or half a month. Besides, they were not stupid. King Yin said that if none of the 4 confessed, they could leave and get 15 years of power. They had little doubt about the efficacy of the pills. The moment the bottle was opened, they felt its strong medicinal properties. They believed that the pills were useful. But the power brought by the pills could not be compared with the realm of the Saint King. But it was much better than their current half-dead state. They firmly believed that they would definitely beat King Yin. They also thought that King Yin might interfere with them with bluffing. But after King Yin locked them in the house, he didn't care about anything. There was no one to lobby. The room was pitch black, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Everyone tried to improve their 5 senses to sense the movements of their companions. But it was a pity that the young master's mansion was too big. With their current state, they could not hear what someone said so far away. An hour is really not long. And it can even be said to be fleeting. Shouldn't someone come to sow discord between them, such as lying that someone has confessed? And if you don't confess, you can't even catch up with the second one? If the other party really did this, they might not be so worried. But everything was too calm, and they seemed to have been forgotten by the young master's mansion. If all 3 of them have said it, and only you haven't, then you will have to be imprisoned in the young master's mansion forever. At this time, there was less than a quarter of an hour left. And the words of the King of Yin suddenly flashed through the mind of the Northern Saint King. And he was immediately shocked. Hack! Could the three of them have already said it? Because they have said it. The King of Yin has obtained the information. So it doesn't matter whether he confesses or not. So no one cares about him. Which can explain why the time is almost up. And no one has come to his side to throw some smoke bombs or something. This suspicion arises spontaneously in everyone's heart. With half a quarter of an hour left. The Eastern Saint King couldn't sit still. Is there anyone outside? Is there anyone? If it is said that the King of Yin was wasting time with them before, then the time is up. And it is unreasonable for the King of Yin to continue wasting time. So there is only one explanation. One of them confessed. The King of Yin got the information. What's the matter? A guard walked in. The Eastern Saint King asked, where did the King of Yin go? The guard asked back, how should I know? I've been here guarding you. The Eastern Saint King frowned. Just now, after we were sent away. Didn't you see where the King of Yin went? The guard thought for a while. Oh, you said just now. It seems, he went to the Western Saint King's place. Western Saint King. That big nympho. She couldn't take her eyes off the King of Yin the first time she saw him. If the King of Yin really went to her place, could she guarantee that she would not be seduced by the King of Yin's beauty? The King of Yin was really vicious. For the sake of intelligence, he even used the beauty trap. If the King of Yin really used the Western Saint King as a breakthrough point, then the possibility of a breakthrough would be very high. Had the others confessed? At this time, the Eastern Saint King was sure that at least the Western Saint King had confessed. The guard said, I don't know either. I didn't ask. According to the conditions of the King of Yin, within an hour, if 3 people confessed, and only he did not, then he would be imprisoned in the young master's mansion forever. If all 4 confessed, then at least all 4 of them could leave. Of course, it is not ruled out that the North Saint King and the South Saint King have not confessed yet. But what if? What if they confessed? Wouldn't it be that I would be the only big fool? Trust between people often cannot withstand scrutiny in the prisoner's dilemma. When the last drop of sand fell, the East Saint King shouted with a pale face, I confess. What do I confess? It's not that he wants to betray. But at this moment, the King of Yin hasn't sent anyone to ask for an answer, or hasn't sent anyone to send elixirs to let them leave, which shows that at least one of them has confessed. And the biggest possibility is that all 3 have confessed. And he is the only one left. In this case, what does it matter if he is backbone? The King of Yin has already obtained the intelligence he should get, and he confessed just to be able to leave with the 3 of them. When the Eastern Saint King was sent out of the capital by a dark carriage, he saw the other 3 waiting there. At the beginning, it was said that if none of the 4 confessed, the 4 could not only leave, but each of them could get 15 years of power. On the contrary, if they all confessed, although they could leave, they would not have power. The 4 looked at each other, and seeing that each other had nothing in their hands, they knew that all 4 had confessed. Where is the trust they promised? It's really embarrassing. What's more embarrassing is that everyone thought that the Western Saint King would be the first to confess. But the Western Saint King was the last one to hold on. Didn't the King of Yin say that? If the 3 confessed, the last one would be able to stay in the young master's mansion forever. She wanted to see the King of Yin. Why would she confess? But at the last moment, the guard suddenly told her, the King of Yin is going back to Yincheng, and will never come to the young master's mansion again. Then why would she stay? She confessed immediately. Has the King of Yin been to your place? The Southern Saint King asked the Western Saint King. No. The Western Saint King shook his head. The 3 male Saint Kings heard that the King of Yin had gone to the Western Saint King, so they were worried that the Western Saint King would be the first to confess. As a result, this was the smoke screen that the King of Yin threw for them? Everyone gritted their teeth. We've been fooled. In terms of the means of scheming people's hearts, the King of Yin considers himself second, and no one dares to rank first. Unfortunately, even if they knew that they were tricked by the King of Yin, what would it matter? They finally escaped from the cage. Do they have the courage to go back and seek revenge on the King of Yin? Aren't they afraid that the female thief will beat them into a pancake? Cunning people of the great Zhou. The Southern Saint King was furious. The Western Saint King felt that she used to like people with skills. And from now on, she likes people with brains. The matter of the 4 holy kings was not deliberately concealed from the prince's mansion. Jun Chanan soon got some information that Ing Shursan allowed him to know. He immediately reported to Yan Huijing. We don't have to worry about not finding the whereabouts of the Saint Clan army now. They captured the 4 holy kings and interrogated the whereabouts of the army from them. Yin Huaijing was stunned. In the past few days, he has been cramming knowledge about the Saint Clan. He has read all the biographies and classics, and even asked Jun Chanan to ask Ing San about many things about the Saint Clan. Of course, he understands what kind of existence the Saint King is. Powerful, terrible, and invincible. But the young master's mansion not only captured the Saint King, but also captured 4 of them? Does this make sense? Who captured them? Yin Huaijing asked. Jun Chanan said, I don't know about this. Ing San didn't say much, but I think they must have some secret masters. As for the interrogation, I think it should be the work of King Yin. Beating someone is a physical job, while judging someone is a brain job. Jun Chanan didn't know who the former was, but he was sure that if there was only one person in the world who could pry open the mouth of the Saint King, then that person must be the King of Yin. For the first time, Yin Huaijing felt the gap between himself and Yin Jiuch so clearly. It turned out that he was destined to lose from the beginning. Not to mention how strong he was with Yin Jiuchao. He had never fought with them for their fathers. Back then, it was the King of Yin who didn't want the throne of the great Zhou. Otherwise, what would his father do? With the intelligence of the King of Yin, he would not worry about not being able to redress himself, let alone wash away his grievances and ascend the throne as emperor. His father was a good emperor, but in terms of scheming and means, he was still more than a little bit behind the King of Yin. Yin Huaijing suddenly fell down on the chair in a somewhat dejected manner. Chang'an, you say, we are wrong to join forces with the young master's mansion. Maybe it is not the Saint Clan that is really endangering the great Zhou dynasty, but the young master's mansion? Jun Chang'an comforted, Your Highness, don't think too much. Neither the father nor the son is interested in the throne. Your Highness, please humble yourself and ask Yin Jiuch for forgiveness for the mistakes you made in the past. Don't embarrass the young master's mansion again. And don't be jealous of Yin Jiuchao. I think they will not embarrass your highness. Yin Huaijing clenched his fists. You want me to ask him? Jun Chang'an said earnestly, after all, you made the mistake first. Didn't you? As an emperor, you can tolerate treacherous people, let alone the heroes who defended the entire great Zhou. This time, to deal with the Saint Clan, you have to rely on the power of the young master's mansion. Your highness must not make the same mistake again. The reason why the situation got out of control this time was that Yin Huaijing was unwilling to give up and wanted to take away what belonged to Yin Jiuchao. Would Yin Jiuch let his wife and children be taken away? Yin Jiuchao would rebel. In order to prevent Yin Jiuchao from rebelling, Yin Huaijing followed the advice of the saints and quietly bought a batch of mercenaries, which resulted in him letting the wolf into the house. At the beginning, it was agreed that there would be 10,000 mercenaries. But what the Saint King asked was a full 100,000 troops. That is not an ordinary soldier. It is the Saint Army of the Saints. Each of them has the strength of a dead soldier, and it is no problem to fight one against 100. So is this a 100,000 strong army? It is more than 1,000,000 troops. The total strength of the Great Zhou is only 1,000,000. And there are still many to guard the border. If the whole country's strength is really used to fight the Saint Army, not only will the border of the Great Zhou fall, but the country will also fall into chaos. I didn't know the situation would be so serious. Yin Huaijing also regretted it. He only wanted to destroy the power of Yin Jiuchao, and never thought of destroying the lives of the people in Zhou. Your Highness, do you really not know? Or did you realize that the group of people were unreliable, but still held a glimmer of hope? Without waiting for Yin Huaijing to refute, Jun Chang'an performed a salute. I will go to pack my things. In this battle, Your Highness will go to the battle on behalf of the Emperor. This was conveyed by Ing San. It was not a request, but an order from the King of Yin. This was a tough battle. The Emperor was bedridden, and the regent could not show up in public. The only one who could be used to inspire morale and appease the people was this nominal prince. The King of Yin wanted to go to the battle himself, but the court was important, and the food and grass in the rear were also important. If he really let him go and left Yin Huaijing here, he didn't know whether there would be a shortage of food and grass in the middle of the battle. The high standards of the King of Yin made Yin Huaijing's character and ability not acceptable to the King of Yin. But if he really let him go, he was worried that he would do something bad. It's no wonder that the King of Yin didn't trust Yin Huaijing so much. It was really that the current situation was all caused by Yin Huaijing. In the eyes of the King of Yin, It's not terrible for people to have desires. But it's terrible that desires have smoked their brains. Your Majesty, the Crown Princess wants to see you. Uncle Wan reported. What is the Crown Princess doing here? Asked the King of Yin. Uncle Wan recalled Han Jingshu's original words and said, the Crown Princess said that after the Crown Prince went to the battle, she was worried about her safety and wanted to live in the young master's mansion to let the young master's mansion protect her. This is a voluntary hostage. In order to prevent Yin Huijing from getting confused at the front and doing something irreversible, Han Jingshu moved into the young master's mansion with her 2-month pregnancy. Once Yin Huijing betrays, the young master's mansion will kill Han Jingshu immediately. You don't have to do this. Outside the young master's mansion, Yin Huijing stopped Han Jingshu, who got off the carriage. I won't do anything stupid. Go back to the prince's mansion. Or the prime minister's mansion is fine. Han Jingshu stroked her slightly bulging belly, looked at the towering young master's mansion, and smiled. The most powerful masters in the capital are all in the young master's mansion. If I move in, no one can hurt me unless the prince is confused. If the prince is confused, no one can save me. This leaves Yin Huijing no way out. Even if Yin Huijing wanted to rescue Han Jingshu before he did something bad, he couldn't, because the masters of the young master's mansion are too powerful. Your Highness, take care. My baby and I are waiting for your triumphant return. Han Jingshu bowed devoutly to Yin Huijing. I respectfully send off your Highness the Crown Prince. Shao Mansion. Xiao Jinting also planned to lead the army. Unlike the time when he went to the southern border to demonstrate and force Nanzhao to hand over the King of Yin. This time, he really wanted to go back to the battlefield. I didn't fight enough against the Xiongnu that time. Xiao Jinting smiled and opened his arms, letting Shang Wenyin put on the armor for him. This was the armor passed down from the Xiao family. He once sold it because he had no money to treat Yin Jiuchu's illness. And then it was taken back by Yin Jiuchu. This was the only gift Yin Jiuchao gave him. And it was also the most generous gift. Soma brought it back for me. Xiao Jinting patted the armor to show off. I know. I know. You say this every day. My ears are calloused. Shang Wenyin glared at him. But her heart was bittersweet. Somer's knot was not easy to untie. The armor was sent back by Somer, which showed that Soma had accepted this man. All these years. It was not in vain. Right? But when she thought of him going to the battle and facing an enemy she had never heard of, her heart was in turmoil. You have to come back safely, Shang Wenyin said. Xiao Jinting hugged her. Don't worry. If you really can't come back, just go back to King Yin. My son likes him very much. It shouldn't turn out like what happened between me and Somer. But even so, I think Somer and I are pretty good. I like that kid. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? Nothing. You're very brave. Of course not. Is there a fish in here? Yes. Then catch it for me. The scene of Xiao Jinting's first meeting with Xiao Jiuqiu flashed through his mind, and his babyish voice seemed to echo in his ears. And he suddenly smiled. Xiao Jinting hugged his son again. His son, who was always scared to tears by him, actually lay obediently in his arms this time, looking at him, without crying. Chapter 754 Finale 4. King Yin learned from several Saint Kings that the Saint Clan army had sneaked into the Great Zhou from different directions. At the same time, Ying Lu's pigeon message also arrived at the young master's mansion, further confirming that the 4 Saint Kings were not lying and completing the information of several people. It turned out that after sneaking into the Great Zhou, the army had been heading in the same direction to meet up, and their destination was Yuqing. Yuqing was only 100 miles away from Yinqing, and there was also a navy station there. However, in general, Yuqing was mainly composed of land troops. There were 2 main reasons why Yuqing was chosen as the gathering place. One was that the cooperative relationship with Yin Huijing was broken, and they could not enter the capital quietly in batches. They were stranded in Yuqing. The second reason was that a considerable number of them came by water. Yinqing's defense was too tight, and they could not land in Yinqing, so they had to choose Yuqing as a second choice. It was too late when Ying Lu rushed over. Yuqing had already been occupied by the Saint Clan army. It was not the King of Yan's fault for misjudgment. It was the information provided by Yin Huijing at the beginning. The other side only had 10,000 troops. 10,000 troops were easy to hide. They would not take down a city unless they had to. But 100,000 troops were different. Where could they hide? So they decided to go all out and take Yuqing. Ying Lu sneaked into Yuqing to get some information. The army of Yuchen was basically destroyed. The army of the Saint clan was about 80,000. Lu didn't know that the other side actually had 100,000. He cursed Yin Huijing in his heart. There was such a big difference between 10,000 and 80,000. Did Yin Huijing get fooled by someone like this? Lu doesn't know that it's actually 100,000. Yuan put down the letter and felt Lu's anger through the paper. But then again, didn't those Saint Kings say there were 100,000 troops? Where did the other 20,000 go? In the study of King Yin, Ing Shursan, and Yu Shaoqing were still sitting. Yu Shaoqing looked at the map on the table. To be honest, he was stationed in the northwest for many years, and was familiar with the terrain of the northwest. He had passed by Yuqing before, but he was always on the road, and didn't pay much attention to the military situation in Yuqing. Are there still 20,000 on the way? Yu Shaoqing murmured. King Yin nodded. 80% of them are. Will it be the navy? Yu Shaoqing asked. This possibility cannot be ruled out, King Yin said. Those Saint Kings did not know that they would fall into King Yin's hands in advance. And it was impossible for them to have confessed in advance. They all confessed that there were a total of 100,000 troops. So it must be at least 100,000 troops. As for the type of troops, they did not know. And this was not within their jurisdiction. Their duties were to find the entrance to the Holy Land, and to take back the Holy Soul Orb. The battle with the Great Zhou was handled by other masters. Did those Saint Kings reveal some information about the relevant generals? Yu Shaoqing asked. King Yin shook his head. The Saint clan is quite secretive about this operation. The several Saint Kings don't know much about the situation of the army. However, they said that they do not rule out the possibility that there are masters of the same level as them in the army. Didn't they lose the Holy Soul Pearl? How could they train so many holy kings? Yu Shaoqing had learned about the Holy Soul Pearl from Ing Lu and Ing Shursan. But neither of them said who was the female thief who stole the Holy Soul Pearl. In the whole young master's mansion, Yu Shaoqing and Yuan were probably the only ones who didn't guess who it was. The power of the Saint clan is very strong. This is a tough battle. Although Yu Shaoqing has the blood of the Nanzhao Hellion family flowing in his bones. He was raised in Dezhou and raised by the people of Dezhou. He is Yu Sanlang from Lianhua village. He is a general of Dezhou. And the enemies of Dezhou are his enemies. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, Ing Shursan disguised himself as Yan Jiuqiao and bid farewell to Xiao Jinting and Yin Huijing as the regent. The people all knew that a war was going to happen. However, they heard that the other side only had 100,000 troops. And this time, it was Marshal Xiao who led the expedition. They were full of confidence in this battle. Marshal Xiao will definitely return victorious. Yes. Yes. Marshal Xiao will definitely beat those foreigners to a pulp. There is no battle that Marshal Xiao cannot win. That's right. With Marshal Xiao here, we will win this battle. Among the people, there was a chorus of support for Xiao Shinting. But Yin Huijing was less supportive. Yin Huijing felt a little melancholy, but not for too long. After all, this battle was all caused by him. Rather than feeling melancholy, he felt more guilty and self-blaming. The reason why the people were so confident was that they had no idea what kind of army the Great Zhou was facing. They thought that 100,000 was not a lot. Yes, this number was indeed nothing compared to the national military strength. Xiao Jinting had fought many battles in the past, and he had never lost with the same number of people, and he had never lost with fewer troops. This time, it didn't look like he couldn't win. Only Yin Huijing understood how difficult the battle they were facing would be. Yu Shaoqing also set out to the south. But he was not going to Yuqing, but to the capital of Nanzhao. It is true that he had selfish motives. He did not want the Great Zhou to fall. He wanted to use the power of the Hellion family to help the Great Zhou win this battle. But he was not entirely selfish. The saints were overbearing and unreasonable, and they regarded themselves as superior. If they became the emperor of the Great Zhou, the lower class of Nanzhao would be as humble as ants in their eyes. At that time, no one could guarantee that they would not do anything to Nanzhao. Now, it is not an exaggeration to say that it has reached the point where the lips and teeth are cold. This time, Yu Shaoqing brought Xiao Taidian with him. When they left Nanzhao last time, they told the old lady that they were going back to the Great Zhou to pick up Xiao Taidian. Since they had boasted, they had to fill it. Besides, the current situation of the Great Zhou is indeed much more serious than that of Nanzhao. If it were not for his daughter still in confinement, Yu Shaoqing would have wanted to take them with him. Ashu, Wait for me. I'll come pick you up soon. Yu Shaoqing reluctantly held Zhang's hand. Jiang nodded, yes. Yu Shaoqing took Xiao Taiden southward. He went separately from the Imperial Army, and his whereabouts were hidden and safe. On the other side, Old Chui also packed up and prepared to leave. Why are you leaving too? Yuan muttered. Don't you need to get hurt or bleed in battle? Or do you think those children are made of iron? Aren't they children? Seeing their childish faces, Old Chui felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that they might never come back before they even understood the brevity of life. Okay. I'm going. Take care of yourself. Yuan looked at the white hair on his temples. You are already old. Old Chui was furious. Ah. Now you know I am old. When you dragged me to the ghost tribe and the witch tribe, why didn't you think that I was a person with one foot in the coffin? Yuan said weakly. You didn't have so many white hairs then. Old Chui. Old Chui turned his face away. Little girl. You can choke people with your words on weekdays. And you are so sentimental at the critical moment. Okay. Stop nagging. I'm leaving. Old Chui is not used to parting. At his age, life or death is actually not important. He has never had a family in his life and has nothing to worry about. If there is someone he can't let go of, it is probably this group of guys who always make him worry. Don't worry too much about Jiocha. No news is good news. Don't come out all the time. Take good care of yourself. You're young. Isn't that great? Who can you bully? You've never been young before. Don't feed Xiaobao too much. He's almost fatter than Debao. The little guy should be brought out to dry more often. This, you can give to Grandma for me. It's his favorite play. Old Chui talked a lot until someone came to urge him. He followed the army and left. Yuan sent a few more guards from the young master's mansion to follow and take care of him. Not only because Yuan had already regarded him as one of her own, but also because those who did not forget their lives and went to the front line at this moment were all national heroes. After pretending to be the regent, appeasing the people and boosting morale, Ing Shursen also went south with the army. The three little eggs have been very well behaved recently. They no longer go up to the roof to remove tiles every day. They only do it once every 3 days. The rest of the time, they sit in the room of King Yen, while King Yen reviews memorials and they learn to read. Yin Shuzi grows up day by day, fair and tender, and more beautiful and lovely. Of course, Uncle Wan's greenhouse still cannot be put into use. It is always repaired at night and collapses at dawn. Every time King Yen looks at Yin Shuzi looks very cute. When Yin Shuzi was born 20 days ago, the cavalry of the court arrived near Yuqing and launched the first attack on the soldiers of the Holy Clan who were transporting food and grass. The cavalry of the great Zhou won. And the victory news came. And the capital cheered. But under the victory news, there was another letter from home, which recorded the real casualties. Although they won, they paid a very heavy price. The soldiers of the Holy Clan who transported food and grass were only 50 people. But they killed 500 of them. No one was injured, because the injured were all dead. When the saints fought, they always hit the vital points with one move. To exaggerate, they were not like soldiers on the battlefield, but more like well-trained killers. It was at this moment that Xiao Jinting really realized what they were facing. This is a veritable army of death. The cavalrymen were stationed in a camp outside Yuqing. In order to retaliate against them, the saints launched a sneak attack at night, and Zhou suffered countless casualties. Yuan couldn't sit still anymore, so she decided to go south. Maybe it's because she has been here for too long, but she feels like she has completely become a part of this place. She hasn't thought about her past life for a long time, as if it was just a distant dream. Of course, it's not that she has big ambitions. She just wanted to be a salted fish at first, even if she became the wife of the young master's mansion, the prince's wife, and even the regent princess later. She never thought about what she would do. It turns out that there are some things that don't need to be thought about. When the time comes, you will know that you can't stay out of it. It's not because I am great enough, but because I am suitable enough. She is a doctor who can treat injuries. She is the regent princess who can stabilize the people's hearts. Have you thought about it? King Yen looked at Owan, wanting to say, you haven't finished your confinement yet. Yuan nodded. I've thought about it. You don't have any objections? King Yen looked at Jiang beside Yuan. Jiang looked at her daughter lovingly. Owan has grown up. She has her own decision. Wherever Owan goes, I will go. Yuan certainly didn't agree with Jiang going with her. How could she take her mother to such a dangerous place? Jiang pouted, if you don't take me, you are not allowed to go. King Yin hummed, that's right. If you don't take your mother, you don't have to go. Yuan didn't understand. There was nothing wrong with what my mother said. But what did you mean by following her? My mother was panting every 3 steps. It's dangerous to go to the battlefield with me. Okay? Yuan looked at the two in confusion. But the two were very persistent. So Yuan didn't beat them in the end. Forget it. At most, we can find a safe family near the camp to accommodate our mother. After making up her mind, Yuan set off. The camp of the Imperial Army was in a village in the north of Yuqing. The villagers had all been escorted away by the army. After the two sides launched a surprise attack, there had been no direct battle for a long time. Xiao Shinting was also a little confused. What tactics were the other side playing? Logically speaking, the Saint Clan army was so powerful that they should be able to crush everything wherever they went. Why didn't they just kill their way to the capital? If they hadn't been exposed, it would be fine. But now that both sides had fallen out, why did the Saint Clan still stay in Yuqing? Could it be that after a few days, the Great Zhou would not settle accounts with them after their anger subsided? A few days later, the infantry of the Great Zhou also arrived, together with 20,000 cavalry. There were a full 100,000 strong army. That night, the Saint Clan army attacked their camp. Seeing the overwhelming army, Xiao Shinting was dumbfounded. No way. They didn't come earlier or later, but only came after the soldiers of the Great Zhou arrived. Aren't they just waiting to catch us all in one fell swoop? These bastards are too arrogant. Xiao Shinting immediately picked up his spear and rushed out. Soon Xiao Shinting understood why the other party was so arrogant. In fact, the other party only had 8,000 elite soldiers, but they beat the 100,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou. The previous tactics were all ineffective when facing this group of holy army, not only because their martial arts were strong enough, but also because these people seemed to be immortal and not afraid of pain at all. Xiao Shinting saw with his own eyes a headless corpse, holding a spear and rushing into the crowd. When had the soldiers of the Great Zhou seen such a scene? They were all stunned. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that those Great Zhou soldiers, who had already fallen, actually stood up with a dull look, and then grabbed their weapons and killed their own people. Xiao Shinting felt bad when he saw this, and hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat, not to mention the village, and retreat as far as possible. The casualties in this battle were not the heaviest, but the blow it caused to the soldiers was unprecedented. Can they still fight without a head? Are they still human? Their companions fell down, and they lost their minds and became part of the enemy. Can the enemy still kill them all? In the dark night, everyone hid in the dark valley, shivering. This is what you did. Yin Huaijing went to the toilet, but was hit to the ground by Xiao Shinting's fist. Yin Huaijing spat out a bloody tooth and looked at Xiao Shinting coldly. You dare to attack the prince. Do you want to die? To die? If I wanted to die, I, Xiao Shinting, would not come here. Xiao Shinting grabbed Yin Huaijing's collar, pulled him up from the ground, and slammed him against the stone wall. Did you see everything on the battlefield? You didn't see it, did you? You hid in the tent, eating, drinking and living well. And you don't know what a mess it is outside. Yin Huaijing was shocked by Xiao Shinting's murderous aura and anger. Although Xiao Shinting was not a very disciplined person, he was not as arrogant as Yin Jiuqiao. But now, Xiao Shinting really gave it his all. Yin Huaijing calmed down and said with a sharp gaze, Xiao Shinting, you are incompetent and suffered a defeat. Can you blame this prince? Xiao Shinting made him laugh. Is he afraid of losing? Does he care about those false reputations? He is not afraid of death. The soldiers of the Great Zhou are not afraid of death. But some people died unjustly. Xiao Shinting said coldly, do you know what kind of monsters you have provoked to the Great Zhou? Yin Huaijing felt guilty for a moment. Xiao Shinting was just venting his anger. But when he saw Yin Huaijing's eyes, he suddenly frowned. You know, right? Yin Huaijing avoided his sharp eyes. Let go of your hand first. Grand Marshal Ing Shursan walked over. Xiao Shinting coldly let go of Yin Huaijing. Yin Huaijing pulled at his collar, which was a little tight, and said, if I say I didn't know in advance, you won't believe me. However, I really don't know. I just asked them how 10,000 troops could stabilize the situation in the capital. There are 30,000 Imperial Guards in the capital, and there are 10,000 garrisons within 100 miles. They said that they don't need to worry about it, because those mercenaries are very powerful. And if a real fight breaks out, there is no need to worry about the casualties of the mercenaries. I asked. Won't they get hurt? The man said. Yes, they won't get hurt. Yin Huaijing recalled the expression of the cloaked man at that time, which was a little unfathomable. But Yin Huaijing didn't think deeply about it. The limitations of cognition determined the limitations of prediction. In his opinion, the so-called no injuries of the cloaked man must be that their martial arts are too strong, and they will not be hurt by others. How could he have expected that it was literally no injuries? It's puppetry, Ing Shirsan said. What do you mean? Yin Huaijing asked. Ing Shirsan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and looked at Xiao Jinting and said, puppetry is a kind of witchcraft that can control people's behavior and will. The reason why the army of the saints is not afraid of death should be that they are hit by this kind of puppetry. However, if they can even control the dead, it may not be as simple as puppetry. There may also be witchcraft. Such a weird puppetry and witchcraft is something Ing Shirsan has never seen before. Grandma and Zhou Jin also know puppetry. Zhou Jin has never used it, but Grandma has used it, but only on living people. Ing Shirsan has seen Ah Wei use witchcraft, but Ah Wei will not do evil on the dead. Xiao Shinting frowned and said, if this continues, won't the number of our casualties equal the number of the enemy's additional people? Then this battle will never end. Xiao Shinting thought for a while. Since there is puppetry, do they have puppeteers? Ing Shirsan nodded, probably. Xiao Shinting made a decision. Shirsan, get ready. We will sneak into Yuchen tonight and kill the puppeteer of the Saint clan. Okay, Ing Shirsan said without hesitation. Wait, Xiao Shinting suddenly said. You'd better not go. Stay. Isn't there a guy named Jun Chang'an beside him? Ask him to go with me. He didn't even call him the prince. Yin Huaijing took a breath. That's not good, Ing Shirsan said. Jun Chang'an's martial arts are not as good as mine. Humph. Xiao Shinting turned around, picked up a piece of armor scattered on the ground, and threw it into Yin Huaijing's arms. If the enemy attacks in the middle of the night, let the prince lead the troops to charge into battle. If he dares not to charge at the front, you kill him. Xiao Shinting. Yin Huaijing clenched his fists. Yin Huaijing is definitely not a coward, but he does not think that charging into battle is what a prince should do. The prince has greater use. Anyone can charge into battle, but once the prince is gone, the morale of the great Zhou will be over. Ing Shirsan understands why Xiao Jinting does this. In battle, Xiao Jinting is always the one who rushes to the front. If the assassination fails tonight, and Xiao Jinting fails to get back in time, the morale of the army will inevitably plummet. At this time, the prince needs to step forward and lead everyone to fight a bloody way out. I know, Ing Shirsan said. Yin Huaijing gritted his teeth. Ing Shirsan. Ing Shirsan said calmly, Your Highness, put on your armor and hold your sword. When we really fight, my sword may not only be aimed at the enemy. Yin Huaijing was furious. What kind of people did the young master's mansion raise? Xiao Jinting took Jun Chang'an and several carefully selected death warriors and sneaked into Yuqing overnight. Ing Lu was familiar with the terrain of Yuqing, and he was also in the entourage. Xiao Lu, have you seen a puppet master? Xiao Shinting asked Ing Lu on the way. Ing Lu said, I have never seen a special puppet master. I have only seen a wizard. But a puppet master should also be a kind of wizard. Xiao Shinting said. What are the characteristics of their masters? Let me think about it. Ing Lu paused and said, They are not very good at martial arts. There are many powerful wizards in the Wu clan. In order to protect these wizards, the Wu clan refined Wu Luo Sha. Xiao Shinting pondered for a while and said, According to what you said, the puppet master is also protected by masters. Ing Lu nodded and said, I guess so. But I don't know what level of masters they are. No matter what level, we brought poison for the sneak attack this time. If we don't succeed, we will die. Xiao Jinting touched the poison given to him by Lao Chui. These were all extracted from poisonous goo. One drop would kill the Saint King. He brought several bottles to poison those idiots. Ing Lu used a branch to draw a sketch on the ground. The Saint Clan army has a total of 8 garrisons, each with about 10,000 people, distributed in different camps. At present, we don't know which camp the puppet master is in, so we have to find them one by one. How long will it take? Xiao Shinting asked. Ing Lu said, If we are fast, we can find 2 or 3 camps in one night. Xiao Shinting was furious. You can't find them all in one night. Lu said, well, they are very scattered. No. What kind of tactics is this? Why are they so scattered? Are they afraid that they will attack from all directions? Do they have so many troops? Xiaoshenting is increasingly confused about what the saints are thinking. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's important to find the puppet master and kill him quickly. Although the strength of the saints' army may not be weakened by this, it will at least not become stronger. This camp is the closest. Should we go here first? Lu pointed to a camp near the north gate and said, okay, let's go here. Xiaoshenting gave an order, and several people rushed to the camp. Several people first killed several soldiers who were transporting food and grass, and put on their armor. But when the armor fell on Xiaoshenting was in trouble. The armor that suits everyone is simply impossible to put on in the hands of Xiaoshenting. A man as majestic as a mountain. Lu glanced at the trailer loaded with food and grass, coughed lightly and said, Marshal Xiao, I think you are more suitable to play the role of food and grass. Xiaoshenting curled up in the wide, narrow, and large house trailer, and was escorted into the camp by Lu and others. The classes of the Saint clan are very clear, which can be distinguished from the luxury of the tents. As the core figure of the Saint clan army, the puppet master's residence is naturally not too bad, and several people went straight to the most luxurious tent. A thin middle-aged man sat in the tent. Is he the puppeteer? Xiaoshenting asked. Lu mentioned that puppeteers don't know martial arts, and this man fits this description. Lu looked at him carefully and nodded after a while. It should be. The puppeteer's face naturally didn't have the word puppet master written on it. But Lu had dealt with Zhou Jin and the others a lot, so he was very familiar with the aura of wizards. And he also felt a similar aura on this man. Kill! Xiaoshenting rushed forward without hesitation, and the puppeteer fell into a pool of blood with his knife. Xiaoshenting was a little confused. Is it so easy? Where is the master who promised to protect him? Could it be that they killed the wrong person? Could it be that this is not the puppeteer, but just a target? Did they fall into the trap? But Xiaoshenting and his party stayed alert in the tent for a long time, and there was no movement outside. What's going on? Something is not right. The puppeteers are all dead, and there is no master to settle accounts with them. How can the master protect the puppeteer? Isn't it too irresponsible? Thinking of something, Xiaoshenting frowned. You guys, go count how many people there are in the camp. Several dead soldiers went. About a quarter of an hour later, the dead soldiers came back. They counted all the tents, including the patrolling soldiers. There were not 10,000 people here, but 9,000. Lu said strangely, impossible. I have been here, and I am sure they have 10,000 people. Even if some of them were killed in the earlier battle with us, the casualties were definitely not more than 100. So, where did the remaining 1,000 people and the master who was supposed to protect the puppeteer go? Mother, do you see the town ahead? When we pass that town, we will reach Pingyang village. Pingyang village is not the front line, but where the wounded soldiers stay. You stay in the town for a while, and Pinger and I will go to Pingyang village. Yuan said to Jiang in the carriage. Jiang snorted. You want to leave me behind again? Yuan smiled, held Jiang's hand and said, how can I bear to leave my mother behind? My mother loves me and accompanied me to travel thousands of miles south. I also love my mother. I have finished my confinement, and it's okay. My mother is waiting for me in the town. I will go back to the town every day to buy medicinal materials. Besides, if my mother is with me, I will be more worried. Jiang looked up at the sky. Yuan had made up her mind. No matter how Jiang threatened and lured her, she would never take Jiang to such a dangerous place. The carriage arrived at the town. Although the war did not spread here, it was still affected. The residents of the town closed their doors and rested early, and the inn was also closed. Yuan got off the carriage and raised her hand to knock on the door of the inn. At this moment, a cold arrow shot towards Yuan without warning, as if to pierce her head. Instantly, Xiao Hei Jiang on the carriage flashed out of the carriage, caught the arrow that almost hit her daughter, and then her eyes turned cold, turned around, and threw the arrow fiercely into the darkness. A series of screams were heard in the darkness. Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around. At almost the same time, the overwhelming arrow shot at the two of them like a dense net. Mother Yuan took a step forward, trying to protect Jiang between her body and the door. But unexpectedly, all the arrows shattered with a bang. Yuan didn't understand what happened, but she saw Jiang's eyes, which were colder than ever before. An arrow missed and scratched Yuan's hair. A strand of hair fell on Yuan's shoulder and slipped into Xiao Heijiang's hand. Xiao Heijiang was angry. She slapped the door behind her and pushed Yuan into the inn. What happened just now? Yuan was confused and was about to turn around to ask what was going on, when she saw the door of the inn slam shut in front of her. Xiao Heijiang flew into the air, exuding an aura more violent than the blood demon. Like a demon god in the dark night, she pinched a strand of hair in her hand, looked at the 1,000 troops lurking in the dark night, and said coldly, "My daughter's hair is broken, and all of your necks must be broken." Chapter 755 Finale V. The Saint Clan's army of 1,000 people is no less powerful than the entire Northwest camp back then. It is very dangerous to shake the entire Northwest camp with one's own strength. In fact, it is a bit stupid in the eyes of most people, especially since the other party is a woman who looks a bit thin. They think she is just talking nonsense. Her strength is terrible, but they don't believe that she can really destroy their army of 1,000 people. The leading Saint Clan general raised the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Line up and prepare to attack." Swish. Before he finished speaking, he heard a sound of breaking through the air. Before everyone could react to what happened, they saw their general's heart pierced by a flying bead. The Saint Clan general fell straight back to the ground. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the sky full of nebulae. He didn't understand how all this happened until he died. He is a general. That woman actually killed him with an inconspicuous bead. He didn't do anything. Just cut off a strand of her daughter's hair. The Saint Clan general will never understand. He doesn't have this chance. The general's death brought a huge shock to everyone. It seemed that at this moment, everyone really realized that what they saw and felt was not an illusion. This woman was not bluffing. She was a killer in the dark night. This is a well-trained army. The general fell, but there was still a deputy general. The deputy general immediately took over the command, set up the formation. Swish. The bead rose from the ground and pierced the deputy general's heart mercilessly. "Oh!" As if thinking of something, Xiao Heijiang snapped his fingers. Then the bead that was spinning on the ground suddenly flew into the air and slammed into the necks of the general and the deputy general, breaking their necks with 2 clicks. The Saint Clan army was stunned. So what she said, "Everyone's neck must be broken," literally means breaking necks. Yuan was in the inn, wanting to go out all the time, but the door seemed to be sealed by a huge force, and she couldn't open it no matter what. "See, it's all because of giving birth that my blood power is gone, and I can't even open the door." "Yeah." Yuan stepped on the wall with one foot, grabbed the door slot with both hands, and pulled it back hard. Click. Yuan felt a pain in her neck. Of course, it wasn't her neck that was broken, but she felt as if someone's neck was broken. Yuan touched her neck strangely. It was an illusion. Click. The sound of the neck being twisted came again. Yuan took a breath of cold air weakly. Then, click, 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 click. Outside the house, there was a lot of neck twisting sounds. Yuan felt her neck trembling just by listening. You may not believe it, but my neck has its own thoughts. It is cowardly. Most of those soldiers had their necks twisted before they could even scream. The invincible Saint Clan army suffered its first destruction after entering the country. Originally, when they received the task to surround and kill the 2 women, they were still dismissive, thinking that the superiors were making a fuss. After all, with the strength of their 1,000-man army, it is not impossible to kill 20,000 Great Zhou troops. How could they be sent to do such a thing? Isn't this killing a chicken with a butcher knife? At this moment, they finally didn't think so. If they were given a chance, they would persuade the superiors to send another 1,000 people. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world, only consequences and results. The owner of the inn was actually awakened a long time ago, but he didn't dare to say anything. He just stood in the lobby with an oil lamp and stared at Yuan. I don't know how much time has passed, and the sound of twisting necks finally ended. The inn was terribly quiet. The innkeeper cleared his throat awkwardly. "I'll make you, and that hero, a bowl of noodles?" Yuan. Xiao Heijiang was angry just now, and she regretted it after doing it. She looked at the dark door and twirled her fingers innocently. Creak. The door opened. Yuan looked at the bewildered Xiao Heijiang with a serious face. Little Black Jiang twisted his fingers and blinked guiltily. "Well," I said, "I feel dizzy. Do you still believe it?" Yuan's face darkened. Yuan never expected that her own mother would be a hidden peerless master. Where is the weak and graceful woman she was promised? Where is the lady she was promised? So, those sleeping postures with legs crossed, exuding the aura of kingship and banditry, are not her illusions. Did you beat Zhao into a pig's head? Yes. Did you steal the beads of the Holy Clan? Yes. Did you shave the hair too? Yes. Did you overthrow the second old master's death squad? Yes. Blood Rakshasa. Yes. Saint King. Yes. 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 Yuan confessed everything one by one. And her face couldn't be any darker. I thought he was a bronze. But he turned out to be a king. And the strongest king. I lost my blood power because I gave birth to a child. Otherwise, I would be the best master in the underworld. Yuan crossed her hands in front of her chest, turned her face away, and said angrily, "Yeah." Xiao Hejiang nodded. Killing 1,000 soldiers is not a joke. Yuan almost died, which stimulated Xiao Hejiang's strongest anger value. Otherwise, under normal conditions, killing one by one like this would really kill him to exhaustion. After that night, Xiao Hejiang slept in the inn for 3 days and 3 nights. Since he is not really weak, there is nothing that can't go to the front line together. Of course, the main reason is that he can't get rid of him. He is so powerful. Maybe he will arrive earlier than Yuan. After Jiang woke up, Yuan and her went to the village where the imperial army was stationed. The village was empty. It seemed that it had been attacked and evacuated quickly. Before coming, Yuan sent a pigeon to Yinglu. Yinglu knew that she would come and did not forget to mark it when evacuating. Yuan followed the mark deep into the valley and found the current stationing place of the army. Xiao Xinting led his army southward, including the garrisons in various cities taken over along the way. There were a total of 80,000 troops. Currently, 60,000 were stationed in major county towns outside Yuqing. Forming a siege on Yuqing, 20,000 followed Xiao Xinting to face the enemy head-on. Among these 20,000 people, more than 1,000 were killed or wounded. Old Chui and the doctors in the army were busy every day and did not even have much time to eat. Madam, please come this way. Yinglu took Yuan and Xiao Hejiang to a temporary tent that he built specifically for them. It was somewhat similar to a felt tent, but not very large. And some emergency medicinal materials were placed in it, so it was even more cramped. I'm afraid I have to trouble Madam and Madam. Yinglu felt that the environment here was harsh, and it was not a place they should come to. Yuan shook her head. It's okay. Where is Marshal Xiao? He went to scout outside Yuqing. He's been gone for a while, and should be back soon. Last night, we went to kill the puppet master of the Saint Clan. I don't know if they will make any moves today. By the way, we also found something very strange. Yinglu told Yuan and the others that 1,000 people were missing from a camp of the Saint Clan army. Yuan glanced at her mother, and saw that she was looking up at the sky. Up at the sky. And up at the sky again. Yinglu also noticed Xiao Hejiang's strangeness, and his eyes widened. Are they going to ambush you? Yuan hummed, which was considered as acquiescence. They were very careful along the way, but the news still leaked out. So they were ambushed by the Saint Clan. Are you okay? Yinglu asked worriedly. Yuan looked at her mother with a hard word. With my mother here? Of course it's okay. Yinglu, isn't this a collapse of the character? In this way, Yinglu and Yingshisan can be said to be relieved, in order to maintain the character of the lady in front of the young lady and the master. They have suffered too much. They dare not say anything they want to say. Seeing the young master and the prince take the blame. It's good now. And they can finally be themselves again. My father doesn't know yet. Yuan poured a bucket of cold water on them, and their smiles froze. Xiao Xinting was not surprised. The king of Yin would not hide such a major secret from him. He had already explained the general situation in the letter. Since the character has collapsed, let's just collapse it to the end. Anyway, Yu Shaoqing is not here, right? When Yuan followed Old Chui to treat the wounded, Xiao Xinting and Xiao Hejiang secretly started to do things. Although the puppet master died, there would still be casualties in a serious battle. After all, the strength of the Saint Clan army is there. They have very terrible combat power without the puppet master controlling them. Let's do this first. Xiao Xinting thought of a very sinister way to weaken the opponent's strength. First, Xiao Xinting led a team of death warriors to sneak into the first camp they attacked that night. Set a fire, burned the food and ran away. There were actually only 20 of them. In terms of martial arts, those death warriors were not the strongest, but their lightness skills were first class. They ran fast and were not easy to be caught up. 10 of them set the fire, and the remaining 10 rode their horses back and forth halfway, beating drums and shouting, making a posture of an army of hundreds of people. The 10 people who escaped went to another direction, making a posture of an army of hundreds of people. In this way, the Saint Clan army was confused. The city gate was closed well, and the soldiers of the Great Joe in the city had long been cleared by them. Where did these more than 1,000 people come from? Could it be the remnants in the city? If it is said that there will be masters of the Great Joe sneaking into the city, the Saint Clan will believe it. After all, no matter how tight their defense is, it is only for ordinary soldiers. If they really encounter a very powerful master, their defense will not be of much use. But there shouldn't be thousands of such masters, right? If they were so powerful, they would have fought to the death long ago. All the saints thought that there were remnants hidden in the city that had not been successfully cleared out. The commander of the first camp said, "You take 200 people to chase them, and you take 300 people to clear out the remnants in the city. Do you need to notify the troops in other camps? No. It's just a small matter. There's no need to alarm everyone." Yes. The first camp sent out 500 people in batches. 200 people went to the woods to chase, and they were killed by Xiao Hejiang in a short while. The other 300 people went towards the city, and they were also killed by Xiao Hejiang, who chased them in a short while. Just like that day in the town, killing 1,000 people in one breath must have overdrawn Xiao Hejiang. Xiao Shinting estimated that 500 people a day. No more. No less. Just right. When they went to launch the surprise attack, it was almost evening, and the 500 men had not returned. The commander did not take it seriously, and just assumed that they were still on duty. As a result, the next day, Xiao Shinting came to burn the food and grass again. However, the Saint Clan army had strengthened its vigilance, and there was no food and grass for him to burn. So he burned the commander's pants. Commander, is this, being chased and desperate, taking revenge for humiliation? Or is it another wave of people? Xiao Shinting ran away after burning. The Saint Clan army was so angry. If you have the guts, don't run. Stay. Let's fight. The commander was a little angry. Killing people is not enough. But what does it mean to burn his pants? The other party is very arrogant. The commander was furious and sent out another 500 troops. This time he wanted to catch them alive. He wanted to see what kind of bastard burned his big flowered pants. As expected, these 500 people were killed by Xiao Hejiang again. At night, the commander of the first camp of the Saint Clan finally realized that something was wrong. 1,000 people were sent out, and none of them came back. He endured it all night, and early in the morning of the third day, he sent another 500 people to look for him. As a result, he disappeared without saying a word. He finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Just as he was about to pass on the message to the other major camps to remind them to be vigilant, he received a note shot into his tent with an arrow. "Your underpants are in my hands. If you want them back, meet at Dongliupo tomorrow night at 11 p.m. Don't bring anyone else with you, or I'll burn them for you to see." The commander was upset after reading this. Where did these lunatics come from? He could understand stealing gold, silver, jewelry, or even a seal. But what about stealing underpants? Did he steal his underpants? No. It was his dignity as a man. "Sir, beware of an ambush," said the confidant. The commander said, "Do I need you to remind me? Of course I know there is an ambush. Go and count the 1,000 elite soldiers, and follow me to Dong Lupa tomorrow night. Any conspiracy will only collapse in the face of absolute strength." He doesn't believe that he can lose 1,000 elite soldiers to a group of useless remnants. Of course, 1,000 elite soldiers are terrible, if they are not angered to a certain extent. Even Xiao Hejiang can't guarantee that he can knock down all the 1,000 people like that night. So, from the perspective of the commander, his decision is not wrong. Unfortunately, what the commander doesn't know is that they are facing more than just a master. There are no traps in the forest, no hidden bows and arrows, and sharp weapons. However, when everyone enters the depths of the forest, tens of thousands of poisonous insects and poisons break out of the ground. Under the pressure of the king of 10,000 Gu, the pilgrim army swarms in. On ordinary days, These small poisonous creatures would not pose a threat to them at all. But in the dark night, countless poisonous creatures and insects caused an unspeakable psychological pressure on everyone. And the Saint Clan's army was suddenly in chaos. At this moment, Xiao Heijiang, who was dormant in the dark, fell from the sky and began her hunt. Xiao Gugu, Ing San, Jun Chang'an, and Xiao Xinting were also busy. Their combat effectiveness was not as good as Xiao Heijiang, but together they were a force that should not be underestimated. The commander fled. Behind him, 1,000 troops were destroyed. Letting him go was to let him report the news. They had done so many things, but the master hiding in the camp had not yet appeared. This time they had done a big deal, and they believed that the man was not far from appearing. In less than 5 days, the Saint Clan's army had reduced its strength by 3,500, while the Great Zhou had not lost a single soldier, except for a few death warriors who were slightly injured in the process of carrying out their mission. There were no casualties. This news was undoubtedly inspiring, and the low morale suddenly rose. Of course, they understood that all this was not only the credit of Marshal Xiao and the Shadow Guard, but also that unknown master. They had never seen her face, nor had they heard her name. They had only seen her figure from afar. She was wearing black armor, tight and cold, with a slender waist and a heroic appearance. They didn't know why such a small body could hide such terrible power. In short, they secretly called her the Black Phoenix. "Who is that person?" Yin Huijing asked Jun Chang'an in the tent. "I don't know," Jun Chang'an said. Yin Huijing looked at him deeply. "You have carried out so many missions with her. Didn't you hear what Xiao Xinting and Ing San called her?" "No," Jun Chang'an said. Yin Huijing frowned. "You should know what she looks like." "Right. What does the prince want to do?" Jun Chang'an asked back. "If such a master can be used by me." Yin Huijing didn't say the rest. Such a master, who can defeat thousands of troops alone. Who doesn't want to have her? She came to the army with Yuan. Is she a master of the young master's mansion? Or was she sent by Nanjiao to protect Yuan? Jun Chang'an said seriously, "I think it is unlikely that she will serve your highness." Jun Chang'an looked at Yin Huijing sympathetically. Yin Huijing thought that he lost to Yin Jiuqiao because of his father. Yin Huijing was wrong. He was not only defeated by his father, but also by his father-in-law and mother-in-law. The army of Dezhou moved back to the village, without any casualties in Dezhou. The army of the Holy Clan lost as many as 3,500 people. Although this number is not a serious injury to the 100,000-man army, it is a bit scary to think that Dezhou did not lose a single soldier. In the past few days, for safety reasons, Xiao Xinting did not allow Ing Lu to enter Yuqing to inquire. But even without asking, the sudden reinforcement of the defense on the city wall can show the importance of the Saint Clan army. The puppet master is dead, and the soldiers of the Great Zhou will no longer face the fate of becoming puppets of the other party after death and fighting with their compatriots. But this does not mean that the Great Zhou can be careless. The Saint Clan still has nearly 100,000 powerful troops. If the Saint Clan army comes out in full force at this time, masters like Xiao Heijiang will definitely be fine. But ordinary soldiers are hard to say. In order to win this battle, they still need to continue to weaken the strength of the other party's masters. Isn't there a saying that you should shoot the horse first when shooting a man? And you should capture the king first when capturing a thief? If you are not a match in terms of military strength, then lure out their masters and kill them first. On the 10th day after Yuan and Jian came here, the two sides started the second real battle. The north gate of Yuqing opened, and the Saint Clan army of the first camp, led by the commander, walked out majestically. They set up their formation, and the gate closed behind them. In fact, the first, second, and even the 8th camps were all ranked by Ing Lu. Ing Lu didn't know what their camps were called, and he didn't need to know. After 3,500 soldiers were killed, they had less than 7,000 people left. However, it seems that the word only is not very appropriate, as if they are so weak. In fact, the 7,000 troops of the Saint Clan did not have much pressure to deal with the 70,000 troops of the Great Zhou. Therefore, when Xiao Xinting led the 20,000 troops behind him and walked out in a heroic manner, the Saint Clan army did not take the other side seriously at all. The commanders all knew that there was a powerful master in the Great Zhou who could play with poisonous insects. But today they no longer had to fear that master, because their master was here too. The commander glanced at Xiao Xinting with contempt, raised his arm and waved, and the Saint clan army, which was ready for battle, suddenly made several steps to the sides in unison. Starting from the center, 8 majestic Saint clan masters were seen carrying a sedan chair. Walking from the rear of the army with an arrogant look, Ing Shirsan and Ing Lu rode on horseback beside Xiao Shinting. They recognized the strength of the 8 people at a glance. They were all semi-saints, and almost all of them were about to reach the realm of Saint King. Using semi-saints as sedan bearers for oneself was much cooler than Sikong Chanfeng, who used Shura to carry the sedan chair. The sedan bearers were so powerful. What realm of master was the man on the sedan chair? The two were full of doubts. Did you see it? Xiao Shinting asked in a low voice. The two shook their heads. This was the first time that they could not see the realm of the other party. I think he should have surpassed the Saint King, Ing Lu said in a low voice. They had come into contact with the Saint King, but they could recognize any master of this realm. Whether it was the beginner or the peak, more powerful than the Holy King, what would that be? Xiao Shinting hadn't heard of anything above that. It's the Holy Lord, Ing Shirsan said. I heard Grandma mention it, but it was just a mention, and he didn't know much. He only knew that the Holy Lord was a master more powerful than the Holy King. How powerful he was said to be on a different level, like the deep sea and the lake. Then, can Jiang Batian beat him? Xiao Shinting asked again. In the past, no matter how Ing Shirsan asked, Ing Shirsan's answer would always be, of course I can beat him. But now, he is not so sure. The terrible degree of the Holy Lord has long exceeded their cognition, and he is not sure how powerful he is. When Jiang Batian made a big fuss in the Holy Clan, the real top masters of the Holy Clan were all in seclusion. If even the Holy Lord came out of seclusion, it would be uncertain who would win or lose. On the stands 100 meters away, Yin Huijing also felt the unusualness of the battlefield. He asked Jun Chanan, who was standing beside him. That person seems very powerful. Can Black Phoenix beat him? Because he didn't know Xiao He Zhang's identity. He had to follow the people in the barracks and call her Black Phoenix. Jun Chanan didn't say anything. Although he had seen Xiao He Zhang's strength, he had never seen the Saint Clan Master. He instinctively felt that the other party was very dangerous. Not the kind of fatal danger, but the danger of destroying the world. As for the 20,000 soldiers, they didn't have this kind of distress. In their hearts, Black Phoenix was the god of killing who had no war. No matter who came, it would be useless. They would all become the dead souls under the knife of Black Phoenix. The soldiers of Dezhou began to beat drums to cheer for Black Phoenix. Yuan had just bandaged the wound of a wounded man. She heard the deafening drum sound, and her blood surged. Madam, do you want to go and see? Pinger asked. Yuan nodded. She was almost done with the work here. She packed up and took Pinger to cheer for the Black Phoenix in the soldiers' minds. Unlike the Southern Saint King, although the Southern Saint King also advanced to the Saint Venerable that night, he was beaten back to his original form by Xiao He Jiang just after the promotion and before he stabilized. The master this time had already stabilized in the Saint Venerable realm for many years. As soon as he breathed out, Xiao Shinting immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Hack you! However, the breath of the saint did not stay on the others for too long, and all rushed toward Xiao He Jiang. There were no complicated moves, no gorgeous skills, just real killing moves. He wanted to kill this woman and pay tribute to the souls of the 3,000 soldiers. The blazing pressure, like a volcanic eruption, swept Xiao He Jiang. Everyone's eyes seemed to be burned, and they couldn't bear to see what was happening to Xiao He Jiang. The saint of the Saint clan snorted coldly and raised his hand to collect the other party's body. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the blazing pressure he released was suddenly rolled into an invisible fireball and hit him head-on. He didn't have time to dodge and fell off the sedan chair. Almost at the same time, a black shadow shot towards him like an arrow, grabbed his collar, took him up into the air, and slammed him into the wall of Yuching. A human figure immediately appeared on the wall. The Saint Clan army was stunned. What's going on? Is that woman alive? Did she just slap their supreme saint into the wall? More than just slap him into the wall. I can also dig him out. Xiao He Jiang decisively dug the saint out, continued to grab the saint's collar and flew into the air, and slammed him into the wall again. The saint had no power to fight back. Next, Xiao He Jiang began her performance. She dug the saint out, slapped him in, dug him out, changed to another place to slap him in, dug him out again. and changed to another place to slap him in. A whole row of people were slapped on the wall. At first glance, those human-shaped pits looked like a row of people holding hands and sticking to the wall. They were so neat. For the first time in her life, Yuan wondered if her mother had some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder? So neat. The Holy Lord is the Holy Lord. If the Holy King was slapped like this by Xiao Hejiang, he would have fallen in realm long ago. But the Holy Lord's realm is still very good. Not bad. He can take a beating. Xiao Hejiang had a lot of fun. Xiao Jinting looked at the person, who was constantly digging holes on the wall, with a confused look on his face. Thinking, should I remind her not to always build on one side of the wall? The change happened in the next moment. Everyone thought it was a crushing victory without suspense. And even the Holy Lord almost gave up resistance. However, when Xiao Hejiang slapped the Holy Lord into the wall again, he found that he didn't get in. Xiao Hejiang hummed, grabbed the Holy Lord and slapped him hard on the wall. Still failed to get in. Not only that, she also found that her inner strength was fading, and she suddenly had difficulty holding the saint's hand. The saint was also confused. Was this woman finally tired of beating? It was not easy. If she didn't get tired, he would die. But soon, the saint found that it was not just tired. His body fell rapidly, and with him fell the woman who seemed to have endless strength. Yuan Hua was horrified. Mother. It all happened too fast. When Ning Shersan wanted to fly over to catch Xiao Hejiang, it was too late. Xiao Hejiang slapped the ground with her backhand and used her inner strength to support her body. She finally landed smoothly. But this time, she also used up her last bit of strength. She couldn't get up. Everyone was stunned again. What's going on? She was fine just now. Why did she suddenly seem to have lost all her strength? Did the Saint Lord counterattack? To be honest, the Saint Lord was also confused. He didn't make a move. So why did this woman fall? Without time to think, the Saint Lord made an extremely bold decision in a flash. No matter why this woman suddenly lost her power, now was the perfect time to kill her. No! That bastard is going to kill someone. Xiao Jinting grabbed the bow and shot an arrow at the Saint Lord. Ning Shersan quickly rushed toward Xiao Hejiang. Little goo. Yuan also released the little goo. If these can stop the Saint Lord, then is he still the Saint Lord? The Saint Lord sneered and waved his hand back. The powerful Saint Lord's pressure formed an invisible barrier around him, blocking the attacks of the three people firmly. Kill this woman. Now! After being beaten by Xiao Hejiang for so long, Saint Zun's strength has actually declined a bit. But it is more than enough to deal with a woman who is powerless. Right? Saint Zun stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Hejiang's heart fiercely. At the critical moment, a spear, with the force of thunder, suddenly broke through the air, and the sharp sound was like a dragon's roar, which frightened everyone's heart fiercely. The spear penetrated Saint Zun's pressure, broke Saint Zun's barrier, pierced Saint Zun's heart, and threw him out, and nailed him to the city wall mercilessly. Saint Zun opened his eyes in disbelief. In a golden light, a young man was more dazzling than the golden light of the scorching sun. Like a 9-day god, coming with judgment and punishment. With a cold look. Chapter 756 Finale 6. Everyone felt the power of this young man. But no one was willing to believe what they saw. Especially Yin Huijing, whose eyes almost popped out. How could it be? Yin Huijing was incoherent. Yes, how could it be him? Jun Chaman was no less shocked than him. They thought of thousands of possibilities. But none of them was the man in front of them. Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Yin Jiuqiao. He came, like a god, like any other time. But it seemed a little different. He became more powerful, enough to make all the masters in the world look up to him. Xiao Jinting's heart was also beating like a drum. The child who needed his protection had grown up and stood in front of everyone, becoming the one who protected others. While everyone was digesting the shock in their hearts, Yin Jiuqiu's attack did not stop. The powerful internal force of the Changsheng Ju was like a raging thunder, which struck the saint one after another. Yin Jiuqiu did not give him any room to fight back. Nor did he take it lightly because he was nailed to the city wall. Every move was a killing move. And every move was a thunderous force. The saint finally realized that he no longer had a chance to survive. And he began to burn his life. Not good. He is going to self-destruct. Jun Chang'an frowned. The self-destruction of a saint is no less than that of a soul demon. I am afraid that all 30,000 people present will die in this war regardless of whether they are enemies or friends. However, there was no fear on the faces of the Saint Clan army. It seemed that they had already sacrificed their lives like the holy god from the moment they set out on the journey. Retreat! All retreat! Xiaoshenting shouted. The soldiers of the Great Zhou began to retreat rapidly. But this was not of much use. Once the saint self-destructed, no one could escape. However, what the saint did not expect was that just as he was about to self-destruct, Yin Jiuqiu suddenly transformed his internal force into a blade and fiercely hit his dantian. Almost at the same time, the internal force of the Changshengju in his dantian turned into thousands of tiny thunders, which traveled through his body and shattered all his tendons. He fell completely before he could self-destruct. The Saint Clan army was angry. The commander pointed his sword to the sky and roared with thunder, "Revenge for the saint! Revenge for the saint! Revenge for the saint! Revenge for the saint!" The Saint Clan army was magnificent and roared like a beast. Xiaoshenting's expression suddenly became complicated. Otherwise, why is it said that the Saint Clan army is difficult to deal with? Even if the most powerful masters were killed, they can still maintain such discipline and morale. This alone is not comparable to ordinary soldiers. This group of people used to be able to fight 100 at a time. Now they are in high spirits, and their potential has doubled. They are no weaker than when they have the help of puppet masters. If a real fight breaks out, I am afraid that these 20,000 troops will not be enough for the other side to deal with. But they have retreated too many times. This time, with a backer like Yin Jiuqiu. If they cannot charge into battle once, then in the future, even if they save their lives, their morale will never be revived. Therefore, it is better to die in battle than to retreat. Xiaoshenting clenched the long sword in his hand, tightened the reins, and took the lead charge. "Kill those bastards," the commander sneered. Since they came out, they did not plan to go back alive. They failed to protect the venerable. All of them were willing to die to apologize. But if they could drag 20,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou to die before dying, it seemed to be a good deal. This was a brutal fight. The soldiers of the Great Zhou were not afraid. But Xiaoshenting had already rushed out, and the regent was also fighting on the front line. They had no reason to retreat. "Kill! Brothers! Fight with them! Fight with the Saint Clan!" The soldiers of the Great Zhou rushed towards the Saint Clan army with all their might. "Don't overestimate your own abilities," the commander said arrogantly, looking at Yin Jiuqiu, who was standing still in the air. Yin Jiuqiu was like a god looking down on the world, with endless indifference and coldness in his eyes. But he was not afraid. What's going on? His army is about to be destroyed. How can he be so calm? Does he think that he can destroy the 7,000-strong army of the Saint Clan in a snap? Ah, there is a way. Self-destruction. But self-destruction does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Not only will the Saint Clan army die, but the soldiers of the Great Zhou will also be buried with them. This man should not be so stupid. But why does he look so unconcerned? Doesn't he care about the life and death of the soldiers of the Great Zhou? Is he going to let his soldiers fight to the death with the Saint Clan army, while he will just sit on the sidelines and watch? For some reason, the commander suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Woo-woo. A loud horn sounded from the distant sky. Then, there was the sound of splashing water. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Yinshan Navy!" On the canal several miles away, the Yinshan Navy was riding the wind and waves. The commander didn't understand. They were not fighting in the water. Would the Navy be useful? They were several miles away. Could the Navy's crossbows and catapults aim at them? If they really fought, bows and arrows or hurling stones would be indiscriminate attacks. The person who came up with this idea, did he lose his mind? The commander almost laughed. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Behind the warships of the Yinshan Navy, a series of strong figures rose into the air, like eagles flapping their wings, and flew towards the Saint Clan army waving flags and shouting. The formation of the Saint Clan army was broken by them at once. There were only a few hundred of them, and there was no comparison in numbers with the nearly 7,000 Saint Clan troops. But their fighting power made everyone shudder. The leader was a man in black armor, with long hair, bloodshot eyes, and a small milk bottle hanging around his waist. He rushed into the Saint Clan army, grabbed a Saint Clan soldier who was about to attack Yuan, and tore him in half with his bare hands. The powerful pressure swept across the entire battlefield, and everyone was shocked by his roar. Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. It's Shura. My own grandma Shura. He came with the Shura army from Hades. One Shura is enough to kill everyone. Not to mention hundreds of Shuras. The Saint Clan army was instantly dispersed. And the wailing was earth-shaking. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Great Joe felt like they were alive again. They followed behind Shura and fought fiercely. The situation on the battlefield was quickly reversed by the addition of the Shura army. The Saint Clan army, who had planned to drag the soldiers of the Great Joe as scapegoats a second ago, felt a trace of fear from the bottom of their bones at this moment. If there were people buried with them when they died, then they would not have lost anything. But the problem was that they would have died in vain. Can they bear this? Thousands of Saint Clan soldiers were killed or wounded in an instant, while the soldiers of the Great Joe, under the protection of the Shura army, became more and more courageous. Seeing that the situation was not good, the commander ran away, but was swept by the nice Shura, who grabbed his collar and threw him to the ground, dying on the spot. This was the first overwhelming victory of the Great Joe since the two sides fought. The soldiers were so excited that they cried. Xiao Shinting ordered his men to stay and clean up the battlefield, while Yan Jiuchao took Xiao Heijiang back to the tent. Nai Shura sat at the door, gulping down milk. He felt a little lonely without his little friend. After Nai Shura broke through, he became the king of all the underworld Shuras. After he subdued those little brothers, the first thing he did was to bring them all back to the Great Joe. The Sikong family was caught off guard. It was like a child that they had raised was suddenly kidnapped by a scumbag, and they could never get him back. The Sikong family wanted to kill Nai Shura, but there was nothing they could do. The person had already left, and they couldn't catch up. Besides, when they said that they were going to protect Jioch and Awan, could the Sikong family still say anything? In the eyes of the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Shura army was a very powerful existence. Much more powerful than the Saint Clan army. If they hadn't been there today, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty would have been in a bloodbath. They all wanted to come over to express their friendship and gratitude to the Shura army. But what did they see? A Shura boss sitting on a small stool outside the tent drinking milk? However, what's the big deal about one Shura drinking milk? Have you ever seen 500 Shuras drinking milk together? It was a dark mass outside the tent. There were not enough small stools, so only the boss could sit. The rest of the Shuras squatted on the ground, holding small milk bottles in both hands, gulping down milk. The scene was so spectacular that it was a miracle. The soldiers of the Great Zhou felt that they were not feeling well. Could it be that the secret of their lack of strength was because they did not drink milk? Inside the tent, Xiao Heijiang fell asleep. Yuan and Yan Jiuchao were guarding her by the bed, and Ying Lu and Ying Shusan were also there. Yuan felt her pulse, and she was worried that she had taken it wrong. So she asked Ying Shusan to call Old Chui to feel Zhang's pulse again. Old Chui heard about what happened on the battlefield. The invincible Black Phoenix suddenly lost its power, and was nearly killed by the Holy Lord. His first reaction was that Jiang was poisoned, but his second reaction was that it was not the case. Her martial arts skills were so high that even the red-crowned crane could not cause fatal damage to her, except for the strange poison of time. However, the symptoms of time poisoning were not the same as when she was on the battlefield. So, he had never figured out what was wrong with Jiang until he felt her pulse. What's wrong? Yuan asked. Old Chui stuffed Jiang's arm back into the quilt, nodded, and sighed. Yes, she is pregnant. Her sudden loss of martial arts should be related to this. Yuan smiled with relief. She held Yan Jiuchu's hand. Mother is pregnant. I will be a sister again. It's good that she is not poisoned, nor that there are other problems. Losing martial arts is not the most important thing compared to life. Besides, pregnancy is a great joy. But why did my mother lose her power when she was pregnant? Old Chui stroked his beard. I was wondering. She was so capable of doing things. Why didn't she do anything naughty in the village all those years? Now that I think about it, it's probably related to this. Zhang's martial arts skills are extremely high, but no one knows how high they are. But everything in the world has its own laws, which is that it can't escape a double-edged sword. Just like the Chansheng Ju, which is the most powerful martial arts of the saint and witch tribes. But at the same time, it also has a fatal weakness. The full moon night. If the martial arts practiced by Jiang also have weaknesses, could it be that she can't get pregnant and have children? Of course, this doesn't mean that she can't give birth to offspring. But the cost of giving birth to her is huge. She first gave birth to Yuan, and then gave birth to Xiao Taidan. Perhaps her softness over the years was not all pretended. Of course, it's not credible to say that she is really that sick. Old Chui felt her pulse, and her power did disappear temporarily. But her body was fine. Old Chui looked at her sympathetically, and asked you to pretend to be sick. Now, you pretended, and it became real. I'm not sure if my guess is right, but I can't find a more reasonable possibility, Old Chui said. What do you think? Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu nodded. He agreed with Old Chui's guess. Otherwise, it couldn't explain the performance of this big devil breaking into the palace to shave his hair. This is simply that he has not been a demon for many years, and almost went crazy. Okay? The power of Chan Shengju disappears for a few days every month. But her power does not disappear for several years. And once it disappears for several years. Old Chui thought about how someone looked after recovering from the injury, and patted Yuan's shoulder sympathetically. In these years, be free and easy. When someone's power is restored, no one can expect to have a peaceful life. Little Black Jiang slept soundly. Seeing that there was nothing to do here, Ing Shursen winked at Ing Lu and took Old Chui out. The tent fell silent. Yuan fetched some water, wrung out a towel, and wiped Jiang's face. While wiping, she asked Yin Jiuqiu, "Are you okay? Is the poison removed?" "Yes, it's removed," Yin Jiuqiu said. After Yuan wiped Jiang's face and hands, she came out with a basin of water and pulled open the screen for Jiang. She put down the basin, walked quietly to Yin Jiuqiu's side, and felt his pulse. His pulse was finally normal, and there seemed to be a power in his body that she couldn't describe. Is it the secret of longevity? Yuan raised her head and looked at him steadily. Another breakthrough? Yes. Yin Jiuqiu nodded. His eyes fell on her fair face, hiding all his tenderness. Yuan had lost some weight due to hard work these days, and her chubby little cheeks disappeared, and she was thin again to her original oval face. Yin Jiuqiu raised his hand and pinched it, but there was not much flesh left. Yuan took his hand. Yin Jiuqiu. How are the children? Yin Jiuqiu looked at her and said, "They are all fine. How about you?" "I am fine too." Yuan smiled, held his hand, and strolled in the endless night. It seemed that they had never really had a peaceful life since they got married. They were always running around, and even a night on the battlefield made her feel that the years were peaceful. Yin Jiuqiu was never a talkative person, and Yuan was not either. But after marrying Yin Jiuqiu, she became one. She liked talking to him, and liked hearing his answers. Yuan shook their clasped hands. Yin Jiuqiu. "Where do you want to go after the war?" "I don't want to go anywhere," Yin Jiuqiu said. It was really unromantic. Yuan pouted. "I want to go." "Where?" Yin Jiuqiu asked. "Well," Yuan looked towards the southeast. "Let's go to Yanqing first, and see where you lived when you were a child." "Okay. I'll take you there. Then, let's go to Xiongnu. I heard from Princess Cheng that the grassland there is very large. Larger than all the grasslands in the Central Plains combined." "Okay. I'll take you there. Where else do you want to go?" Yin Jiuqiu asked. Yuan looked up and thought for a while. "I also want to go to the Gobi Desert. I heard that the sunset there is very beautiful." "Okay." Yin Jiuqiu agreed. Yuan suddenly smiled, stopped, and looked at him with her bright eyes without blinking. "We will really win this battle. Right?" Yin Jiuqiu put her hair that was messed up by the night wind behind her ears. "Yes. I promise you." The two looked at each other affectionately. And not far away, someone was watching the scene quietly. Yin Jiuqiu didn't even look at the man, but just kept looking at Yuan. "He hasn't given up yet. If you had known, you shouldn't have saved him when you were in Shuzhou." Yuan looked in the direction of Yin Huijing and shook her head helplessly. "I wasn't the one who saved him." He recognized the wrong person. Yin Jiuqiu looked at Yuan strangely. The intelligence he found didn't say that. Yuan lowered her eyes and played with his hand. "Yin Jiuqiu. Wait until the war is over. I will tell you a secret." "What secret?" Yin Jiuqiu said. "My origins," Yuan said. Yin Jiuqiu looked at her deeply. "Okay. In the midst of war, such warmth is rare." The two held hands and took a walk for a while, then returned to their posts to do their respective duties. Yuan had wounded to treat, and Yin Jiuqiu had combat plans to deploy. Yin Jiuqiu was doing a sand table simulation with Xiao Jinting and several generals in the army. Yin Jiuqiu gave everyone a thundering blow today. Who could have expected that the useless little madman in the past could suddenly transform himself into a person who checks and balances the saint? To be honest, they still feel that everything is not real. But when they pinch themselves, it really hurts. Suddenly, Xiaoshenting thought of something and slapped his thigh and said, "Oh, you are all not in the capital. The young master's mansion and a yin will not be in trouble." The generals were shocked. Yes, the regent is not in the capital. And the Shura army has also been brought to the front line. The young master's mansion will not be really isolated and helpless. Right? What if? They mean what if? The Saint clan sends experts to sneak into the capital and control the young master's mansion? The regent's biological father, biological son, biological daughter, and the crown prince of the Great Zhou are still in the young master's mansion. The people's worries are not without reason. It is true that the Saint clan army is stationed in Yucheng. But it is hard to guarantee that all their masters will stay here honestly. In fact, on the first night that Yan Jiuqiu fought with the Saint clan army, a team of masters from the Saint clan did break into the young master's mansion. But in terms of realm, they are not as good as the Saint Lord. But each of them is a well-trained killer. And they have only one goal: bloodbath the young master's mansion and take back the Holy Soul Pearl. The Holy Soul Pearl is in Yin Xiaoxi's hands. Yin Xiaoxi's favorite toys are a mirror and this pearl. She sleeps with it every night. The Holy Soul Pearl can enhance the power of the Saint clan. With it, the Saint clan army will become more invincible. This group of masters easily sneaked into the young master's mansion and solved all the young master's mansion guards, who blocked them. The wet nurse heard the sound of fighting and rushed to the cradle, intending to take Yin Xiaoxi out, but was knocked unconscious by a Saint clan killer. The killer saw the sleeping baby in the swaddling clothes, holding the treasure of their holy clan in her hand. The killer tried to grab it with his bare hands, but suddenly a small black shadow flew out from nowhere, like a small cannon, and knocked him away. The killer in the yard immediately became alert, drew his sword and rushed into the house. But unexpectedly, another dark shadow flashed over, and the man's body movement was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. The realm of that person was obviously not as good as theirs, but his body movement was too fast, just like a ghost, flashing between them. And when they reacted, half of the killers had fallen down. All died in a sword. Of course, there were still killers who got into the house through the window, but they were all knocked out by the small cannon. This scene stunned even the masters. It seemed that he understood that Yin Xiaoxi in the house would not be in danger. So he stopped rushing into the house and calmed down to deal with the killer in the yard. There is no killer who is truly fearless in the world, unless the threat is not strong enough. The last 5 killers were scared, exchanged glances with each other, and turned to run away. But the master did not give them a chance to escape. He raised his sword and cut off their throats with one sword. When the last Saint killer also fell to the ground, he walked away in the cold wind without looking back. Hell is empty, and Alwei is in the world. Alwei entered Yin Xiaoxi's room. Yin Xiaoxi had already woken up, looking around with eyes wide open. Alwei walked over and gently held Yin Xiaoxi in his arms. He used to be most afraid of children, but since he had 3 useless apprentices, he felt that his fatherly skills were lit up. The killing was too intense just now, and he didn't pay attention to the breath in the room. However, he knew that she was the little Saint King, since she was awake. Did it mean that the killers who broke into the room just now were blasted out by her with the power of the Saint King? Is it you, little Saint King? Alwei asked. Yin Xiaoxi did not respond, and she could not respond. She was only more than a month old. She turned her head and looked around. Alwei thought she was looking for someone. Yin Xiaoxi held the Holy Soul Orb in one hand and a small yellow flower in the other. The buds were bright and beautiful, and there was dew on the petals, as if they had just been picked from the tree. The village outside Yucheng has been converted into a huge military camp. Under Yin Jiuqiu's command, reinforcements from all sides gathered towards the village. How many people do we have in total? Yin Jiuqiu asked in the tent. 100,000. Xiaoshenting answered. How many of the Holy Clan's troops are left? Yin Jiuqiu asked. This time it was Ying Lu who answered. Yucheng originally had 80,000 people. 10,000 of them were destroyed, and there were 70,000 left. But didn't the young master say that the Saint Kings had told us there were 100,000 in total? I really don't understand where the other 20,000 went. Yin Jiuqiu paused and said, Awei came out of retreat before Shura. Before he returned to the Great Zhou, he went to the Ghost Clan. It is said that several Ghost Clan masters were captured. I don't know if they have any connection with the Saint Clan army. The truth is that although the 100,000 Saint Clan troops all started from the Saint Clan, they entered the Central Plains in batches. Among the last batch of people, the only one who knew how to get to the Central Plains died of illness. At that time, they happened to pass by the Ghost Clan, so they captured a few masters to lead the way. Among these masters, the one with the highest reputation is Adu, because Adu knows the people of Dazhou. He has eaten with them, drank soup with them, fallen off cliffs with them, and talked about each other's hometowns with them. However, Adu was lost in the back mountain of his home for 10 years. So you can imagine his ability to lead the way. Adu swore that he really led the way with his life. But he didn't know where he took the 20,000 saints. This is really a story that is sadder than sadness. Attack the city, Yin Jiucha said. You're crazy. Yin Huijing stood up suddenly. Even if we don't know where the 20,000 saints are, there are still 70,000 in the city. You've seen their fighting power. You're using only 100,000 troops to attack the city. Are you risking everyone's lives? Do you think you can sweep away the saints with just a few hundred shuras? You're too conceited. Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao glanced at Yin Huijing indifferently. If you're afraid of death, don't go. Anyway, no one requires you to go with them. Just stay in your tent and be your prince. Yin Huijing used to look down on Yin Jiuchao in terms of skill. But now even his martial arts skills have been crushed by Yin Jiuchao. When Yin Jiuchao released all his strength, he finally saw the gap between them. Yin Jiuchao's decision was undoubtedly crazy. But no one present thought that Yin Jiuchao was wrong. I think it's feasible, Xiao Shenting said. Take advantage of their low morale, and the fact that their 20,000 reinforcements have not arrived yet to kill them by surprise. I second the motion. I second the motion. Passed unanimously. In fact, it doesn't matter if it doesn't pass. At most, we can put a knife on the necks of these people and force them to reorganize their language. Yin Jiucha said that the siege was not a decision made on impulse. In fact, the reinforcements from Nanzhao have crossed the border and will soon arrive at another important gate of Yuqing. Yu Shaoqing and Helian Sheng led an army of 100,000. Dong Xianer, wearing red armor, was also in the expedition. You don't have to come, Helian Sheng said while riding on his horse. Dong Xianer, who was standing by, pulled the reins tightly and raised her eyebrows. I slept with you. I will be responsible for you. Helian Sheng. In the evening, Yin Jiuchao took the lead in attacking the north gate of Yuqing. The holy army on the tower fired stray arrows at Yin Jiuchao. The nature of war horses was to be frightened by the blazing fire. Only Yin Jiuchao's mount bravely moved forward and took the lead in the flames. It wants to be a war horse. The general is finally no longer the foal of the Witch King. It is a war horse. And it is itself. The moment Yin Jiuchao flew up to the tower, Nai Shura also flew up to the tower with his Shura army, fought with the guarding soldiers, and opened the city gate from the inside. After receiving the signal, Yu Shaoqing and his group also launched an attack on the south gate. I'll go first. Dong Xianer, dressed in red armor, flew into the air and flew over the tower. However, the opponent seemed to be prepared, and a dense net full of poisonous needles was cast down on her. Despicable. Dong Xianer was horrified, and she whipped the wall with her whip, trying to use the force to push herself away to avoid the large net full of poison needles. But the net was too big, and she couldn't get out. At the critical moment, Helian Sheng flew up, held her waist with one hand, and picked up the sword with the other hand, crushing the poison net. Dong Xianer instantly felt sweet in her heart. Her face turned red, and she buried her head in his chest. Tell me, do you have me in your heart? Helian Sheng didn't say anything, just loosened his arm, and Dong Xianer fell down. Ah! Stinky monk. I'm not done with you. The siege lasted a whole night, and then they rushed into the city. People in Yuqing kept escaping, and Yuan evacuated all those who could be evacuated, sent some who needed treatment to the town, and those who were too urgent stayed in the camp. Yuan and Lao Chui were busy. One had just finished her confinement, and the other was elderly. After a busy day, they sat on the ground, too lazy to even breathe. The victory news came at dawn on the 15th day. Yuan had just sutured the wound of a wounded soldier when she turned around and saw Pinga running in hurriedly. Madam! Madam! We won! The Saint Clan army surrendered. The Saint Clan army had 80,000 soldiers. and most of them were killed after a desperate fight. There were less than 20,000 soldiers left. They were out of ammunition and food. And all the masters were killed by Yin Jiuqiu. Among them, there was not even a half-saint-level general. They didn't want to fight anymore. Is Yin Jiuqiu coming back? Yuan's eyes sparkled. Yes. The young master is coming back, Pinger said with a smile. I'll wait for him. She wanted to be the first to see him. Yuan took off her gloves and went out with a sweet smile, like a little girl waiting for her lover. No one expected that at this time. A spear would fly towards her. She stood at the entrance of the village, looking forward to her husband. But the flying spear pierced her chest. Young madam, Pinger screamed. Yin Jiuqiu, who was riding on a horse, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yuan looked down at the spear, which was the spear Yin Jiuqiu used to shoot the saint. Yin Huijing rushed out, looking angrily at the saint who had hidden among them at some point, and slashed his neck with a sword. Yuan fell straight into a pool of blood. She looked towards the direction of the city gate and wanted to speak, but she could only spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Her fingertips moved slightly. Yin Jiuqiu. It hurts. Chapter 757 Epilogue. When Yin Jiuqiu returned to the tent, Yuan was already lying on a simple couch made of hay and a mattress. The conditions in the camp were harsh, and Yuan had never deliberately improved her food, clothing, and daily expenses. The spear in her body was pulled out, and old Cui did his best to rescue her. But the spear completely pierced Yuan's chest. Even if it did not pierce through the heart, it caused irreparable damage. It was not advisable not to pull out the spear, and pulling it out would cause a second wave of damage. Yuan's injuries were more serious than old Cui could imagine. Old Cui's hair had turned white. He ordered people to take out basins of blood. The candlelight in the tent shone on his old face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a feeling of helplessness that he had never felt before surged in his heart. The atmosphere in the camp made Yin Jiuqiu feel something was wrong from a distance. The noisy place suddenly seemed to be hidden by someone, and the whole world was silent. Yin Jiuqiu opened the tent and walked in. Yuan slept quietly on the bed, just like she did on any other night. But her pale face betrayed her, and she had never rested well since she came here. At this hour, she should have been busy with the wounded soldiers. Jiang sat by the bed, holding Yuan's hand tightly. She heard Yin Jiuqiu's footsteps. She turned her head, her red and swollen eyes full of grievance. Alwan can't be woken up. Yu Shaoqing also opened the curtain and walked in. What's wrong? What happened? His voice stopped abruptly when he saw Jiang's red and swollen eyes. His eyes passed Jiang and fell on the unconscious Yuan, and his face changed. What's wrong with Alwan? Jiang cried sadly, tears falling down. I can't wake Alwan. Yu Shaoqing immediately felt his head buzzing. He actually felt something was wrong when he entered the camp. He smelled a strong smell of blood from a distance, but he didn't think it was his daughters. After all, there were so many injured people in the camp. Right? Yu Shaoqing came to the bed in a daze, looking at his daughter's closed eyes, and the helmet in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Sam Ling. Jiang looked at him with tears in her eyes. She had never been so sad, nor had she really released so much vulnerability from the bottom of her heart. But her Alwan could not wake up, and she was really going to lose her. Yu Shaoqing held Jiang in his arms with trembling arms. No. Alwan will be fine. Alwan is blessed by heaven. She will definitely wake up. What happened? Yin Jiuqiu asked coldly. Pinger burst into tears and said, It's all my fault. I heard the news of the victory of the army. I ran to tell the young lady. The young lady. The young lady went to the village entrance to wait for the young master. As a result, she was ambushed. Yin Huijing didn't have many opportunities to get close to Yuan these days. First, Yuan was indeed very busy. And second, the place where Yuan was busy was unsightly. He didn't like to go to such bloody and dirty places. He had just investigated the situation and was about to visit Yuan. As soon as he entered the tent, he was grabbed by a cold big hand. Yin Jiuqiu grabbed his throat and pushed him out of the tent and onto a big tree opposite. The soldiers passing by were stunned. What happened? The regent and the prince fought? Yin Huijing's face flushed instantly. He struggled hard to get rid of Yin Jiuqiu's restraint, but found that Yin Jiuqiu's big hand was like an iron claw, and he couldn't shake it no matter what. The soldiers watching gradually increased. Yin Huijing's face turned blue and red, and he felt ashamed. He bit out a few words with difficulty. Yin Jiuqiu, what are you doing? Yin Jiuchu's eyes were like torches, and he said, I cleaned up the mess in the capital. I fought the battle in Yuchik. I took care of the lives of the people. I only asked you to do one thing. Keep an eye on the camp. Just one thing. You can't do it well. Yin Jiuchu pulled him to the ground. Yin Huijing fell on the spot and suffered internal injuries, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Jun Chang'an's eyes moved and he stepped forward. Regent, get out! Yin Jiuchu shouted angrily. And a strong murderous aura burst out, like an invisible beam of light, instantly shaking Jun Chang'an away. Everyone felt the monstrous murderous intent from Yin Jiuchu, and no one dared to say a word for Yin Huijing anymore. Everyone saw what Yuan did. She came to the border not long after giving birth, and before she finished her confinement, she ate and lived with everyone. She didn't have the airs of a princess. She was like a spinning top that kept spinning. Almost no one saw her rest properly. Not every wounded soldier came back clean. But she never avoided the bloody and dirty scenes. But she was not just a doctor. As early as when the regent decided to attack the city, she sent people to contact the government of nearby towns to prepare for the acceptance of disaster victims. The camp was not always peaceful. There were always some wars without gunpowder, and there were always disgusting disputes. She solved them all one by one. She had a kind heart and thunderous means. She made the regent and the soldiers who fought bloody battles worry-free. Everyone was angry that she was injured like this. The regent was right. He only left one thing for the prince. But the prince still messed it up. Yin Huijing also knew that he was to blame. He tried to excuse himself. But he could deceive others, but not himself. The saint escaped from the disaster victims in Yuching. He was seriously injured at the time, and held a hungry child in his arms. Perhaps the child made people less vigilant against him. Normal people or those with minor injuries were evacuated to the surrounding villages and towns. The remnant of the saint had a broken leg bone and needed urgent treatment. So he was carried into the tent of the wounded. Not every patient would be sent to Yuan. She was not a thousand-handed guanyin, and it was impossible for her to treat hundreds of wounded at the same time. But Yin Huijing had seen the wounded saint. But he didn't see any difference between the saint and other wounded. Yin Huijing sometimes wondered if Yin Jiuchu was here. Could he tell? Probably not. Right. However, Ing Shersan and Ing Lu thoroughly checked the tents of the wounded and found more than a dozen wounded people from the Saint clan, all of whom had sneaked in after Yin Jiuchu led his troops away. Yin Huijing had seen every one of them, but he didn't recognize any of them. Yin Jiuchu said coldly, "Go back to the capital. I don't want to see you now." If Yin Jiuchu really beat him up, some things might have been over. But Yin Jiuchu let him go peacefully, which seemed to be impossible to resolve. Yin Huijing wanted to say something, but was grabbed by the collar by Nai Xiaoluo and thrown out of the camp. Yin Jiuchu returned to the tent. "Let's go first and let Jiuchu accompany Awan." Yu Shaoqing took Jiang out. Yin Jiuchu sat down by the bed. He rode his horse very fast, just to see her first. But he didn't expect to see her who would never wake up again. "Young master." The Saint clan. Ing Shersan chased in. "Kill!" Yin Jiuchu said. "What?" In Xiao Shinting's tent. A general named Zhao was furious. "The regent wants to kill? Who to kill? Those Saint clan soldiers who have surrendered to the great Zhou? They have already surrendered. Since ancient times, surrendered soldiers have not been killed. This is an unwritten rule. Yes, surrendered soldiers cannot be killed. This is against the rules. If it gets out, people will laugh at our great Zhou. That's right. These few people are not worth much, so they can be killed. But surrendered soldiers cannot be killed. Otherwise, the regent will probably be recorded in the history books." Record is a euphemism. I'm afraid that people in the future will curse him for thousands of years? This is too bloodthirsty. Xiao Shinting didn't say anything. From the perspective of a court official, those surrendered soldiers should not be killed, but from the perspective of a father, his son lost his beloved, and he wanted to rush out and kill those bastards. Marshal Xiao, this is not appropriate. You should go and persuade the regent. He led the army to resist the invasion of the Holy Clan. His merits are unparalleled, and he should be remembered forever. But don't let a single thought go wrong and be cursed for thousands of years," a trusted general said earnestly. Xiao Shinting pressed his head in embarrassment. As soon as he opened his mouth, a guard rushed in a panic. "Oh no! The Shura army is gone." Yuan was injured, and the grandmother Shura was angry. He took his younger brother and rushed into the camp of the Holy Clan at all costs, slaughtering all the Holy Clan troops stranded in Yuching. not sparing a single one. What is Shura? It's a demon. Just because of San Xiaodan and Yuan, they became the demons that protected them. Once Yuan was gone, they would be the demons that avenged her. Capital: Young Master's Mansion. Prince Yin was reviewing memorials. Every day, pigeons were sent to the border. But today they were late, and they didn't arrive until nightfall. Prince Yin had an ominous premonition in his heart. He opened the window and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. However, he didn't look for long before the shining starry sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. A strong wind blew in the yard, and all the memorials and documents on the table were blown over. He hurriedly closed the window to pick it up, but felt a flash of light in the sky. And then a thunderclap exploded in the sky, which made his head buzz. Woo wow! Yin Xiuxi in the side room cried. The three little eggs opened their eyes at the same time, sat up at the same time, threw off the quilt and jumped off the ground, running out barefoot. Ah! When crossing the threshold, Xiaobao fell down. The king of Yin was just about to come over to see how the children were. And seeing this scene, he hurriedly walked forward and picked up Xiaobao. Are you okay? Are you hurt? He asked. Xiaobao's eyes were red. What's wrong? Does it hurt? The king of Yin asked again. Xiaobao choked and didn't speak. The king of Yin looked at her Bao and Debao again, and saw that they were also scared. Don't be afraid. It's just thunder. The king of Yin hugged the three little eggs in his arms. In the nurse's room, Yin Xiuxi was crying heart-wrenchingly. The nurse held her and walked around the room, but she couldn't stop her. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? The little lady doesn't cry normally. She didn't wet her pants, didn't eat, and just cried with her fists. Thunder and lightning. Her cry resounded through the sky. Yuan was injured like this, and old Chui was helpless. But everyone actually had another candidate in mind. That is the Witch King Zhou Jin. Nia Wanru also suffered a similar serious injury at the beginning, and it was the Witch King who saved her life. Zhou Jin is better than the master, and his witch power is even higher than the Witch King. He will definitely save Yuan. Old Chui gave Yuan the holy medicine of the underworld. This medicine is said to have the effect of resurrecting the dead. But when used on Yuan, it only allows her to maintain the most basic breathing and heartbeat. Yu Shaoqing set out at night and rode the general to the witch tribe. Although the general can travel thousands of miles a day, the Great Zhou is far away from the Wu clan. It may take 3 or 2 months to travel without sleep. Fortunately, Zhou Jin was on his way to the Great Zhou, and they met in Nanjiao. Yu Shaoqing asked, Did you predict that Awan was in trouble and came to help Awan in advance? Zhou Jin shook his head. I can't predict Sister Wan's fortune. I came to visit Sister Wan and the little Saint King. Zhou Jin did not lie. He could predict anyone except Yuan, and he didn't understand what happened. Yu Shaoqing said, Don't talk about this. Come with me to Yuqing quickly. You must save Awan. Zhou Jin saw Yuan, who was unconscious, in a wing room of a pharmacy in Yuqing. Zhou Jin felt a pain in his heart. He walked forward quietly and held Yuan's hand. Everyone retreated consciously, leaving only Yin Jiuqiao with a cold expression. When Zhou Jin opened his eyes and let go of Yuan's hand, Yin Jiuqiao spoke softly. What's wrong? His voice seemed calm, but the slightly trembling tone still betrayed his heart. He was worried. Worried all the time. Zhou Jin shook his head sadly. My magic power is useless to her. How can it be useless? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Zhou Jin turned his head and looked at Yuan. She is not from here. She is a lonely soul from another world. No wonder he couldn't tell Yuan's fortune. Her fate was not in this world. Yin Jiuqiao. When the war is over, I will tell you a secret. What secret? My origins. Okay. Their last conversation flashed through his mind. Her smiling eyes seemed to be in front of him. Yin Jiuqiao looked at Zhou Jin and said calmly, I know. Zhou Jin didn't ask. Aren't you surprised? Don't you have anything to ask? Zhou Jin just quietly left the house, leaving this world to the two of them. Yin Jiuqiao sat down on the stool in front of the bed, clasped her cold hands in his palms, and after a moment, put them on his lips, and said softly, You are one. I don't care who you are, whether you are a human or a ghost. You must wake up quickly. Yuan stayed in Yuqing to recuperate, and Xiao Shinting returned to the capital with his army. The emperor has improved a lot. Although his movements are still limited, his brain can be stimulated. He called Xiao Shinting and all the generals fighting on the front line to his bedroom. Although it has been said in the victory report, some things should always be confirmed in person. I heard, the Holy Clan army has surrendered, and was ordered to be killed by the regent. Is this true? The emperor had not completely recovered from the stroke. He spoke slowly, and even if you listened carefully, you would feel that he was a little unclear. Xiao Shinting's face was not strange. He said solemnly, Your Majesty, the surrender of the Saint Clan army is an excuse. In fact, they want us to lower our vigilance. They went around our rear, attacked our camp, and seriously injured the Regent Princess. The Regent Princess has not woken up yet. The Regent ordered the attack for military strategy considerations. Is that so? The Emperor's coercive eyes fell on the remaining dozen generals. Is Yin Jiuchao really fighting with the Saint Clan? Not slaughtering to vent his anger? Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone spoke in unison. The Emperor saw that he could not ask anything. So he waved his hand and asked the generals to withdraw. Xiao Shinting, you stay. I have something to say to you. The Emperor wanted to talk to Xiao Shinting about Yin Huijing. Yin Huijing's collusion with the Saint Clan had already leaked out, and the Emperor wanted to hear Xiao Shinting's opinion. What could Xiao Shinting think? If this was his son, he would have dragged him out and beaten him to death 100 times. Although Yin Huijing was also used by the Saint Clan, if he didn't want to get rid of Yin Jiuchao, how could he fall into the trap of the Saint Clan? If Yin Jiuchao was a treacherous minister who did all kinds of evil, Yin Huijing's motives could barely be justified. The question is, did Yin Jiuchao do anything that was against the will of heaven and earth? Beat Yin Huijing? You stole someone's relatives, and you don't allow others to beat you? That's not how it works. However, Xiao Shinting also understood that the reason why the Emperor asked him was not because he really wanted to hear his opinion, but just hoped that he could dissuade the Emperor. After all, he was the Grand Marshal of the army and the greatest contributor to this battle besides Yin Jiuchao, and he had absolute say. But would he persuade the Emperor to be lenient with Yin Huijing? Your Majesty, the prince should die to thank the world for his crime. The Emperor almost had a stroke again. Of course the Emperor understood that Yin Huijing's crime was serious, but he was a prince after all. So how could he really kill him? The Emperor felt that it was a mistake for him to keep Xiao Shinting, and he was also stubborn. Okay. Step down. The Emperor quickly drove Xiao Shinting away. Yin Huijing was eventually deposed as the prince, and Prime Minister Han was also forced to retire and return home. And Yin Huijing was exiled to the bitter cold land of the North City. The Emperor did not vent his anger on Han Jingshu, and allowed Han Jingshu to stay in the capital. But the child in her belly could no longer be included in the royal family tree, and she was no longer the crown princess or the princess consort, but just Mrs. Yin with the surname Yin Huijing. Han Jingshu petitioned the Emperor to allow her to travel with Yin Huijing. Outside the prince's mansion, Jun Chang'an stopped her carriage. Why don't you stay in the capital? Do you know that once you go to the North City, you can never come back? Han Jingshu's belly was already a little bit pregnant. She touched her belly and said, Wherever the child's father goes, I will go there. Jun Chang'an said, Don't go. If you are worried about the child, I will take care of you. Han Jingshu smiled gently. Thank you. Goodbye. After Yuan's wound healed, Yin Jiuchao took her back to Yanqing. Everything in the Prince of Yan's mansion was the same as before. Even the chessboard he placed on the tea table in the small garden before he left had not been moved. Everyone knew that the young master and the young lady were back, and they were looking forward to the appearance of the young lady. But the young lady was a sleeping beauty who needed to sit in a wheelchair all year round and never move. Yanqing is like spring all year round. The snow in the capital is 2 or 3 feet thick, but the Yanwang mansion is full of colorful butterflies and spring scenery. Yin Jiuchao held Yuan and sat on the rattan chair in the small garden. The weather was fine, and the sun was shining. Yuan was wearing a light blue corseted skirt. Her body, which had gained weight during pregnancy, had become thinner and smaller than when they first met. The skirt she made last month had grown bigger this month. The breeze blew by, blowing Yuan's black hair, and a strand of it fell on the tip of her nose. Yin Jiuchao gently took down the strand of hair, held her in his arms, looked around, and whispered in her ear, This is where I grew up. Didn't you say you wanted to come and see it? He pointed to a small wooden house in front. Do you see that pavilion? There is a small wooden house behind the pavilion. It was originally used to raise dogs. There are several dog houses inside. When I was a child, I would crawl into a dog house. Yes. I was very thin, so I could crawl in. Then, they would look for me. But no one ever found me. Do you know why? Because they couldn't believe that the young master of Yinshan would hide in a dog house. Yin Jiuqiao had to admit that he was not a qualified chatterbox. He used to talk less. He knew that Yuan didn't talk much either. But when they were together, she would always find something to talk about. Now she couldn't say it. So he said it instead. Yin Jiuqiao picked a flower and put it on her head. Her quiet and beautiful sleeping face, like a painting, instantly became more vivid. What is it like over there? Are there such beautiful flowers? Yin Jiuqiao lowered his head and kissed her temples. Did you go back? Remember to come back when you have enough fun. Woo wow. Winter passed and spring came. In a blink of an eye. Yin Xiaozi was 6 months old. It is said that children sit at 7 and crawl at 8. Other children only start crawling at 7 or 8 months old. But she can crawl all over the ground now. She took advantage of the time when the wet nurse took a nap and crawled to the small garden of the Prince of Yan's mansion and picked the most beautiful yellow peony. Since Yuan's accident, the third child has become more sensible. He no longer makes trouble everywhere and starts to go to school seriously. Uncle Wan thought that if he could avoid the third child, his flowers would be safe. Unexpectedly, it was difficult to prevent the fourth child from being safe. Yin Xiaozi held the peony in her mouth and crawled into Yuan's room with ease. She crawled to the bedside, climbed onto the footstool, grabbed the flower with her chubby hands, and put it on her mother's pillow. Woo wah. Woo wah. Mother. Fa. After sending flowers, Yin Xiaozi wanted to stand up with the help of the bed and kiss her mother. But she didn't stand firmly and fell down with a plop. Of course, she didn't fall to the ground. She was caught by a pair of strong hands. Yin Jiuqiao picked up Yin Xiaozi, looked at the yellow peony beside the pillow, and asked lovingly, "Did you send flowers to mother again?" Yin Xiaozi waved her little arms and legs. Woo 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 woo. Yes. Yes. Yin Jiuqiao said, "Why is it yellow again? Do you like yellow flowers so much? Or do you think only yellow flowers are flowers?" Yin Xiaozi, woo 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 woo. Yin Jiuqiao didn't understand it either. Right? Yin Jiuqiao carried Yin Xiaozi back to her own room. Yin Xiaozi fluttered. Woo 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 woo. I sent all the hair. But I didn't kiss my mother. After nightfall, the Yanwang mansion became quiet. Yin Jiuqiao fetched water and wiped Yuan's face. In fact, her complexion was not very pale. But in Zhou Jin's words, her soul was probably no longer here. So she was destined not to wake up in this life. But Yin Jiuqiao didn't believe it. He wanted to wait. He believed that she would wake up one day. She would come back. There's a letter from the capital. I'll read it to you. Yin Jiuqiao put the handkerchief away and took out the letter that the postman had just delivered. There were 2 letters in total. One from Lianhua village, and the other from King Yin, who accompanied San Xiaodan on his study tour. The letter said that Yufeng and Bai Tang had a child, a son, and that the uncle and aunt were very happy. Also, isn't this your special examination? Yusong is going to take the exam. And he said he was aiming for the top prize. Do you know what the special examination is? The imperial examination is held every 3 years. And the special examination is an exam outside the rules. His Majesty established King Cheng as the crown prince and pardoned the world. So the special examination was opened. Yin Jiuqiao seemed to have said everything he hadn't said in his life in the past 6 months. There is another letter, written by my father. Do you want to hear it? He looked at Yuan and said. Of course. Yuan couldn't respond to him. She had long been a body without a soul. Yin Jiuqiao opened the letter, and when he read half of it, his throat suddenly choked. Tabeo spoke. He called mother. He called in his dream. He missed you. Yin Jiuqiao tightened the letter in his hand and trembled slightly. You all won. I miss you too. I miss you. You all won. I miss you. A drop of hot tears rolled down his cheek and dripped on Yuan's eyebrows. A night with heavy snow. Yin Jiuqiao sat in a room without candlelight. But the light reflected from the snowy night shone through the doors and windows. And the room was still clear. Young master. It's time to eat. Uncle Wan came in with a lunch box and put the bowl on the table. Since Yuan fell into a coma, Yin Jiuqiao has given up meat. He doesn't believe in Buddhism. But he is willing to eat vegetarian food for Yuan. After Uncle Wan put a few light dishes on the table, he quietly left. These are dishes made by top chefs. The time poison has been eliminated and the taste has been restored. But Yin Jiuchao still feels that everything he eats is tasteless. He put down his chopsticks silently. Suddenly, a strange noise came from next door, and he got up and walked out. He pushed open the door of the next room, and saw a little snow fox with a red flame on its forehead lying on its small mat, holding a meat bun bigger than it. Yin Jiuchao's expression was startled, and he walked over with big strides and snatched the meat bun. The little snow fox was awakened, and looked at Yin Jiuchao with a frown on his head. "What's the matter?" Yin Jiuchao asked excitedly. "Where did the buns come from?" Little snow fox turned his back. "Will you tell me or not? If not, I'll beat you to death." Little snow fox pointed to the door with resentment. Yin Jiuchao walked out into the snow and wind, and came to another small bamboo house in the direction pointed by little snow fox. The candlelight in the kitchen was on, and hot air floated out from time to time. Yin Jiuchao rushed in almost in a panic. A strange woman stood in front of the stove. The reason why it was strange was that she was wearing something he had never seen before. A tight-fitting dress that revealed her slender arms and calves, as well as a pair of white ankles. How could she be dressed like this? Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she lowered her head, as if studying the dough in her hand. It was a strange face, but Yin Jiuchao still recognized her at a glance. "You are one." He walked towards her in a daze. She hummed and raised her head. A familiar smile appeared on her unfamiliar face. "You are here. What do you want to eat tonight? Baozi or steamed buns? I will make it for you." Yin Jiuchao hugged her in his arms. But suddenly he pounced on nothing. "You are one." Yin Jiuchao's body shuddered and woke up from his sleep. He raised his head with cold sweat and found himself sitting in the room of Prince Yan's mansion. He fell asleep on the desk. Everything just now was just a dream. "Young master, are you okay?" Uncle Wan's slightly worried voice rang out from outside the house. "I'm fine." Yin Jiuchao calmed down and said, "You didn't eat much at night, so the kitchen made some supper. I'll bring it in for you." Uncle Wan spoke again. "I have no appetite," Yin Jiuchao said lightly. "You have to eat a little, not only for your own health, but also for the young lady," Uncle Wan advised earnestly. Yin Jiuchao was silent for a long time, and finally nodded in agreement. Uncle Wan walked in with a food box. Looking at the sealed food box, Yin Jiuchao somehow thought of his dream. He actually prayed in his heart. Would Uncle Wan take out a super big meat bun? The moment Uncle Wan opened the food box, his heart was in his throat. However, he was disappointed. There were no big meat buns, only a few plates of exquisite vegetarian dishes, which were obviously made by the chef of Prince Yan's mansion. "You can leave," Yin Jiuchao said disappointedly. "Yes." Uncle Wan left. Yin Jiuchao picked up the chopsticks lightly, and picked up a piece of tender bamboo shoots casually. The chef of Prince Yan's mansion is better than the imperial chef. He doesn't like it. He is not in the mood to eat. But this time, he froze as soon as he took a bite. What kind of dish is so unpalatable? He was about to put down his chopsticks, but suddenly thought of something and raised his head abruptly. The moonlight passed through the branches, was cut into pieces by the lush branches and leaves, and a sparse shadow was cast on the ground. In the sparse shadow, a slender figure stood by the door, looking at him with a sweet smile. Her face still had a bit of paleness, but her eyes were shining, as if they were stars. "Is it not tasty?" She raised her eyebrows. "Yes. It is too unpalatable." Yin Jiuchao smiled. Chapter 758 Yin Jiuchao's schooling. In May, the capital city was full of flowers, and the young master's mansion was bathed in golden light. In fact, the regent's mansion had been built long ago, luxurious and grand. But Yin Jiuchao and Yuan were nostalgic people. After returning to the capital, they still lived in the young master's mansion, living in each other's wedding room, as sweet as if they had just got married yesterday. Sen Xiaodan got up early. They are 4 years old this year, and they have reached the age of enlightenment. Although they can learn a lot in the mansion, the King of Yen insisted on taking them to travel around to increase their knowledge. The first round of travel has ended, and now they are studying in the Imperial Academy. The children in the elementary school are all under the age of 12. But there is no one younger than San Xiaodan. San Xiaodan put on his clothes, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went to his parents in high spirits. Yin Jiuchao no longer gets up early now. Even if he wakes up early, he doesn't sit in the room waiting for Yuan like before. He hugs Yuan from behind, rests his chin on her soft shoulder, and takes her into his arms. Yuan sleeps soundly, breathing evenly and long. Sen Xiaodan enters the room and comes to the bedside as usual, giving his mother a big kiss. Xiaobao kisses first, then Erbao kisses, but Daddy doesn't. The two little guys kiss Yuan and then go out. Dabeo is the last one. When Dabeo is kissing Yuan, Yuan suddenly opens her eyes. Dabeo suddenly blushes. Yuan holds Dabeo's chubby hand and narrows her eyes slightly. Call mother. Dabeo is shy and doesn't call. Dabeo called her in his sleep. But after that, he never said anything else. If Yuan didn't believe in the character of King Yin, she would almost think that King Yin was making up nonsense. Dabeo went out shyly. After a while, he came back again. He picked up the pen and wrote a line of words. If I call you mother, can I sleep with you? Without waiting for Yuan to speak, Yin Jiuqiao, who had been pretending to sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, domineeringly put Yuan in his arms, and stared at his son fiercely. No! Dabeo went out with a dark face. After breakfast, Sen Xiaodan had to take a carriage to school. Before leaving, they quietly went to Yin Xiaoxi's room. One led away the maid, one led away the wet nurse, and the other picked up Yin Xiaoxi, who was looking at the mirror and admiring himself, and put him in the small school bag sewn by his mother. Sen Xiaodan carried the 8-month-old Yin Xiaoxi to school. This year's capital is colder than in previous years. There is not much summer atmosphere in May. Yin Xiaoxi is dressed very warmly. Yin Xiaoxi sat obediently in her school bag until Dabeo carried her off the carriage. She pushed open the lid of her school bag, and her little head came out. Uncle Wan seemed to have some reaction, and looked at the three of them. Erbao immediately closed the bag again. Uncle Wan scratched his head, and got on the carriage with a strange look, and went back to the mansion. The elementary school run by the Imperial College was quite separate from the classes in Guangwen Hall. After entering the gate and turning left, gradually only the students of the elementary school could be seen. Woo wow wow! Yin Xiaoxi was very excited. Originally, there were not so many students in the elementary school. But didn't the Great Zhou dynasty fight with the Saint clan? It was not enough for Nai Shilua to kill the Saint clan troops stranded in Yuqing. And he brought a group of younger brothers to kill the Saint clan. And the Wu clan and Nanzhao also killed them in unison to seek justice for Yuan. No matter how powerful the Saint clan was, it could not withstand such a siege from the whole world. In the end, the Saint clan surrendered. After the Saint clan and the Great Zhou dynasty signed a series of unequal agreements, the two sides established a stable bilateral relationship. The Great Zhou dynasty allowed the Saint clan to send a group of backbones to find the entrance to the Holy Land, on the condition that it would belong to the Great Zhou dynasty after it was found. But the people of the Saint clan enjoyed the right of residence granted by the Great Zhou dynasty. The children of those backbones were also studying in the elementary school in the Imperial Academy. At this time, there was still half a cup of tea before class. And the children of the elementary school would naturally not sit in the classroom, like the students of Guangwen Hall or Zhongyi Hall, to read in the morning. They were playing in the yard. Several young dandies from the capital and the children of the Holy Family sat behind the rockery, comparing the small animals they brought from home. This is the cat my father bought from Persia. An 8-year-old fat boy took out a beautiful big white cat from his school bag. What's the big deal? It's just a cat. I have a mastiff. Another 9-year-old boy took out a little mastiff that was born not long ago from his school bag. Mastiffs are very fierce beasts. It is said that they are thrown into the cave by the mother mastiff when they are born. They will fight each other, and the one that survives can become a real mastiff. However, the little mastiff brought by the 9-year-old boy is not the mastiff with the fiercest temper. In fact, their family's mastiffs have a large litter, and this is the most docile one. Humph. My elder brother went to the mountains to hunt some saker falcons, and gave me one. Opposite the two, a 10-year-old boy actually took out an iron cage from his school bag, and in the cage was a fierce young eagle. Everyone was envious. A young eagle is also an eagle. So majestic. In this comparison, it is obvious that the 10-year-old boy won. After all, whether it is a fat white Persian cat or a docile little mastiff, it is not as powerful as this saker falcon. Yen Dabeo. What did you bring? The 10-year-old boy raised his eyebrows and looked at Sen Xiaodan. Sen Xiaodan was silent for a while, and took out Yin Xiaoxi from his school bag. Xiaobao, we brought our sister? Persian cat. Little mastiff. Falcon. All the young masters. There is a reason why everyone brought little beasts. Today, the elementary school will have a course on taming beasts. The elementary school of Dezhou naturally does not have such courses. But the Saint Clan does. Haven't the two sides established a stable bilateral relationship? The children of the Saint Clan came to Dezhou to study again. Therefore, when exchanging their experiences and educating people, the Saint Clan volunteered to add several courses with Saint Clan characteristics to the elementary school of the Imperial Academy, such as taming beasts. After seeing the strength of the Saint Clan army, Dezhou was not so arrogant that it thought it was unnecessary to learn the other party's culture. Dezhou did win the battle. But did they win it all by themselves? Without the unparalleled Black Phoenix and Yin Jiuqiu, without the Shura army of Naishura, and without the 100,000 reinforcements of Nanzhao, could they really win? The reason why the Saint Clan is so powerful is naturally because of its merits. The teacher of the beast taming class is from the Saint Clan, and the beasts he uses are also transported by the Saint Clan. In order to show how powerful the Saint Clan's beasts are, the beast tamer will let the masters of the Great Zhou fight with his beasts. Of course, including but not limited to masters. If the Great Zhou is willing, it can also send out the beasts it thinks are the most powerful. I'm not bragging. Our Saint Clan cats are stronger than your Great Zhou's tigers. In the zoo, the Saint Clan beast tamer said proudly to several guards and teachers of the Great Zhou. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a cat in a cage in the corner. But it was not an ordinary cat, but a wild leopard cat. Wild leopard cats are ferocious. Of course, it is not more ferocious than a strong adult tiger. But it depends on which tiger it is. Right? The tiger of the Holy Clan is naturally more ferocious than the leopard cat of the Holy Clan. The tiger of the Great Zhou dynasty is not the opponent of the leopard cat of the Holy Clan at all. The faces of the guards and teachers became unhappy. It was not because they were humiliated by the Beast Master of the Holy Clan, but because what the Beast Master said was true. The leopard cat was unusual at first glance, and the tiger of the Great Zhou dynasty was probably not its opponent. If it was just a leopard cat, it would be fine. There were also real cheetahs and black bears of the Holy Clan next to it. The black bear was extremely strong, and had a faint aura that was no less than that of a master. Everyone seriously doubted that even if a master like Xiao Jinting came, he would not be able to get much advantage from the black bear of the Saint Clan. Besides, they couldn't really call Marshal Xiao to fight with a black bear, since it was a course of the Imperial College. The people who played should be from the Imperial College. The Imperial College did have a martial arts champion who taught, but no matter how you looked at it, he didn't look like a match for the black bear. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Is this really a class? Isn't it to humiliate Dezhou? If it gets out that the martial arts champion of Dezhou can't even beat a black bear. Hee. All the students of the Imperial College came to watch the fight except for the elementary school. The first to appear was the Saint Clan leopard cat. It defeated 3 Great Zhou tigers in one go. The Saint Clan members instantly felt proud. What was so great about the Great Zhou? Wasn't it luck and foreign aid that helped them beat them? In terms of strength, the Saint Clan's rats could eat the Great Zhou cats. The beast taming class in the elementary school was in the afternoon. In the morning, everyone sat in the classroom and listened to the teacher's teachings. Yin Xiuxi was bored and secretly crawled out of Debao's school bag. The teacher was talking about something exciting, and no one noticed that this fluffy little thing crawled out of their classroom. Yin Xiuxi loved to be beautiful. Her clothes were made by Yuan herself. They were white and fluffy jumpsuits, and there were very beautiful pink lamb horns and bows on the hat. Yin Xiuxi slid to the beast taming field, after the 4th tiger was knocked unconscious by the leopard cat's claws. No more beasts dared to come forward. Just when the people of Dezhou were too tired to continue watching, Yin Xiuxi, dressed as Mei Yangong, climbed onto the stage. Small theater. Several years later, leopard cat lit a cigarette. You may not believe it, but I lost to a sheep. Chapter 759, Violent Yin Xiuxi. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? How could a little lamb crawl onto the stage? Among the students from the Imperial Academy who came to visit, there were many martial artists, but most of them were weak scholars. They came to watch the fight to gain knowledge. To ensure their safety, the stands where they sat were several feet away from the fighting stage. In order to prevent the beasts from running out, a high wire mesh was set up around the fighting stage. There was a passage to the east of the wire mesh. The beasts of the Great Zhou entered through this passage, while the beasts of the Saint Clan were locked in cages and placed at the innermost side of the fighting stage. The beast tamer was inside the wire mesh, close to the fighting stage, but not too close. However, compared to the students of the Imperial Academy far away in the stands, he knew the situation here best. But even he didn't understand how the sheep crawled in. Could it be that the people of the Great Joe felt that they couldn't beat the tiger, so they gave up and set a sheep as a sacrifice? Such a small sheep must be a lamb. But why did he feel that this little lamb was very strange? The Beastmaster looked at it blankly. In fact, his eyesight was not very good, and it would be a little blurry when looking at the distance. The Saint Clan had a kind of transparent glass that could magnify things when looking at it. But it was a pity that he didn't bring it with him today. The only person at the scene had poor eyesight, and those with good eyesight were far away in the stands. So for a while, no one really saw that this was a baby in sheep's skin. But even if they didn't see that it was a baby, it was at least a lamb. The lamb faced the ferocious leopard cat. It was over. Completely over. Most people present were sympathetic. A tiger versus an ocelot is a duel between strong men. But a lamb versus an ocelot is like a lamb falling into a tiger's mouth. Everyone felt sorry for him. At this moment, the ocelot also found Yin-Shusi. And Yin-Shusi also found the ocelot. It has been a long time since the ocelot saw such a fresh and juicy prey. Its mouth was drooling. However, what confused the ocelot was that its prey was also drooling. Woo woo woo! Yin-Shusi excitedly crawled towards the ocelot. The ocelot jumped up and opened its bloody mouth to bite Yin-Shusi. Everyone on the stands was shocked. Just when everyone thought Yin-Shusi was going to be a delicious meal for the leopard cat, the ferocious leopard cat was slapped away by the lamb with one claw. Leopard cat. Everyone. Yin-Shusi. Woo wow. Yin-Shusi sat on the ground and looked up to find the leopard cat. Just now, there was a bug flying around her ear. She raised her hand and waved. And then, with a snap, the cat disappeared. Woo wow. Yin-Shusi spread her hands in shock. Yin-Shusi had her back to the stands, and everyone still didn't see her front. But this didn't affect everyone's mood. Everyone on the stands gasped. What just happened? The leopard cat that crushed 3 tigers in one breath was slapped away by a lamb. No. Look. That doesn't look like a lamb. Have you ever seen a crawling lamb? A student expressed his doubts. When the people around him heard this, they felt it made sense. Yes. Lambs are born to walk. They walk while standing. But the one on the stage crawls. I think it looks like a baby, said another student. Originally, everyone thought that a crawling lamb was ridiculous. But after hearing his words, they instantly understood what was really ridiculous. Is there a baby who slaps a leopard cat? Compared to this, they would rather believe that there are crawling sheep in the world. But everyone forgot to think that a crawling sheep is also a sheep. Do sheep have such great power? At this moment, everyone was immersed in the charm of Yin-Shusi. Yin-Shusi continued to crawl forward. There was a beautiful little tail on his round little butt, shaking and swaying, which made people's hearts melt. I can't stand it. It's too cute. A student covered his heart. From now on, he decided not to eat sheep anymore. How could he eat such cute lambs? Next, everyone witnessed this cute lamb crawling into the cheetah's cage, scaring the cheetah so much that it jumped 3 times and hung on the top of the cage tightly, not daring to come down. They also witnessed this cute lamb crawling into the black bear's cage and beating the big black bear that broke her bow to the ground. Even the bear father and mother couldn't recognize her. Woo wow! After beating the big black bear fiercely, Yin-Shusi roared at it fiercely again, and then grabbed her little bow back. The students in the stands were collectively petrified. I don't know if he suddenly felt the gazes of the crowd. Yin-Shusi suddenly hugged his head with his little hands, lay on the ground, and raised his little butt high, like a little ostrich who felt that no one could see him as long as he buried his head in the sand, and moved out little by little. It wasn't her just now. She was the little lady. The little lady moved slowly. The people in the stands were almost overwhelmed by her clumsy appearance of trying to hide something. You are a violent lamb. Okay. You pretend to be so cute. Are you going to kill them with cuteness and inherit their property? If the people in the stands still didn't understand the origin of this little lamb, then the Beastmaster, who was approaching the fighting stage, had indeed confirmed that the other party was a little girl of 8 or 9 months old. What kind of girl is so capable? The Beastmaster's eyes rolled around, and he quietly approached the fighting stage, intending to catch this little girl when no one was paying attention. But Yin-Shusi closed his eyes and moved out, not knowing that he had moved to the edge of the stage. The moment the Beastmaster stretched out his hand, Yin Shiusi missed his step and rolled down. The Beastmaster reached out to grab Yin Shiusi again. But Yin Shiusi sat on a wooden stick. And the other end of the stick suddenly rose up and hit the Beastmaster's crotch. Snap! The Beastmaster froze. The students in the stands were clearly far away. But everyone seemed to hear the sound of eggs breaking. When Dabeo finished the class and checked his school bag, Yin Shiusi had already crawled back, holding a small bottle in both hands and a pacifier in his mouth, as if he had fallen asleep in the middle of eating. It seems that the Beastmaster had an accident just now. Our class this afternoon has been cancelled. If someone comes to pick you up, you can go back first. If no one comes to pick you up, it doesn't matter. You can study and practice calligraphy in the classroom. A little supervisor in the same class said. All the little supervisors couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, they were children. They were looking forward to the Beastmaster class. The Beastmaster looked fine in the morning. How could something suddenly happen? Dabeo opened his school bag and looked at Yin Shiusi, who had just woken up. Yin Shiusi drank milk and looked at his eldest brother with a cute face. At noon, after eating in the dining hall, Sensyoden walked out with his school bag on his back. Are we going back? Erbao asked. Of course not, Xiaobao said. Do you still remember the cave we saw last time? You mean the scary one? Erbao asked with his head tilted. The Imperial College has mountains and water. And of course caves. In fact, they are all man-made. But they look similar to natural landscapes. But I'm afraid that even the people in the Imperial College don't know that there is now one more cave than the 3 small caves they originally built. And this one is the one that San Xiaodan accidentally bumped into. Let's go in and take a look, Xiaobao said. Well, I'm scared, Erbao said. Xiaobao pouted and said, Coward. I'm not a coward. It's my mother who said that we can't walk around and can't go to places where there are no people. If we go, won't there be people? Xiaobao said. Erbao was still a little hesitant. Xiaobao took Dabeo's hand. Then Dabeo and I will go. You wait for us outside. Erbao couldn't persuade his brother and younger brother, so he had to go with them. In fact, they had all been through the caves of the Imperial College. They were not deep and all connected. There was no danger. This cave seemed to have only appeared a few days ago. Of course, they did not think that the cave appeared out of thin air. It must have been dug by the people of the Imperial College. Since it was dug by people, there was nothing to be afraid of. The 3 of them came to the entrance of the cave. Erbao grabbed Dabeo and Erbao's hands. Do you feel that this cave is darker and colder than the last time? What he actually wanted to say was gloomy. But unfortunately, he had not learned this word yet. Xiaobao looked inside. Is it? Dabeo nodded. Yes. Wow. Yin Shiusi moved around excitedly. My sister wants to go, Xiaobao said. Erbao was very resentful. Wouldn't a normal sister cry when seeing such a dark place? What kind of sister did he have? Erbao finally went in. Because Dabeo, Xiaobao and his sister had all gone in. And he was even more scared standing outside alone. Chapter 760 Entrance to the Holy Land. Clever Dabeo. It was dark in the cave. But it didn't bother the 3 of them. Dabeo took out a saint stone from his pocket. Sister. Yin Shiusi sat in the school bag behind Dabeo, waving her arms. Woo-wah! The saint stone lit up. I'm scared, Erbao said softly. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Xiaobao patted his chest and said. Erbao looked at his brother's chest, which was not as strong as his own, and expressed serious doubts. Woo-wah! Yin Shiusi shouted excitedly. Dabeo walked in front with his sister on his back, and the 2 brothers walked hand in hand behind him. It wasn't that Dabeo had to be the first. In fact, the cave was very wide, and it was okay for 3 people to walk side by side. But Yin Shiusi was too excited. If Dabeo walked a little slower, she would not do it. She stood up from the school bag and grabbed Dabeo's ears. Alas, I have to pamper my little sister even if she cries. Woo 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 woo. Yin Shiusi grabbed Dabeo's ears and called. Sister, stop crying, Erbao said. Yin Shiusi looked up at the sky. Woo 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 woo. Erbao. The 3 little eggs continued to move forward. Soon, the 3 little eggs found that this cave was indeed different from the caves they had drilled before. It seemed bigger and longer. Why haven't you walked out yet? How long will we have to walk? Erbao said softly. Soon. Xiaobao looked forward and said. Among the 4 people, except Yin Shiusi, the most excited one was Xiaobao. He was also fearless, and wanted to climb up the roof every day. Although Debeo and Erbao were also naughty, they seemed much gentler than this guy. Therefore, Erbao often felt that his sister was led astray by Xiaobao. The three little eggs walked for a while, and the passage in front suddenly widened. It didn't look like a small cave, but more like a big cave. Debeo took out 2 more saint stones, and the 3 saint stones completely illuminated the cave. The 3 little eggs found that this cave was very strange. It was very high and big. There were many caves on the walls on all 4 sides. In each cave, there was a stone statue that was bigger than them. Those stone statues were not like the various bodhisattvas they saw when they went to the temple with Shangguan Yin. Some of them had human faces and animal bodies, and some had animal faces and human bodies. In short, they were all strange. If an ordinary child saw this scene, he would have been scared to tears. But Sangxiaodan didn't. Even the seemingly timid Erbao didn't retreat. In fact, whether he is timid or not depends on who he is compared with. Compared with Debeo and Xiaobao, he is not so daring. But compared with ordinary children, he can be considered brave. Moreover, he is more like a spoiled child than a timid child. Woo wow wow wow. Yin Xiuxi was very excited when he saw the stone statues, and he kicked around in Debeo's school bag. What are those? Xiaobao ran to a stone statue and reached out to touch it. But the cave was too high, and he couldn't touch it. Fall. Woo. 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 Yin Xiuxi started to grab Debeo's ears again. Debeo walked over with his sister on his back, took her out of the school bag on his back, and lifted her over his head. Yin Xiuxi stretched out his chubby little hand to grab a stone statue with a wolf face and a human body in front of him. The stone statue was crawling in the cave, in a posture similar to a dormant attack. Yin Xiuxi grabbed the head of the stone statue. There was a click, and the head of the stone statue was pulled off by her. Yin Xiuxi looked at the wolf head in her hand awkwardly, and put it back into the cave silently. She swore that she really didn't use any force. She was a little lady. However, at this moment, the stone statue moved. To be precise, everyone's stone statue moved. Ah! Erbao was furious. He rushed behind Debeo and stuck his head into Debeo's school bag. Debeo. Yin Xiuxi. Debeo held his sister in his arms and protected his 2 younger brothers behind him, bravely looking at the dancing stone statues. The group of stone statues were very scary when they moved, but the stone statues seemed to only move around in the cave and did not come out, which means that they could not cause substantial harm to them. Debeo looked at the stone statues calmly. This state did not last long, and the stone statues suddenly stopped moving. A stone door suddenly appeared on the stone wall on the right, and they did not need to do it themselves. The stone door opened heavily, revealing a square secret room. Well, there is a house, Xiaobao said. Debeo threw a saint stone in. The saint stone emitted a dazzling golden light, instantly illuminating the stone room. However, before San Xiaodong could walk forward to take a look, an old voice suddenly came from the stone room. Ah! Who is it? Take the lamp away. Take it away. Is there anyone? San Xiaodong was shocked. Woo wow! Yin Xiuxi howled at the stone room. In the stone room, the old voice sounded again, with a hint of doubt. Huh? Who is it? Woo wow! Yin Xiuxi put her hands on her hips. This little lady. Baby? The old voice became more and more confused. At this time, San Xiaodong also understood the situation inside. It was just a simple house. There was an iron frame on the wall facing the door, and several iron chains were tied to the frame. At the other end of the iron chain was a white-haired old man, who should be the person who just yelled at Yin Xiuxi. Who are you? Xiaobao asked. The white-haired old man took away his hand that was blocking the light. He had been locked up here for too long, and had long been accustomed to the darkness. When he was suddenly illuminated by the saint stone, he was almost blinded. But at this moment, he had slightly adapted to the light of the saint stone. He looked towards the door of the secret room, thinking that he would see some martial arts masters. But unexpectedly, there were 3 little black eggs about 4 years old, one of which was holding a lamb. No, a baby dressed as a lamb. What kind of strange clothes is this? To be precise, what kind of strange combination is this? 3 little kids plus a baby? Is God teasing him? Who brought you in? The white-haired old man said sternly. Let me ask you first, Xiaobao said with his chest puffed out. Woo wow! Yin Xiuxi said fiercely. The white-haired old man was speechless. He pondered for a long time, and didn't understand how all this happened. He had been locked up in this ghost place for so many years, just waiting for the destined person to open the entrance. How could it be a few little brats, who haven't even grown all their hair? If he doesn't say anything. "Let's go!" Xiaobao said to Debeo. Debeo nodded. The three little eggs turned around and left. "Hey! Don't go!" The white-haired old man hurriedly stopped them. Although he also felt that it was unlikely. These four people were indeed the only living things he had seen since he was locked up here. Maybe it was really his time. "I'll tell you." The white-haired old man cleared his throat. "I'm Yu Kunlun." Debeo carried his sister to his school bag on his back, took out a pen and paper and wrote 3 words. "You are not." The white-haired old man was stunned. "Why am I not?" Debeo wrote again. "You have a pass card on your waist." The white-haired old man looked down. And he forgot that he had this. The white-haired old man suddenly felt something was wrong. "No. You all saw my pass card. And you still asked who I am and what I do?" Debeo continued to write. "I don't know those 3 words." The white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's eyes rolled around. And he said again, "I am Haiwuya." Debeo wrote, "You are not." The white-haired old man was so angry. "Wow! Why am I not again?" Debeo wrote, "Don't fool the kids. I know the 3 words Haiwuya." White-haired old man. The white-haired old man said several names in succession. And they were all characters that Debeo knew. Or at least one of the names had a character that Debeo knew. The white-haired old man was puzzled. "You know all the characters in the book, but you don't know the 3 characters on the pass. Right?" The white-haired old man even brought out the rare character Kuenping. Debeo actually forgot the strokes of Kuenping. But he remembered the key point. He wrote with homophones. "Kuenping has fish and birds. But you don't have birds." White-haired old man. You don't have a bird." The white-haired old man was so angry at Debeo that he was fuming. He never knew it was so difficult to fool people. You know, he was the biggest liar in the world back then. He fooled more people than he ate rice. Now, he has fallen into the hands of a child. Okay. You win. I am the left envoy guarding the Holy Land. My name is Yudan. And my full name is... Before he finished speaking, Xiaobao widened his eyes in confusion. "Ah. You say you have no eggs? You have no birds. And no eggs?" White-haired old man. He felt that the stone statue formation did not trap him to death. But he would be pissed off to death by these little idiots sooner or later. Chapter 761 Debeo Speaks. The white-haired old man's real name is actually Qilin. But his courtesy name is Yudan. Come to think of it, it's no wonder that Debeo doesn't know it. The 2 characters of Qilin are so difficult. And he hasn't learned it yet. At first, Debeo saw the name and planned to call it Meilulu. But Debeo changed his mind. How could such a cute name like Lulu belong to the old man who lies all the time? Then he said his name is Mei Yudan. Well, it suits him quite well. The white-haired old man saw that Debeo and Xiaobao both showed such expressions. And he felt bad. Which name I just made up is not more reliable than Yuyuden. You don't believe those. But you believe this? The white-haired old man suddenly felt that he might as well be locked up here forever. Screw the destined person. He won't wait anymore. Why are you locked up here? Debeo wrote on the paper. The white-haired old man was puzzled. Is this child a mute? He keeps writing. Ask you a question. Debeo wrote again. Debeo is asking you, said Xiaobao. That's right, said Erbao. Woo wow wow. Yanshusi also said. The white-haired old man was annoyed. By the way, compared to why he was locked up here, shouldn't he be more curious about why the little idiots appeared at the entrance of the Holy Land? Who is the strangest one? Hey, little idiots. Where are your family members? I just answered your questions. Now it's your turn to answer my questions. Who brought you here? Debeo wrote several lines seriously. The white-haired old man was quite satisfied to see that Debeo was willing to answer him seriously. He wrote so long and detailed. As a result, Debeo gave him the white paper, and he was dumbfounded. The paper says we are not called Zayademo. We have a name. But our parents said that any stranger who asks our name for no reason is a bad guy. Seeing this, the white-haired old man almost vomited blood again. What is going on? How did you become a bad guy all of a sudden? You wrote so much just to say this? Aren't your hands tired? Debeo continued to write, but I don't think so. My brother accidentally let it slip just now. You don't even know my name is Debeo. You are not a bad guy. You are a fool. Erbao, Xiaobao, and Yin Shuzi cooperated very well, and gave the white-haired old man a contemptuous expression. White-haired old man? Oh! Heaven! Earth! What kind of kids are these? After determining that the other party was a fool, Sen Xiaodan decided not to ask him any more questions. So the white-haired old man looked at the little idiots, who were originally quite curious about him, turned around without any nostalgia, and left. Just left like that? Don't you want to ask me why I was locked up here? You are no longer curious before I even told you? Kids nowadays, are their curiosity about things fading so quickly? How long has he been locked up? It feels like he can't keep up with the pace of this world. Stop here! The white-haired old man shouted. When he made a big mistake, he was suppressed here as the center of the formation. The ancestor once said that he should repent here in peace. One day, there will be a destined person passing by here and rescue him from the center of the formation. What he has to do is to take the destined person to the Holy Land. Could these little fools be the destined people? He refused in his heart. But what if they really are? If he lets them go like this, he will miss the only chance to get out of the center of the formation. Stop here! Seeing that the little fools were about to walk out of the secret room, the white-haired old man finally couldn't help but speak. But the little fools didn't intend to pay attention to him at all, and walked out without looking back. Boom! There was a low sound of stone friction coming from outside the secret room. The white-haired old man understood that this was a sign that the stone door was closing again. Once the stone door closed, he could not guarantee whether the little fools would come back here again. He was anxious. You. He suddenly remembered that the biggest fool was called Debao. Debao! He shouted. This time, his tone was very good. I have something to say to you. The three little eggs paused, turned around in unison, and looked at him expressionlessly. Debao picked up a pen and paper and wrote, "What else do you want to say?" The white-haired old man was stunned again. This is right. But why does it sound wrong? Debao wrote again, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. If you have." When he was about to write that he had something to put away, Debao turned his head and looked at Yin Shuzi behind him. Yin Shuzi was lying on his shoulder, watching him write seriously. Yin Shuzi is so young. Of course he can't read. But Debao still doesn't want to offend his sister, so he crossed out the second word. The white-haired old man took a breath of cold air weakly. You kid, are you going to swear? Ahem. The white-haired old man didn't dwell on this. He looked at the little idiots in front of him. Although the little idiots looked innocent, they always stood in a particular position, never close to the range of his chain. This means that it is not easy for him to hold them hostage. Of course, he has other abilities, but unfortunately they are suppressed and most of them cannot be used. What are you thinking about? Debao wrote. The white-haired old man thought to himself. I'm wondering, which one of you is the destined person of the Holy Land? Only the destined person can untie my chain, and only the destined person is qualified to enter the Holy Land. The white-haired old man thought that if he took them all with him, they might not be willing to go with him. Let alone if he took only one of them. They would definitely not agree. If they disagreed, they might not untie his chains. With a flash of thought, the white-haired old man decided to trick them into saving him first. The white-haired old man said with a smile. Debao, you see, I feel uncomfortable being locked up with this chain. Can you help me untie the chain first? Why are you locked up? Are you a bad guy? Xiaobao asked with his head tilted. No. Of course not. This little fool. How can he be so smart? Ahem. The white-haired old man said seriously. I was framed. Oh, Xiaobao said. We don't have the key. How can we unlock it for you? The white-haired old man thought. How do I know how to unlock it? The ancestor didn't tell me. The white-haired old man thought about it, and could only try his best. You, just take it away. Can't you take it yourself? Erbao asked. The white-haired old man smiled and said, I can get it out. Why would I ask you for help? Erbao said. You are an adult, and you can't get it out. How can we kids get it out? White-haired old man. What you said makes a lot of sense. Is it really good for 4-year-olds to be so logical? Debao picked up the pen and wrote, You. Tell the truth. Otherwise. Debao covered his sister's eyes and wrote, Kill you. The white-haired old man's heart skipped a beat. This little idiot actually wanted to kill him. The white-haired old man almost doubted his life. Even the 9 Realms demon lord who killed people like crazy back then Wasn't so cruel when he was a child? Goddamn destined person. Could it be a few little demon babies from the demon clan? Just when the white-haired old man was hesitating about how to convince the little idiots, Yin Shuzi suddenly shouted, "Woo wow wow." She pointed to a mural on the wall with a small yellow flower on it. "Sister, do you want a flower?" Xiaobao walked over and picked the lifelike little flower. The white-haired old man's face changed immediately. That was not a real flower, but a mechanism set up to prevent unjust people from breaking in when the entrance was opened. He had never seen the things in the mechanism, but the ancestor said that they should not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they might also be in danger of their lives. But when the white-haired old man wanted to stop him, it was too late. Xiaobao had already picked the little yellow flower. "Sister, here." Xiaobao is also a brother who dotes on his sister. Just as Xiaobao handed the little yellow flower to his sister, a ball of fire suddenly erupted from the mural where the little yellow flower was placed before, and hit Xiaobao's back of the head. "Woo wow!" Yin Shuzi roared fiercely. With a snap, the fireball was beaten back by the Saint King's pressure, hitting the mural, and the mural burst into flames. The white-haired old man was stunned. After all this time, this little kid dressed as a sheep is the real strong one? Several small fireballs spurted out from the mural, and all were beaten back by the little Saint King's pressure. The little Saint King seemed very dissatisfied with his brother's near ambition. Not only did he beat the fireball back, he also used his pressure to collapse the entire wall. I thought everything would end here. After all, the fireball was quite fierce and powerful. But the next second, a whistle suddenly came from behind the collapsed wall, and a huge phoenix flew out when the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. The phoenix was extremely fast and took Yin Shuzi away in a flash. Yin Shuzi fluttered. "Woo wow!" "Sister!" Erbao shouted and reached out to grab his sister. But the phoenix flew over his head at an incredible speed. The white-haired old man was shocked and said, "It's the five-colored Holy Luan." It is said that the five-colored Holy Luan has the bloodline of the phoenix, and is a descendant of the phoenix. No wonder the ancestor told him to be careful of this mechanism. The Holy Luan was too cruel, and didn't distinguish between enemies and friends at all. Their strength was so terrible that even in his heyday, he didn't dare to be an enemy of any Holy Luan. The white-haired old man said, "You guys run away quickly. I'm afraid your sister is hopeless. After it eats your sister, it will come back to eat you." "Woo wow wow!" Yin Shuzi's screaming voice came from the cave, with a hint of crying. Dabeo's little face was completely cold. He clenched his little fist, looked at the cave where the Holy Luan flew away, and said something loudly. No one understood what he said, but a strange thing happened. The ferocious Saint Luan actually flew back with Yin Shuzi in its mouth. The Saint Luan flapped its wings and flew, hovering opposite Dabeo, looking at Dabeo ferociously. Dabeo spoke again, with a cold expression. It was another word they didn't understand. However, the Saint Luan actually flew down slowly, landed in front of Dabeo, carefully placed Yin Shuzi on the ground, then stepped back 2 steps, and bowed his head devoutly to Dabeo. The white-haired old man was simply stunned by this scene. What happened? The Saint Luan that took Yin Shuzi away actually brought Yin Shuzi back again, and returned it to Dabeo obediently. Look at it with its head down and motionless, like a minister waiting for the king to come. Dabeo ignored the white-haired old man's surprise. He walked forward a few steps, and picked up his sister. Yin Shuzi grabbed Dabeo's collar with grievance, and buried his little head in Dabeo's arms. "Woo wah! Woo wah! Big bird. Bad?" The white-haired old man looked at Dabeo without blinking. Could it be that he was the destined person of the Holy Land? Xiaobao and Erbao ran over and touched their beloved sister. Erbao asked, "Dabeo, what did you just say?" "It returned my sister." Dabeo actually didn't know. At that moment, his mind was blank, but there seemed to be a voice echoing in his heart, and he said that voice out. "It's the Phoenix language. It's the Phoenix language. The Phoenix language has been lost for thousands of years." The white-haired old man was so excited that he trembled a little when he heard it in his lifetime. The Holy Luan is a descendant of the Phoenix clan. Only the Phoenix clan's language can drive it. Child. No. Dabeo. You. What is your relationship with the Phoenix clan? The reason why I didn't ask Dabeo alone if he was related to the Phoenix clan was because the 3 little guys looked exactly the same. Obviously triplets. If they were related, of course all 3 of them were related. But before Dabeo could speak, Xiaobao said, "Isn't the phoenix a bird?" Then the phoenix language is the bird language. Tabeo, you haven't spoken all this time. It turns out that you speak the bird language. Tabeo, Erbao, white-haired old man. Chapter 762 The Devil Yenshusi. Originally, it was such an ancient and sacred language. How come it became bird language in this kid's mouth? It was supposed to be so noble. The white-haired old man suddenly remembered that the kid said he had no birds and no eggs, and thought that the kid was deliberately annoying him. But he didn't expect that he was good at indiscriminate attacks. With such a brother, the white-haired old man began to sympathize with Tabeo. Tabeo's little face was completely black, but he couldn't find words to refute. So angry. After being woken up by the kisses of the three little guys, Yuan no longer had any sleepiness. She lay in Yin Jiuchao's arms and enjoyed some intimate time with him. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked in confusion, "Is there no news from the Wu clan? Are you talking about Zhou Jin?" "No." Yin Jiuchao shook his head. "This matter has something to do with Yuan. At the beginning, Yuan was attacked by the Saint Clan spies and could not be treated for a time. In anger, Nai Xiaolua led his brothers to attack the Saint Clan, and the Nanzhao army and the Wu clan army also went to attack the Saint Clan together, and they won a great victory. However, not long after this battle, Zhou Jin disappeared. There was no sign of disappearance, and even his confidants were confused. Tell me what happened when he disappeared." Yuan turned her head and looked at Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao nodded and told Yuan about Zhou Jin's disappearance in detail. It was the third day after they defeated the Saint Clan, and Zhou Jin set out to return to the Wu clan. They had just left the Saint Clan and were on their way back to the Wu clan. When they passed a forest, Zhou Jin suddenly stopped the carriage. The confidants did as they were told. Zhou Jin got off the carriage and walked into the forest. He didn't tell his confidants to follow him, but he didn't forbid them to follow him either. The confidants kept a distance of about 2 meters, which would not disturb Zhou Jin, and they could rush over to protect Zhou Jin in time when danger occurred. Zhou Jin came under a sycamore tree, which was a few years old. Zhou Jin touched the tree trunk, muttered something, and then went around the tree. The confidants thought he would come out again, but after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of him. The confidants ran over and found that Zhou Jin was gone. They didn't hear Zhou Jin's footsteps going away, nor did they find any footprints left by Zhou Jin nearby. But Zhou Jin was not in the forest. With Zhou Jin's personality, it is unlikely that he would leave without saying a word, Yin Jiuchao said. Yuan nodded. Then, could it be that some expert kidnapped Zhou Jin? Yin Jiuchao said. The Wu clan also suspected this possibility. But at that time, Zhou Jin's confidants were all Wu Luosha at the peak level. It was not so easy to kidnap someone quietly under their noses. It's not that they can't beat them, but there must be movement, such as breath, and the fluctuation of internal force, which can't be hidden from the perception of Wu Luosha. Yuan murmured. So Zhou Jin really disappeared out of thin air? Yuan blamed herself a little. This happened after Zhou Jin attacked the Saint Clan for her. If she was more careful at that time, and didn't fall into the trap of the Saint Clan, maybe Zhou Jin wouldn't have to go to the Saint Clan to seek justice, and wouldn't have encountered an accident on the way back to the Wu clan. Yin Jiuchao looked at her depressed face and comforted her softly. You don't have to blame yourself. I think this matter may not have much to do with you. Zhou Jin is not the only one who disappeared. Are there others? Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Yeah. Yin Jiuchao stroked her hair and withdrew his inner strength. He took several secret letters on the table. It's good to have inner strength, and you can do that thing without getting out of bed. Yuan sat up in his arms. Read the contents of the letter carefully. And her face gradually became not right. She didn't expect that the same thing as Zhou Jin would happen in various countries. One secret letter said that in a small tribe hundreds of miles south of the Hades, an old man was walking on the road with a 3 or 4-year-old child, and he disappeared while walking. The letter didn't describe much about the old man, only that he was wearing a black robe. And as for the child, he didn't seem to talk much, and his eyes were very big. Yuan thought of Lusha King and Xiao Zhao. Could it be them? They also disappeared out of thin air? Yuan was not sure if it was them. So let's just assume it was them. If they and Zhou Jin were abducted or they used their own internal and magical powers, then the disappearance of the powerless villagers mentioned in the following letter would be impossible to explain. These things happened in the past 6 months, because they were scattered all over the country, and the information exchange between them was not well developed. They did not attract much attention for the time being. But Yin Jiuqiao was concerned about it. I don't know if it's an illusion. I always feel that the surroundings have become different. Yuan said strangely. Did I go to your world? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Yuan paused and said, my world, maybe you can only go there after you die. That is, soul travel. And these people disappeared with every hair. Yin Jiuqiao. I suddenly have an idea. Did they find the entrance to the Holy Land accidentally? Perhaps the saints made a mistake from the beginning. The entrance to the Holy Land is not in the capital, but somewhere else. And there is more than one. I think the saints should not be wrong. There may be multiple entrances, but there must be one in the capital. Then why did the court and the saints not find the entrance to the capital after searching for so long? These people just found it while walking on the road? In fact, there is no evidence to prove that they are the entrance to the Holy Land. Everything is just Yuan's guess. But for some reason, Yuan always feels that her guess is right. Yuan leaned on the pillow behind her and said, I feel that this Holy Land will be a world that none of us can imagine. No one can tell what strange things will happen there. Yin Jiuqiao didn't say anything, but just gently stroked her shoulder. Oh no! Oh no! The young lady is missing. Outside the door, the cry of the wet nurse suddenly sounded. The two of them sat up straight. What happened? Yuan lifted the curtain. Pinger walked in and said, the wet nurse went to the kitchen. And when she came back, the young lady was gone. Yuan said, what did the wet nurse do in the kitchen? Can't you ask the maid in the room to do it if you need anything? Pinger said, Xiao Bao called the wet nurse to the kitchen. And the maid? The maid was called away by Air Bao. They said Da Bao would watch in the room. But when they returned to the wing room, Da Bao and the young lady were gone. After hearing this, what else did Yuan not understand? It must be that the little guys were naughty again. Yuan had no intention of discussing the Holy Land. So she quickly packed up and got on the carriage to the Imperial College with Yin Jiuqiao. In the cave on the other side, Xiao Bao and Da Bao were talking. Da Bao. Call me. Call me. Do you really only speak bird language? Da Bao. Da Bao didn't want to pay attention to this guy. Yin Jiuqiao yawned on Da Bao's back, then twisted her body with a hum. She was going to sleep. But before she went to sleep, she had to eat. When Da Bao didn't have time to pay attention to her, she would eat by herself obediently. But when Da Bao was around, she was not willing to eat by herself. Da Bao handed her the bottle, and she threw it away. Da Bao took the milk to feed her, and she spit out the pacifier. Da Bao looked at the white-haired old man, his two younger brothers, and a huge Xingwan in the cave, and sighed with a headache. He picked up the pen and wrote, my sister is going to sleep. I will go to comfort her. Don't come over. She won't sleep well if she is excited. Da Bao carried his sister to a corner of the cave to feed her. Xiao Bao came over mischievously and was about to peek. But Xingwan ran over, spread its huge wings, and completely covered Da Bao and Yin Jiuqiao in its wings, with Xingwan shielding him. Da Bao felt relieved. Da Bao sat on Xingwan's thick paws and held his sister in his arms. Then, he unbuttoned his shirt. When Yin Jiuqiao saw him unbuttoning his shirt, he was so excited that he slurped. Da Bao shamefully stuffed the small bottle into his arms. Yin Jiuqiao got into his arms and started to eat. Da Bao wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered that there were 3 people nearby. So he changed it to writing, you won't remember your childhood. Right? Yin Jiuqiao paused while sucking, and looked at him cutely while holding the pacifier. Woo wow! Yin Jiuqiao smiled happily. Da Bao breathed a sigh of relief. I'll take it as your agreement. Although, actually, you may not understand it at all. Maybe Xingwan's wings were too warm. Da Bao actually fell asleep in Xingwan's arms. He had a dream. He dreamed that he was dressed in white, entered a mysterious world, and became the god of that world. He was majestic, cold as a knife, and had tens of thousands of disciples. However, one day, a stinky girl fell from the sky and fell on his altar. Yen Da Bao. It's you? He immediately felt bad. He was the god of a place, and tens of thousands of people looked up to him. How could he be called such a childish name? He looked at the crowd under the seat and said calmly, Girl, you recognize the wrong person. The stinky girl put her hands on her waist and said, How could I recognize the wrong person? Have you forgotten? I grew up drinking your milk. He stumbled and fell. Everyone. Chapter 763, Da Bao. The evil-hearted man who dotes on his sister. Debeo was almost awakened by his nightmare. He felt terrible when he thought about how his image of being awe-inspiring and admired by thousands of people was instantly shattered by a little girl. He took out the small bottle. Yin Shuzi was almost asleep with the pacifier in her mouth. When she pulled it out, she woke up. Woo-wah! She opened her mouth to find the pacifier. But Debeo refused to give it to her. Yin Shuzi looked at Debeo aggressively. Her little mouth pursed. Woo-wah! She cried. Debeo tightly grasped the bottle. No. 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 No! 1, 2, 3. Debeo stuffed the bottle into his arms and fed the pacifier back into Yin Shuzi's mouth. He breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. I lasted for 3 seconds. This is a huge improvement. After Yin Shuzi fell asleep, Debeo came out from under the wings of Shengwan. Then Debeo found that Erbao and Xiaobao also fell asleep leaning on Shengwan's wings. But he and Yin Shuzi were inside, and the 2 younger brothers were outside. Debeo put his sister in his school bag and carried her on his back. Shengwan saw that Yin Shuzi was quite heavy, so he freed up a wing that was not pressed by Xiaobao and Erbao, and gently touched Debeo's shoulder, probably indicating to Debeo that he could help him hold his sister. An ordinary 4-year-old child cannot carry an 8-month-old fat baby. Debeo is stronger than ordinary children. And the key is that Yin Shuzi is not an ordinary child, so it is quite difficult to carry her. Debeo understood that Shengwan was kind-hearted. He thought about it, walked over, and handed the 2 younger brothers to Shengwan's arms. The sister is still his, and the brothers are free to do whatever they want. Shengwan, white-haired old man, this is so biased. My brothers and sisters fell asleep, and Debeo began to think about the plan to leave here. It should be fine to return the same way, but with such a big bird, how can he avoid being discovered? There are so many people in the Imperial College. We can't let it find a place to hide by itself. Right? Well, it seems that hiding is not bad. Just when Debeo was secretly thinking about how to place Shengwan after leaving, the white-haired old man sneered and said, Are you thinking about how to leave? Don't waste your energy. Shengwan has flown out, which means the entrance to the Holy Land has been opened. The way you came here is gone. To put it cruelly, you can't go back. Smart people, hurry up and enter the Holy Land quickly before the entrance closes. Otherwise, the entrance will be closed soon, and you will have to wait for death in this secret room. Debeo glanced at him lightly, took out a pen and paper, and wrote, Why are you so kind all of a sudden? Are you trying to trick us into untying your chains and taking you away from here? The white-haired old man choked instantly. Are you really just a 4-year-old child? Don't you feel tired of being so smart? But then again, he didn't call it fooling. He was responding wittily. Taking the destined person to the Holy Land is his only way to atone for his sins. Okay? This is the mission left to him by the ancestor. He must complete it. Ahem. The white-haired old man cleared his throat and said in a friendly manner, How can you say that to me? It makes me sound like I'm some evil person. Have you forgotten that when Shengwan rushed out just now, I didn't know you knew Fengyu, and I thought it would hurt you. So I asked you to leave me and run away. Debao pondered for a moment. White-haired old man, Debao wrote quickly, You want us to lead Shengwan away. And once we leave, the stone door will be closed, and Shengwan will never be able to come in again. At the end, he also drew a bold contempt. The exposed white-haired old man felt that his heart was not good. What kind of kid is this? Is he so smart? He even guessed that the stone door would close automatically when the destined person left. No. He even figured out that he asked them to be bait? Is it because he has been locked up for too long that his brain has become rusty? Or is this kid too amazing? Why can't he beat him? Suddenly, the white-haired old man thought of something and looked at Debeo strangely and said, Wait. Can't you talk? Why do you keep writing? Aren't you tired? Debeo wrote quickly, How many wives have you married? The white-haired old man, who had never married any, turned black and said, What's it to you? Debeo wrote, Then what's it to you whether I write or talk? White-haired old man. He was choked to death by this kid. He finally understood that he could not beat this kid at all. He had committed too many sins in the first half of his life. When the ancestor said that he would be locked up here to wait for his destined person, he sneered. What kind of punishment is this? He thought he had found a quiet place to sleep for dozens or hundreds of years. But it turned out that he was waiting here. Every moment he spent with these little fools. He felt that he could be pissed off 100 times. However, to his surprise, Debeo actually came over and started to untie his chains. Debeo first untied his leg cuffs. Debeo didn't even have to do it himself. As soon as he approached, the leg cuffs opened automatically. The white-haired old man looked at Debeo in astonishment. The destined person is really this little guy. After Debeo showed his Phoenix language skills, the white-haired old man was basically sure that he was the destined person mentioned by the ancestor. But he didn't understand why Debeo untied his chains. Didn't he not believe in himself? Debeo had his own considerations. The white-haired old man was afraid of Xingwan, which meant that he could not beat Xingwan. Xingwan stood on his side, so he didn't have to be afraid of the white-haired old man anymore. After Debeo approached, the handcuffs and leg irons of the white-haired old man were automatically untied. The white-haired old man, who was finally free, looked at his hands in disbelief. No matter how hard he had said at the beginning, it didn't matter how long he was locked up. But he could deceive others, but not himself. He had longed for freedom for a long time. Debeo asked Xingwan to put his brother down and signaled Xingwan to take the white-haired old man out. The white-haired old man now understood why Debeo saved him. The child was worried that there was really no way back. Once they left, the stone gate would fall back. At that time, the only exit, that is, the entrance to the Holy Land, would also be inaccessible. So Debeo decided to stay with his brothers and let Xingwan explore the way. But if Xingwan went to explore the way, the white-haired old man would be too threatening to the four brothers and sisters. It would be better to let Xingwan carry the white-haired old man away. So this is your original intention to save me? The white-haired old man was about to cry. Just a little bit. He thought Debeo was actually a warm-hearted child. He was a black sesame dumpling. Okay. Debeo said to Xingwan and Fengyu, remember to bring it back. The white-haired old man didn't understand. But Debeo wrote him a sentence. Don't get into trouble. Come back safely. The white-haired old man was suddenly moved. Fortunately, this child's heart is not black. As a result, the next second, he saw Debeo writing, Mother said that waste should be recycled. When we go to the entrance of the Holy Land later, we will throw you in to explore the way. White-haired old man. Debeo pointed the direction, and Xingwan led the white-haired old man to the passage they came from. But after a circle, they returned to the original place. Debeo then asked Xingwan to go forward again, and Xingwan came back again. This verified the words of the white-haired old man. After they entered here, the only option left was the entrance to the Holy Land. At this time, Debeo didn't know what the Holy Land was, but he believed that if there was an entrance, there must be an exit. After entering the Holy Land, he would slowly ask for the way back to the young master's mansion. Debeo carried his two younger brothers to Xingwan's back and fixed them with a cloth ruler. Lead the way. Debeo wrote to the white-haired old man. Actually, I also want to sit on Xingwan's back. Before the white-haired old man finished speaking, Xingwan grabbed him with one claw and flew into the hole in the mural. There was the entrance to the Holy Land. Why can you ride Xingwan? But I can only hold its claws? The scream of the white-haired old man disappeared in the stone chamber. The stone door of the stone chamber began to fall slowly. At this time, Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan had already arrived at the Imperial College. They searched the Imperial College and didn't see any trace of the children. They asked everyone they could, and they all said that they had eaten in the restaurant and disappeared. The children were born to Yuan, so Yuan naturally knew what they liked to play the most. Are there any caves, tree holes, or anything like that? They just like to dig holes. The dog holes in the young master's mansion have all been dug by the three of them. The teacher of the Imperial College took them to 3 man-made caves. They were called caves, but in fact they were just passages between 2 small rockeries. They went in from one rockery and came out from another rockery. That's all. The problem is that there was no trace of their presence in the 3 caves. Just when everyone was at a loss, Yin Jiuqiu suddenly looked in one direction and said, There's another one there? Everyone was surprised. Where? No. Wasn't the direction the regent was looking at a phoenix tree? Where did the hole come from? Yuan also looked in the direction Yin Jiuqiu was staring at, and then looked at Yin Jiuqiu. What hole? Yin Jiuqiu closed his eyes and sensed it. The sound of the stone door closing was faintly heard. His eyes were cold, and he grabbed Yuan's hand and flashed into the cave. Regent. That Where is that person? A teacher from the Imperial College just turned around and said something to someone. When he turned back to look for Yin Jiuqiao, he could not find Yin Jiuqiao. The princess was gone too. Where are the regent and the princess? Have you seen them? They were here just now. Yes, I saw them here too. Why did they disappear? I don't know. Did they leave? So fast? Everyone looked at the empty grassland around them, and they all felt that the regent and his wife were a little unbelievable. Boom! The stone gate fell, and a new world opened up. Chapter 764. After the Holy Luan flew into the hole in the mural, it really flew out of the cave. What surprised Debeo was that they came in at noon. How come it was dark so soon? The Holy Luan didn't fly too high or too fast. It wasn't because it couldn't carry an adult and 4 children, but because Debeo asked it to do so. Debeo needed to observe the terrain to determine where they came from. After all, they had been in school for so many days, and the king of Yin took the 3 brothers to study around. So Debeo was still very familiar with the terrain of the capital. After they entered the cave, they did walk for a while. Maybe they walked out of the Imperial Academy, but they should never have walked out of the capital. But looking at the terrain around them, how could it look like the capital at all? It was clearly a barren mountain. Why it was like this, Debeo didn't understand. No matter how smart Debeo was, he was just a child after all. No one had ever specifically popularized the Holy Land to him. So the Holy Land was just a place named for him for the time being. The mountains below were very quiet, with the occasional sound of wild animals. Debeo found an empty grassland below, and patted Xinguan's back, signaling it to put them down. Xinguan flew down low, and when it was about to land, it threw the white-haired old man to the ground. The white-haired old man fell flat on his face. However, Debeo also found that although he was the same age as Grandma and Dr. Cui, his body was much stronger than them. He was more like Sikon Zuzu, a martial arts expert. So Debeo was not worried that he would be hurt. Xinguan was very gentle when he put down the children. It first landed gently on the ground, then slowly put down its wings, and Debeo slid down along his wings. Debeo had no plan to put down the 2 sleeping brothers for the time being. It was also good to sleep on Xinguan's back, warm and safe. Debeo took out a pen and paper. His paper and pen were a set, made by Yuan herself. The bottom was a wooden board, on which many book-sized white papers were stitched with needle and thread, and fixed with an iron frame at the top. The charcoal pencil was improved by Yuan and put into a metal sleeve, with a wire on the top connected to the iron clip. When not writing, the charcoal pencil was placed in the slot next to the wooden board. If you forget to put it back after writing, you don't have to worry about losing it. Debeo wrote, "Where is this?" The white-haired old man spit out the mud in his mouth and said, "On the way to the Holy Land." "What is the Holy Land?" Debeo wrote again. The white-haired old man said impatiently, "The Holy Land is the Holy Land. Where else can it be? How old are you? Haven't you even heard of the Holy Land?" In the world familiar to the white-haired old man, everyone knows the Holy Land, just as all the people in Dezhou have heard of the capital. So how could such a knowledgeable child not know the Holy Land? In fact, Debeo did not know. Suddenly, Xiaobao rubbed his eyes and sat up. He looked at the tape measure tied on his belly, then looked at Erbao beside him, and Debeo and his sister lying on the ground opposite him. Even though he was in the dark, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Debeo, I'm hungry," Xiaobao said. "I'm hungry too." Erbao also woke up. Today's school bag was used to carry Yin Shusi, so there was no snack in it. Debeo's stomach growled, and he was hungry too. Xinguan spread his wings in surprise and walked towards Debeo. The bird's ears were pressed against Debeo's stomach. It was sure that it heard the hungry sound. It flapped its wings and said that it could go find food. Debeo thought about it and decided that everyone should go together. Debeo thought about letting Xinguan go alone, but he was still a little worried about this old man who was full of lies. He didn't want them to be alone with each other. As for letting Xinguan take the white-haired old man with him, this is not a cave, but a wilderness. The 4 of them staying here may encounter danger at any time, so the best way is for everyone not to leave Xinguan. Debeo sat on Xinguan's back with his sister on his back. The white-haired old man rubbed his aching waist. "I can sit this time, He was caught by Xinguan and flew into the air. The night was dark, and the wind was cold. In a strange place, the 3 little eggs sat on Xinguan's back, tightly together. As long as they were together, they seemed to have the courage to face everything. Gu Xinguan called out and flapped its wings to fly southeast. The white-haired old man screamed, "Oh! I can't go! I can't go!" This time, Debeo didn't ask the white-haired old man why he couldn't go, because he saw that the place where Xinguan flew was shrouded in a thick fog like black air. Not only did he see it, Erbo and Xiaobao also saw it. "What a big dark cloud," Xiaobao said. "It's not a dark cloud. It's a black fog," Erbo said. "Where is the black fog?" "The fog is all white," Xiaobao said. "Oh, that's the black fog. That's it." "No, no, no, that's it. No." The two little black eggs started arguing. The white-haired old man was going crazy. "What time is it? Are you still in the mood to argue? That's not a dark cloud, nor a black fog. It's a demonic energy. But it's very strange. When I passed by here, there was clearly no demonic energy. How many years have passed? How come such a large area is shrouded in thick demonic energy? Did something happen in the Holy Land?" Debeo gently scratched Xinguan's feathers, signaling it not to go. Xinguan turned his head and grumbled. "There is food, Debeo. I'm so hungry." Xiaobao touched his hungry belly. "I'm hungry too." Herbao also touched his belly aggrievedly. Debeo knew that his two younger brothers were really hungry, because he was hungry too, and they had the same lunch. But he was still a little hesitant. At this moment, Yin Shusi woke up in a daze. She poked her little head out of her school bag and leaned on Debeo's shoulder. Woo wow! She was hungry too. Debeo decided to go. Xinguan flew into the black fog, and the white-haired old man was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He wanted to scream, but he was afraid of attracting some danger. Xinguan flew to the edge of a cliff outside an orchard. Debeo jumped down, walked to the white-haired old man, took out a pen and paper and wrote, "Go pick some fruits. It's already dangerous to come in here, and the white-haired old man won't do it if you want to steal other people's fruits." The white-haired old man glared. "If you want to go crazy yourself. I'm not crazy. You're so fat and still eating. If you have the ability, go pick it yourself." Yen Shusi cried. "I'm not fat. I'm a little lady. A little beauty. A little cutie." Debeo signaled Xinguan to pick up the white-haired old man and hang him on the cliff. Then he wrote coldly, "I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words." White-haired old man. Chapter 765 Super Debeo. The white-haired old man looked at Debeo's cold face and really didn't understand where a child got the courage to do such a thing to a heavenly realm master. However, now was not the time to think about the answer. The white-haired old man could clearly realize that Debeo was serious. If he didn't pick the fruit, he would let Xinguan throw him into the abyss. If it were in the past, let alone the abyss, he would have the courage to venture into the Nine Dragons abyss. But his power hadn't recovered yet. Right? A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. Although picking fruits is also dangerous. If you are careful, the chance of survival is still greater than falling into the abyss. Ahem. The white-haired old man cleared his throat. "How many do you want to eat?" Unexpectedly, Debeo didn't let Xinguan bring the white-haired old man back immediately, but continued to write, "I'll give you another chance to reorganize your language." The white-haired old man was confused. Wasn't his answer wrong? Didn't you just want me to pick fruits for you? I asked you how many you would eat. Wasn't this answer not sincere enough? Wait, what did he say just now? You are so fat and still eating. The white-haired old man suddenly had an idea and laughed. I said I am so fat. How can I still eat? You are not fat. You are so cute. Yin Shusi sobbed and finally stopped crying. It turned out that he was not asked to pick fruits, but just to say a few compliments. The white-haired old man breathed a sigh of relief. But who knew that the next second? Debeo wrote again, 100. The white-haired old man was stunned for a long time before he realized that Debeo was answering his question. Was it necessary to jump so much? He almost couldn't catch up. Also, what's the matter with the 100? Does he have to pick the fruits until dawn? Without bargaining, Debeo asked Xinguan to throw the white-haired old man into the garden. This time, Debeo was relieved to let him go alone and didn't ask Xinguan to supervise him. The reason why he suddenly felt relieved about him was not because Debeo made a mistake of inconsistent logic, but because the whole orchard was shrouded in a huge black fog. The empty grassland where they were was the only pure land, which could also be called the only exit. As long as the white-haired old man wanted to live well, he would definitely pick the fruits and return to this open space as soon as possible. Xinguan stayed in the open space to protect them. The white-haired old man naturally guessed Dabeo's plan. He couldn't help wondering. The child changed his decision several times. And each time he weighed the interests to the extreme. In the cave, the child knew that it was the best strategy to let Xingwan take him to test the way back, when looking for food. The child knew that it was the best strategy to take everyone with him, now picking fruits. Of course, it was the best strategy to take the risk alone. After all, he couldn't help but go back to the open space. And if he accidentally alerted the enemy, Xingwan outside could immediately take the four of them away. The white-haired old man began to be curious. What kind of parents could give birth to such a perverted child? That's right. His definition of Dabeo has changed from smart to weird. And then to perverted. Fortunately, there are a lot of fruits in this orchard. And he has already picked many without going inside. He doesn't know what kind of fruits these are. He has never seen them in his life. Each one is about the size of a goose egg. Red, with soft skin, and heavy in his hand. As if it is full of water. He picked them randomly, scooped them up with his hem, and returned to the open space in a panic, dumping the fruits on the ground. Dabeo glanced at them lightly, picked up the pen and wrote, "There are still 7 left." The white-haired old man immediately said, "Did you count? There are still 7 missing." The white-haired old man didn't believe it. So he counted them one by one. Damn! 93. So when you say 100, it really means 100 in the literal sense. Is it really good for a 4-year-old child to be so accurate? I thought I had picked more than 100. Which was more than enough. Oh! There are only 7 missing, ah. Before the white-haired old man finished speaking, he was slapped back to the yard by Xingwan. Xingwan was blocking the side. As if he would not let you out until you finished picking. The white-haired old man felt bitter. But he didn't say it. He honestly picked 7. But he could have picked more. But somehow, he was always worried that he picked the wrong number. And the child would do something else to him. When the white-haired old man put the last 7 red fruits in front of Dabeo, Dabeo hummed with satisfaction. Dabeo gave the white-haired old man a red fruit. The white-haired old man smiled. "You still know how to respect your elders. There is still hope." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and ate the red fruit. The skin of the red fruit was very thick and astringent. But the pulp inside was very sweet and milky white. It looked like stalactites. But the taste was somewhat similar to melted buttermilk. When Dabeo saw him finish eating, he wrote to his 2 younger brothers, "It's not poisonous. You can eat it too." The white-haired old man choked immediately. After all this time, you are using me to test poison. The way he frowned when he ate the peel was so astringent that the 3 little eggs saw it. So the 3 little eggs decisively threw away the peel and only drank the pulp inside. To them, it tasted very similar to goat's milk. But it was sweeter and thicker. Yin Shusi looked at the milky white liquid and instantly became greedy. Woo wow wow. Dabeo took a few fruits, squeezed the liquid into the bottle, and gave it to Yin Shusi to drink. Yin Shusi knew it was not milk. So she did not ask Dabeo to feed her. She sat on the ground and drank obediently holding the bottle. Gu Xingwan looked at the fruits and seemed to be a little greedy. Dabeo took 20 fruits to it. But Xingwan pushed the 20 fruits back to Dabeo. Xingwan touched the shriveled fruit peel they had eaten with his beak. Dabeo thought about it. Picked up a fruit peel. Peeled it and took out the core inside. And asked it with his eyes. "Do you want to eat this?" Xingwan flapped its wings excitedly. Then it retreated several steps, distanced itself from Dabeo, and opened its big beak. Dabeo roughly understood what it meant, and threw the fruit core to the sky. Xingwan raised his head to catch it, and swallowed it. The next second, it spit out a flame. Everyone was stunned. A big bird can actually spit fire? Xingwan seemed very satisfied with the sensation it caused. Or perhaps it was very happy with the fire itself. It picked up another fruit peel, and handed it to Dabeo, and continued to step back several steps, waiting for Dabeo to feed it. Dabeo fed it another one. After it ate it, it spit out another flame. Woo wow wow. Yin Shusi stopped drinking the fruit juice, and clapped his hands excitedly. Dabeo looked at Xingwan in confusion. So it wasn't hungry. It just wanted to spit fire. Children's focus is always childish. But the white-haired old man is different. What kind of fruit is this? Can Xingwan spit fire after eating the core? Can he do it? He decisively dug out his own core. The core was about the same size as an ordinary peach core. It was a bit difficult to eat it. But if it could spit fire, it wouldn't hurt to try it. The white-haired old man decisively swallowed the core. He also wanted to spit fire. In the end, he didn't know whether he could spit fire or not. He was choked and died. Dabeo stopped playing with Xingwan 3 times. His mother said that fire is the most powerful weapon in nature. When encountering an invincible beast, holding a fire can make them afraid. In this case, it is better to save these cores for use in critical moments. Xingwan was a little reluctant to eat, but Dabeo told him that all the fruit cores belonged to him, and that he would only be given one bird to play with in the future. He became happy again. The 4 siblings ate a total of 20 fruits. After deducting the 3 fruit cores that were eaten, there were 17 left. Dabeo dumped the books out of his 2 younger brothers' school bags and put the remaining fruits in. The fruit core was small, so he put it in the pocket of Yin Xiuxi's clothes. After watching the fire breathing 3 times, Yin Xiuxi was able to establish some kind of connection between the fruit core and fire. She patted her little pocket and was very satisfied with Dabeo's decision. Xiaobao looked at the homework book messed up in the wind, curled his lips and said, "Don't you want the homework I just finished?" Erbao nodded seriously, "Yes. What if the teacher asks about it?" Dabeo glanced at his 2 younger brothers, picked up the blank homework on the ground and opened it. "Did you really write it?" Xiaobao, who never does homework. Erbao, who fishes in troubled waters. The strong wind blew, and the thick fog spread violently, instantly covering the whole world. They couldn't tell the direction, so they had to rest temporarily in place and wait until dawn. The white-haired old man was choked by the fruit core and fainted. Xingwan lay on the ground. The 3 little eggs nestled in Xingwan's arms. Yin Xiuxi nestled in Dabeo's arms, and Xingwan protected them with his wings. "Dabeo, I miss my mother. I miss my mother. And my father. Woo 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 woo." Dabeo touched his brother and sister's head. "Go to sleep. I will take you home." Xiaobao muttered in a daze, "Dabeo, did you say something?" The night was quiet, and everyone breathed evenly. However, at this moment, a dark vine grew out from the ground. Like a ghost's claws, silently entangled Yin Xiuxi's ankle. Chapter 766 Iron-Toothed Yin Xiaobao. Let's not talk about the white-haired old man being choked and fainted. The 4 little eggs were sleeping soundly. There was no way. They were children. They were at the age of growing up and needed a lot of sleep. In addition, they had been tossing and turning all day, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they could not be awakened by thunder. The first one to be awakened by the noise was Xingwan. Xingwan is a powerful species, because its body is too strong. It is not as alert as weak species. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too easy to become extinct if the species is weak and not alert? On the contrary, species like Xingwan will not be too domineering in all aspects. However, when the strange vine dragged Yin Xiuxi out, Xingwan's wings felt a real friction. It would be abnormal if he didn't wake up. Xingwan opened his eyes, and instinctively used his wings to protect the children in his arms more tightly. The vine's force was hindered, but it did not stop. Instead, it increased its strength and pulled Yin Xiuxi out from under Xingwan's wings. When it was pulled out, as if to prevent Yin Xiuxi from falling and waking up, the vine actually split a soft branch and supported Yin Xiuxi softly. Yin Xiuxi was not awakened. Xingwan raised his head, looked at Yin Xiuxi, and then looked at the 3 children left in his arms, and instantly became unhappy. Xingwan flapped his wings, opened his beak, and grabbed the vine in one bite. The vine seemed to have not expected Xingwan to hold it, and was stunned for a moment. Then the vine began to pull back, and Xingwan held on tightly, and refused to let go. The 2 began a tug-of-war of power. Xingwan is huge and powerful, but the vine is not bad either, especially when one is not enough. Then add a few more. In an instant, 7 or 8 twisted vines grew out from the ground and tightly entangled Xingwan. The vines became tighter and tighter, and there was a tendency to strangle Xingwan. In order to prevent the vines from hurting San Xiaodan under its wings, Xingwan did not retract its wings. Its wings fought tenaciously against the vines, but another vine emerged from the ground and tightened its wings at once. Seeing that San Xiaodan was about to be crushed in his arms, suddenly, a long knife flew over and cut off the vines that bound Xingwan's wings. Xingwan's wings flew out of inertia, and the feathers scraped San Xiaodan's face, waking San Xiaodan up. "Huh?" Xiaobao rubbed his eyes. "What's wrong?" "Dabeo. Erbao. Sister. Where's my sister?" Erbao looked around, and his sister was gone. Dabeo looked closely, and saw that the sleeping Yin Xiaoxi had been swept away by a vine. Debao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into a vine in front of him. The vine made a sharp sound. Now, even the white-haired old man was stunned. When he used a long knife to cut these demon vines just now, the demon vines did not react so much. What kind of knife did this kid hold in his hand? How could it make the demon vines suffer so much? Sister! Sister! Xiaobao reached out to Yin Xiaoxi. But he was tied to Xingwan by the vines. He grabbed the vines in front of him with both hands. Get out of the way! If you don't, I will bite you. Vine, hee. Go ahead and bite. 1,000-year-old demon vine. Would it be afraid of a child's teeth? Although these vines look dirty, he is willing to risk it for his sister. Xiaobao opened his mouth and bit the vine. 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 Hack. It hurt so much. This vine also screamed horribly. The white-haired old man was puzzled. No. The dagger is so powerful. It's a weapon after all. But how come your teeth are so awesome? I bite. I bite. I bite. Xiaobao bared his teeth and claws, and actually bit off all the vines on Xingwan's body. This was the first time the white-haired old man had seen someone bite the demon vine with teeth. And if he was not mistaken, the baby still had a mouthful of milk teeth in his mouth. Right? Milk teeth are so powerful. Wouldn't it be able to bite King Kong after changing teeth? When Xiaobao bit to the end, the group of demon vines no longer entangled him, and they fully escorted the main demon vine and took Yin Xiaoxi away. The white-haired old man had already determined that Debao was his destined person, and as long as the person taken away by the other party was not Debao, the white-haired old man could stand by and watch. The problem was that Debao actually rushed over with a dagger. The white-haired old man had to take action even if he didn't want to. He directed his long knife and chopped at the demon vine that entangled Yin Xiaoxi. However, what was desperate was that the main demon vine was not as hard as ordinary demon vines. He used all his strength to only cut a small cut on the other party's body. And that was fine. What was more desperate was that this move angered the demon vines. And all the demon vines rushed towards the white-haired old man and the 3 little eggs. Xingwan. Debao called it in the Phoenix language. Xingwan carried Debao on his back. Debao grabbed Xiaobao's school bag, took a fruit from it, smashed it with his fist, and took the core to Xingwan. Xingwan ate the core and suddenly sprayed a flame at the demon vine. This fire was not an ordinary fire. The demon vines made a sound of ghosts and wolves howling. Debao struck while the iron was hot and smashed 2 more fruits, feeding the cores to Xingwan in one breath. The power of the 2 cores was terrible. When the flames erupted again, almost half of the vines were burned. The vine shrank back into the ground. But the main demon vine that was wrapped around Yin Xiaoxi was determined and refused to let Yin Xiaoxi go. Using fire attack is definitely not an option. After all, Debao is not sure if his sister can withstand fire. What if she can't? Wouldn't it be possible to accidentally hurt his sister? Give our sister back to us. Sister! Xiaobao and Erbao ran towards the main demon vine. Debao also decided to ride Xingwan to launch a frontal attack on the opponent. However, suddenly, the main demon vine took Yin Xiaoxi and hid in a towering tree. The tree was lush with branches and leaves, covering the sky and the sun. Xingwan couldn't fly in, and the 2 little black eggs couldn't climb up. The white-haired old man wanted to help, but it was a pity that his power had not recovered at this time, and commanding the long sword was already his limit. At this time, Debao prayed that his sister would wake up soon. If she woke up, the main demon vine should be fine. But she just slept very soundly. The uncle felt that his hair was turning white with worry. Just when everyone was at a loss, the main demon vine shook for some reason, and then it threw Yin Xiaoxi out, as if throwing a hot potato, and then went back into the ground. Xingwan flew over and caught Yin Xiaoxi. Sister! Sister! Erbao and Xiaobao were ecstatic. Xingwan carried Debao back to the ground. Debao held his sleeping sister in his arms, making sure that she was fine. And he breathed a sigh of relief with his 2 brothers. Unexpectedly, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge net was cast down, and without warning, 1 bird and 4 people were caught. The white-haired old man finally understood why the vine didn't even want the prey in its hand. So he fled in a hurry. He looked at the big net covering himself and felt desperate. The price of stealing fruit has finally come. The opponent's power can be imagined to have scared the main demon vine and made it flee. The white-haired old man, Xingwan, and the 4 little eggs were taken to a dungeon by 2 demon guards wearing black and gold armor. When they were caught, the net arrived first, and the people arrived before the 2 demon guards came. Debeo hid his sister back in his school bag without leaving a trace. The 2 demon guards locked them in a cell in the dungeon and turned away. The cell was dark, without a trace of light. Only Debeo's hand reflected a faint light, which was the juice from the fruit that was just smashed. It was not felt in the moonlight outdoors. But now it was pitch dark, and I realized that it could emit a faint light. Debeo wrote on the paper, "Who are they?" "Demons." The white-haired old man sat on the ground with his back against the wall. "I told you not to steal other people's fruits. What's wrong now? You got caught?" But the old man was very confused. Shouldn't the demons kill the fruit thieves immediately after catching them? Why did they lock them up? This is not like the style of the demons. Moreover, compared to this, the old man was more puzzled. Demons actually appeared in this area, and even dungeons were built. This shows that they have appeared for a long time. How could this be? This is obviously a must-pass place to the Holy Land, and it has been guarded by the people of the Holy Sect. Where did those guards go? The old man wanted to know more and more what happened to the Holy Land during the years he was suppressed at the entrance. Why did the ancestor insist on letting him wait for the destined person outside? The ancestor did not say whose destined person it was. He thought it was his destined person at first, but now it seems that it is not. The person he is waiting for may be the destined person in the entire Holy Land. Chapter 767 Solution Rookie. Debeo wrote. The white-haired old man was furious on the spot. "You little brat. Explain to me what a rookie means?" Debeo ignored him. But the white-haired old man vaguely read a sentence from Debeo's contemptuous eyes. "If you can be discovered even if you pick a fruit, what's the use of you?" The white-haired old man was so angry that he felt like he had eaten $1,000 dynamite. Shouldn't they have not eaten the fruit in the first place? How come it was his fault in the end? Debeo decisively put away the paper and pen and stopped arguing with someone. Seeing that he had stopped, the white-haired old man pulled his sleeves and snorted, "Do you know you are wrong? You are not good enough to be wrong. Right? What have you been doing before?" Debeo paused, took out the paper and pen again, and wrote a line of words, "Only compete with people of the same interest, and don't argue with fools." White-haired old man. After that, Debeo really ignored him. The white-haired old man stabbed him several more times. But Debeo pretended not to hear him, and the cell suddenly became quiet. Let's not talk about the lamb falling asleep. But the 3 of them were awake. But they have not cried since they were caught, which is very surprising. So calm. What have you experienced? The 3 little eggs have experienced a lot. They are no longer the 3 little milk bags who would cry loudly in thunderstorms. They have their own sisters. Now they are all brothers. Of course, they can't be scared casually. They have to protect their sisters. The white-haired old man seemed to remember the situation in the cave. When the Holy Phoenix flew out, the 3 little idiots were calmer than when they first came in. In other words, the more critical the environment, the more calm the 3 little idiots are. If he hadn't been so pissed off by them, the white-haired old man would have admired them sincerely, saying that they were really some precious little fools. At the door of the cell, the sound of guards patrolling could be heard from time to time. Debeo held Yin Shuxi's school bag in his arms, and Erbao and Xiaobao sat on both sides of him, leaning their heads on his shoulders. The guards were tight at the moment, so it was not a good time to escape. The 3 little eggs closed their eyes and fell asleep in tacit understanding. The white-haired old man took a breath of cold air weakly. It was already so late, and he was still in the mood to sleep. He was really careless. But he thought about it again. It was the middle of the night, and he had been tossing and turning for so long. How could such a young child bear it? This was the only place that made the white-haired old man still believe that they were children. It was normal for children to sleep more, but it was not so easy for the white-haired old man to fall asleep. First, he had to be alert to the movements around him. Although he was already a fish on the chopping board, no one would easily accept his fate until the last moment. Right? Second, he was naturally digesting the doubts in his heart. Something must have happened in the Holy Land. But what could it be? I don't know how long he thought about it, and he was drowsy because of it. At this moment, a woo-woo-woo sound came from Debeo's school bag. It was very small, and if you didn't listen carefully, you would think it was just your illusion. The white-haired old man didn't pay much attention. until Yin Shiusi crawled out of the school bag. She was wearing Mianjiang's clothes, which were white and glowed a little in the dim dungeon. The white-haired old man had already fallen asleep. And when he saw the little lamb, he was still wondering why there was a sheep in the prison. Wait. Sheep? Sheep? The white-haired old man suddenly woke up. He looked at Yin Shiusi and saw that Yin Shiusi had already crawled to the prison door, holding the wooden board with both hands, as if he was going to get out. The white-haired old man shook his head. Don't be silly, little stupid sheep. You can't get out? Did you think he hadn't tried it? He broke it with his hands as soon as he sat down. This was not an ordinary wood at all, but a black wood with added strength. Its hardness was not much weaker than the black iron in the market. Even if he used a big knife to chop it, it would take an unknown number of times to cut it off. As a result, the wooden board was crushed into powder in Yin Shiusi's hands. White-haired old man, what's the matter with the illusion that this is a weak and harmless little sheep? After having a perverted brother and a hard-nosed brother, I actually imagined that this girl was weak and harmless. I am so stupid. Yin Shiusi crawled out. The white-haired old man wanted to catch her but failed. He wanted to wake up Tebeo, but he suddenly thought that if Tebeo woke up, he would definitely leave here immediately with his younger brothers and sisters. But he didn't want to leave so quickly. Since he was here, he wanted to carefully investigate the inside of the demon clan. Maybe he could get some useful information. The thought flashed through his mind. He closed his mouth and followed Yin Shiusi to crawl out on tiptoe. When Yin Shiusi crawled to the door of the prison, two demon guards were talking. The white-haired old man thought, "It's over. I'm going to be caught before I get out." But he saw Yin Shiusi crawling between the two of them with his hands and feet. The two of them were chatting and laughing, and didn't notice the little thing at their feet at all. The white-haired old man's eyes widened. This works? The white-haired old man also wanted to try. He also planned to crawl between them. Just halfway up, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It seemed that there was a strong murderous aura shrouding him. He slowly raised his head, and saw that the two demon guards, who were still chatting and laughing just now, were now carrying a big knife each, staring at him with a fierce look. The white-haired old man looked at them, and then at Yin Shiusi, who was crawling farther and farther away, and his mouth twitched. "Look at me instead of her. You are blind." The white-haired old man was beaten up, and was dragged back to the cell with two huge black circles under his eyes. "You even broke the cell door." A demon guard was furious and beat the white-haired old man again. The white-haired old man was crazy. It's not him. If he has the ability, will he only tear down a puppy hole? You guys are also blind. Yin Shiusi was swinging the pot and crawling around in the corridor energetically. "Hey! Look! There's a sheep!" In the small garden in the distance, a patrolling guard pointed at Yin Shiusi, who was crawling non-stop, and said. His companion turned his head away, but Yin Shiusi had already turned around and walked around to the other side of the corridor. The companion didn't see it, so he turned to him and said, "Did you see it wrong? Where did the sheep at our demon palace come from? It's more like a wolf." "Really? I just saw it. Such a small one. Round and plump." So, the patrolling guard gestured and wanted to say how cute it was. But when the words came to his lips, he remembered that this was not what a demon guard should say. So he quickly changed his words and said, "It looks like it was born not long ago." The companion smiled faintly. "Maybe the ewe they caught is about to give birth. It's okay. Such a small sheep may be slaughtered by someone after walking 2 circles. Let's not worry about it. We caught a few more children tonight, and we are almost 100. The patrolling guard said, "This is the last batch." The companion said, "Well, when we send them to the demon palace, the demon seed will be refined." The patrolling guard crossed his hands, palms facing inward, pressed against his shoulders, looked at the bright moon above his head, and said piously, "With the demon seed, the demon lord can be born as scheduled." Yin Shiusi was suffocated in her school bag. She finally came out to get some fresh air, so she naturally wanted to climb as much as she could. Along the way, more than one demon guard saw her, but no one recognized that she was a human kid, and they all thought she was a little beautiful sheep. It's no wonder they thought so, because no human child would be so calm, and that outfit really looks like a little beautiful sheep. Okay. The little beautiful sheep climbed over the high gate mountain threshold, crossed the big fish sea pool, passed through the bushes, flowers, forest, garden, and came to a quiet courtyard. She was exhausted, not really. She sat down. raised her chubby hands, and wiped the non-existent sweat. The courtyard was unguarded, because there was a more powerful band than the guards, and no master could easily pass through it until Yin Shusi crawled in with a wow. Yin Shusi crawled into a candlelit hall. In the center of the hall was an exquisite cold jade coffin. Yin Shusi looked up at the coffin. The coffin was too high, and the coffin was smooth, so she couldn't climb up. She turned her head and crawled to a small stool, propped her head against the stool, and pushed the stool to the coffin. She climbed onto the stool first, and then stepped on the stool to climb onto the coffin. The coffin had no lid, and inside lay a boy who seemed to be asleep. The boy was not very old, about 11 years old, but he was dressed in green, with picturesque eyebrows and beautiful face. Yin Shusi held the edge of the coffin with his hands. His small body hung on the coffin. His chubby legs curled up, and looked at the jade-like boy without blinking. Yin Shusi's eyes sparkled, and he snorted, "Who is this young man?" Chapter 768, Love-Crazy Yin Shusi. Yin Shusi was drooling, kicking and slamming her legs against the coffin. As a result, she accidentally stared at something and kicked herself up, falling into the jade coffin with a plop. Of course, she didn't get hurt. After all, she had so much flesh on her body, and her clothes were so fluffy. Mainly because her clothes were fluffy. Did you guys hear any noise just now? Outside the restriction, the voices of the demon guards came. It seems that something fell on the ground? Another demon guard said. Let's go in and take a look. The 4 demon guards came here on orders, holding the key to the shielding restriction in their hands, and walked in unimpeded. The 4 of them didn't go anywhere, but went straight to the jade coffin in the hall. At this time, Yin Shusi also heard the conversation and footsteps. Her instinct told her that she had to hide herself. She twisted her butt, grabbed the boy's sleeve, and covered her head. Can't see me? Can't see me? Can't see me? When the 4 demon guards came to the jade coffin, they saw a sleeping boy and a fat lamb hid its head under the boy's sleeve. Its head was hidden, but its fat body was still outside. There was a small tail on its raised butt that shook from time to time with the swing of its body. The tail swayed back and forth, as if to say, "You can't see me?" Ho. 4 demon guards. Of course, the demon guards did not recognize that this was a child, and really thought the other party was a little lamb. In order to make this dress look real, Yuan had put a lot of thought into it. If she really observed Yin Shusi crawling at close range, she would be exposed. But she was hiding like this. Who could say she was not a real lamb? Of course, if the demon guards picked up the lamb, they would find that it was a fake. But no one took the lamb seriously. It turned out to be it just now. I thought it was a thief who broke in, a demon guard said nonchalantly. Indeed, compared with the invasion of thieves, the existence of a lamb is really nothing to be afraid of. It's no wonder that the demon guards had such feelings. With the refinement of the demon species, the demonic energy in this world became more and more intense, attracting many attacks from righteous monks. Just one day ago, a master of the Xiantian realm killed more than 30 of their demon guards, causing heavy losses. In the end, it was the guardian of the demon realm who took action and killed the master of the Xiantian realm. But the matter did not end there. Before the Xiantian realm master died, he let go of a wisp of his consciousness. Everyone knew how much information about the Earth Demon Palace was contained in that wisp of consciousness. If more righteous cultivators in the Xiantian realm got it and came prepared, they might not be able to successfully refine the demon seed and welcome the arrival of the demon lord. So, in comparison, it was just a small, harmless lamb, and no one would take it seriously. But how did it get in? Said a demon guard. Did you forget? The scope of the ban is very wide, even covering the back mountain. It might have run from the back mountain. Oh! Don't talk about this. The time is almost up. Carry the person over. Okay. The 4 demon guards covered the coffin board. One person took a corner and lifted the jade coffin. This 1,000-year jade coffin was extremely heavy, but it was nothing to the demon guards. Yin Shusi was hiding under her sleeves, and suddenly felt that the big box was covered by something and became dark. She took her head out of her sleeves, blinked her big eyes, and looked around. Wow. She was puzzled. Did you hear any sound? Did he wake up? Said a demon guard. Okay. Stop messing around. He's been poisoned by the demons. How could he wake up? He's not far from death. It's that lamb. Really? The first demon guard scratched his head. Why do I feel that it's not like that? Yin Shiusi pursed her lips. The 4 demon guards carried the jade coffin into a dark hall in the demon palace, and pulled the iron chains that had been prepared long ago to the 4 corners under the coffin, where there were iron rings that had been prepared long ago. When the formation is activated in a while, the demon altar will frantically extract the power of the Holy Lord in his body. Our realm is not enough. If we get too close, we will be purified by the power of the Holy Lord. So everyone should not get close to the demon altar. Understand? The leading demon guard reminded. The other 3 nodded. I know. The leading demon guard said again, okay. Now it's time to carry another jade coffin. Everyone follow me. After the 4 people finished talking, they decisively left the dark hall. As soon as they left, someone in the jade coffin moved. The boy suddenly opened his eyes, and slid the coffin board open, with the power of the Holy Lord in his body. Although this is a dark hall, there are candlesticks. The flames on the candlesticks flicker, and the shadow of the coffin sways gently on the ground. The boy sat up from the coffin. Woo wow. Yin Shiusi blinked and looked at him. If Yuan and Yin Jiucha were here, they would definitely recognize that this boy was Zhou Jin, who had been missing for many days. But Yin Shiusi had never seen Zhou Jin, and Zhou Jin had never seen Yin Shiusi after he was born. It was true that Zhou Jin went to the Great Zhou to visit Yuan and Yin Shiusi, but Yuan was in trouble, and Zhou Jin led the Wu clan army to kill the Holy Clan. After finally ending the battle, he inexplicably came to a strange place, and inexplicably became the Holy Lord in the mouths of some people. Wu Wao Yin Shiusi tilted her head, looking very cute. She was dressed very cutely, and with this cute expression, she was so cute that it was a bit unfair. However, Zhou Jin was a very rational person. He was not confused by the cute little tilted head, probably because this strange child reminded him of a past that he couldn't bear to look back on. Thinking of the 3 little black eggs like colt balls, Zhou Jin's expression was a bit hard to describe. Were you also captured by them? They didn't even let such a young child go? Zhou Jin asked Yin Shiusi. Wu Wao Yin Shiusi continued to be cute. Zhou Jin looked around and remembered the conversation between several demon guards just now. He realized that this place was safe for the time being. So he said to Yin Shiusi, wait for me here. I will come to you after I finish my business. Don't move around or shout. Understand? Finally, he was worried, looked into Yin Shiusi's eyes, and cast a little witchcraft on her to make her stay here obediently. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, he found that the sleeve on his left hand was heavy. He looked closely and saw that Yin Shiusi was sitting in his sleeve, looking at him cutely. Zhou Jin. How did he get in? No. Did his witchcraft fail? Zhou Jin took Yin Shiusi out and used witchcraft to look at her for a while. He clearly saw that her eyes were infatuated. No. She was drunk. He stood up again. As a result, this time, Yin Shiusi sat in his left sleeve again. You are a little kid. How can you crawl so fast? And his witchcraft? Did it completely fail? Was it affected by the demon palace? Zhou Jin stopped using witchcraft and left the person here directly. But as soon as he stepped out of the jade coffin, Yin Shiusi climbed on his back. He put Yin Shiusi back into the coffin and took the other leg out. As soon as he took a step, he found that Yin Shiusi was hanging on his leg. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin took a deep breath, clenched his fist, picked up Yin Shiusi, and said seriously, I really don't go there for fun. Don't follow me. It's dangerous. Okay? Yin Shiusi suddenly stopped moving, pursed her lips, and her little body was tense, as if she was enduring something. Zhou Jin felt something was wrong, and realized something in a flash. He was about to put her down, but he was a step too late. Yin Shiusi urinated. After urinating, Yin Shiusi felt comfortable all over, and closed her eyes in ecstasy. Woo wow. Zhou Jin looked at the large wet area on his chest, and he felt bad, but the other party was a child who hadn't even grown all his teeth, so he couldn't say anything. He quickly put Yin Shiusi aside, took out a set of clean clothes from the Chinkuan bag, walked around to the other side of the jade coffin, and looked back at the little guy on the ground. Don't come over. Yin Shiusi turned his back very uprightly. Zhou Jin began to undress. Yin Shiusi quietly turned around, and then drooled. You, don't peek. Zhou Jin turned his head and said. Yin Xiuxi covered his eyes with his little hands. Zhou Jin frowned and continued to turn his head. He had already taken off his clothes. And the next step was to wash and change clothes. The sound of water fell. Yin Xiuxi's little fingers quietly opened 2 small gaps. When Zhou Jin changed his clothes and came over, Yin Xiuxi was already lying on the floor, fainted gorgeously, with a little saliva hanging from his mouth. Her clothes were also wet. Such a young child could easily get frozen. Zhou Jin thought about it, and took a piece of his own clothes from the Qingquan bag, took off her sheep clothes, and wrapped her with his own clothes. Now that she was asleep, it was a good time to keep her here. But Zhou Jin always felt that with the nature of this little guy, once he woke up, he would definitely run around and might be discovered. He sighed helplessly, took out a piece of cotton cloth, and tied Yin Xiuxi in his arms. Fortunately, she was quite honest when she fell asleep, Zhou Jin thought. Zhou Jin breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his breath, Yin Xiuxi, who was confused, began to look for milk. Her little head tilted and bit Zhou Jin's little chest. Zhou Jin instantly. Chapter 769 Zhou Jin pampers Xiaoxi. On the other side, after being dragged back to the cage and beaten, the white-haired old man began to sit in a daze in the corner. He really couldn't understand how he fell into this situation step by step. At the beginning, it was agreed that he would wait for the destined person at the entrance, and he could redeem his sins by bringing the destined person back to the Holy Land. He didn't commit any unforgivable sins, right? Didn't he just fool some people who shouldn't be fooled? As for torturing him in this way, if he had known this earlier, he might as well ask to be a prisoner in the water dungeon for 300 years. He felt the malice from the ancestor, who had tricked him, and tricked him so much. Now, let alone bringing the destined person back to the Holy Land. He didn't even know if he could see the sun tomorrow. The white-haired old man sighed and wanted to accept his fate, but he was a little unwilling. He glanced at Dabeo, who was sleeping soundly, wondering if he should go find the little girl. After all, the 3 little fools cared about her so much. Would they make a fuss when they found out she was missing? As for how it would get out of hand, the white-haired old man was not sure. He could still guess if it was an ordinary child. But for these 3, forget it. They are harder to guess than women. The prison door has been repaired. The white-haired old man had a long knife in his hand, but his long knife made too much noise when it chopped down. He silently glanced at the dagger on Dabeo's waist. He had seen the power of this dagger when he hunted the demon vine earlier, so it should not be a big problem to use it. The white-haired old man quietly touched Dabeo's dagger and gently cut the prison door. Sure enough, the wooden board was cut open by him like paper. The white-haired old man was stunned by the sharpness of the dagger. Is it really okay for a 4-year-old child to carry such a sharp dagger? Whose parents are so careless? Is this something a child can play with? However, the white-haired old man had to admit that if it weren't for this dagger, they would have been in danger when they encountered the demon vine just now. Besides, he didn't see these 3 little fools messing around with the dagger. Although they were naughty, they knew their limits. So the doubt came to his mind again. Whose child is this? It's a bit too powerful. Okay. The white-haired old man used the dagger to cut a hole that he could drill through. Just as he was about to stop, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around subconsciously and saw Dabeo holding an empty school bag and looking at him coldly. The white-haired old man looked at the dagger in his hand. Then at Dabeo, I said, "I'm going to find your sister. Do you believe me?" Dabeo whispered coldly. And Xingwan flew in and beat the white-haired old man with his huge wings. The white-haired old man was almost desperate. He really went to find that little girl. Why didn't she believe him? Did he have a face that deceived people? The reason why Xingwan could fly in was because the demon guards at the door had disappeared. And the reason why Dabeo knew this was because he had just seen the scene outside through Xingwan's eyes in his dream. He thought he was dreaming at first, but he just tried it and found it was real. This is magical and incredible. Dabeo doesn't even understand how everything happened. But this feeling is not bad. When Xingwan beat up the white-haired old man, Dabeo also woke up his 2 younger brothers. Xingwan carried the 3 little eggs out of the dungeon. The white-haired old man limped behind him, and he was about to cry. There were actually other people in the cell, but no one said anything. They had seen many people escape from here, but without exception, they were caught by the guards of the demon clan. The fate after being caught was terrible, so that they The bystanders were scared and no longer wanted to escape. Of course, they didn't report it. And there was no reward for reporting. They didn't dissuade it either. They must not know. Otherwise their ending would be worse than it is now. In the dark, everyone watched them walk out of the cell indifferently. And no one believed that they really escaped. 100 meters away from the dungeon, Zhou Jin walked out with Yan Shiusi. He was still in pain from the bite Yan Shiusi had given him. Yan Shiusi, 8 months old, had already grown 2 little teeth. It was no wonder Zhou Jin was weak and delicate. It was really painful. But she might have been half asleep and only did it once. After that, she was very gentle. The reason why I say gentle is that she was still looking for food in his arms. Sucking and licking. Zhou Jin always felt that if this continued, something might be wrong. He put his index finger into her mouth. She sucked and slept soundly. Zhou Jin carefully took out his fingertips. After just a short while, he was soaked with sweat. Is it so difficult to take care of children? Sister One has 4 little ones at home. Sister One is so tired. Zhou Jin was captured by the group of demons on the way. He was captured with his servant. He wanted to take the servant away with him. As for destroying the demon stronghold and saving the people from fire and water, he was not so arrogant that he thought he could do it alone. The appearance of the little one was purely accidental. She was too small. She could be carried out on her back or in her arms. It did not affect the escape plan. So Zhou Jin felt that he could take her with him. However, Zhou Jin did not think that he would always hold her like this. His original plan was to save the servant first. Let the servant take her. And then they would leave together. Zhou Jin looked at Yan Shiusi in his arms and sighed helplessly. Zhou Jin did not know where the servant was imprisoned. It was probably in a cell or in an abandoned courtyard. Just as he was groping forward, 4 demon guards suddenly came to him, carrying another jade coffin in their hands. Zhou Jin probably guessed that they were the demon guards who had just carried him to the demon altar. He had heard them mention that they were going to carry another jade coffin. But he didn't know who was in this jade coffin, whether it was alive or dead, and where it was captured from. Ouch. One of the demon guards accidentally stepped on a wooden stick, slipped, and almost knocked over the jade coffin. What are you doing? The leading demon guard turned around, frowned and looked at him. Be careful. Don't break the jade coffin. It took a lot of effort to find an inner elixir of the holy and the devil. If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have 10 lives. Got it, the demon guard said embarrassedly. Holy and the devil? Inner elixir? Zhou Jin would not think that such a large coffin only contained an inner elixir. The only possibility is that the person lying inside has an inner elixir of the holy and the devil? He had just come to this world not long ago, and many things were only heard, and even more things he had not heard of, such as the holy and the devil. But he knew the inner elixir. This kind of thing must be taken alive. Otherwise it will be ineffective. In this way, it seems that the person in the coffin should be alive. In fact, until now, Zhou Jin still didn't quite understand what the demon species and demon lords mentioned by these demons were. Nor did he understand what the power of the Holy Lord that suddenly appeared in his body was. He was on the way to understand it when he was captured by the demons. Will the one in the jade coffin know more than him? Will he ask about the whereabouts of the captured servants? Instead of looking aimlessly, Zhou Jin thought it would be better to try his luck with the person in the jade coffin. Anyway, they were all captured by the demons and had a common enemy. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Even if they can't be friends, they can at least be temporary allies. With a flash of thought, Zhou Jin quietly followed the 4 people. When the 4 came to another entrance of the dark hall, the leading demon guard took out a key and shook it in the air. Zhou Jin saw a band appear in the air. The band opened, and the 4 people carried the coffin and walked in. Then, the band disappeared. Or to be precise, it became invisible. Zhou Jin was lying in the jade coffin before, and didn't see the existence of the restriction. But just now, he clearly saw that the entire demon palace, even a piece of the back mountain, was shrouded in this water-like restriction. In other words, the dark hall where he was also had restrictions. But for some reason, he didn't have the key just now, and he came out unimpeded. If you can come out, you should be able to go in. Right? Zhou Jin silently waited for the 4 people to put the jade coffin out. And when he was sure that the 4 people had gone far away, he took Yan Shiusi and successfully passed the restriction. Zhou Jin was a little puzzled. Why was the restriction useless to him? If it was useless, what was the point of setting this restriction? Who is in the other jade coffin? Can you guess? Chapter 770. Meet Little Rakshasa again. Wu Yin-shiasi muttered sweetly in her sleep, not knowing what she was dreaming about. Zhou Jin quickly covered her mouth, fearing that some passing demon guards would hear it. Yin-shiasi's mouth pursed, soft as a cloud, touching Zhou Jin's palm. A warm and itchy feeling came from the palm of his hand. Zhou Jin blinked, pulled his hand back, and looked down at the little guy for a while, putting aside the fact that the little guy was too clingy and peed on him. She was actually pretty, with a white and tender face, delicate eyebrows, soft hair, black and shiny. Her little hand clenched into a fist against her chin, looking like she was in deep thought. Very cute. What am I thinking about? Shouldn't I rush to save people at this time? Zhou Jin came back to his senses, patted his head, and stepped into the dark hall. Zhou Jin thought that the coffins used to escort them were the same and should be placed in the same place. But the actual situation was not the case. Zhou Jin's jade coffin was placed in a wide formation, from the mouth of the demon guards. He learned that the formation was called the demon altar. So if nothing unexpected happened, there should be a demon altar here. But the demon altar in front of him was much larger than the demon altar in his place. And there were several steps to walk up. And this jade coffin did not have iron rings on 4 corners, but on 8 corners, and each iron ring was tied with an iron chain. Intuition told Zhou Jin that the identity of the person locked in the jade coffin was probably not simple. He was not sure whether the other party was awake at this moment, so he had to wait and see. He slowly walked up the steps and used the power of the Lord to open the lid of the jade coffin. To his surprise, the jade coffin was empty. Is it the guards of the demon clan who carried an empty coffin? Or, before analyzing the answer, Zhou Jin felt a terrible murderous aura surging behind him. And the murderous aura was also wrapped in a thick bloody aura. Zhou Jin's heart was immediately alarmed. He turned around, hugged the baby in his arms with one hand, and used a powerful Lord's power with the other hand. The Lord's power condensed into a shield in midair, trying to block the opponent's attack. Zhou Jin was an 11-year-old boy after all. Although he had dealt with Soul Rakshasa and led Wu Rakshasa to attack the Saint clan, he was not fond of killing people and bleeding, so he did not instinctively use a killing move. However, based on the opponent's power he sensed, his Lord's power should be able to block it. But what he never expected was that the little black shadow, that was so fast that it was hard to catch, actually bypassed his shield in an instant. He simply didn't know how the other party did it. He used the power of the Holy Lord to condense a barrier again. But the little black shadow actually broke through his Holy Lord power with a bang. What kind of desperate fighting style is this? The opponent's head seemed to be slightly injured when it broke through the power of the Holy Lord, and 2 drops of blood dripped on the ground. But the opponent did not show any fear or stop attacking. The little black shadow was too fierce. So fierce that Zhou Jin felt the killing intent of the opponent. In terms of strength, Zhou Jin may not be inferior to the opponent. But the difference is that Zhou Jin is a rational and calm person. He is not born to fight. But the opponent seems to be born to kill everyone in the world. No matter whether the opponent is weak, strong, or even strong enough that he cannot defeat, he will bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent before he dies. Meeting such an opponent, Zhou Jin was undoubtedly in a headache. Zhou Jin hugged Yin-shiasi and jumped to the other side of the jade coffin. The little black shadow punched the jade coffin, and the jade coffin cracked with a click. This is 1,000-year-old cold jade. Otherwise, how could it be used to imprison Zhou Jin? Its hardness is difficult to destroy even the power of the Holy Lord. Zhou Jin had a toothache. This little black shadow must be the person in the coffin. Right? He is a friendly army. Why did he shout and kill as soon as he met? Hey! Stop it! Zhou Jin raised his hand and made a gesture to stop it. I am not in the same group as them. I was captured by them like you. As soon as he finished speaking, the little black shadow really stopped attacking him. At this time, Zhou Jin realized that the opponent was actually a child about 3 years old. And he was stunned immediately. Such a thick bloody aura. It must be a blood Rakshasa. Right? How could there be such a small blood Rakshasa in the world? Who is trespassing into the demon clan? Outside the dark hall, the roar of the demon clan guards suddenly sounded. It was the 4 demon clan guards, who heard the fighting in the hall, and turned back in unison. As soon as they stepped into the dark hall, The little Rakshasa rushed towards them mercilessly like a small cannon. This was not to knock people out, but to break their internal organs, break their bones, and die on the spot. Zhou Jin was secretly shocked. This was the killer move of the little Rakshasa. Compared with this level of murderous aura, Zhou Jin began to suspect that the little guy was not fighting with him just now, but greeting him. It was because of this that Zhou Jin finally understood that the little Rakshasa had just stopped. Not because he listened to his explanation, but because he had an enemy he wanted to kill more. The first demon guard didn't even have a chance to attack before he was killed by the little Rakshasa. The other three were dumbfounded. When they first caught this little evil creature, they were still a little sneerful. Such a small holy demon fusion? Really? Maybe the Guardian made a mistake. At this moment, they completely believed in the Guardian's decision. However, even the Guardian probably underestimated the opponent's strength. Didn't you drug him? How could he wake up so quickly? Zhou Jin was blocked by the jade coffin, and the others didn't notice him for a while. Zhou Jin couldn't help but feel puzzled after hearing what the demon guard said. He was actually also drugged, but he had swallowed the anti-poison pill in advance, so the drug effect was useless to him. However, the anti-poison pill was the unique elixir of the holy sect, and he was extremely sure that this little guy had never eaten it before. So, did he completely rely on his own ability to withstand the effects of the drug? You two stay here to guard it. I'll go to notify the Guardian. The leading demon guard turned and left. But unfortunately, the little Rakshasa didn't give him a chance to leave. All 4 demon guards died at the hands of the little Rakshasa. Zhou Jin noticed that the little Rakshasa made a gnashing motion when dealing with the other 3. Zhou Jin thought it probably wanted to suck the blood of the 3 people. After all, this is the nature of this kind of evil thing. But for some reason, it held back. It broke their necks. Zhou Jin took a deep breath. If he had known that there was a little evil creature in the coffin, he would never have come to wade into the muddy water. It seemed too late to withdraw now. This kind of evil creature was inhumane. It would kill all the creatures it saw, especially the human race. As expected, the little Rakshasa turned around and looked at Zhou Jin with a cold and gloomy look. Zhou Jin didn't plan to hold back this time. He took off his bag, put Yin Xiuxi into the jade coffin first, and closed the coffin lid with the power of the Holy Lord. This coffin was still hard after all. As long as he diverted the firepower, it could withstand the energy fluctuations when the two of them fought. Zhou Jin looked at the little evil creature in front of him coldly, opened his arms, and quickly urged the power of the Holy Lord in his body. The little Rakshasa also felt the murderous aura from Zhou Jin. He looked at Zhou Jin fiercely, turned his body, and rushed towards Zhou Jin fiercely like thunder. Zhou Jin's Holy Lord power burst out. Zhou Jin understood that this move was a killing move, and it was either you or I. However, just when his Holy Lord power was about to meet the little Rakshasa, Yin Xiuxi's dream voice suddenly came from the coffin. Woo 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 woo. An incredible thing happened. Zhou Jin saw that the little evil creature who was determined to fight to the death with him with his little fist suddenly stopped. No, it was not a stop, but paused. Is this not going to fight anymore? Hey, you. Zhou Jin's Saint Lord power had already been sent out, and it was too late to take it back. The Saint Lord power directly hit the dazed little Rakshasa, and the little Rakshasa was thrown out and fell on the cold floor. He rolled more than 10 times before hitting the pillar and stopped. The little Rakshasa was injured. However, he stubbornly climbed up, as if he didn't feel the pain, stepped on his bleeding legs, rushed to the coffin, knocked the coffin board open with his little body, and jumped into the coffin. Zhou Jin's eyes moved, and he used the Saint Lord's power to transform into a sword blade, which swept through the air. His sword blade was raised high. But what did he see? The little evil creature covered in blood sat cross-legged in the coffin, holding the sleeping Yin Xiuxi in his arms. It held him carefully, and the bloody aura on its body faded away, and a little expression similar to love appeared on its cruel little face. Chapter 771 Fierce Little Rakshasa. Magical Second Treasure. Zhou Jin stared at the little evil creature in front of him without blinking. In his eyes, the little evil creature looked like an ordinary 3-year-old child, but was smaller, had bigger eyes, and shorter hair. Of course, it was not too short, but he couldn't tie his hair into a bun, and it covered his forehead and ears in a mess. His face was covered with blood, which looked a little creepy, but the warmth in his blood-red eyes made people feel that the whole night was quiet. This feeling is a little hard to describe. Like after a war. The soldiers who were bloodshot suddenly sat on the yellow sand. The sunset was dim. And his sword was inserted beside him. That kind of tranquility was not easy to get. The little evil creature looked at the child with a very focused look. Most of the Wu people practice witchcraft in Gushu. And their bodies are often not strong enough. In order to better protect this race, they need to refine a very powerful Rakshasa core. In terms of lethality, the blood Rakshasa is undoubtedly the best choice. Not only are they powerful, but their repairability is amazing. It can be said that the blood pill is indestructible and the body is immortal. However, the Wu people did not do this because the blood Rakshasa is an evil creature. Blood Rakshasa needs to absorb a huge amount of blood energy from refining to promotion. The consequence of doing so is that they are prone to lose their humanity. They are more uncontrollable than the Asura, who has gone astray. Therefore, the Wu people chose the Wu Rakshasa. Of course, the Wu Rakshasa is also very powerful, but not as evil as the blood Rakshasa. But the little evil creature in front of him is not quite the same as the evil creature Zhou Jin knows. To be precise, it was the same just now. But after the appearance of this little baby, the little evil creature seemed to have a human appearance. Zhou Jin sensed it carefully and confirmed that the disappearance of the blood evil spirit was not his illusion. A trace of cold breath was faintly emanating from the body of this little evil creature, which dispersed the blood evil spirit, or perhaps it was pressed back into his body. Zhou Jin was not unfamiliar with this cold breath. He had felt it on Yin Jiuchu's body. It had a nice name, called Chansheng Ju. Could it be that the little evil creature also practiced Chansheng Ju? Zhou Jin had not studied what kind of skills Chansheng Ju was, but judging from the lethality displayed by Yin Jiuchao, Chansheng Ju should be able to restrain these evil creatures. Logically speaking, evil creatures would not practice Chansheng Ju, nor could they practice it, unless there was also an inner pill in the body of the evil creature that could withstand Chansheng Ju. But it just released such a terrible blood evil spirit, which means that it actually has a blood pill in its body. Could it be that this little evil creature has two inner pills? One is the inner pill of Chansheng Ju, and the other is the inner pill of Shui Mogong. This guess is absurd. After all, no one has ever had two inner pills, let alone two inner pills that counteract each other. But combined with the words of the demon guards, Zhou Jin thinks this hypothesis may be true. The demon guards called it the holy demon fusion. Maybe this is what they meant? Although Zhou Jin wanted to figure out the mystery of the little evil creature, it was obviously not a good time, for demon guards died here, and it was not known whether the movement just now had been spread. Even if it had not been spread, if the companions of the four people had something to do with them, wouldn't they find out that they were missing? The two important hostages were carried in by four people, which shows that they are not idle people in the demon palace. They will soon be discovered missing. Zhou Jin used the power of the Holy Lord to carry the bodies of the four people into the jade coffin, closed the coffin, and said to the little Rakshasa, "I am leaving." "Are you leaving?" The little Rakshasa did not answer, but just looked at the little baby girl in her arms obediently. Zhou Jin thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know her?" The little Rakshasa imitated Yin Xiaoxi's speech, "Woo woo woo woo." Zhou Jin suddenly had a brainwave and asked, "She can't be your sister, right? How else to explain what happened to it?" The little Rakshasa opened his mouth, "Sister. Sister." Zhou Jin was stunned. "She is really your sister." The little Rakshasa was just parroting. But Zhou Jin didn't know. Zhou Jin thought he was really the brother of the little girl. This conclusion is quite reliable. Only when facing one's closest relatives can one put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha. He cares so much about his sister, which shows that his humanity has not been completely lost. Zhou Jin walked up to the little Rakshasa and reached out to hug Yin Xiaoxi. "Okay. Give me my sister. Let's leave here first." The little Rakshasa immediately turned into a small cannon and rushed towards Zhou Jin. This scene came too suddenly. Zhou Jin was unprepared, and it was too late to activate the power of the Holy Lord when he reacted. He had to quickly throw a magic weapon for protection, which was a pagoda given to him by the people of the holy sect. It was said that it should not be taken out unless it was absolutely necessary, because it could block the fatal blow of the demon clan's great guardian. As a result, such a life-saving thing was broken in the hands of the little Rakshasa. Zhou Jin did not expect the little Rakshasa to be so fierce. Although the pagoda did not break, it was cracked by the collision. Such a pagoda may still be used later, but it cannot be used on top masters. Zhou Jin had a toothache. I was just afraid that you couldn't hold him. So I helped you hold him. The little Rakshasa held Yin Xiuxi and flew to the top of the jade coffin. Looking down at Zhou Jin, baring his teeth fiercely, Zhou Jin held his forehead helplessly. Is it so difficult to be a good person these days? Of course. The little Rakshasa had the strength to hold Yin Xiuxi. But he was small, and his arms were short. And Yin Xiuxi was chubby. So his action of holding someone looked very funny. Zhou Jin walked in front, occasionally looking at the little evil creature calmly, and couldn't help laughing. The little Rakshasa saw his eyes, and bared his teeth fiercely. The three of them left the restriction unimpeded. Do you have other family members here? Zhou Jin asked the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa still didn't answer. Zhou Jin took a deep breath and said, I have a servant imprisoned here. I have to go find him. How about you come with me? After we find him, I will take you out. I remember the way in. Zhou Jin was not sure whether the little evil creature understood what he said. But when he turned right to look for someone, the little evil creature followed with the child in his arms. Little Rakshasa naturally wouldn't walk in a proper manner. Holding Yin Xiuxi, he performed Qigong, jumping up and down, moving quickly and invisible in the night. Unexpectedly, not long after they left the dark palace, San Xiaodan and Xingwan came over. San Xiaodan poked out three little heads from behind the big tree, and Xingwan also poked out his bird head and looked furtively in the direction of the dark palace. Safe, Xiaobao said. Dabao nodded and walked out carefully. Xiaobao and Erbao followed closely behind. Xingwan also followed with a swaying look. The white-haired old man looked at San Xiaodan, who was approaching the dark palace with despair. To be honest, don't go over there. The demonic energy over there is very heavy. I suspect there are very fierce demon masters in there. It's not you, cough. It's not something we can deal with. Coward. Xiaobao turned his head and said, slightly. Erbao stuck out his tongue at him. White-haired old man. Okay. Okay. Go in. Go in. Okay? Of course. The three little eggs bravely rushed in. For their sister. Even the most timid Erbao stopped acting like a spoiled child. However, what the three did not expect was that they were blocked by an invisible object just halfway through. Ouch. My head. Erbao covered his forehead and said. Covering his forehead, Xiaobao stretched out his finger and poked the water-like barrier in front of him. It was invisible before he hit it, and it became visible only after poking it. What is this? Xiaobao asked. Dabao didn't know either. Dabao looked at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man coughed lightly and said, This is the prohibition of the demon clan, which is equivalent to a huge golden bell cover, covering the entire palace inside. You can't get in without a key. This means that it is impossible to fly in on the Holy Phoenix. Xiaobao opened his mouth to bite, but it was slippery, and he couldn't bite it. Dabao thought about it, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and slashed it. This is the most powerful weapon refined by the Sang family in Mingdu. It is not an exaggeration to call it a divine weapon. It can cut iron like mud. If necessary, it can even cut through internal strength and pressure. However, it has no way to deal with restrictions. When it stabs in, it is like stabs into a ball of flowing water. Can a hole be cut in water? The answer is no. Erbao was so anxious that he cried, What should I do? I can't find my sister. Woo woo woo. He leaned on the restriction and cried, and the big tears fell down his cheeks. Suddenly, something incredible happened. Those originally stubborn restrictions were inexplicably dissolved. No one understood how this happened. The restriction in front of Erbao was the first to dissolve, and he fell into it. Ouch! Bully, what killer moves do you have? Use it. Erbao, een. Bully, I told you to fight. Who told you to whimper? Erbao, whimper. Bully, die. Chapter 772, the group's favorite Yin Xiuxi. After Erbao went in, the restriction in front of Dabao and Xiaobao also opened a big hole, and the two jumped in with their short legs. After seeing the summoning of the Holy Luan and the Iron Fang demon vine, the white-haired old man felt that he could accept the things that could dissolve the restriction. Although he didn't understand how these little guys did it, since it was about his sister. San Xiaodan didn't force the white-haired old man to go in first. Instead, the white-haired old man himself proposed to take the lead. You wait at the door. I will go in first to see the situation, in case there is any danger. Before he finished speaking, he found that San Xiaodan was looking at him with a suspicious look. And this suspicion is not just suspicion. It seems to be mixed with a trace of contempt. It's like he thinks that he will mess things up if he goes in. By the way, is he so unreliable? Is it his fault to attract the demon guards? Who was the first to clamor for the fruit? Did he not dissuade them? No. And there is more. Sen Xiaodan went in with a proud face. The white-haired old man covered his heart. And sooner or later, he would be angry to death in the hands of these little fools. A few people and a bird entered the dark hall. The bloodstains on the ground had been removed by Zhou Jin's way. And the traces of fighting were covered as much as possible. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it. But San Xiaodan is not an ordinary child. Especially Debao. He looked very carefully. He saw a drop of fingernail-sized fragments at the base of the wall. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to judge where it came from by a piece of fragment. But Debao recognized that the armor on the demon guards, who captured them, was made of this material. Debao took out a pen and paper and wrote to the white-haired old man, "Open the coffin." "Is it so concise?" "Please, Senior Swisher. Can you open the coffin lid? Is it tiring for you to write a few more words?" The white-haired old man rolled his eyes, walked around the coffin lid, and pushed it open with force. He had been locked up in the forbidden area for so many years, and he didn't know what this place was, and what kind of tricks these demons were going to play. But he recognized the bodies in the coffins. They were clearly the demon guards he had seen nearby before being locked up in the dungeon. Looking at their bodies, it seemed that they had died not long ago, and the death was very cruel. One had all his bones broken, and the other 3 had their necks twisted. This is a jade coffin made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. It is said to have the effect of keeping the body from decaying and isolating the breath. In short, it is a treasure. The white-haired old man will not think that they have made a big mistake and were punished by the demons, and then put their bodies into this 1,000-year-old cold jade coffin. They must have been killed. Who could it be? Pearl. Xiaobao bent down and picked up a bean-sized bead from under the coffin. This is the bead on Yan Xiuxi's shoes. Her clothes were wet, but her shoes were not, so the shoes were still on her feet. When the little Rakshasa hugged her and jumped up and down, he accidentally dropped a bead. "Sister really came," Erbao said. "Were those people killed by your sister?" The white-haired old man asked San Xiaodan weakly. San Xiaodan gave him a more contemptuous look. The white-haired old man also realized that he had said the wrong thing. He cleared his throat and said embarrassedly, "I was just joking. How could such a young child kill people?" Hee. San Xiaodan thought in his heart. "Idiot! If my sister killed him, she wouldn't kill him so ugly." San Xiaodan searched the dark hall inside and out, and confirmed that his sister was not there. So they planned to search somewhere else. While San Xiaodan was struggling to find his sister, Zhou Jin and Xiao Luosha found the dungeon where they had been imprisoned. There were all kinds of people in the dungeon, including children, ordinary villagers, and righteous monks. Zhou Jin didn't know their specific uses. Zhou Jin searched the cells one by one, but did not find the servants. It seemed that he was not imprisoned here. When he was about to ask little Rakshasa to go look for him somewhere else, he found that little Rakshasa had entered an empty cell. Little Rakshasa sniffed in the cell and turned around, as if looking for something. Zhou Jin touched the hole on the cell door. It was cut by a sharp blade. Of course, he would not think that the guards of the demon clan had nothing to do and cut their own cell. He could only say that the prisoners in this cell had escaped. Seeing that the little evil creature frowned, as if looking for someone, Zhou Jin whispered, "Do you have other family members imprisoned?" Little Rakshasa still did not answer, and flashed out with Yan Xiuxi in his arms. It was as fast as lightning, and it quickly ran through the cell. The prisoners did not see what happened at all. They only felt a hurricane passing by. When they reacted, little Rakshasa had checked all the cells and went out with Yan Xiuxi in his arms. Zhou Jin also walked out. The little Rakshasa held Yan Xiuxi in his arms and stood in deep thought under the moon. Zhou Jin looked at its thin body, its thin wrists, and the fat baby in its arms. He felt sorry for it. But Zhou Jin also knew that it would not let him hold his sister. "Hey, little thing. Who are you looking for just now? Since we are all looking for someone, why don't you tell me what the person you are looking for looks like? And I will help you keep an eye out for him." Zhou Jin said to it. The little Rakshasa was still in deep thought. Zhou Jin's handsome face was bathed in the bright moonlight, and he looked even more charming. He said, "Are you looking for your parents? Have your parents been arrested as well?" I don't know which of his words was heard by the little evil creature. Zhou Jin saw that the little evil creature finally responded. It stared blankly at the endless night, and made a dreamlike sound from its little mouth. Number. Zhou Jin couldn't understand it again. At that moment, Zhou Jin felt that it was like a poor little abandoned thing. Did its family not want it? Because it was transformed into a bloody Rakshasa? You? Zhou Jin just opened his mouth when he heard the sound of footsteps on the path beside him. Zhou Jin's eyes moved and he said to the little Rakshasa, "Hide quickly. Don't expose yourself." Before Lu finished speaking, a hurricane blew by, blowing the handsome and unparalleled young Master Zhou into a mess. And a certain culprit jumped into the huge tree canopy above his head, with Yin Xiuxi in his arms. Zhou Jin used the power of the Holy Lord to jump onto the branch, spit out a leaf, and said to the little Rakshasa expressionlessly, "You're welcome." The other 4 demon guards came. They were also escorting people. But they were not strong people like Zhou Jin and the little Rakshasa who needed to use jade coffins to isolate their breath, but ordinary children. They had already escorted a group and were on the way to escort the second group. Zhou Jin was the Witch King. He would dedicate himself to the people of the Witch Clan. But he would not go through life and death for the people of the world. He had no obligation and no such great ability. Therefore, from beginning to end, he never thought of using eggs to hit stones and destroying the entire Earth Demon Palace. His goal was to rescue his servants, who had been taking good care of him since they came here. The little evil creature seemed to be in step with him in this regard, and was only looking for people, not saving the people. It's not that they don't want to save, but they can't, with their current abilities. Even if they join hands, it's hard to kill the Demon Clan's great guardian. What's more, there is more than one Demon Clan master here. Both of them concealed their breath, and the Demon Clan guards walked over without noticing. However, before they walked far, Yin Xiuxi in his arms suddenly muttered in his sleep, "Woo wow wow. Who is it?" A Demon Clan guard hurriedly drew his sword and turned around. Before the sword was unsheathed, the little Rakshasa flashed towards him with a whoosh. The little Rakshasa threw Yin Xiuxi high into the air, broke the necks of the 4 Demon Clan guards at an unimaginable speed, and steadily caught the falling Yin Xiuxi. Yin Xiuxi muttered sweetly in his sleep, "Wuh." Chapter 773 The Truth. All gathered together. Zhou Jin and Xiao Lusha continued to search forward. Zhou Jin didn't know who Xiao Lusha was looking for, and how many people there were. However, Xiao Lusha didn't mean to leave Zhou Jin and act alone. Compared with how much he liked Zhou Jin felt that he didn't care much about him. It seemed that since he found his sister, he had been immersed in his own world. A world with only his sister and nothing else. Not long after the 2 of them walked, 2 more demon guards came to them. As expected, they were solved by Xiao Lusha again. The demon guards were actually very powerful. If it weren't for the sudden increase in the power of the Holy Lord in his body, Zhou Jin's earlier witchcraft power might not be able to deal with him. However, such a difficult opponent was killed by Xiao Xiaowu in one move. And it was without waking up his sister. It was a devil when killing people, but it was her night when hugging her sister. After dealing with another corpse, Zhou Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the little Rakshasa, "I say, let's have a discussion. Can we stop killing people? If we keep killing like this, the demon palace will be empty. It's not scary to be empty, but it's scary that there are so few people suddenly. The real masters in the demon palace will definitely find that there are foreign enemies invading. If they carry out a comprehensive cleansing of the demon palace, they will be in trouble." However, the little Rakshasa didn't hear what he said at all, and walked out with Yin Xiuxi in his arms without recognizing any relatives. Zhou Jin looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. The demon palace is very large. The 3 of them searched the palaces one by one, but they still couldn't find where the people who were caught were imprisoned. It is true that there is a part in the dungeon, but that is definitely not all. On the way to the demon palace, when Zhou Jin was locked in a coffin and carried into the demon palace, he heard a demon guard say that he wanted to collect 1,000 lives to sacrifice to the demon lord, including men, women, young and old. Where was he imprisoned? Zhou Jin murmured secretly. Suddenly, another demon guard came in front. As expected, the little Rakshasa was about to attack again. This time, Zhou Jin stopped it. Zhou Jin whispered, "Don't kill him. We will follow him secretly, and maybe find the place where your family is imprisoned." Worried that it didn't understand what he said, Zhou Jin gestured with his hands. Find someone. Find someone. Do you understand? He will take us there. The little evil creature seemed to understand, and really didn't attack the demon guard. Zhou Jin now prayed that the little guy would not wake up and make any sound. Otherwise they would have to kill the guard to keep it secret. Fortunately, Yin Xiuxi slept soundly, smiling in his dreams, without talking in his sleep. Zhou Jin and little Rakshasa followed the demon guard into another palace. That palace also had restrictions. The places they had searched before had no captured people, and no restrictions. On the contrary, the places where he and little Rakshasa were imprisoned all had restrictions. Does this mean that the palaces with restrictions are where human sacrifices are imprisoned? Zhou Jin followed the guard silently. Little Rakshasa was still holding Yin Xiuxi up and down in the air. Suddenly, the guard stopped and turned around with a strange look on his face. Zhou Jin hid behind a big tree. The little Rakshasa just landed on a corner of the eaves. And there was no time to dodge. His expression froze for a moment, and he turned into a small black egg statue, and used his inner strength to fix the scattered corners of his clothes. The demon guard looked at the statue that had appeared on the eaves at some point. The night wind was blowing, but the fluttering robes did not move at all. Well, it was a statue. The demon guard turned his head, and continued to go inside. Achoo! The little Rakshasa suddenly sneezed. The demon guard turned his head, and the little Rakshasa still kept the black egg statue motionless. The demon guard scratched his head. Did he hear it wrong? How could a statue sneeze? The demon guard continued to move forward. Achoo! Another sneeze. This time it was Zhou Jin. The demon guard drew the sword from his waist, and walked behind the tree. At this moment, a wild cat jumped out, meow. It's this little thing. The demon guard breathed a sigh of relief, and retracted his sword. In fact, they had already entered the palace, and it was reasonable to kill him. But soon, Zhou Jin was very glad that they didn't kill him so early, because this guard was not an ordinary guard, but the confidant of the demon guardian. And he came to report to the demon guardian. I dare not think that if he was gone, the guardian would find out that there was a mess in the demon palace in an instant. Zhou Jin and the little Rakshasa followed the demon guard into a gloomy and cold hall. The hall was very large, and a chair carved with a fierce black dragon totem was placed on the high steps at the top. Dozens of demon masters, led by the demon guardian, worshipped the empty chair. Everyone crossed their hands, palms facing inwards on their shoulders, and performed 3 great salutes devoutly. The leading demon protector said, "We will offer blood and wait for the return of the demon master. We will offer blood and wait for the return of the demon master. We will offer blood and wait for the return of the demon master. We will offer blood and wait for the return of the demon master. We will offer blood and wait for the return of the demon master." The whole hall seemed to be shaken by the powerful voices of the masters. Zhou Jin felt his ears numb, and an indescribable strangeness in his heart, as if something was about to burst out of his body to resist the breath of those demon masters. But Zhou Jin knew that he couldn't do this. He was no match for this group of people. He adjusted his breath and suppressed the strangeness. Great protector. The demon guard that Zhou Jin and Xiao Lusha followed walked to the side of the demon protector and bowed. Is it done? The demon protector put down his hand, stood up straight, looked at him and asked calmly. The demon guard nodded. He has been carried to the demon altar. But is he really the reincarnation of that person? How could he be so easily? That person was the one who killed the demon lord back then. How could he be subdued by me so easily? Is that what you want to say, right? The demon protector sneered. I don't dare. The demon guard lowered his head. The demon protector continued to sneer. He hasn't regained his original ability. Not even a fraction of it. So of course, he is no match for me. Zhou Jin frowned. The people who were carried to the demon altar included him, and this little Rakshasa. Was the reincarnation of the one mentioned by the demon clan one of them? Or was there another demon altar here? The demon clan's great guardian clenched his fist, and said, he killed the demon lord back then. Now he is using his life to sacrifice to the demon lord. This can be regarded as revenge for the blood feud thousands of years ago. We demon clan have waited for this day for too long. When the demon lord returns, he will lead the whole clan to fight back. All the so-called righteous monks in the Holy Land will become prisoners of the demon clan. The demon clan's great guardian didn't say much, but the amount of information was very large. The one he mentioned seemed to be someone from the Holy Land. And since he was reincarnated, it meant that he was actually dead. I don't know whether he died together with the Demon Lord, or died for some other reason after killing the Demon Lord. But now, that one has reincarnated and was caught by the Demon Clan. How did the demons find out the whereabouts of the person who changed time? Also, how did the Demon Lord return? Is it a reincarnation like that person? Or does he use the resentment and flesh of the sacrifices to reshape his demon body? Zhou Jin has only been in this world for a few months. He knows too little information to speculate the whole truth. But one thing is certain. Those who are captured will all die in the Demon Palace. The Demon Clan's great guardian ordered again, strengthen the vigilance. Don't let anyone come to disturb the Demon Lord's return. And those who trespass into the Demon Palace will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, another demon guard hurriedly walked in, report to the great guardian. Something happened to the demon altar. The person in the jade coffin is missing. Whose jade coffin is missing? The Demon Clan's great guardian asked. The guard said, both are missing. The 4 guards carrying the coffin were killed. What? The great guardian of the Demon Clan frowned. Great guardian. Another demon guard stepped inside, bowed, and said, we just caught a few thieves in the back mountain. They escaped from the dungeon. I wonder if they have anything to do with the demon altar. Bring them in. The great guardian of the Demon Clan gave an order, and a group of guards came in with a big bird, a white-haired old man, and 3 black little eggs. Chapter 774 Recognition. It was a bit unfair that the 3 little eggs were caught. When they entered the forbidden area, they didn't know how the forbidden area broke several big holes, and they entered in a daze. However, when they came out, the forbidden area did not move. It was useless to hit and beat. The forbidden area was not broken at all. They didn't understand why. Erbao put his hands on his waist and shouted for a long time. Open! 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 The forbidden area will not open. They thought that since they couldn't go forward, they would go around the back mountain. As a result, they were caught by the big net in the back mountain. The 3 little eggs were tied up with their hands behind their backs, looking at the masters in the hall with an innocent face. In fact, when the demon guards found them, they didn't plan to tie them up. There was no need to guard against such young children. Right? Unexpectedly, after seeing the white-haired old man tied up, the 3 of them felt unbalanced instantly. Sen Xiaodan walked over and asked the demon guards to tie them up too. Why did they tie up that chicken but not them? Are they less threatening than a chicken? Humph! When the demon guardian saw that they even tied up 3 little kids, his brows were furrowed into a river. What kind of cowards are they? They even tied up a few children? It's not that the demon guardian had much sympathy for San Xiaodan, but he just felt it was unnecessary. His subordinates had frightened the previous few righteous monks into frightened birds, which made the demon guardian unhappy. A fierce murderous aura suddenly burst out from his body, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop. Behind a large pillar that no one noticed, Zhou Jin and the little Rakshasa opened their eyes at the same time. Zhou Jin never expected that he would meet acquaintances in this world. If he was not mistaken, those 3 little cold balls were Sister Wan's sons. Right? Strange. How did they come here? How did they fall into the hands of the demons? And according to the report of the demon guard just now, they escaped from the dungeon. But he and the little evil creature had been to the dungeon just now, and did not find them. Could it be? Zhou Jin remembered the scene of the little Rakshasa wandering around in a dungeon that was cut open by someone. Could it be that that was the cell where they had stayed? How did the little evil creature find it? Of course Zhou Jin would not guess that the little evil creature knew the 3 little eggs. He glanced at the white-haired old man and secretly guessed whether this grandfather was the family of the little evil creature. Zhou Jin looked at the little Rakshasa, who was eager to try, with excitement in his eyes. It's family, right? Otherwise, there would be no such big reaction. While Zhou Jin was secretly guessing the relationship between the little Rakshasa and the white-haired old man, the Demon Clan guardian in the center of the hall recognized the identity of the white-haired old man. He narrowed his eyes and said, Wait! Isn't this the Saint Sex Swisher? I'm so sorry to see you. Swisher. The white-haired old man subconsciously covered his face with his hands. You recognize the wrong person. Don't hide it. Swisher. With your character, you can recognize this guardian even if you turn into ash. How come you betrayed the Saint sect? But you were not killed by your ancestor? Or did you escape? What nonsense are you talking about? When did I betray the holy sect? I just stole a few jars of good wine from the ancestor. Who knew that they were filled with medicinal wine? The white-haired old man lowered his voice as he spoke. This matter has been around for a while. He was a gangster in the past. By chance, he saved a disciple of the holy sect. The disciple had a high status in the holy sect, so he was given the identity of a holy sect member. He was used to being an idler. How could he bear the rules and regulations of the holy sect? He stole the wine from the ancestor without paying attention. It turned out that it was not an ordinary fine wine, but a medicinal wine that was said to have spiritual power. It was very useful. The ancestor did not say what it was used for. In short, he seemed to have ruined the ancestor's big plan. The ancestor was furious and punished him to guard the entrance to the Holy Land. Heh. The demon clan's great protector was not interested in these old stories. He just wanted to know why the people from the holy sect came here. Was it just him? Or were there still many people lurking in the demon palace? He walked towards the white-haired old man step by step. Tell me, where did you hide them? The white-haired old man was stunned. Who did you hide where? The demon clan's great protector sneered. Don't play dumb with me. Your tricks are not even worth a finger in front of this protector. If you don't want to tell the truth, I will force you to tell the truth. Wait. Explain yourself first. The white-haired old man said seriously. What do you mean my tricks are not even worth a finger in front of you? Were you cheated of a spirit stone? And given a broken set of skills? Is that liar you? The murderous aura around the demon clan's great protector instantly increased several times. The white-haired old man said, Of course not. But I can trick the spirit stone back for you. The great guardian of the demon clan. The great guardian of the demon clan clenched his fists and creaked. Put him on the flame pillar for me. When you tell me. When you give me a quick death. The white-haired old man panicked. What's going on? Why do you want to put him on the fire? He didn't hide anyone. He has nothing to do with the death of those guards. Why can't I finish taking the blame tonight? The white-haired old man was dragged away. Great guardian. What should we do with this bird and this child? A demon guard asked. Take it to another altar and tie it up. Throw the bird to the zoo and let the strange beasts eat it. The great guardian of the demon clan ordered. Yes. One team of demon guards took Sheng Wan and the white-haired old man away, and another team of demon guards took the 3 little eggs to a secret room underground. The demon guardian said to the remaining masters, All of you follow me. There must be other cultivators in the demon palace. Be sure to rescue them, and don't let them block the arrival of the demon lord. After the group of people went out in a mighty manner, Zhou Jin walked out from behind the pillar. He had felt the murderous aura of the little evil creature several times just now. He was worried that the little evil creature would not be able to help but act rashly. But unexpectedly it survived until now. It is really an impressive little evil creature. However, for some reason, Zhou Jin couldn't get close to the little evil creature. It wasn't that he rejected the blood Rakshasa, but he had a vague feeling that this little blood Rakshasa would snatch things from him one day in the future. Swoosh! The little Rakshasa carried Yin Xiaoxi to the secret room. The secret room was underground. It turned out that the underground was where the real demon palace was. There were huge halls with 88 pillars, each of which was carved with a fierce black dragon totem. After passing through the 88 black dragon magic pillars, they came to a place similar to a cemetery. It was dark and seemed endless, and there was a grave every few steps. Those who were caught were tied to the pillars on the grave. The pillars on the east were already full, and the people on the west were probably still on the way. All the tied people lost consciousness, with their heads drooping, like evil spirits that might wake up at any time. By the way, does the devil have to make such a big show when he comes to the world? Who is the other party? How powerful is he? 2 demon guards took the 3 little eggs to 3 graves in a row. Just as they were about to tie them up, Xiaobao suddenly said, I don't want this. I want that. He looked at the grave next to Debao and said. The demon guards were puzzled. When the child spoke, they thought he was afraid and asked for help. But he asked them to change a grave closer? What kind of operation is this? No. This is mine, Erbao said. And he was determined not to give his little mound to Xiaobao. If he stepped on it, it would be his territory. I'll trade with you, Xiaobao said. No, Erbao said. The demon guards were all confused. You are the sacrifices. Okay. Don't you see it's dark, gloomy and cold here? Don't you see so many people tied around you? All fainted? You are not so scared that you cry loudly. And you are bargaining for a grave. What's wrong? You are so awesome? Do you still have some awareness of dying people? So noisy. Let me give you medicine, said one of the demon guards. His companion nodded and took out a bag of powder from his arms. The first one to feed was Xiao Bao, who was the noisiest. But he just opened the paper bag. Achoo! Xiao Bao sneezed, and a bag of powder fell on his face. He instantly, ha ha ha! Bao laughed with his head raised. Another demon guard stretched out his hand to pinch the child's neck and pour his own powder into him. At this moment, Zhou Jin took action. The powerful power of the Holy Lord was like a long sword that pierced through everything, whizzing through the hearts of the two people one after another. The two demon guards didn't even have time to shout, and they fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Zhou Jin used the power of the Holy Lord again to untie the chains on the three little eggs. The three little eggs first hummed, then raised their heads and looked at Zhou Jin in unison. Although they were ugly little coal balls, they were the flesh and blood of Sister One, and he would still like them. Zhou Jin walked towards the three people with a smile. The three little eggs were excited and ran over here. Actually, there is no need to be so excited. Just say hello. Don't you want a loving hug? Having said that, Zhou Jin still coughed lightly and opened his arms. Unexpectedly, the three little black eggs ran past him and knocked down the little Rakshasa behind him. Brother. Zhou Jin. Chapter 775 The Power of the Witch King. This was something Zhou Jin had never expected, and it was even more surprising than him coming to this world inexplicably. The three little black balls actually ignored him and ran over to knock down the little evil creature. What was the little evil creature called? Brother? Do you know each other? If Zhou Jin hadn't known that Yuan only had 3 sons, he would have asked, could the little evil creature also be the flesh and blood of Sister Wan? Look at the way the three little black balls immediately knocked him down. It seems that they like him very much. Zhou Jin was disappointed. Have you forgotten that the little brother you once liked so much is right in front of you? When the three people pounced on the little Luosha, the little Luosha obviously took down all his defenses, so he was knocked to the ground by the three little eggs. However, although he let the three little eggs knock him down, he didn't let Yan Shirsi and his arms be squeezed. He stretched out his little arms and lifted Yan Shirsi above his head. Brother! 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 The three little eggs hugged the little Luosha for a while, and the little Luosha did not resist. He just let the three little eggs pounce on him, with his eyes wide open and a cute face. This was the first time Zhou Jin had seen the little evil creature so well behaved and easy to pounce on after being with him for so long. It was okay for a peerless master to love his sister, but how could he let a few little black balls pounce on him? And he pounced on him so hard, without any resistance. In fact, the three little eggs had pounced on Zhou Jin like this before, but Zhou Jin rejected him mercilessly. At this moment, Zhou Jin suddenly felt a little regretful. The feeling of being pounced on by three little black balls. I'm afraid it's not that uncomfortable. Isn't it quite enjoyable to see the little evil creature? The three little eggs haven't seen Xiao Xiao brother for a long time. It's not easy to see him. Of course, he can't suppress his excitement. If Yan Shirsi hadn't cried in his sleep, the three of them would have pressed Xiao Xiao brother for a long time. Sister? Xiao Bao stood up. Dabao and Erbao also stood up quickly. One went to hold the sister, and the other pulled up Xiao Xiao's brother. Zhou Jin noticed that when Dabao went to hold the little girl, the little evil creature didn't get angry, but gave it to him obediently. Zhou Jin frowned strangely. Why can your sister be held by Dabao? Why not by me? Since San Xiaodan knows Zai Luosha, it's not strange that he knows Zai Luosha's sister. It's normal to call Zai Luosha brother and Zai Luosha's sister. However, for some reason, Zhou Jin always felt that it didn't seem to be the case. Did you change your sister's clothes? Erbao said. Zhou Jin straightened his back and was about to say, I changed it. But he heard Erbao pouted with disgust. It's so ugly. Zhou Jin, who was shot with 10,000 arrows in his heart. Brother, where did you find your sister? Xiao Bao asked. Zhou Jin thought. I found it. The little Rakshasa raised his little hand and pointed upward. The scope above is very broad and abstract. But Xiao Bao is not an adult. He is a child. So an abstract answer is enough. Seeing that they were talking to each other and completely ignored him, Zhou Jin's handsome face darkened slightly. He walked over and asked, Dabao, Erbao, Xiao Bao, do you remember me? Yes, little brother. Erbao nodded and then pulled Xiao Luosha's hand. "Brother, where have you been? Why don't you come to see us?" "Yes. Yes. We miss you every day." It was rare that this time Xiao Bao said a few words sweeter than her bows. Zhou Jin was ignored again. The young boy Zhou Jin felt extremely unbalanced. However, it was only unbalanced for a moment, because he was a graceful little wizard king. Zhou Jin looked at several people and said, "Tabao, Bao, Xiao Bao, do you know each other well? I haven't heard you mention him before." "He is Xiaozhou's younger brother, the younger brother of Mingdu," Xiao Bao said. Mingdu? That was where Sister Wan and Yin Jioch stayed before they went to the Wu clan. It was said to be Sister Wan's other hometown. Zhou Jin said, "So Xiao Zhao and his sister are both from Mingdu." Sen Xiaodan looked at him. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Zhou Jin asked in confusion. Xiao Bao said, "Brother Xiao Zhao is from Mingdu, but sister is not. We are from Yanqing. Sister is too." Zhou Jin was stunned, looked at Yin Shusi, who was sleeping in Bao's arms, and then looked at the little Luosha, who was held by Bao and Xiao Bao. "Wait, isn't this his sister?" "It's our sister." Xiao Bao stomped his feet. "Ah." Zhou Jin was completely confused now. This little clingy guy is Sister Wan's flesh and blood? Zhou Jin didn't know what to say. No wonder the little Rakshasa followed him to the end. It turned out that the white-haired old man who was captured was not the person he was looking for, but the three little eggs. The three little eggs and the little Saint King were both close to him, but he did not feel their breath. He knew that the little Saint King could hide his Saint King breath very well after he was born, but this ability was only effective for others. He was the Wizard King, so he should be able to feel it. But in fact he did not. Zhou Jin looked at his hands. Did the little Saint King deliberately hide his breath from him? Or did his wizard power really begin to degenerate? He knew very well that it was not the former. In fact, since the Saint Lord's power inexplicably appeared in his body, he felt that his wizard power was gradually disappearing. It seemed that the Saint Lord's power was too overbearing and could not tolerate other powers around him. This is why Zhou Jin doesn't like this world. The witch power is his innate power, and it is the proof that he once existed in the Emerald Country and the Witch Clan. Once this power disappears, he is afraid that he is not sure whether the former self really existed. Will he still be Zhou Jin by then? Is he? Who is it? Suddenly, a demon guard shouted at the entrance. Zhou Jin turned his head and saw that it was several demon guards escorting another batch of sacrifices to the demon lord. Those sacrifices seemed to have been drugged before departure. The whole person was drowsy and driven by the demon guards. Like a walking corpse, they entered the cemetery with a dull expression. Even the roar just now did not excite them. They still walked forward slowly. The four demon guards saw Zhou Jin standing in the dim light, dressed in green. The young man was tall and graceful, with a graceful figure. At the age of about 11, he already had a heavenly figure and an extraordinary temperament. His eyes were calm and cold, and the moment he turned around, he was like a fairy under the moonlight. The four demon guards were stunned for a moment. They didn't know what they were attracted by this boy. It seemed to be his aura, and it seemed to be his beauty. And just when they were stunned, Zhou Jin suddenly released a powerful witch power, and took everyone's consciousness. The four people who were still shouting and killing a second ago, all lost their spirits in their eyes, just like the sacrifices they had drugged. The difference is that the sacrifices are still walking slowly towards their destination, but they are stunned. Kill! Zhou Jin opened his thin lips. The four men drew their swords and slashed at their companions in front of them. The four demon guards fell to the ground almost instantly. When their blood ran out, they were unable to break free from Zhou Jin's magic power. However, at the moment when the four men died, Zhou Jin suddenly fell on a grave. Sen Xiaodan came over and looked at him worriedly. Bao asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" When he made a move just now, he blocked Sen Xiaodan's sight with his body. Sen Xiaodan didn't see the scene of them killing each other, but only knew that they had fallen down now. Zhou Jin was very weak, just controlling four demon guards. He seemed to have been drained of his strength. His magic power was really disappearing. Originally, the magic power could be restored, but since he came here, his magic power was used once, a little less, and could never be restored again. The three little eggs didn't know what had just happened. Why the demon guards, who were called to catch them, fell down by themselves. But they all felt that Zhou Jin fell to the ground with a pale face, because he was scared by the demon guards. Herbao said softly, "Little brother, don't be afraid. We will protect you." The power of the Holy Lord in Zhou Jin's body quickly restored his vitality. In just a few breaths, he was full of energy again. But his magic power still showed no signs of recovery. This made him unhappy. He always felt that with the disappearance of magic power, he might lose his former appearance. He seemed to be slowly becoming another person. He didn't want to become another person. He is the Witch King Zhou Jin. He must find an exit as soon as possible to leave this world and return to the place that originally belonged to him. I found that everyone is so talented. Even the CP of Fanhuasi, for Jin, has come out. Is there also a CP of Chao Jiaoxi for Muxiang? Chapter 776 Brother 9 is here. Just as Zhou Jin successfully joined forces with a few little buns, and were looking for the exit of the Demon Palace together, Yuan and Yin Jiuchao also came to this world. At first, Yin Jiuchao heard the rumbling sound of the stone door outside the cave, and felt that something important was about to close. He didn't know what it meant, but he had an ominous premonition in his heart, as if he would regret it if he couldn't catch up. So he pulled Yuan into the cave. At that time, the stone door was about to close. He didn't care so much, and took Yuan in, and they came to a very strange cave. There was a stone platform in the cave, and there were shackles and chains made of black iron scattered on the platform. The chains were already covered with dust, but the inside of the shackles was rubbed shiny. From this, it can be inferred that a person had been imprisoned here for a long time. There were trembling poisonous insects scattered on the ground. Little Gugu recognized their scent. They were the poisonous insects that San Xiaodan brought with him. There are two possibilities. San Xiaodan brought Xiaoxi here, or someone else stole their poisonous insects and threw them here. Yin Jiuchao is more inclined to the first one. But what happened here? Why did they throw away the poisonous insects? Of course, San Xiaodan brought the poisonous insects not just for fun. This is a habit that Awei cultivated for them. If they disappeared, their family could find them by following the scent of the poisonous insects. So they would never throw away the poisonous insects on their own initiative. Yin Jiuchao guessed countless possibilities, but he never expected that Shen Luan scared away the poisonous insects. Shen Luan didn't know that he scared away the cute little poisonous insects. Birds are the natural enemies of insects. Not to mention that it is a strange beast with phoenix bloodline? Then, the two discovered the murals on the wall, and the big holes in the murals. The two entered the cave, and walked all the way until they came to a mountain range. Surprisingly, they entered the cave at noon, and it was less than half an hour since they entered the cave. But the sky here was dark. At first, the two thought it was a solar eclipse. But they waited for a long time, and the eclipse did not dissipate. Even stars appeared in the sky above their heads. The two were sure that it was really night here. Although Yuan knew that there were time zones in the world, it was impossible to walk across so many time zones in half an hour, and go directly from noon to night. The two also considered the possibility of a sleight of hand. At the beginning on the deserted island, they were slept by a black wizard. However, sleight of hand or witchcraft only worked on people, and Xiao Gugu was not affected. Is it night? Yuan asked Xiao Gugu. Xiao Gugu nodded. Sleight of hand was also ruled out. It's really dark here. Yin Jiuchao held Yuan's hand tightly. This place is too weird. He can't let her get lost. Can you feel the breath of Debao and the others? Yuan asked Xiao Gugu. Xiao Gugu shook her head. In fact, even if the goo worm was gone, Xiao Gugu had marked them, which was equivalent to leaving his own breath on them. It should not be difficult to track them. But after entering this ghost place, Xiao Gugu could no longer sense their breath. This is not surprising. Shen Luan took them to the sky, and Xiao Gugu was on the ground. So of course he couldn't feel it. Such a thick black fog. Yuan raised her head and saw black clouds rolling in the sky. The black fog was so majestic that it instantly covered the starry sky above her head. There is something strange about these black fogs. Yin Jiuchao frowned slightly. He felt that the longevity formula in his body started to work spontaneously, and all the black fog close to him disappeared, as if it was purified. Although he didn't understand what effect these black mists would have on people, Chan Shengju would never harm him. He planned to purify the black mist around Yuan. And then he saw Xiao Gugu suddenly jumped out, stood on Yuan's shoulder, stretched out his little claws, grabbed a ball of black mist, and stuffed it into his mouth. The first bite was just curiosity. To taste the taste. After tasting it, Xiao Gugu paused. And then Xiao Gugu seemed to be very satisfied with the taste. And grabbed another ball to eat. Yuan also noticed the greedy Xiao Gugu. This was the first time that Xiao Gugu showed interest in food after the Thousand Gu King. Can this thing really be eaten? Yuan also reached out to grab it. But grabbed nothing. Missed is missed. How can you catch it? But the way Xiao Gugu ate with relish did not seem to be a disguise. So, the black fog that she could see, but couldn't touch has now become food for little Gugu? Yuan looked at Yan Jiocha in confusion. What's going on? Yan Jiocha paused and said, this black fog should be a kind of energy. Chan Shengju doesn't like it. But it is very nourishing to Gu Huang. Little Gugu ate up all the black fog around Yuan in a short while. And any black fog that came over would be eaten by little Gugu. In this way, Yan Jiocha didn't have to do anything. The two didn't know where the children had gone. So they had to walk forward based on their intuition. After a few steps, Yuan felt something under her feet. She picked it up and took a look. Her eyes lit up instantly. It's Xiaobo's homework. To be precise, it was Xiaobo's blank homework. The two searched the ground again, and not only found Xiaobo's blank homework, but also her bows, as well as all the books, paper and pens, slingshots, wooden swords, wooden knives, spinning tops, and countless toys that the two had learned in elementary school. Yuan's mouth twitched. Is this really for school? Why is there no Dabeos? Yuan said puzzledly. Dabeo emptied their school bags and used them to carry other things. No one knows a son better than his father. Yan Jiocha saw this and intuitively knew that it was Dabeo's hand. There are fruit peels on the ground. Yuan squatted down and said, they eat it. Yan Jiocha said. It goes without saying what the two younger brothers' school bags are used for. Dabeo's things were not lost. Which means that Dabeo's school bag was not requisitioned. Dabeo is not a brother who bullies his younger brothers. He will not let the two younger brothers carry only food. So his school bag can only be used for other purposes, such as a few thin books and paper and pens. And, Yan Shusi, as long as the four siblings are together, it's good. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't say it, what she was most worried about on the way was that the four siblings were separated. We will find them, Yan Jiocha said. Yes. Yuan nodded. He said it, and she believed it. Yan Jiocha said, there should be an orchard nearby. Let's go to the orchard and look for clues. As soon as the voice fell, a sword aura came from the air. Yan Jiocha's eyes turned cold. He protected Yuan behind him with one hand, and turned the power of the Chan Shengju into a blade with the other hand, and rushed towards the sword aura. There was only a muffled sound, and the sword aura was shattered. Then, a puzzled voice came from not far away. Huh? Are you a fellow practitioner? Sorry for the offense. I am a disciple of Jade Pure Immortal, Jing Wuzhu. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man in green flew out of the black fog. The middle-aged man landed about 6 feet in front of Yan Jiocha, and Yuan glanced at Yan Jiocha, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. It is difficult not to be surprised at any time to see such a handsome man. Not to mention that the other party also exudes a very strong aura. Yuan was blocked behind Yan Jiocha, but he didn't rashly go forward to see what was going on. He bowed to Yan Jiocha politely. Just now I thought it was the Demon Clan people coming, and I took action in a hurry. Didn't hurt you too? Demon Clan? Jade Pure Immortal? Jing Wuzhu. Yan Jiocha had never heard of these titles. He glanced at the other person calmly. Where are you from? This time, it was Jing Wuzhu who was confused. Didn't he just introduce himself? Did he not know Jing Wuzhu? Or had he never heard of Jade Purity Immortal? Although Jing Wuzhu's name was not too famous, Jade Purity Immortal was one of the 7 masters of the holy sect. There should be no one in the world who didn't know him. Right? But considering that he almost accidentally injured the other person just now, Jing Wuzhu felt guilty, and forgave the two people's ignorance and said, I am from the holy sect. May I ask where the 2 cultivators are from? What the H.L. is the holy sect? Yan Jiocha has lived for 25 years. But he has never known such a sect. Moreover, the other party kept calling people cultivators. And Yan Jiocha couldn't remember where he called people that. At this moment, Yan Jiocha was sure that they had left the capital, and even left the Great Zhou, and came to a world they had never set foot on. Chapter 777 Jiocha Boss. Before he could fully understand the situation here, Yin Jiuqiao decided to conceal his and Yuan's origins. After so many years of living on the edge of a knife, the most important thing Yin Jiuqiao learned was to never expose himself too much. Yin Jiuqiao said in a normal tone, "We are from the immortal sect." Ah? Jing Wuju was stunned. Yuan almost laughed. This guy is really a master who is unwilling to suffer. Others are from the holy sect. So he came to the immortal sect. How can this immortal sect sound more awesome than the holy sect? If Yin Jiuqiao hadn't been so serious, Jing Wuju would have almost said on the spot, "Are you kidding me? Where are there any immortals in this world? You can't brag like that. A small sect that came from nowhere dares to call itself an immortal sect. Can you have some shame?" Jing Wuju was choked. As I said before, I almost hurt him by mistake. I was in the wrong first. I should be more tolerant. Jing Wuju suppressed his turmoil and asked gently, "Excuse me, how should I address you?" Yin Jiuqiao didn't answer him, but asked, "Is your Jade Pure Immortal the boss here?" Ah? Jing Wuju was stunned again. What is this? Why is it related to Jade Pure Immortal again? And, boss? Is it the boss he understands? How can a person who claims to be a sect of immortals speak so bandit-like? Jing Wuju couldn't keep up with the other party's train of thought. What boss? The most powerful one, Yin Jiuqiao said. Jing Wuju's face instantly showed a look of admiration and respect. Then it must be the founder of my holy sect, Lishan Daojun. Yin Jiuqiao seemed to have an epiphany. Well, then you can call me Jiuqiao Xianjun. Jing Wuju? Are you still addicted to immortals? There are no immortals in this world. When the other party attacked, Jing Wuju thought he had met a fellow Taoist. How could he have thought that he would be such a shameless snake-headed lunatic? By the way, don't you call me Xianjun? Yin Jiuqiao glanced at him. Jing Wuju almost swore. Is it that you don't know what you are doing? Immortal Lord? You are so shameless. Yin Jiuqiao snorted. Jing Wuju was speechless. Please look in the mirror. Who of us looks more like a younger generation? Are you over 20? I am old enough to be your ancestor. Yuan was behind Yin Jiuqiao and gently pulled his sleeve, indicating that it was enough. Don't take advantage of him and offend him. Yuan was not afraid of offending Jing Wuju. In fact, from the fight between the two just now, Jing Wuju was obviously no match for Yin Jiuqiao. Otherwise, he would not be so polite. Even if this is not the great Zhou that he is familiar with. Human nature is the same everywhere. However, they are looking for someone now. This Jing Wuju looks like a local native. They may be able to get some useful information from him. Yin Jiuqiao also understood Yuan's worries. He hummed lightly. Jing Wuju didn't know what he was humming. Jing Wuju was suddenly very afraid of this young man's words. He always felt that he had nothing good to say. How did you know that I was one of your fellow practitioners? Yin Jiuqiao got back to the point. He suddenly became serious. Jing Wuju felt that he was not used to it. He paused for a long time before saying, "Since you are not from the demon clan, you must be on our side. Could it be a third party?" Hearing his words, it seemed that there were only two forces here, the demon clan and him. In that case, things would become much simpler. The children were either in the demon clan or in the territory of this group of cultivators. You are here for the demon species. Right? Jing Wuju said. Demon seed? Yin Jiuqiao's eyes flashed. You came here for this too? Jing Wuju said, of course. If the demon seed is formed, the demon master will have the power to return to the 9 regions. At that time, the Holy Land will be devastated again. You said, Holy Land? Yin Jiuqiao turned back and looked at Yuan. They saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The Holy Land that the Holy Clan had been looking for was here. And the cave hidden in the Imperial Academy must be an entrance to the Holy Land. The person I wanted to find was not found. And the person I didn't want to find broke in. Is this considered a matter of planting flowers, but not blooming? And planting willows by accident, but growing shade? However, Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao didn't want to plant this willow at all. They just wanted to find a few children as soon as possible. Yuan whispered, he said this is a holy land. So could Zhou Jin also come here? It's not clear yet. But it's very likely. Yin Jiuqiao responded to her in a low voice. Yuan nodded, if possible. We can take Zhou Jin back with us, as well as the missing expert and the child. I wonder if they are Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Xiao. Yin Jiuqiao pondered for a moment and said, we want to go out. But I'm afraid it's not that simple. After they entered the stone chamber, the stone door was closed, and it is very likely that the passage to Dezhou was cut off. Of course, no matter what, he would not give up the way back. But he had to find the children first. How long have you been here? Yin Jiuqiao looked at Jing Wuzhu and asked. Jing Wuzhu said, I just arrived and I met you too. Because we were near the Earth Demon Palace. I thought you two were the remnants of the demon clan. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at the book in his hand and said, Did you meet a few children on the way here? Jing Wuzhu's expression suddenly became excited. Could it be that Mr. Jiuqiao? Call me Jiuqiu Xianjun. Yin Jiuqiao interrupted him ruthlessly. Jing Wuzhu. Jing Wuzhu gritted his teeth and wanted to tell him that there is really no immortal monarch in this world. Even the Taoist monarch is not conferred by himself, but is a respectful title given by the Holy Land to the highest level of masters. How can someone call himself an immortal monarch or a Taoist monarch? This man looks handsome. Why is his brain so weird? Jing Wuzhu was about to fight back. But suddenly, countless demon vines emerged from the ground and entangled the three people. Jing Wuzhu drew his sword and was about to cut out a sharp sword aura. But he saw Yin Jiuqiao frowned, picked up a vine that was entangled with him, and said with disgust, It's ugly. The moment Yin Jiuqiao touched them, the vine seemed to be greatly frightened, screamed, and burrowed back into the ground. Jing Wuzhu was stunned. What happened just now? These demon vines actually retreated without a fight? Just because this young man touched them with his fingertips? In fact, these demon vines are not very powerful, and Jing Wuzhu can deal with them all by himself. But it will never be as easy as Yin Jiuqiao. Those demon vines seem to be very afraid of this young man. Why? Jing Wuzhu asked in amazement. What did you do to them just now? Nothing, Yin Jiuqiao said calmly. Jing Wuzhu didn't believe it. Then why did they run away? Yin Jiuqiao thought about it seriously. Maybe because I am an immortal? Jing Wuzhu. With the episode of the demon vine, Jing Wuzhu became more and more wary of Yin Jiuqiao. Jing Wuzhu tried to spy on Yin Jiuqiao's realm several times, but he found that the other party had no realm. There were only two explanations. Either Yin Jiuqiao was not a cultivator, or Yin Jiuqiao's realm was higher than his. Jing Wuzhu felt that the first possibility was unlikely. After all, he had just attacked the other party. If the other party was really an ordinary person, he would have died under his sword energy. But Jing Wuzhu never believed that the other party was really an immortal. Even if he broke the sky, he was just a little higher than his realm. Maybe a heavenly realm? Jing Wuzhu wanted to get Yin Jiuqiao to talk, but he was no match for Yin Jiuqiao. Not only did he not get a word out of Yin Jiuqiao, but Yin Jiuqiao asked him a lot of information about the Holy Land. It turns out that the Holy Land is just the name given to this world by their righteous monks. In fact, it is called Xingzi Continent, which has several different races. The Holy Land is the habitat of the famous and upright sects, while the Nine Realms is the territory of the Demon Clan. 3,000 years ago, the Demon Clan led their army to attack the Holy Land. The two races fought, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. But in the end, the Holy Lord was more skilled, and swung his sword to kill the Nine Realms Demon Lord. However, the Holy Lord forcibly improved his skills at the cost of burning his life, and he fell not long after. But how could the Holy Lord and the Demon Lord really fall so easily? It is said that both sides have retained a wisp of divine consciousness, and those who have these two wisps of divine consciousness are the reincarnations of both sides. That demon seed is the divine consciousness of the Demon Lord? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Jing Wuzhu nodded. It can be said that the Demon Lord was more seriously injured than the Holy Lord, so his consciousness is weaker than the Holy Lord, and he needs the warmth of the blood demon formation to be reborn. Yin Jiuqiao narrowed his eyes and said, From what you said, your Holy Lord has been reincarnated? Could it be that he did not reincarnate here, but reincarnated somewhere else? Let me guess. The entrances to the Holy Land are opened everywhere just to welcome back the Holy Lord. Right? Jing Wuzhu suddenly realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and hurriedly shut up. Haha. You don't even know which Holy Lord is. So you grab them randomly, and cause so many innocent people to suffer. Chapter 778. Is everything he said true? Yuan asked Yin Jiuqiao softly. At this time, they had already entered the orchard in the Demon Clan's territory. Although this is not the only path to the Demon Palace, it is the fastest path for them. Needless to say, the risks are great. But who cares about this now? Most of it is true. As for his identity, Yin Jiuqiao looked up and down at Jing Wuzhu, who was leading the way. I'm afraid there is some water in it. Oh! As long as the information is correct, Yuan doesn't care about the identity of this middle-aged cultivator. Yin Qiuqiao doesn't care either. He cares whether the other party is leading the right way. Are you sure you are not in the wrong place? Yin Qiuqiao asked. You said this is the demon clan's orchard. But we have been walking for a long time, and haven't met a demon clan guard. Could it be that we are in the wrong place? No. I just came here once a while ago. Jing Wuzhua said confidently. This is the truth. He has been here before. And he came with a group of righteous monks. They attacked the demon palace at night, but were crushed by the demons and escaped from the orchard. What he didn't tell Yin Qiuqiao was that, after the news of the demon palace's reshaping of the demon species was exposed, it was attacked by righteous monks more than once. But not everyone came to eliminate demons and defend the way. Many of them wanted to take advantage of the chaos to pick up leaks. Those dead righteous monks must have good things on them. Right? There are no good things in the demon palace. Right? Just making a fortune is enough to live on for a lifetime. Right? Jing Wuzhu is one of those who picked up leaks. The demon lord is about to come to the world. And there will definitely be a big battle in the demon palace. He didn't get any benefits last time, so he risked his life to come here again tonight to try his luck. After all, he has been here once and is familiar with the terrain, and knows where to hide at the critical moment. However, the man who called himself the Nine Dynasties Immortal Lord was right. Where did those demon guards go? Hasn't the fight started yet? Why do the people here seem to have been withdrawn? How could Jing Wuzhu have expected that the fight didn't start? But the bodies of the demon guards killed by Zhou Jin and Xiao Luosha in the Earth Demon Palace were all found. A total of 20 to 30 bodies, all of which happened without the knowledge of the rest of the people. The demons guessed that several righteous masters above the heaven realm might have sneaked in. At present, the entire Earth Demon Palace was on alert, and even the guards guarding the orchard were transferred to guard the Earth Demon Palace. Do you think Debeo and the others will be in the Earth Demon Palace? Yuan asked. Yin Qiuqiao held her hand. What do you think? Yuan shook her head and covered her heart with her other hand. I don't know. But I feel they are very close to me. Yin Qiuqiao said. Then they're in the Demon Palace? Yuan asked. What if my feeling is wrong? Yin Qiuqiao squeezed her hand comfortingly. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. At least they are ruled out as dangerous. According to Jing Wuzhu, the most dangerous place nearby is the Demon Palace. Yuan thought about it, and it made sense. She stopped worrying and looked up at the branches above her head. These fruits look delicious. Do you want to eat it? Yin Qiuqiao picked one. Jing Wuzhu's face changed. No. Be careful of the devil's poison. Yuan blinked. These fruits don't look poisonous. Jing Wuzhu said with some tiredness. It's not the fruit. It's the bug on the fruit. After hearing what Jing Wuzhu said, Yuan really saw a small black bug on the fruit. In fact, Yuan didn't care much about bugs since she had Xiao Gugu. But no bug dared to bite her. Jing Wuzhu said, this is a demon insect. It feeds on demonic energy. Yuan poked the little insect with her finger. It's motionless. Is it dead? Jing Wuzhu was frightened by Yuan's behavior. Did he not express it clearly enough? Or was her brain circuit also corrupted by that Nine Dynasties Immortal Lord? This is a demon insect. A demon insect. A bite will kill half of its life. How dare you poke it with your hand? Jing Wuzhu said, it is not dead. It is absorbing demonic energy. When it has absorbed enough, it will start to attack people who break into the orchard. Yuan pouted. Is this how it absorbs demonic energy? Doesn't the way her little Gugu eats look a bit ugly? The little Gugu, who was sitting in Yuan's sleep, ate a ball of demonic energy like cotton candy, and couldn't stop eating. It was only a short while before they were leaving the orchard. Yuan noticed that Jing Wuzhu would put a pill into his mouth every once in a while. She thought for a moment and asked, Are you sick? Jing Wuzhu, who had just swallowed a pill, almost choked to death. What do you mean? He's sick. Can he talk? Is there anyone who chats up with people like this? Jing Wuzhu swallowed several sips of water before swallowing the pill in his throat. Then he looked at Yuan and said, I'm taking the demon-repelling pill to prevent the demonic energy from entering the body. Haven't you taken it before? Yuan thought that Yin Qiuqiao didn't need to take it because he had the Chansheng Ju to protect his body. And she didn't need to take it because she had the Xiao Gugu to eat the demonic energy. But she was afraid that she would reveal something if she said it out loud. So she said, Take it. The effect is better than yours. One pill lasts a whole day. This is about pills. But why does Jing Wuzhu feel a little pain in his kidneys? When Jing Wuzhu took another pill, He explained with a stiff face, I am not weak. Really? Facts have proved that Jing Wuju is also a half-baked leader. He followed the route he escaped last time. But the problem is that the route he took when escaping may not be the most accurate one. Look! The three of them walked and walked until they reached the underground of the Demon Palace. Looking at the endless cemetery, Jing Wuju not only felt pain in his kidneys, but also in his balls. Ahem. Before he finished speaking, Yuan spoke. What's wrong with you? Yuan was asking Yin Xiaoqiao, whose expression was not right, as if he had discovered something. Yin Xiaoqiao walked to a grave, squatted down and pinched the soil on the ground. Thinking. Yuan came to his side. What did you find? Someone has used witchcraft here, Yin Xiaoqiao said. The Chan Xingju cannot sense witch power, but the Soul Rakshasa can. The Soul Rakshasa swallowed by Yin Xiaoqiao is of the same clan as the witch clan. So he quickly felt the power of the same clan that was almost disappearing in the air. Could it be Zhou Jin? There are not many people around Yuan who can use witch power. And Zhou Jin is likely to come to this world. So Yuan can't help but doubt it. It's hard to say now. But look over there. Yin Xiaoqiao pointed to a few small footprints on the grave. Yuan's eyes lit up. It's Dabeo and his family. She personally selected San Xiaodan's shoes, and she knew the pattern of the soles clearly. Yuan was very excited to find the traces of several people again. But at the same time, she couldn't help but worry. This is the Demon Palace. Will the little guys encounter any danger when they come here? Yin Xiaoqiao stood up and looked into the depths of the grave. If they are with Zhou Jin, they should have been looking for a way out by now. Yin Xiaoqiao was right. After meeting up with San Xiaodan, Zhou Jin did start to figure out how to leave the Demon Palace. Of course, San Xiaodan also has a new partner, and they can't leave it behind. They went to the zoo. Xingwan was originally thrown into the zoo as food, but Xingwan was very smart. It also understood that although it was powerful, it was outnumbered. So it didn't fight hard. It fell to the ground as soon as it entered, looking like it was dying. Alien beasts don't like to eat dead things. Just when Xingwan was about to suffocate, Zhou Jin used his magic power again. He hypnotized all the alien beasts and rescued Xingwan safely. Zhou Jin, whose magic power was overdrawn, turned pale. Several people rode on the back of Xingwan and flew high into the sky. The white-haired old man in dire straits. You really didn't leave anything behind? Xingwan originally planned to fly directly out of the Demon Palace, but he never expected that when it was halfway through its flight, a rain of arrows came overwhelming. Like a dense net, Xingwan suddenly flew down and slid under this layer of arrows. Seeing that the arrows were useless, the demon guards changed to spears. Each person had a spear. As fast as lightning, Xingwan began its performance. Left, right, and spun in the air, perfectly avoiding all attacks. At this moment, the demon clan's great guardian came out, and he transformed the energy in his body into a black spear, and shot it toward Xingwan's heart. Xingwan felt a huge pressure from the demon clan, and its speed slowed down instantly. It flew down again, and was about to dodge the energy spear, but it was crushed by the pressure and twitched. Be careful. Zhou Jin pressed Dabeo's head. The spear flew past Dabeo's back and shot off the strap of Dabeo's school bag. Yin Xiuxi fell down with his school bag. Chapter 779, The Soul Enchanting Yin Xiuxi. In a flash, the little Rakshasa flew up and pounced on the rapidly falling Yin Xiuxi. Yin Xiuxi was still sleeping soundly, and didn't know that he had fallen from a high altitude. However, the situation that everyone imagined of being smashed into a pulp did not happen. The little baby of the human race was hugged by the little black shadow that pounced down. The little Rakshasa rolled on the ground with Yin Xiuxi in his arms for several rounds before all the force was buffered. During the whole process, he had no protection for himself, and used his knees and arms to support enough space, so as not to press Yin Xiuxi or hurt Yin Xiuxi in the slightest. The repairability of the blood Rakshasa is amazing. But this does not mean that the blood Rakshasa will not be injured. They will feel pain and bleed. The internal injuries that were accidentally injured by Zhou Jin earlier have been almost healed. But now the injury is even more serious. Little Rakshasa's back, elbows, knees and most of his body were rubbed with blood marks. But Yin Xiuxi in his arms was not touched by a single leaf. Seeing Yin Xiuxi intact, there was no pain in his eyes. Some demon guards surrounded the two. Sister, Brother Xiaoyao, Xiaobao shouted. Zhou Jin used his magic power to control Xingwan, letting Xingwan and the 3 little eggs fly out of the demon palace quickly. And then he jumped down and blocked in front of little Rakshasa. Okay. 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 Accompanied by a half-smiley voice. The demon guards automatically made way. The demon protector stepped forward majestically, looked down at the boy and the child in front of him and asked, I wondered who was so lawless in the demon palace. It turned out to be you. Is this a case of searching for something without any effort? Well, it saves me from looking everywhere. Come on. Take them down. At the command of the demon protector, the demon guards swarmed and rushed towards Zhou Jin and the little Rakshasa. They certainly understood that the two wanted to capture them alive. As for the baby in the cradle, the protector did not explain. So it didn't matter if the other party died. However, the baby was in the arms of the little Rakshasa. So they were afraid to kill Yan Xiaoxi for a while. They were afraid during the fight. But Zhou Jin and the little Rakshasa were not. Zhou Jin used his magic power one after another. And just now, he controlled a descendant of the phoenix. He was overdrawn too seriously. Little Rakshasa rarely handed Yan Xiaoxi to him, probably meaning that he should recuperate on the spot, and he would end the battlefield. Zhou Jin held Yan Xiaoxi and sat down cross-legged, using the power of the Holy Lord to repair the damaged vitality. Little Rakshasa rushed out like a small cannon, knocking the besieged demon guards to the ground. For a while, no one could get close to them. The great guardian of the demon clan narrowed his eyes. When he caught this little evil creature, it didn't have such great ability. After just a few hours, the little evil creature seemed to have more murderous aura. The great guardian of the demon clan certainly didn't think that the little evil creature had taken some drugs to improve his power. There was only one explanation. That is, he was stimulated with unimaginable potential. The great guardian of the demon clan's eyes fell on the little baby in Zhou Jin's arms. Could it be because of this little thing? It's really ridiculous. A little evil creature without humanity actually cares about a human being? Such a powerful fighting force is exactly the warrior that their demon clan needs. It's a pity that its inner elixir is destined to be used by the demon master. The little Rakshasa desperately fought against all the dangers that might approach Yan Xiaoxi. His eyes were bloodshot, and even his reason was almost swallowed by instinct. No more killing. Xiao Zhao. Come back. Zhou Jin shouted. If he continues to kill, he will lose consciousness and only have the instinct of the evil creature. Just when the little Rakshasa attacked again, Zhou Jin flew into the air and pulled him back. The little Rakshasa turned his head and looked at Zhou Jin fiercely. Here. Zhou Jin put Yan Xiaoxi back in his arms. At that moment, the little beast with bloodshot eyes seemed to be suddenly pulled back to reason. The little Rakshasa looked at Yan Xiaoxi in his arms steadily, and a trace of tenderness passed through his eyebrows. Now, it's Zhou Jin's turn to protect them. Zhou Jin activated the powerful power of the Holy Lord in his body. He once rejected this power very much, but now it has become his most powerful means. He formed seals with his hands, and instantly sent out countless breaths like light blades. All the demon guards died under these light blades, turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing into ashes. Is this the real power of the Holy Lord? The great protector of the demon clan narrowed his eyes. The combat power displayed by Zhou Jin should not be underestimated. The great protector of the demon clan suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. How many years have I not seen such a wonderful battle? I really want to find a place where no one is around to have a good fight. Unfortunately, my lord has returned, and I don't have time to waste with you all the time. Touching the great protector, he could feel the demon species calling on the tribe. The demon lord was about to wake up, and the battlefield here should be quickly cleared. It's over, young man. The great protector of the demon clan sneered, opened his arms, and a black mist that seemed to be substantial came towards Zhou Jin, and the other two like a cloud covering the top. You know, he was a master of the Taishu realm, who had followed the demon lord to fight all over the world. How could two fledgling children be his opponents? Maybe when they grow up, it will be different. But not now. Little Rakshasa and Zhou Jin tried to resist for a long time, but they couldn't resist after all. Their eyes turned black, and they fainted. The great guardian of the demon clan withdrew his power, and snorted in surprise. You actually held on for so long. Which really surprised this guardian. He was a peak powerhouse in the Taishu realm, and could almost crush any master of the same realm. But these two children made him feel a little tricky. Of course, it was only a little bit. Carry them to the demon altar, he ordered. Yes. A demon guard came over and carried the unconscious Zhou Jin and little Rakshasa away. Suddenly, a demon guard asked, "Great Protector, what should we do with this little baby?" The Great Protector of the demons said, "Put it in my room. I want to see if there is anything strange about this baby that caused the little evil creature to guard it so much." In his opinion, it is impossible for the little evil creature to have human nature towards anyone. There is only one explanation. That is, the child has something that the little evil creature needs. Just like some strange beasts will guard the powerful spiritual herbs. Yes. The demon guard reached out to hold Yanshuzi. "Great Protector, what's wrong?" the demon guard asked impatiently. "I can't hold it," the demon guard said. The demon guard frowned. "You can't hold a child? Are you kidding me?" Seeing this, another demon guard hurried forward and bent over to hold Yanshuzi on the ground, but found that he really couldn't hold it. "Huh? Isn't it just a human baby? Why is it so heavy?" The two decided to hold it together, but they used all their strength to suck milk and couldn't hold the baby up. The demon guard frowned strangely, stared at Yanshuzi deeply, and said sternly, "Get out of the way." The two got out of the way. The demon guard tried to lift Yanshuzi with his own strength, but found that the little guy didn't move at all. This is very strange. His strength was at least 1,000 pounds. How could he not lift a child? He walked over and was hesitating whether to bend over and pick up Yanshuzi. But Yanshuzi woke up in a daze. She first raised her chubby hands and rubbed her sleepy eyes, then climbed up and looked at the unfamiliar environment with a tuft of small hair, looking confused. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Suddenly, she saw a big strong man. It is worth mentioning that Yanshuzi has two favorite big playmates. One is Xiao Xinting and the other is Nai Xiaolue, because both of them can throw her into the sky. And both of them have a common characteristic. That is, tall. Extremely tall. And the demon clan protector is also very tall. Otherwise, why is he called the Big Protector? Yanshuzi crawled over and hugged the legs of the demon clan protector in an instant. Toss. Kiss. Hug and lift up high. The demon clan guardian instinctively wanted to throw the human child away, but sadly found that he seemed to have no legs. He was stunned for a moment, and then took another step. It was not his illusion. He really couldn't move his legs. How could this happen? Wu Yanshuzi raised her head and looked at her innocently. Is she not beautiful enough? Or not cute enough? Why not toss her? The demon clan guardian looked at the little guy hanging on his legs, and then remembered that he and the guards couldn't hold her just now, and suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be all this child's fault? Is this a black iron weight? It's so heavy. No. Just now he saw that the young man and the little evil creature both held her, and they held her very easily. Could it be that only the demons could feel her weight? What kind of perverted child is this? However, this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that the demon guardian felt that his power was rapidly disappearing. So much so that he couldn't use his power to shake the human child away. This frightened the demon guardian, and he hurriedly said, "Pull her away." The demon guards went forward to pull, but their power seemed to be completely useless against the child. Later, a clever demon guard thought of a way. He found a rope and put it on Yanshuzi. It pulled. Could it be, we can't get close to this child? Otherwise the power will disappear. A demon guard whispered. Everyone dared not determine whether this was the case. If it was true, they would be miserable. This child was clearly here to defeat them. Yanshuzi was pulled away by the rope. She looked at herself, then at the demon guardian, who was walking away from her, and stretched out her little hand. Woo 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 woo. The demon guardian's scalp was numb. Fighting with others is not scary, but not being able to fight is scary. He turned around and left. But as soon as he moved, he heard a baby voice. Woo woo. He looked down and gasped. This kid. How come he is hanging on his legs again? His strength is actually much stronger than that of the demon guards. Suddenly, he remembered a magic weapon and took out a pair of black gloves from his Qianquan bag and put them on. After putting them on, he could really lift this little guy. He threw Yanshuzi far away. Woo wow wow wow, Yanshuzi shouted excitedly. After throwing, the demon guardian turned around and ran again. However, woo wow, Yanshuzi hung on his legs again. The demon guardian. How did he do this? The demon guardian gritted his teeth, picked up Yanshuzi, strode back to his yard, threw Yanshuzi into the pot, and cover the pot. He turned around. Wu Wao Yin Shusi hung on his back. The demon clan's great guardian was so scared that his scalp exploded. He locked Yin Shusi in a box again and nailed him down with nails. This time he can't escape. Woo woo. Yin Shusi hung on his waist. The demon clan's great guardian was going crazy. He asked someone to bring a black iron chain and tied Yin Shusi up. And tied him to a pillar made of the same black iron. Now let's see how you can escape. Wu Wu Yin Shusi looked at him with a wronged face. The demon clan's great guardian walked out of the house step by step. Looking back every 3 steps, Yin Shusi was still there. And every 5 steps, Yin Shusi was still there. Swish. He stepped out of the door and turned his head to look at the pillar. Yin Shusi was still there. And his little mouth was deflated with grievance. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this little thing was controlled. He closed the door, took a step forward, and pushed it open again. Yin Shusi was still there, and his heart was completely relieved. At this time, he realized that he was soaked. When he fought with the demon lord, he had never been so embarrassed. This child must be strange. Let her starve for 3 days and 3 nights. And then study her carefully when she is too hungry to have strength. Speaking of hunger, the demon lord's great protector's stomach suddenly growled twice. He had already practiced fasting at this level, so he didn't need to eat much. However, he was still hungry after being tortured by the child, which showed how much he had consumed. He ordered the kitchen to serve his favorite roasted lamb. Soon, the dish was served on his table. He was a good guardian who loved cleanliness. He washed his hands, said a prayer to the demon lord, and then sat upright at the table, and took off the big golden lid covering the dish with a pious look. What did he see? A cute Yin Shusi, with his head supported by one hand, lying on his side on a white porcelain plate, with his legs crossed, in a seductive posture and an ecstatic expression. Yin Shusi, wow. Chapter 780 Father and Daughter Meet. Lady Yin Shusi. The demon clan's great protector was almost on his knees. Even the black iron chain couldn't lock her up. What kind of little devil is this kid? The demon clan's great protector was almost driven crazy by this girl. Why could he recognize that this girl was a girl? If not for anything else, just because of the beautiful pink bow on her head. It would be strange if she was a boy. He couldn't figure it out. What was the origin of this girl? Wu Yin Shusi looked at him charmingly. The demon clan's great protector was struck by lightning. But where was his little sheep? Give him back his sheep. The demon clan's great protector started a game of abandonment and counter-abandonment with Yin Shusi. Yin Shusi had played with Nai Shura when she was in the young master's mansion. Nai Shura sometimes didn't control the strength correctly and threw people away. At first, Yin Shusi didn't know how to come back. But later he got experience and found something to bump into when landing. And 9 out of 10 times he bounced back. Of course, there are times when he can't bounce back. Once, Nai Shura threw people into an ice hole. Yin Shusi's little head was stuck in the ice hole, and her little butt shivered in the cold wind for a long time. But no matter what, Yin Shusi, who had played for half a year, had mastered this game. No one could throw her away. Not even the demon clan's great protector. The demon clan's great protector was exhausted, and his spirit was unprecedentedly devastated and tortured. Why should he, a demon guardian, bear all this? When Yin Shusi once again rode on his neck and grabbed his big ears, the demon guardian felt deeply that he had borne the weight of life that he should not have borne. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Heaven! Earth! Whose child is this? Take her away quickly. As you wish." A slender jade-like hand reached out and took Yin Shusi away. Yin Shusi was stunned. The demon guardian was also stunned. What was going on? The little devil riding on his neck was gone? He turned around immediately and saw a handsome man holding Yin Shusi, who had just been making trouble. However, Yin Shusi was very well behaved in the other's arms. Not only did she not make a fuss, but she was also gentle, cute and well behaved, like a little lady. The demon guardian suspected that he had seen it wrong. First, how could there be such a stunning man in the world? Second, how could anyone really tame this little thing? Wu Wao Yin Shusi dived into his father's arms, grabbed his father's collar with his little hands, and rubbed his little head, showing that he was very happy. "Are you naughty again?" Yin Jiucha said. "Wu Wao Wao." Yin Shusi shook his head firmly. For some reason, the demon clan's great protector who saw this scene actually breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if someone took her away, and she would no longer have to suffer from this little thing. However, before he finished breathing a sigh of relief, the demon clan's great protector realized that something was wrong. Who is this person? He doesn't seem to know him. How did he appear in the Earth Demon Palace inexplicably? In fact, the Earth Demon Palace here is not the real Earth Demon Palace. The Nine Realms Earth Demon Palace had long sunk to the bottom of the Nine Realms abyss with the fall of the Demon Lord. This Earth Demon Palace was rebuilt by them to welcome the return of the Demon Lord. They drove away the nearby monks and civilians, destroyed their houses and fertile fields, and planted magic fruits to stabilize the demonic energy brought by the Nine Realms abyss. The demonic energy in the orchard is the strongest. If the righteous monks who are not high enough in cultivation are required to take medicine to pass through safely. In contrast, the demonic energy in the Earth Demon Palace is not so strong. So the righteous monks who appear here will not be affected too much. However, it is strange enough to break in. Who are you? The great guardian of the demon clan asked coldly. Yin Jiuchao glanced at him with a haughty look, full of murderous intent. The great guardian of the demon clan thought he would say, the one who wants your life. But unexpectedly, the other party said, Jiuchao, Immortal Lord. The great guardian of the demon clan. What? Immortal Lord? Are the righteous monks nowadays so shameless? Where is my brother? Yin Jiuchao asked Yin Shiusi. Yin Shiusi spread his hands and shook his head. Woo 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 woo. Yin Jiuchao carried his daughter and walked out. Stop! The great guardian of the demon clan called him sternly. Did I allow you to leave? What is your local demon palace? You come when you say so? You leave when you say so? You righteous monks. You really don't take the demon clan seriously. Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving. You want me to stay? Yin Jiuchao asked indifferently. Of course, said the great guardian of the demon clan. Yin Jiuchao was silent. The great guardian of the demon clan thought he would say then it depends on whether you have the ability. But it wasn't. Yin Jiuchao hummed and pointed to the courtyard in the east. Then I want that courtyard. The demon clan's great protector was stunned. You even picked the courtyard? Who are you? As if he understood his thoughts. Yin Jiuchao raised his chin and said, Jiuchao, Immortal Lord. The demon clan's great protector choked hard. No courtyard? Then let people stay? Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly, holding Yin Xiaodao and walked out at a fast pace, no longer paying attention to the demon clan's great protector. The demon clan's great protector was completely enraged. He had a fierce look on his face and his fists clenched and creaked. I said, none of you are allowed to leave. After that, he urged the demonic energy in his body, and the whole person burned like a black flame. He raised his fist and hit Yin Jiuchao's back mercilessly. This was a heavy punch, and he was sure that the other party could not take it. Yin Jiuchao really couldn't take it. This world was too different from the great Zhou and Nanzhao. He hadn't figured out the methods here yet. However, he didn't plan to take it. Yin Jiuchao held Yin Shiusi upright and tickled Yin Shiusi's nose with a small grass. Yin Shiusi's nose was itchy and his little body shivered. Achoo! Hack! The demon clan's great guardian was sprayed away. The little lady who sprayed a guardian into the mudstone wall and couldn't get it out blinked her eyes and looked up at the sky. It's not her. It's not her. It's not her. Yin Jiuchao carried his precious daughter out of the yard, turned right, and came to a big tree, where Yuan and Jing Wuzhu were waiting. Jing Wuzhu knew that it was the courtyard of the demon clan's great guardian. So when Yin Jiuchao asked to go in and take a look, he didn't dare to go in on the pretext of being on sentry duty. He was so cowardly. It seemed that there was danger. So Yin Jiuchao left Yuan behind. Jing Wuzhu thought to himself, you are really careless. Aren't you afraid that I will kidnap your wife after you die? This kind of talented woman can be sold for a good price. If Jing Wuzhu knew that there was a little Gu Huang sitting in Yuan's sleeve that was always swallowing the demonic energy, he probably wouldn't think so. Jing Wuzhu didn't expect Yin Jiuchao to come out safely and even hold a baby in his arms. He was stunned for a moment. Yuan's eyes lit up and walked forward, taking her daughter into her arms. How is it? Is Xiaoxi okay? Yin Xiaoxi has many names. King Yin calls her Yin. Xiao Jinting calls her Little Cherry. Shang Wenyan calls her Little Nan. The servants in the mansion call her Little Miss. And Yuan is so miserable that she just calls her Xiaoxi. Woo wow wow wow. Yin Shiusi twisted her, but in her mother's arms to show that she was fine. Yuan saw that her daughter was fine, and she felt relieved. But at the same time, she also found that her daughter's clothes had changed. The servant said that she was wearing the clothes of Mei Yongyang in the morning. But now it was more like a, well, long gown wrapped around her. Yuan untied the sleeves of the long gown. Judging from the length, it looked like a young boy's. Yuan thought of Zhou Jin all of a sudden. The witch power in the cemetery. The footprints of San Xiaodin. And the long gown on her daughter. Yuan almost concluded that the children had met Zhou Jin. But why was there only her daughter? And not Zhou Jin and her sons? Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu understood and said to her, "They are not inside. They may be in some other palace. Let's look for them again." "Yes." Yuan nodded. Yin Jiuqiu turned to look at Jing Wuzhu. "Where are the people captured by the demons imprisoned?" Jing Wuzhu said, "Usually in the dungeon and the cemetery. There are also 2 special coffins. I heard that they are to be placed on the altar. Is this child your daughter? You are not here to destroy the demon palace, but to find someone." Yin Jiuqiu did not answer him, but asked coldly, "Where is the demon altar?" The reason why the dungeon and the cemetery were excluded was because they had found the cemetery, and the dungeon was used to imprison ordinary people. Yin Jiuqiu believed that Zhou Jin, who had powerful witchcraft, would not be an ordinary person. One of the 2 special coffins must be for Zhou Jin. Chapter 781 Brother 9 takes action. Find Zhou Jin first. It's not that Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan don't care about the 3 little eggs, but among all the children, only Zhou Jin has some clues. So naturally they have to follow this clue first. Find the ones that can be found first, and then find ways to find the ones that have no clues. The son is important, and Zhou Jin is also important. They are both indispensable people in their lives. Do you know where the demon altar is? Yin Jiuqiu asked Jing Wuzhu. Jing Wuzhu said, "I know it's there. I've been here." "Of course I know." Jing Wuzhu didn't understand why he answered so quickly, as if he would anger the other party if he was a little slower, and cause some unbearable consequences. Jing Wuzhu felt that he had given up too quickly. He wanted to regain some strength. Yin Jiuqiu spoke again, "Lead the way." "Yes." Jing Wuzhu wanted to slap himself to death. You might not believe it if he said it, but his mouth had its own thoughts, and did not listen to him. Yin Jiuqiu did not have time to care about Jing Wuzhu's psychological process. He just wanted to find the whereabouts of Zhou Jin and the 3 children as soon as possible. Jing Wuzhu led the way. "There are 2 demon altars in the Earth Demon Palace. Which one are you looking for?" Yin Jiuqiu said calmly, "Go to whichever is closer first." "Okay," Jing Wuzhu said. And then, he was silent for another 2 seconds. He wanted to slap himself in the face. Really wanted to. The demon altars were all in the dark hall, and the nearest one was only a few hundred steps away. The 3 of them avoided the patrolling demon guards and drove straight in to the first destination. Yin Jiuqiu still held Yin Shirsi in one hand and Yuan in the other. Yuan wanted to say that she would hold him, but Yin Shirsi was obviously very clingy to his beautiful father. The fat little hand held Yin Jiuqiu's neck, drooling all over him, and refused to let go. "Let me remind you that there is a ban here. We don't have a key, so I'm afraid we can't get in. Why don't we hide in the bushes next to us and see if anyone comes and rob them of a key?" Jing Wuzhu was talking non-stop when he saw Yin Jiuqiu and his wife and children walk into the ban. The ban was almost non-existent when it was not touched, but once it passed, a light curtain like waterways would appear, so Jing Wuzhu could see it very clearly. Otherwise, Jing Wuzhu would have thought that the ban did not exist. "But do you have the key? Just go in like this?" Yin Shirsi acted like a spoiled child in his father's arms. "Woo woo woo woo." Jing Wuzhu straightened his back and thought, "I will never go in. This time, I will not listen to you no matter what. You guys, go look over there." "Yes." The voices of the demon guards came from not far away. Jing Wuzhu's scalp exploded, and he quickly followed Yin Jiuqiu in. The demon altar was right in the center of the dark hall, and was very easy to find. When they arrived in front of the demon altar had already begun to frantically extract the power of the Holy Lord in Zhou Jin's body. Zhou Jin was in great pain. His face turned pale, and cold sweats broke out. "You guys step back first." Yin Jiuqiu handed his daughter to Yuan. Yuan took several steps back while holding Yin Shirsi. Jing Wuzhu didn't dare to get too close from the beginning. Well, what is he going to do? Jing Wuzhu looked at Yuan, who had retreated to her side, and asked. Yuan glanced at him and said, "Is it difficult to call him a mortal lord? You people from the holy sect, Are you so ignorant of etiquette? Jing Wuzhu. Are you serious? Girl? This is what you care about at the critical moment of life and death? Jing Wuzhu didn't get an answer from Yuan. But even if Yuan didn't say it, he could see what Yin Jiuqiu was going to do. Yin Jiuqiu held a blade condensed with the internal force of Changshengju in his hand, and it was about to split the demon altar. There were some things Yin Jiuqiu didn't understand, but he still had a sense of danger. The demon altar was frantically extracting the power from Zhou Jin's body. If he rashly carried Zhou Jin out, not only would Zhou Jin be backfired, but he might also be sucked into the altar along with his own power. So Yin Jiuqiu wanted to destroy it. Are you crazy? This is the demon altar. You can't destroy it. Of course, the demon altar was difficult to destroy. But Yin Jiuqiu had an inexplicable intuition. Or the Changshengju gave him this intuition, that he could deal with it. The Changshengju in his body was ready to move, and Yin Jiuqiu chopped it down with a sword. And there was a loud bang, and the demon altar was split in half. At the same time, the hard jade coffin was also hit hard, and it broke into pieces. The jade coffin blocked most of the impact, and Zhou Jin was fine. Yin Jiuqiu quickly carried Zhou Jin out, tiptoed, and returned to Yuan. The power of the Holy Lord extracted by the grinding platform rushed back to Zhou Jin's body frantically, which was more terrible than when it was extracted. Zhou Jin immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, and his originally unconscious consciousness became a little sober. Then, he saw Yin Jiuqiu holding him, and Yin Shusi and Yuan guarding him. He opened his mouth weakly. Save! Xiao Xiao. As soon as the voice fell, he fainted again. This is Zhou Jin. If his physical strength only allowed him to say 3 words, he would never waste it on meaningless recognition and greetings. Xiao Xiao is here too. Yuan's heart was filled with excitement. It seemed that their guess was correct. The disappeared old man and child were Luo Sha King and Xiao Xiao. But she never expected that Zhou Jin had already seen Xiao Xiao. In fact, they had already found the footprints of San Xiaodan and the witchcraft that was most likely from Zhou Jin in the cemetery. But they did not notice any traces of Xiao Xiao, mainly because Xiao Xiao did not walk properly on the ground. He was always flying around with Yin Shusi in his arms, and there were almost no footprints on the ground. Okay, Xiao Xiao is a blood Rakshasa, and he has an inner elixir that is a mixture of Changshengju and blood demon Gong in his body. He is both good and evil, both Taoist and demonic. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Where is the second demon altar? Yin Jiuqiu asked Jing Wuzhu. Jing Wuzhu was so scared by Yin Jiuqiu's operation of destroying the demon altar that he dared not move. He pointed outside honestly. Go north from here, passing by 3 palaces. Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan each held a child and walked away without looking back. Jing Wuzhu looked back at the demon altar that was split in half and said with a chill, "Wait for me. This thigh seems to be quite thick." He has to hold it firmly. However, to the disappointment of Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan, the second demon altar was empty. Yuan frowned. How could this be? Isn't Xiao Xiao special enough? Yin Jiuqiu paused. Or too special? Yin Jiuqiu's guess was right. It was indeed that the combination of the saint and the devil was too special, which made it impossible for this demon altar to extract the inner alchemy power of the little Rakshasa. They had to take the most primitive method to dig out the inner alchemy of the little Rakshasa. Just as the two were wondering where the little Rakshasa was taken, a fierce fight sounded outside. Jing Wuzhu ran to the door, hid behind the door and looked up at the sky. His eyes lit up. Ah! The people from the holy sect have arrived. They are fighting with the demons. Yuan joked. Aren't you from the holy sect? Why don't you go and say hello to your fellow disciples? Fight against them together? Jing Wuzhu choked. He was talking nonsense outside the orchard. He was not a member of the holy sect, let alone a disciple of Jade Purity Immortal. But his master was an outer disciple of the holy sect. Ahem. He cleared his throat. What will you do if I leave? We in the holy sect fight against demons and defend the way. And we have to protect ordinary people too. Yuan gave him a half-smiley look. Who among us looks more like an ordinary person? You are so bold that you actually broke into my demon clan's territory to cause trouble. I advise you to return the child to us quickly. For the sake of your ancestors, I will spare your life. Otherwise, the speaker was a master of the Taishi realm of the demon clan. He was wearing a black cloak and floating in the night. He exuded an extremely terrifying aura from head to toe. In terms of realm, he might be comparable to the great protector of the demon clan. But in terms of moves and skills, he seemed to be better. Behind him, there were more than 20 masters of the same realm as him. But they were not at the peak realm, but at the middle or high level. Such a large team was a headache for even the Holy Sect. The founder of the Holy Sect is in seclusion, and Jade Purity Immortal and his men are guarding the key points of the Holy Sect. So there are not many masters that can be sent out. This is troublesome. And the demons are going to harvest the heads of a group of masters again. Jing Wuju sighed. Yuan didn't listen to him at all, but stared at one of the young men in green clothes. Behind him were many masters who were dressed the same as him. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that he is holding a child in his arms. And Yuan seriously suspects that it is Xiao Zhao. Chapter 782 The Great Treasure of the King. Moreover, Yuan felt that these people's outfits looked familiar. Yuan turned her head and looked at Zhou Jin, who was held by Yin Jiuqiao. Do you think that their clothes are the same? Yin Jiuqiao had discovered that not only the clothes Zhou Jin wore were the same as those of the people of Xingzong, but also the clothes Zhou Jin changed for Yin Shusi were also Xingzong's clothes. It can be seen that Zhou Jin must have some connection with Xingzong. During the time Zhou Jin disappeared. Has he been in Xingzong? Yuan whispered. Yin Jiuqiao nodded. This possibility is not ruled out. Then should we help them? Yuan said, looking at the Xingzong and the demon clan that were facing each other in midair. Yuan didn't really know much about martial arts, but she could still vaguely feel that the power of the demon clan was higher than that of Xingzong. Perhaps, as Jing Wuju said, the masters of Xingzong could not go out in full force for various reasons. Are they impatient for the Grandmaster to come out of retreat? Yuan murmured. It may be related to Zhou Jin, Yin Jiuqiao said, looking at Zhou Jin's sleeping face. Then should we help them? Yuan asked. Do you want to help? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Yuan rubbed her hands secretly. I think we can't help even if we want to. Zhou Jin was also involved here. To be honest, this was originally a grudge between the Holy Land and the Demon Clan. It had nothing to do with them or Zhou Jin. They had no obligation to help. This was the first reason. Second, the Holy Land was too weird. They were confident, but not conceited. Moreover, they had to keep their lives to find the 3 little eggs. They sacrificed their lives for these famous and upright sections. Who would raise their children? While the two were talking, the 2 waves of people in the sky had already started fighting. Yuan will not talk about how chaotic it was. It's not that she had never been to the front line, but she was treating the wounded in a tent. She didn't have many opportunities to see people fighting seriously. She had seen the Dark City and the Wu Clan several times. But could the fighting power of those people be compared with that of the Holy Sect and the Demon Clan? Balls of energy burst like fireworks in the night sky. And Yuan was dazzled and could hardly tell who was who. At this moment, Yin Jiuqiao suddenly stuffed Zhou Jin into Jing Wuju's arms and shouted, Don't be afraid, fellow Taoist of the Holy Sect. I'm here to help you. As he said this, he flew up and came to the side of the young monk. The monk was holding a child in his arms, and his power could not be exerted. He was restrained by the masters of the Demon Clan, and his strength was obviously the highest among all the people in the Holy Sect. His being restrained meant that the overall combat capability was greatly reduced. Yin Jiuqiao kicked away a sneak-attacking demon master and said to him, Give me the child. Fight with all your strength. Shui Yuqing took a look at Yin Jiuqiao in his busy schedule. He didn't know Yin Jiuqiao. That was for sure. But Yin Jiuqiao's face was too deceptive. With a face like a banished immortal. And he didn't look like a jerk who kidnapped a child and ran away. Yin Jiuqiao was full of righteousness, with a stern look and serious eyes. Shui Yuqing nodded and gave him the child. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Please step back. Don't hurt yourself. I will deal with them. If you have the strength, please help my junior brothers deal with the guards below. Although the overall strength of the Holy Sect this time is not as good as the Demon Clan. Shui Yuqing's realm is high, and he has the Holy Sect's magic weapon on him. He is 70% sure to defeat the Demon Clan masters in front of him. However, Shui Yuqing probably never expected that the exiled immortal man took the child and ran away with the child. Shui Yuqing, where did you say you would help him? Is he here to kidnap the child? This child is Xiao Zhao. Yin Jiuqiao took off the cloak of a Demon Clan guard, tore it in half, put Xiao Zhao on his back, Yin Shusi in his arms, and Zhou Jin still let Jing Wuju carry him. Jing Wuju actually wanted to pick up the missing items. The 2 sides fought so fiercely that he didn't know how many treasures had fallen. He could sell them for a good price if he picked them up. Jing Wuju gritted his teeth, stopped, and was about to return Zhou Jin to Yan Jiuqiao. I think we should just compete. Yan Jiuqiao and Yuan stopped. And at this moment, a demon guard flashed by quickly. Yan Jiuqiao didn't even blink, and slapped him away with a palm, and took his weapon and put it on Jing Wuju's neck. Are you drifting? Or am I? The Jiuqiao immortal, unable to hold the knife? Jing Wuju. They didn't escape from the demon palace in one breath. After all, they couldn't leave here for the time being until they found the 3 little eggs. They came to a relatively secluded courtyard. Yan Jiuqiao asked Jing Wuju to put Zhou Jin down and asked Yuan, do you have any more medicine? Yes. Yuan took 2 Qingxin pills from her arms and fed them into Zhou Jin and Xiao Luosha's mouths respectively. There was a wound on Xiao Luosha's stomach. It seemed that they had already operated on Xiao Luosha. But the people of Shenzong arrived in time and rescued Xiao Luosha. Yuan's face showed a trace of hesitation. Yan Jiuqiao understood what she was thinking and said to her, you don't have to be too grateful to the people of Shenzong. There were so many people who were captured, but they only saved Xiao Xiao. It's not because they like Xiao Xiao so much, but Xiao Xiao is very useful to the Demon Lord. Saving Xiao Xiao is equivalent to weakening the strength of the Demon Lord. This is their purpose. Yuan nodded and felt better. The little Rakshasa had a strong ability to repair himself. And with Yuan's Qingxin pill, he woke up earlier than Zhou Jin. He opened his eyes and saw Yuan, and jumped up in surprise. Yuan laughed, walked over, and took the little Rakshasa who jumped onto the stone table down. Like holding San Xiaodan, her soft hands gently stroked his face. Do you still remember me? The little Rakshasa nodded. Yuan lifted his clothes and looked at his belly. Does it still hurt? She actually wanted to treat the little Rakshasa's wound. But they came out to find Yin Qiusi, and did not expect to enter the Holy Land by mistake. So they did not have too many medicinal materials on them. Only the Qingxin pill they habitually carried with them. The little Rakshasa looked down at his belly. The little Rakshasa was not afraid of pain. Yuan felt distressed, not knowing what he thought of. The little Rakshasa looked around. Sister, sister. A trace of surprise flashed across Yuan's eyes. The little Rakshasa could speak. So good. Sister, sister. The little Rakshasa twisted his body in Yuan's arms to find Yin Qiusi. My sister is there. She fell asleep. Yuan pointed to Yan Jiuqiao's arms. Were you with my sister just now? The little Rakshasa nodded. Yuan walked over with the little Rakshasa in her arms. The little Rakshasa behaved like an ordinary child in Yuan's arms, except that his hair was a little messy. His eyes were a little bigger, and he didn't speak so fluently. The blood evil spirit in his body was covered by the Changsheng Ju. So Jing Wuju didn't realize that Xiao Xiao was actually a blood Rakshasa at this moment. Jing Wuju felt that it was impossible for them to have a child as old as Zhou Jin at their ages. But these two were capable. They are still so young. And they already have 2 children. They are really fertile. The little Rakshasa ignored Yan Jiuqiao and directly cast his eyes on the little sister in Yan Jiuqiao's arms. Sister, sister. His eyes were very gentle, which was very different from the little evil creature he saw at the beginning. Yuan was very relieved. Yuan was about to ask him if he knew the whereabouts of the 3 little eggs, when she saw the little Rakshasa raised her hand and pointed to the sky. Fly, fly. What the little Rakshasa wanted to express was that the 3 little eggs flew away on a big bird. But before Yuan understood what he meant, the 3 little eggs flew back on a big bird. After Zhou Jin's witchcraft lost its effect on Shenwan, Dabeo immediately asked Shenwan to fly back. He didn't know that his parents had come here and rescued all the people he wanted to save. He drove the huge Holy Luan and flew fearlessly towards the battlefield where both sides were fighting fiercely. Chirp! He gave an order in the Phoenix language, and the Holy Luan opened its beak and spurted out a fierce and hot flame. The flames fell on the bodies of the demon guards and began to burn their skills and souls. The demon guards fell to the ground with screams. Xiaobao and Erbao continued to work hard, adhering to the principle of thrift and never wasting, and continued to eat fruits and save fruit cores. A Holy Luan that can spit fire is so cool that Yan Jiuqiao couldn't help but pay attention when he saw the 3 little eggs on the bird's back with a cold look. Invincible, and ready to destroy the demons together. Yan Jiuqiao felt a deep toothache. Brother Jiu, I really don't want to fight the demons. I was forced. Do you believe it? Chapter 783 Family Reunion. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This is what the 3 little eggs who drove the Holy Luan to fight were like. The Holy Luan can fly and spit fire. It is simply a divine bird. They cooperate well, and bring the advantages of the Holy Luan to the extreme. At least that's what the three little eggs think. And when they saw with their own eyes that the ordinary demon guards were sprayed by the flames of the Holy Luan without any chance to fight back, their confidence soared. Dare to capture their sister and good friend. This is the end. The super invincible three little eggs are here. At this time, the masters of the demon clan are fighting fiercely with Shui Yuqing and others. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The blue-clothed man also fights the demon clan. So the blue-clothed man is also a friend. After Dabeo dealt with another demon guard, he flew past Shui Yuqing in the Xinghuan. He did not forget to pound his little shoulder with his little fist. With a handsome gesture of "Don't be afraid, my friend. I am with you." Shui Yuqing felt that this world was mysterious. So the Xinghuan was carrying a few children on its back? Where did the children come from? Can they fight at such a young age? Also, what does that gesture and expression mean? Come down. Let's make it clear. Swoosh. A demon guard on the ground threw a spear at Shui Yuqing. Dabeo's eyes were sharp, and he controlled the Xinghuan to spray a flame at the spear. The flames instantly devoured the energy on the spear, and the spear lost its original strength and fell from the air. Shui Yuqing stared at the spear in a daze. He was ready to take the attack, but the move was gone. He looked at Dabeo. Dabeo raised his eyebrows. I won. My friend. You're welcome. Shui Yuqing was a little choked. In the distance, Yan Jiuchao, who was watching this scene from afar, covered his eyes helplessly. What could he do? He was also desperate. San Xiaodan was courting death and pulled all the hatred values of the demon masters over. If you say that the flames of Xinghuan are powerful, then it is indeed powerful. But it is only effective against ordinary demon guards. The real masters of Qi training and Taishu are not afraid of these flames. However, not being afraid is one thing, and there is always a stick stirring up trouble on the battlefield, which is another matter. Look at me. I'll move mountains. Before the demon master finished saying the word "see," a blaze flashed by. Damn! My eyes were almost blinded. Wait, what was he going to do just now? Oh! Move mountains. Swish. Blinded by the blaze again. Demon master, hacking. The three little eggs aimed accurately at the demon guards at first. But later, they felt that the guards on the ground were too weak and unworthy of their great abilities. So they flew into the demon camp and began to attack indiscriminately. Indiscriminate attack means the people of the holy sect are not blind. They were also incapable of being flashed. Okay? The people of the holy sect were unable to take action for a while. Fortunately, the three little eggs were flying inside the demon clan's camp. So the lethality to the demon clan was still greater. The three little eggs were invincible. I spray. I spray. I spray. To be honest, these flames really didn't burn the masters. Not at all. But the problem was, it was bright. Heck! I can't open my eyes. The demon clan camp was in chaos. And there was even an accident that the aiming at the holy sect ended up hitting its own people. He was also an elder-level master. And he said, "Close your eyes." Everyone closed their eyes. At their level, all five senses are different from ordinary people. Even in the case of no vision, they can sense the specific position of the enemy through hearing, touch, and even energy fluctuations. And very accurately. Yan Jiuchao took a deep breath. You wait here. I'll be back soon. So, Shui Yuqing saw the young Taoist friend who kidnapped the child and ran away came back again. Shui Yuqing took a breath of cold air strangely. What day is it today? He encountered so many weirdos? Yan Jiuchao gestured to him. I'm here to help you. Taoist friend. This gesture looks familiar. Shui Yuqing didn't believe that he came to help her at all. But this time, Yan Jiuchao really took the lead and rushed to the demon camp. You know, Shui Yuqing himself didn't have the courage to rush in. Yan Jiuchao rushed in resolutely, and without hesitation. Yan Jiuchao felt bitter. The kid is in the camp. What can he do? Shui Yuqing could see that this young Taoist friend was really trying hard to deal with those demon masters this time. He used almost all his strength. Shui Yuqing couldn't see which method he used, but it seemed to be quite effective. When those masters approached him, their realms would be restrained. In fact, it was not their realms that were restrained, but their strength was suppressed by the Quan Sheng Ju. Quan Sheng Ju has the ability to purify demonic energy. Demon masters need to absorb demonic energy from the world to replenish their own consumption when fighting. Once there is not enough demonic energy for them to replenish, they will become physically weak. Of course, there is too much demonic energy here, and Yin Jiucha can't purify it all at once. It's just that the ones around him have been sucked into a vacuum by him. But others don't understand this situation. At this glance, they think Yin Jiucha is really amazing. No demon master dares to fight him in close combat. At this moment, a demon master caught the position of Sheng Wan and slashed with a sharp knife. The powerful demonic energy was like a rainbow, which instantly severely injured one of Sheng Wan's wings. Sheng Wan screamed and fell from the air. The 3 little eggs also fell off its back. Yin Jiucha hurriedly flew up and grabbed the 3 little guys into his arms. Xiaobao and Erba widened their eyes. Daddy. Dabeo, buddy. The two sides fought so fiercely that Shui Yiqing certainly couldn't hear the 2 little eggs calling him daddy. Yin Jiuchao's bravery and fearlessness inspired him. He misunderstood Yin Jiuchao as a deserter, but he didn't expect that he was a real warrior. As the eldest disciple of the holy sect, Shui Yiqing felt that he could not let such a noble monk die for the people. So he resolutely flew into the demon camp and decided to join hands with Yin Jiuchao to fight the enemy. I am Shui Yiqing from the holy sect. He stood back to back with Yin Jiuchao, alert to the demon masters around him. Leave this to me. You watch out for those behind. After saying this, there was no response. Shui Yiqing frowned and turned around, but saw that there was no shadow of Yin Jiuchao behind him. He looked down and gasped. Yin Jiuchao took the baby and ran away again. Shui Yiqing exploded on the spot. Again? Are you here to kidnap the child again? Shui Yiqing was cheated. He looked at the murderous demon masters around him and said unconfidently, "That. I said I came in accidentally. Do you believe it? Hack. Don't hit me in the face." Yin Jiuchao brought back the 3 little eggs and the injured Chengwan. The 3 little eggs were very happy to see their mother and threw themselves into her arms for a kiss. Yuan was relieved to see that they were fine. Although they were separated for only 1 day, she felt that the days were like years, especially in such an unfamiliar place. Every step she took was worried that they would encounter some danger. Yuan bandaged Xingwan and fed him a few Qingxin pills. Qingxin pills are life-extending holy medicines and have a certain effect on injuries. Sister, brother and little brother are here too, Xiaobao said with blinking eyes. Yes. Yuan nodded gently. How did you find them? Erbao asked. This is not a place to talk. Let's leave first. When we settle down, Mother will tell you slowly. Yuan also wanted to listen carefully to the experience of the 3 little eggs. Jing Wuzhu still carried Zhou Jin. Sheng Wan carried the 3 little eggs. Yin Jiuchao held his daughter, and Yuan held the little Rakshasa. Yin Jiuchao wanted to switch the little Rakshasa, but the little Rakshasa held Yuan's neck and refused to let go. It's not heavy, Yuan said. It's true that the little Rakshasa is 3 years old, but he is so thin and doesn't weigh much. Isn't it? Xiao Zhao, Yuan said lovingly, looking at the little Rakshasa in her arms. The little Rakshasa buried his head in Yuan's neck and responded softly, yeah. But after they walked for a while, the style of the painting changed. The little Rakshasa, who was originally held by Yuan, felt sorry for Yuan and couldn't sit still because of ADHD. So he used his inner strength to take Yuan flying. Jing Wuzhu watched the person, who was clearly behind him, run to the front in a flash, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Oh my god! This is also possible? Chapter 784 Dabeo calls Daddy. Jing Wuzhu felt that his 3 views were refreshed. How could a woman without any energy fluctuations in her body and a skinny child run so fast under his nose? And it was so fast that he couldn't even see who was doing the power. Yuan was on the same side, and Yin Jiuchao was naturally fast. Jing Wuzhu was thinking, it's good that you guys are gone. I'll throw this boy away and go back to the demon palace to pick up the leeks. But as soon as the thought flashed through his mind, a cold dagger was pressed against his neck. Come on, Zhou Jin threatened weakly. Jing Wuzhu was speechless. Aren't you unconscious? How come you woke up? And you put a knife against your neck? Where did you get the knife? After Zhou Jin said this, he fainted again. However, Jing Wuzhu did not dare to be careless anymore. He quickly followed Yin Jiuchao with Zhou Jin on his back. He was an indigenous resident of this world after all, and his realm was not very low. However, in the fight against the demons, The Changshengju had a targeted characteristic. If the demonic energy was compared to a virus, then the Changshengju was a targeted drug to restrain it. Jing Wuju was not aware of this. He could not beat the demons, but Jiuchao Xianjun could beat them. Then Jiuchao Xianjun was better than him. However, he himself did not notice that on the way to escape, no matter how fast Xiao Luosha and Yin Jiuchao moved, he could actually catch up with each other. At this time, the sky was almost dawn. I don't know whether the black fog containing demonic energy dissipated after dawn, or they gradually escaped from the territory of the demons. In short, the air around them suddenly became particularly fresh. Yin Jiuchao. Look! There is a village over there. Yuan pointed to a few sparse houses in front and said, "Let's go and take a look." Yin Jiuchao nodded. The group soon arrived at the village. The village was very quiet. Yuan had lived in Lianhua village for so long, and was very familiar with the habits of the villagers. It was almost dawn, and some people should have gotten up long ago. At the very least, the chickens would have crowed. But the whole village was frighteningly quiet, as if there was no living thing. "I'll go in and take a look first," Yin Jiuchao said. Yuan hummed and warned, "Be careful." "I will." Yin Jiuchao hugged his daughter tightly, walked into the village for a while, and said to Yuan after coming out, "The village is empty. There are no people, no poultry or livestock. How could this be?" Yuan murmured. Jing Wuju said, "What's so strange about this? Since the demons moved here 3 years ago, people here have been living in poverty. All the coolies that can be captured have been captured by the demons, and some have fled to other places. As for the poultry and livestock, they may have been looted by the demons. What kind of turbulent place is this?" Yuan sighed. "Why don't we go in and rest first?" "Okay." Yin Jiuchao found a fairly tidy house, cleaned it up simply, and made 2 beds for the children. Sheng Wan landed at the door of the house carrying the 3 little eggs. San Xiaodan accidentally entered the Holy Land after lunch. It was midnight when he entered here. Therefore, after a few hours, it was dawn here. But San Xiaodan was still spending his night. They were very energetic at night. Yin Jiuchao saw that the 3 of them were not sleepy at all. So he called them to him and asked about what happened along the way, starting from the time when they stole their sister to the Imperial College. The 4 fathers and sons were talking in the house. Yuan put the little Rakshasa on the newly made bed. His clothes were torn. Yuan found a set of clean children's clothes from the closet in this room and changed him. This bed was very big, and Zhou Jin and Yin Xiuzi had already laid down. After changing his clothes, the little Rakshasa quickly crawled between Zhou Jin and Yin Xiuzi, and pushed Zhou Jin with his little butt until he pushed him to the edge. If he was not afraid of Yuan's anger, he might have wanted to push Zhou Jin to the ground directly. He held Yin Xiuzi in his arms, looked at Zhou Jin, who was a million miles away from him, and Xiuzi nodded with satisfaction, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The 3 little eggs initially refused to admit that they stole their sister. But under the extremely violent and high-pressure eyes of their father, the 3 finally confessed honestly. After all, confession is treated leniently, and resistance is treated severely. It turned out that the 3 took their sister to the Imperial College on a whim. Others took the little beast, and they took the little sister. As for the fact that Yin Xiuzi defeated the beast of the Holy Sect in the Imperial College, they knew nothing about it, so they did not confess. Then it was noon, and they went to the restaurant to have lunch. At that time, the afternoon class had actually been cancelled, and they could have gone home. But as naughty as they were, how could they be willing to go back home obediently? The 3 of them strolled in the Imperial College, and walked into a cave, and then came to a cave with stone statues in it. Yin Xiuzi pulled off the head of a stone statue, and as if something was triggered, a stone door opened. "There is an old man imprisoned in there," Erbao said. "And a big bird," Xiaobao said. Erbao waved his hands. No. No. The big bird flew out from behind the mural. Xiaobao said seriously, "It's also in there. Inside the mural. Inside there." The 2 little black eggs quarreled. Yuan and Yin Jiuchao were already used to it. Xiaobao was referring to the whole secret room, while Erbao was specific to every location. In fact, both of them were right, but the degree of detail was different. "Then what?" Yuan asked. Erbao tilted his head and thought for a while, then spread his hands and said, "Then the white-haired grandfather said that we couldn't go back and could only enter the mural. Tabeo asked the big bird and the grandfather to go out and see that there was really no way back. We flew in from the mural. Children's language always has their own characteristics. Others may not understand what Erbao is saying. Enter the mural? Who does that? But Yuan and Yan Jiuchao have been to that secret room. There is a big hole in the mural. There is indeed the entrance to the Holy Land. Therefore, when he said entering the mural, he actually meant entering from the entrance of the mural. Yuan looked at Yan Jiuchao and whispered, "Do you think that old man is weird? He seems to know that everyone who comes in can't leave. And I feel like he's waiting for people to enter the Holy Land on purpose." Yan Jiuchao felt the same way. That old man might be the key to solving all the mysteries. "Where's that old man with a white beard?" Yuan asked the three little eggs. The three little eggs were all startled. "Oh, I forgot it in the Demon Palace." Yan Jiuchao felt that he might be pissed off to death by his son sooner or later. As the saying goes, good things come in turns, and the heavens spare no one. The time when he, young Master Yin, was pissed off to death seemed to have slowly passed. And the day when he was so pissed off that one Buddha was born and two Buddhas ascended to heaven came tragically. Yan Jiuchao felt that he couldn't accept his fate. He was the only one who pissed off others. And others couldn't piss him off. Not even his own sons. He said solemnly with a sullen face, "You guys, stand there and face the wall and reflect on your mistakes." The three little eggs hung their heads and stood by the wall with grievance. Yan Jiuchao said coldly, "Reflect on your mistakes facing the wall. Not with your back to the wall." The three little eggs turned around slowly, with their foreheads against the cold wall. Among the three little eggs, Dabeo's sense of shame has been slowly awakened. Even being a wet nurse has to be done secretly. So how can he be punished to stand in public? He felt that he actually had a trump card in his hand. When he showed his trump card, his real father would be so excited that he would burst into tears and pardon himself. Dabeo was a little uncomfortable, but for his own face, he decided to go all out. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and prepared to call Daddy. If this trick is used by Erbo or Xiaobao, it will definitely be useless. After all, they have been talking for a long time, and they are tired of hearing them call Dabeo. But Dabeo has never called him Dabeo once. Dabeo is sure that Yan Jiuchao will be tempted, but Yan Jiuchao seemed to have guessed his little trick. As soon as Dabeo turned his head and hadn't spoken yet, Yan Jiuchao said, "Save it for me. You can't even call me Daddy. Calling Daddy is not okay." Then, Dabeo thought seriously, "Old iron?" Yan Jiuchao. Dabeo was beaten badly. Even worse than the time when Xiaobao tricked Yan Jiuchao into calling him Daddy twice. The white-haired old man knew many mysteries that they could not solve. In order to find out why they came here, whether it was an accident or they really had some connection with this world, Yan Jiuchao decided to take a risk and go to the Demon Palace to find the white-haired old man. However, according to San Xiaodin, the white-haired old man's name is No Egg? How can someone have such a strange name? Xiaobao also said, "He has no bird. No bird. No egg. Could it be that the person he is looking for is a eunuch?" Chu. As soon as the thought flashed through Yan Jiuchao's mind, a heavy sneeze came from not far outside the door. Yan Jiuchao opened the door and saw the white-haired old man described by San Xiaodin. Yan Jiuchao didn't know whether to be happy or surprised for a while. He was happy that the person he was looking for, after searching everywhere for a long time, was found without any effort. He was surprised that the person who took the white-haired old man away seemed to be Shui Yuqing, the master of the holy sect who was tricked by him twice. Their eyes met. Yan Jiuchao. Shui Yuqing. Jiugu was heartbroken all night. Chapter 785. Not to mention that Yan Jiuchao didn't expect to meet Shui Yuqing here. Shui Yuqing didn't expect to meet Yan Jiuchao in the place where she fled. It was this man who pitted him so badly. Originally, according to his strength and the formation of the holy sect, plus the magic weapon in his Qianquan bag, he was very sure to severely damage the entire Earth Demon Palace. Not to mention annihilating the entire Earth Demon Palace. But who would have thought that this man rushed into the demon camp, causing him to have a headache and rush in? His original intention was not to let the other party die for the people. But more importantly, he felt that this man's realm was not low, and he could fully exert his full strength by fighting side by side with the other party. As a result, this man ran away. Do you know how badly he was beaten by the group of demon masters? He didn't even have the chance to take out the magic weapon, and was suppressed by a swarm of people. As soon as he got into trouble, the disciples of the holy sect panicked. Without a leader, The morale of the army was low, and the formation was instantly in chaos. In the end, they could only flee. As for where they all fled to, he really wanted to know. Shui Yuqing hated Yan Jiuqiao to death. He fooled him twice, and all his plans failed. And he actually had the courage to appear in front of him? Shui Yuqing's fists clenched and creaked. Who are you? Which sect or school are you from? Yan Jiuqiao had a toothache, but he couldn't lose his momentum. He raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, I am the Immortal Sect. And I am Jiuqiao, the Immortal Lord. Shui Yuqing. What sect? What lord? When Shui Yuqing was confused by Yan Jiuqiao, the white-haired old man started to think in his heart that the young man's face looked familiar. But what was more familiar than his face was the shameless temperament of the other party. As if he had seen him before, and it made him grit his teeth. Shui Yuqing decisively drew out the Holy Sect's sword. He seriously suspected that the young man in front of him, who had repeatedly ruined his plans, was a hypocritical human trafficker. Or, to put it more seriously, he was a spy sent by the demon clan. Yan Jiuqiao felt the sword intent on the sword, and a dragon-like sword chant seemed to flash past his ears, and the Chan Shengju in his body began to operate rapidly, which was a reaction only when encountering a strong enemy. In other words, the opponent's weapon is very lethal. The white-haired old man retreated tactfully. That sword was the sword of the founder, and it contained a trace of his soul. It was supposed to be used to destroy the demon palace. However, Shui Yuqing was crushed so badly in the demon palace that he had no chance to draw his sword. He actually used this sword to deal with the young man in front of him, which shows how high the hatred value of the other party was. Did this man dig up Shui Yuqing's ancestral grave? Or was it old Wang who lived next door to Shui Yuqing? Just when the two sides were about to fight to the death, Zhou Jin walked over from the house. What happened? Zhou Jin asked. Then, Zhou Jin saw Shui Yuqing at the door, and Shui Yuqing also saw Zhou Jin at once. The two were stunned at the same time. Zhou Jin turned around and went into the house, but Shui Yuqing quickly put the sword back into the scabbard, knelt on one knee, and said, I didn't know that the Venerable was here. Yuqing is rude. This attitude caught Yan Jiuqiao off guard. Yan Jiuqiao looked at Shui Yuqing, then at Zhou Jin. He called you Venerable? Zhou Jin clenched his fist and said coldly, How many times have I said that I am not your Venerable? You recognize the wrong person. Shui Yuqing said seriously, Yuqing will not admit his mistake. Even if Yuqing admits his mistake, the master will not be wrong. Who is your master? Yan Jiuqiao asked indifferently. Shui Yuqing originally didn't want to pay attention to the so-called Jiuqiao Immortal King, but the Venerable actually stood with the other party, and the distance was very close. You know, during the days in the Holy Sect, the Venerable forbade anyone to approach him within 3 steps. Shui Yuqing glanced at Zhou Jin and had to answer, My master is Jade Pure Immortal Jing Wuju, who was stealing meat in the kitchen. Choked. Hack. He had just pretended to be a disciple of Jade Purity Master, and the real disciples came? Jing Wuju wanted to run away, but before he could even take a step out, Yan Jiuqiao spoke, Hey, the one in the kitchen. Your fellow disciple is here. Come out and greet him. Greet your sister? I'm just a casual cultivator who picked up a chance. Are there any other disciples of the Holy Sect here? Shui Yuqing was obviously a little excited. He strode to the kitchen, but when he saw Jing Wuju smearing stove ash on his face, he instantly realized that he was fooled by Yan Jiuqiao again. This is simply a casual cultivator. Even a fool can recognize him. He didn't believe that Yan Jiuqiao couldn't recognize him. And the reason why Yan Jiuqiao said that deliberately was to see him being fooled. Right? How could there be such a hateful man in the world? Shui Yuqing felt that he was about to explode with anger. The white-haired old man vaguely felt that this scene of being so angry that he was about to ascend to heaven was a little familiar, as if it had happened to someone. The white-haired old man is also from the Holy Sect, but he is not from the lineage of Jade Purity Immortal, and is not familiar with Jade Purity Immortal's eldest disciple Shui Yuqing. He bumped into Shui Yuqing when he escaped from the demon palace in chaos, and then the two traveled together. The white-haired old man said that he was pissed off all night. Shui Yuqing said that he was also pissed off. The white-haired old man said that the person who pissed him off was the same person. Shui Yuqing thought about it, and he was also pissed off. The white-haired old man said that he was made like this by those guys who almost pissed him off to death. Shui Yuqing thought about it again and found that their experiences were really similar. Shui Yuqing asked, Could we have met the same person? The white-haired old man waved his hand. I met 3. And they were all small. Triplets. Didn't you say that you met an adult man? Shui Yuqing seemed to have an epiphany. Oh. It seems that they are not the same person. The 2 of them shamelessly entered the house, following Zhou Jin's eyes, and saw San Xiaodan, who was facing the wall in the inner room. The 2 looked at San Xiaodan, and then looked at Jiuchao Xianjun, who was almost the same as San Xiaodan behind them. And their brains exploded with a buzzing sound. They did not meet the same person, but they were the same family. Chapter 786. The truth is out. Go home. The white-haired old man finally understood what the familiar feeling he had felt again and again was about. The same face. Isn't it his biological father? Even the ability to piss Shui Yuqing off to death is exactly the same as the 3 little idiots who almost pissed him off to death. To be precise, the 3 little idiots are exactly the same as him. He has thought more than once. What kind of father can teach such an irritating son? Now he understands. The answer is the same irritating father. He once wanted to meet the biological father of the 3 little idiots very much. But now he thinks it's better not to meet him. On the other hand, Shui Yuqing was thinking that during the battle in the Demon Palace, the huge Saint Wan seemed to be carrying these 3 children. But everything was too chaotic at the time, and he didn't have time to take a close look at their appearance, let alone combine them with the young monk who went back on his word. No wonder the other party rushed into the demon camp without hesitation. He was not going to help kill the enemy, but to rescue his own son. Shui Yuqing gritted his teeth. Okay. Even if this time there was a reason. What about the other time? That little evil creature that was a combination of the saint and the devil couldn't be his son. Right? He was still very suspicious. He was a spy sent by the demons. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, the little Rakshasa walked out in a daze. He wanted to pee. He didn't even open his eyes, and almost hit his forehead on the door. Yin Jiuchao picked him up and went to the toilet in the backyard. Shui Yuqing was in a bad mood. What's going on? That little evil creature is also his family. Does his family run a small bun shop? So many children? Wu Wao Yan Shusi muttered in his sleep. Shui Yuqing's hair stood on end. There is also a milk flower. Zhou Jin went to the main hall, and his expression was not right when he returned to the room. It was not that Yuan did not hear the movement outside, but she could not hear it clearly because of the 2 layers of door panels. She looked at Zhou Jin, who was sitting on the stool in silence, walked over, put one hand on his thin shoulder, and asked softly, "Do you know the person outside?" Zhou Jin was silent for a while, and nodded silently. Yuan sat down beside him, and looked at him gently. "Is there anything you want to say to me?" Zhou Jin actually woke up very early, when he was pushed to the bed by the little Rakshasa with his little butt. He had just finished a nightmare. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a strange room, with even breathing next to him, and the sound of the 3 little eggs being beaten by Yin Jiuchao in his ears. He quietly opened his eyes, and saw Yuan sitting by the bed, taking scissors and needles, mending their clothes. Yuan's needlework was not very good, but that was not important. What was important was the sounds he heard and the scenes he saw, all of which made him feel a long-lost sense of home. He wanted this feeling to last longer. But Shui Yuqing came to the door. "He is from the holy sect," Zhou Jin said. Yuan nodded, without any sign of urging him. "He said I am also from the holy sect," Zhou Jin continued. Yuan still looked at him gently, as if she would continue to listen if he wanted to talk. If he didn't want to talk, she wouldn't force him. Zhou Jin said, "After I led the troops to attack the Holy Clan, I saw a cave on the way back to the Witch Clan. I walked in and then came here. It's very strange here. The time is different from that over there. I walked into the cave in the morning, but it was already evening when I came out. Then I met a group of people who claimed to be from the Holy Sect and wanted to take me back." "Then what?" Yuan said. "I thought they were going to arrest me. But after they took me back to the Holy Sect, they suddenly said that I was the venerable of the Holy Sect. I'm not. I'm Zhou Jin, the king of the Witch Clan." Zhou Jin lowered his head. Yuan held his hand. "You take a rest first. Don't think too much. I'll go talk to them." "Yeah." Zhou Jin felt a sense of peace in his heart. This world is weird, and the people here are even more terrifying. But as long as Yuan Yin Jiuchao is together, he seems to be afraid of nothing. After the little Rakshasa finished peeing, his little head drooped on Yin Jiuchao's shoulder and fell asleep. Yuan took him and put him back on the bed. letting Zhou Jin look after him and the children, while she went to the main room with Yan Jiuqiu. Jing Wuzhu had been hiding in the kitchen and didn't dare to come out. He wanted to escape, but Sheng Wan blocked the kitchen entrance, staring at him with a fierce look. Jing Wuzhu was simply desperate. Of course, he was not in a position to defeat Sheng Wan, but he couldn't defeat Sheng Wan quietly. If he made a noise, he would still be caught by the guys inside. So, he sighed resignedly and started to light the fire and cook. In the main room, the four of them sat around the table. Among the family, Yuan looked relatively normal, with a calm temperament, quiet and gentle, and her appearance was needless to mention. Although she came from another world, her appearance was not inferior to those female monks who had the art of keeping their youth. Most importantly, she looks normal. My name is Shui Yuqing, and I am the eldest disciple of the Holy Sect's Jade Purity Master. This is Uncle Master Qi, the junior brother of Sanshan Master. For Yuan's sake, Shui Yuqing introduced her again, and her tone was much gentler than when she talked to Yan Jiuqiu. Yan Jiuqiu thought it was good, and giving face to Yu Aowan was giving him face. Jiuqiu, Immortal Lord, never thought of being jealous. After all, he was so wise and handsome, and Shui Yuqing was completely incomparable to him. In fact, Shui Yuqing was really a highly sought-after disciple of the Holy Sect. Not only was he powerful, but he was also young and promising. Many female disciples dreamed of becoming his Taoist partner, but it was a pity that he was devoted to Taoism and was unwilling to waste his energy on love affairs. You said Zhou Jin was from the Holy Sect. Could you be wrong? Yuan asked Shui Yuqing. Although the white-haired old man was also from the Holy Sect and was called a senior by Shui Yuqing, it was obvious that Shui Yuqing was in charge of the two. Yuan was the princess of the Great Zhou after all, so she had some vision. Shui Yuqing sighed. The Venerable is so repulsive. I also hope that we are wrong. This matter has to start from the battle between the Holy and the Demon 3,000 years ago. This was said by Jing Wuzhu and Shui Yuqing again. The two people's statements were basically the same, that the demons were causing trouble everywhere, and the Holy Lord killed the Demon Lord. But he was also seriously injured and died soon after. Both the Holy Lord and the Demon Lord were not easy to deal with. They both retained a trace of consciousness before they died. At first, people on both sides only knew that their own venerables retained their consciousness. Later, they speculated that if they could retain their own consciousness, the other party should also be able to retain it. This secret was then spread to everyone in Xingzi continent. But no one knew where the Holy Lord and the Demon Lord's consciousness had gone. Decades ago, the founder of the Holy Sect risked his cultivation to spy on the secrets of heaven, and sensed that the Holy Lord's consciousness was no longer in the Holy Land. And it was very likely that he had reincarnated as a human in another world. So they began to seek a way to open this world. For this, the masters of the Holy Sect paid an unimaginable price. Master and the uncles were all injured. The ancestor was attacked when he was spying on the secrets of heaven. So we are powerless to fight against the demons this time. If the masters of the Holy Sect were all there, there would be no chance for the demon palace to be built. Shui Yuqing continued. What we didn't expect was that the Demon Lord's consciousness also went to another world. But it didn't reincarnate. It just floated between heaven and earth. And it also returned to the Holy Land through the passage. And returned earlier than the Holy Lord. It's just that it was seriously injured that year, and could never condense a new 3 souls and 7 spirits. The demons thought of the demon seed, which is a way to forcibly condense the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Take thousands of wrong souls, remove the unusable parts, and condense the most powerful demon soul. The demon seed is the demon soul condensed from the souls of 1,000 people? Yuan asked. That's right. Shui Yuqing nodded. How can you be sure that you didn't recognize the wrong person? Yuan asked again. Shui Yuqing shook her head decisively. It's impossible to make a mistake. After the Holy Lord entered the Holy Land, the Grand Master sensed his breath. Otherwise, we couldn't appear in front of him so quickly. Moreover, the power of the Holy Lord in his body is awakening day by day. This is always impossible to deceive people. However, he himself is very resistant to this, and refuses to accept the inheritance of the Holy Sect, and is unwilling to awaken completely. Because after waking up, Zhou Jin is no longer Zhou Jin, but the Holy Lord of your Holy Sect. Then Yuan turned her head, and looked at the white-haired old man on the side. What's the matter with you waiting for the destined person at the entrance of the Imperial College? Didn't the Holy Lord find it? What destined person are you waiting for? Is there someone else who is destined to be with you in your holy land besides the Holy Lord? The white-haired old man looked wronged. How should I know? The Grandmaster only asked me to wait back then, and didn't say anything else. Are they telling the truth? Yuan asked Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu paused. You have to ask Zhou Jin about this. The white-haired old man and Shui Yuqing were confused. Wait. You two are talking about us. Shouldn't we find a place where we can't hear? Yuan went into the inner room. They didn't deliberately lower their voices when they talked. And Zhou Jin heard everything he should and shouldn't hear. Zhou Jin lowered his head, looked at his open hands, and said, My magic power is disappearing. I don't want to become another person. Yuan gently hugged him into her arms. Okay. Then don't become another person. It's okay to leave here. Let's go home. Chapter 787 The Lord of Demons is coming. Yuan was serious about going home and taking Zhou Jin away. Zhou Jin began to awaken the power of the Lord of Saints in his body after coming to the Holy Land. He was very good in the Emerald Country and the Witch Clan. She believed that as long as they returned there, Zhou Jin's changes would come to an abrupt end. Yuan told Yin Jiuqiu what she thought in her heart. Yin Jiuqiu nodded and agreed. But Shui Yuqing was not happy. You can't take him away. What's it to you? Yin Jiuqiu said lightly. Shui Yuqing knew that he couldn't communicate with this man who called himself Jiuqiu Xianjun. He seriously suspected that the other party was a little snake-like lunatic. He turned his head and looked at Yuan, pinning his hopes on the other party. Listen to me. However, he was interrupted by Yuan when he was halfway through his words. Yuan said, Who are you to me? Why should I listen to you? Shui Yuqing choked. What happened to her illusion that this woman was more reliable? Her ability to choke people is no worse than that of Jiuqiu Xianjun. I'll go pack and see if there is anything I can take with me on the road, Yuan said, and turned back to the house. They came out in a hurry and didn't bring any daily necessities. Fortunately, although this farmhouse was empty, the clothes and fabrics were still clean. There were wild vegetables in the backyard, so she went to dig some. Yuan just came out of the inner room with a basket. Shui Yuqing blocked her way. Shui Yuqing looked at her, then looked at Yin Jiuqiu, who was leisurely in the main room. Frowned. What I said is true. He is the Holy Lord. He belongs to the Holy Sect, and belongs here. It is his responsibility to protect the Holy Land. Otherwise, why do you think he left a trace of consciousness at the beginning? Is it really because he is greedy for the world? He found that the Demon Lord's consciousness had escaped, so he tried his best, and did not hesitate to use forbidden techniques to leave a trace of his consciousness. Only he can deal with the Demon Lord. Yuan said calmly, This is your own business of the Holy Sect, and it has nothing to do with Zhou Jin. Shui Yuqing gritted his teeth and said, Okay. Okay. Even if you think all this has nothing to do with him, do you really think you can leave casually? Do you think the Holy Land is a vegetable garden? Come when you want. Leave when you want. When you entered the Holy Land, didn't you find that all the retreats were gone? No matter how you go, there is always only one exit. That is the Holy Land. Although the masters of the Holy Sect had consumed their cultivation and torn the space of the Holy Land, the space cracks have now closed. At the moment when Uncle Sher was waiting for the destined person, all the cracks were closed. This is the formation set by the ancestor, in order not to let the Demon Lord escape again. Shui Yuqing continued, The ancestor was injured while spying on the secrets of heaven, and he could not set up such a powerful formation. He used the weapon of the Holy Lord as the eye of the formation. If you want to go back, you can destroy the eye of the formation first. But I want to remind you that it is the weapon of the Holy Lord, and only the Holy Lord himself can destroy it. Moreover, it is not the current Holy Lord, but the completely awakened Holy Lord. Yuan touched her chin. In the end, Zhou Jin must awaken before he can open the passage and go back with us. But if Zhou Jin awakens, he is no longer Zhou Jin, and he will not open the passage for us. No matter how you look at it, you are pitting us, little boy. Although he looks only in his early 20s, he is older than her. Okay? However, she is right. This is a dead end with no solution. If they want to tear the space back, they must let Zhou Jin awaken. Once Zhou Jin awakens, he will no longer want to go back with them. We have our own affairs. We have to find a way. Yin Jiuqiu stood up, took the basket from Yuan, and looked at Shui Yuqing with a warning. Don't get close to Zhou Jin. Don't talk to him. You. Bang. Before Shui Yuqing finished speaking, the door of the inner room was closed by Yan Jiuqiao with his internal force. The couple went to the backyard to dig wild vegetables. Of course, Shui Yuqing would not be obedient. He watched the two of them walk further and further away, quietly came to the door, gently pushed open a crack in the door, and tried to look inside through the crack. As a result, he saw 3 pairs of big black eyes. He jumped back in shock and almost fell to the ground. The crack in the door was widened by the 3 little eggs, and 3 round little heads poked out. The 3 of them were so cute, and their eyes were so cute. They didn't look like the children who would make people angry to death in the mouth of the white-haired old man. Shui Yuqing thought that he might be able to start with them. After all, children are easier to coax, aren't they? Ahem. Shui Yu cleared his throat, walked over, squatted down and looked at them. My name is Shui Yuqing. Can you let me go in and say a few words to Zun? Shou Jin? The 3 thought about it. Xiaobao said, Do you have any candy? Ah? Shui Yuqing was startled for a moment. Let me look for it. He took off the Qianquan bag on his waist and took out a box of candy granules from it. This was not for him to eat. When he went down the mountain, a female disciple asked him to buy it from the market. He hadn't had time to give it to them yet, but now it came in handy. Here. He gave the box of candy granules to Xiaobao. What about mine? Erbao said. Shui Yuqing was startled again, thinking, such a big box of candy granules. You two can share it. But the little black egg's expression clearly didn't mean that. He painfully found a box of rose cakes, which he was going to give to his master's wife. The candy granules are gone, and the rose cakes are also delicious. There are still Dabeos. Erbao took the rose cake and said, What kind of kid is so greedy? He has even given away his master's wife's chewing. But in order to be able to talk to the venerable, he gritted his teeth and risked it. He took out the assorted cakes he bought for his beloved little junior sister, handed them to the last little black egg, and said, Here. But Dabeo didn't take it. He took out a pen and paper and wrote a few words. I want your bag. This bag looks small, but you can take out a lot of things. Dabeo likes it very much. Shui Yuqing was confused. Why did he set his sights on his Qianquan bag? This is not an ordinary bag. In addition to living things, it can hold anything and a lot. It is not available on the market. Only disciples who are highly valued in this sect have Qianquan bags. Shui Yuqing was of course reluctant to give up his Qianquan bag, but he was even more reluctant to give up this opportunity to persuade Zhou Jin. As long as he told Zhou Jin in person that he could only send them back after awakening all the power of the Holy Lord, he believed that Zhou Jin would agree. Although he had not been with Zhou Jin for a long time, it was not difficult for him to see that Zhou Jin was a very difficult person to approach, and anyone who could approach him was someone he could not bear to abandon or hurt. He only needed to tell Zhou Jin that as long as you stayed, you could send all of them home. Of course, if you insisted on leaving, we would not stop you. After all, you would have become the true Holy Lord by then, and we would not be able to stop you even if we wanted to. He believed that the temptation of this statement was huge. After thinking it over again and again, Shui Yuqing finally gave up the Qianquan bag. Dabeo took the Qianquan bag, and of course, he did not forget to take away the box of assorted cakes. Shui Yuqing, is it really okay for you to be so greedy? Come in. Xiaobao opened the door. The 3 little eggs obediently stepped aside. Although he was a little greedy, he still kept his promise. It was not as exaggerated as Uncle Chi said. He was obviously a very cute child. Wasn't he? Shui Yuqing entered the house refreshed. And then, he was dumbfounded. He saw Zhou Jin. But Zhou Jin was asleep. Xiaobao took off the non-existent hat on his head and made a gentlemanly gesture. Okay. You can talk to brother Zhou Jin, but he may not be able to respond to you. Shui Yuqing was shaking with anger. Yuan and Yan Jiuqiao came back from digging wild vegetables, and Jing Wuju's meal was ready. The ingredients were all stored in Zhou Jin's Qianquan bag, clean and fresh. The most important thing is that Jing Wuju's cooking skills are much more reliable than his personality. Yuan left some alone for Zhou Jin and Xiao Luosha. They have been here for a long time, and are used to the work and rest here. They haven't slept all night, and may wake up in the afternoon. The rest of the people had a full meal. Shui Yuqing didn't eat. He was full and angry. Yin Shuzi woke up for more than 2 hours, and had a lot of fun with his parents. In the afternoon, she and her brothers fell asleep. But Zhou Jin and Xiao Luosha woke up one after another. Yin Jiucha said to Zhou Jin, "Let's go." Zhou Jin said, "I have something else to do. I want to go out. I will be back in the evening." His servants were still in the demon palace. He couldn't just leave him behind. But he didn't want Yin Jiucha, and he wanted to take risks with him. "If you want to go to the demon palace to save people, I'm afraid it's too late," Yin Jiucha said, pushing open the door. Zhou Jin quickly came to the open space outside, looked up in the direction of the demon palace, and saw that the originally cloudless sky was shrouded by a huge black fog at some point. Thunder rolled in the black fog, like the roar of a dragon. Zhou Jin frowned. "This is..." Shui Yiqing walked over in a daze. "The demon species has been formed. The demon master is about to come to the world." Chapter 788. The refinement of the demon seed means that the souls of the 1,000 people who were captured have been extracted, and the possibility of the servant's survival is almost zero. Zhou Jin felt a deep suffocation. The servant was the first person who expressed goodwill to him after he came to the Holy Land. This he refers to him, Zhou Jin, not the Holy Lord of the Holy Sect. That was his first attempt to escape from the Holy Sect. He hid in a woodshed and happened to meet a mute slave who had returned to do odd jobs in the outer courtyard. The mute slave gave him a bowl of hot porridge. After that, of course, he was found by Shui Yiqing and others. He asked the mute slave to be by his side. After the mute slave knew who he was a little frightened at first. But after a period of getting along, he gradually accepted his new duties. He still did the sweeping, but he was no longer looked down upon by others. He could take care of Zhou Jin's courtyard at will. In the Holy Sect, no one would look up to a mute slave who had no qualifications for cultivation. But if this mute slave was the only person Zhou Jin kept by his side, then his status would rise. Many people tried to bribe the mute slave, hoping that he could persuade Zhou Jin, or inform them in time when Zhou Jin fled again. The mute slave did not accept anyone's coercion or inducement. He just kept doing his own thing and paying respect to Zhou Jin. In everyone's eyes, he was the Holy Lord of the Holy Sect. Only when he was with the mute slave could he feel that he was still Zhou Jin of the Wu clan. So when Zhou Jin escaped from the Holy Sect for the last time, he took the mute slave with him. But Zhou Jin did not expect that the other party would die because of this. "I killed him." Zhou Jin's eyes turned red. Shui Yiqing was not a cold-blooded person. No matter what, the other party was a member of the Holy Sect. He was also indignant when he died in the hands of the demons. Moreover, he was not the only one who suffered from the poisonous hands. "Did we not fight well enough?" A childish voice came from behind. Shui Yiqing turned around and saw 3 black little eggs lying on the windowsill. And the 3 of them looked sad. Although she was so angry at these little guys that her heart ached. Seeing the 3 people like this reminded her of their bravery in facing the demons. Shui Yiqing shook her head and said, "No. You fought well. We were late." When Xiao Luosha and Zhou Jin left the cemetery, more than half of the sacrifices had been killed or injured. And when Shui Yiqing and others arrived at the demon palace, there was no one alive. However, the extracted soul needed time to be tempered and condensed. And now it has condensed. And the demon master's consciousness devoured it, forming a new demon species, which can also be called a completed demon soul. We have the soul of the demon lord. But what about the body? They have already refined a new body for him. And they just need a top-level inner elixir. Shui Yiqing said this while glancing into the room. The demons were originally going to use the high-level inner elixir of the demon cultivators. But later they found a saint-demon fusion. This inner elixir is much stronger than the inner elixir of the demon cultivators. It can not only adapt to the demonic energy, but also the spiritual energy of the Holy Land. I found this in the first place, so I had to take that little evil thing away. He has a name. Xiao Zhao, Yin Jiucha said. Shui Yiqing was stunned. After spending the whole morning together, how could he not know that Xiao Zhao was not their child? But San Xiaodan and Nawa were. They actually gave a name to an evil creature. They were really crazy. Shui Yiqing did not dwell on this issue for too long. For him, the most important thing at the moment was to fight against the demons. Don't be too happy too soon. Even if the demon lord did not get the inner elixir of the holy demon, he is still powerful enough. He is powerful. Why don't you see him fighting? Yin Jiucha asked. Shui Yiqing said seriously, that's because his demon soul is still merging with his new body. Oh! Yin Jiuchao raised his eyebrows and turned to go into the house. What are you going to do? Shui Yuqing called him. Yin Jiucha said. Leave, while the Demon Lord has no time to destroy the world. Hurry back to where you came from. Shui Yuqing's breathing stagnated. You left so openly. Don't you feel guilty at all? If you hadn't made trouble last night, I might have destroyed the Earth Demon Palace and stopped the refinement of the demon species. Yin Jiuchao turned around and looked at Shui Yuqing without blinking. Shui Yuqing scowled numbed when he looked at her. What are you looking at? See how thick your skin is. Yin Jiucha said. You? Shui Yuqing choked. Yin Jiucha said lightly. I am not from your saint sect. Your saint sect's mission has nothing to do with me. And I didn't ask you to rush into the demon camp last night. You followed me because you had a headache and fever. And now you are throwing the blame on this immortal. Are all the people from your saint sect so shameless? Shui Yuqing was almost choked to vomit blood. How on earth can you say such words? Look at what we did. Who is more shameless? Yin Jiucha can go through life and death for the people of Dezhou. Because he is the prince of Dezhou. And it is his duty to guard Dezhou. But he was inexplicably dragged into this ghost place. And then suddenly an inexplicable person dragged him to save the people. Forgive his moral integrity. Shui Yuqing looked at his resolute back and said, You can go. But leave Zhou Jin behind. Shui Yuqing thought he would say, if you have the ability, try to keep one. In the end, he nodded and agreed, okay. Shui Yuqing opened her eyes in disbelief, suspecting that she had heard it wrong. The next second, Yin Jiuchao entered the house, took Debao's paper and pen, wrote it quickly, and handed it to Shui Yuqing. Shui Yuqing looked at the two characters Zhou Jin written on the white paper. And suddenly she felt bad. After Yin Jiucha and Yuan packed up their things, they let Sheng Wan carry the 3 little eggs. One of them held Yin Xiuxi, and the other held Xiao Luosha. And Jing Wuju still carried Zhou Jin on his back. Is the place you came from really safe? He already knew that Jiuchao Xianjun was not from the Holy Land. But he didn't know where he was from. But he thought it should not be worse than the Holy Land. It must be a blessed place with more spiritual energy. Yuan thought about it, and said, it's safer than here. There are no demons in the Great Zhou. Nor monsters, like demon vines. Then I'll go with you. Jing Wuju patted his chest and said. At this time, Jing Wuju didn't know that he was going to a place without spiritual energy. He still fantasized that after he arrived at the cave paradise of the 9 dynasties immortal lord, his realm would be able to reach a higher level. Zhou Jin and several children fell asleep one after another, and it was very quiet along the way. Shui Yuqing looked at the backs of several people leaving, and clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand. The white-haired old man sighed. You should keep it to deal with the demons. The ancestor's life-saving talisman was only one. After that blow, this sword was no different from an ordinary sword. Although they were not his own people, they were not enemies. Using it on them was at most venting anger. Shui Yuqing said coldly, I know. I will go to the demons now, and kill him with one sword while the demon lord has not completely adapted to his body. The white-haired old man's eyes flashed. You go first. I will come later. Shui Yuqing went. However, the demon lord was much more powerful than he had imagined. Before he could get close to the demon palace, he was blown away by the powerful energy of the demon soul. He fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the demon lord still had not completed the fusion with the new body. But he was so powerful that he could not kill him. The powerful pressure of the demon soul surged towards him, and Shui Yuqing felt that his whole body was restrained. At his level, he was actually not afraid of the invasion of demonic energy. However, this was not ordinary demonic energy, but demonic energy that was 10 times or even 100 times more concentrated after being tempered by the demon soul. The demonic energy penetrated into his body without any holes, watering in his tendons and veins, like 10,000 fine needles piercing through, causing him to scream and wail on the ground in pain. The demon soul seemed to be determined to destroy this disciple, who exuded the aura of the holy sect. Shui Yuqing's consciousness gradually blurred, and he was about to lose all his strength. However, at this moment, he suddenly tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, pulled out the long sword, cut his finger and bled, awakening the wisp of consciousness left by the ancestor on the sword. A sharp sword light flashed. The sword energy was 9 heavens, and the dragon roared, as if the majestic spiritual energy in the shape of a dragon bit the demon soul fiercely. The demon soul was injured, let out a shrill scream, and suddenly broke away from the new body. Demon Lord. The masters of the demon clan changed color. The spirit dragon transformed by the ancestors' consciousness swallowed the new body in one bite. That was the body they picked out of thousands and prepared for the demon lord. But it was destroyed like this. The spirit dragon did not stop because of this, but continued to track the demon soul, intending to bite him to death before he was ready. The demon soul turned and fled. And the direction he fled was the direction Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan left. Chapter 789, Devouring the Demonic Soul. Yin Xiuzi wakes up, after using his blood and all his strength to summon the sword. Shui Yiqing was completely exhausted. He could sense the huge energy contained in the master's consciousness. But that energy was not inexhaustible. It had a time limit. He only hoped that before the time limit passed, he could completely destroy the demonic soul that was still in the chaotic period. It seems to be a fierce fight. Who will win? Yuan asked. On the way back, Yuan and the others had actually walked far enough, but they could still vaguely hear the huge movement behind them. It's hard to say. The one who answered was Jing Wuzhu. Jing Wuzhu lifted Zhou Jin on his back and continued to say to Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu, "Did you hear the dragon roar just now? If I guess correctly, it was a wisp of consciousness from the founder of the holy sect. I sensed it when Shui Yiqing was about to fight with the immortal Lord Jiuqiu. Although saying this may make the immortal Lord unhappy, the founder of the holy sect is the #1 master of the holy sect and the #1 person under the holy Lord. His power is enormous." Yuan asked strangely, "From your tone, it seems that the holy sect will win. But he only has a wisp of consciousness. Is it enough to kill the demon lord?" Jing Wuzhu shook his head. The demon lord has not yet completed the fusion with the new body, and even his demon soul is still in a wanton state, and can't exert 11 of his original strength. If the founder comes in person, there should be a great possibility of killing him. But with only a wisp of consciousness, well, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Yuan nodded. It seemed that Zhou Jin's situation was much better than that of the demon lord. Now she finally believed how badly the holy lord had hurt the demon lord. His consciousness was severely damaged, and he couldn't even reincarnate. He had to wander in another world like a lonely ghost. He finally returned to his own place. But he had to repair his damaged soul and integrate a new body. It was a big project. Yuan glanced at Yin Jiuqiu and found that he had been silent. So she asked, "What's wrong?" "I always feel something is wrong," Yin Jiuqiu said. "What's wrong?" Yuan asked. Yin Xiuzi was sleeping soundly in his father's arms. Yin Jiuqiu freed one hand and saw a faint gas appearing in his palm. Yuan frowned. "This is..." Yin Jiuqiu paused and said, "The art of immortality. It's working again. The reason why it's called again is because a similar situation has occurred before." Yin Jiuqiu didn't make a move, but the art of immortality seemed to have awakened spontaneously. "There's danger," Yin Jiuqiu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the internal force of the art of immortality shot out behind them like an arrow, and the little Gugu in Yuan's sleeve flew out with the art of immortality. Yuan was stunned. "No. Why are you joining in the fun?" The little Gugu rode on the invisible arrow condensed by the art of immortality, as if sitting on a rocket, and flew away. Both the little Gugu and the art of immortality sensed the extremely majestic demonic energy and took action at the same time. But this time it was not the ordinary black fog demonic energy, but the real demon soul. The demon soul shattered the internal force of the Changsheng Ju. When the little Gugu saw his little rocket shattered into slag, he immediately exploded and fled away with a chirping sound. So, Yuan looked at the mighty and domineering little Thanos, and fled back to her arms in panic. The little Gugu trembled. Yuan gritted her teeth. "Did you eat something you shouldn't eat again?" It was the same in Mingshan at the beginning. It was obviously a little young Gu, but it dared to run to eat the king of 10,000 Gu without knowing its own ability, and was chased and killed miserably. Yuan was wondering why this time, but Yin Jiuqiu pulled her hand back several steps. Yuan came back to her senses and looked closely, and saw a black ball the size of a football flying towards them. The black ball was burning with black flames, but it was not real fireworks, but the energy of the demon soul itself. "What is that?" she asked in surprise. "Demon soul," Yin Jiuqiu said. Although he had never seen it, there were not many answers that might have caused such a big fuss in Changsheng. "It's the demon soul. For sure. Strange. Isn't the demon soul merging with the new body? Why did it run out alone?" Jing Wuzhu couldn't figure out how everything happened. Could it be that something went wrong with the new body, causing the demon soul to be unable to merge with it? But what did the demon soul come here for? Not long after the demon soul came, the master's consciousness also followed. Then several people saw a huge translucent spirit dragon biting the big black ball. The big black ball burst into a shrill scream. Yuan felt that her eardrums were not good. This sound was really unpleasant. The big black ball struggled to get rid of the abyss mouth of the spirit dragon, flew dozens of steps away, turned around, and slammed into the spirit dragon. At this time, the spirit dragon was already at the end of its strength. The devil soul felt this, so he chose to fight it head-on. As expected, this collision directly smashed the spirit dragon to pieces. It's over. It's over. The master's consciousness is gone. We are going to die. Jing Wuju's legs were weak, and cold sweat was dripping down. The devil soul seemed to be coming for Zhou Jin on his back. It's not surprising to think about it. Even if the devil soul hasn't regained consciousness, his hatred for the Holy Lord has long been engraved in his soul. He instinctively wants to kill the Holy Lord. What? 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 What should I do? Jing Wuju was about to cry. Yin Jiucha flew up and blocked in front of Jing Wuju, waving his hand to hit the internal force of Chang Shengju. What Yin Jiuchao himself didn't know was that after entering the Holy Land, Chang Shengju would not only exert internal force, but also a trace of pure spiritual power. However, the Cha Shengju, which could easily purify the demonic energy around the body in the Earth Demon Palace, failed to purify the demon soul this time. The black smoke around the demon soul flickered, as if it was blown by a breeze, dissipating a little bit of energy, but not much. Yin Jiuchao made a few more moves, and without exception, they only caused almost negligible damage to the demon soul. His eyes turned cold, and he put his hands behind his back with his sleeves. It seems that he can't be killed. Since he can't be killed, then he might as well devour it. Yin Jiuchao knew long ago that his physique was different from that of ordinary people. If devouring the power of the Ghost King was accidental, then devouring the soul Rakshasa was not accidental. Although the demon soul was different from any power he had devoured earlier, there was no better way at the moment. Yin Jiuchao handed his daughter to Yuan's arms and flew towards the demon soul. Jing Wuju was startled. Xian, what is the immortal lord going to do? He wants to devour the demon soul. Yuan said. What? He devours the demon soul? Is that the other way around? The demon soul devours him. Right. However, the demon soul cannot merge with the body of a righteous cultivator. Otherwise, believe it or not, those real people of the holy sect would have been captured by the demons long ago. Yin Jiuchao held the demon soul in his palm and took it into his body. The demon soul seemed to want to take over this body, and followed Yin Jiuchao's power and entered his body. Next, it was Yin Jiuchu's soul that fought with the demon soul for ownership of this body. However, something unexpected happened next. The demon soul was kicked out by the Chang Shengju. Demon soul. Yin Jiuchao. The Chang Shengju surged wildly in Yin Jiuchao's body, as if cursing. I can't kill you, but I won't give you my territory. My territory? I'm the boss. Yin Jiuchao still wanted to devour the demon soul. With his physique, it would be a pity not to devour the demon soul. Besides, isn't the demon soul very powerful? With the power of the demon soul, can he tear the space and go home? With this thought, Yin Jiuchao completely forgot that he was at risk of being possessed, and once again took the demon soul into his body. The demon soul cooperated more than last time. Yin Jiuchao gave a thumbs up to Mohan. Mohan used energy as a carrier, and also gave a thumbs up to Yin Jiuchao. Jing Wuju was a little speechless. Was it my eyes that were blurry? Or were you too crazy? I have lived for most of my life, and this is the first time I have seen a fight like this? Do you want to give you two a bottle of wine? And you two sit there and make a fuss. Bang! Mohan was kicked out by Chang Shengju again. Yin Jiuchao had a toothache. Brother, can you not be so domineering? Mohan nodded. That's right. Can you not be so domineering? Chang Shengju, humph. The spiritual power incarnation of Chang Shengju gave Yin Jiuchao and Mohan a middle finger in midair. Yin Jiuchao. Mohan. After Yin Jiuchao found out that he had no chance to devour Mohan, and Mohan also found out that he had no chance to take over this body, the friendship was broken. Mohan launched a storm attack on Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao was chased badly. Yin Jiuchao gritted his teeth in resentment. Just you. Why don't you just let me devour him? Chang Shengju originally had a strong fusion ability, and could fuse almost any kind of skills. even Soul Rakshasa. But that was based on the fact that those skills were not as good as Chan Shengju. Chan Shengju accepted them, just like accepting younger brothers. So of course it didn't matter. But the demon soul was too powerful. Yin Jiuqiao didn't know what the Chan Shengju that others practiced was like. But his was definitely a stingy and domineering master who didn't allow any martial arts to ride on his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled all the martial arts and it to strike together during the days of the full moon. Speaking of the full moon night, Yin Jiuqiao suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. It's almost the full moon night. You're going to strike again? The Chan Shengju didn't move. Inexplicably, Yin Jiuqiao felt that it was guilty. You're going to strike, and you won't let me devour the demon soul. Do you want to kill me? Now even if he turned around to devour the demon soul, the demon soul would no longer cooperate like before. This idiot martial arts really pitted him to death. The demon soul knocked Yin Jiuqiao down with a bang. What is the fall of a giant? This is it. Just when the demon soul was about to beat Yin Jiuqiao's brains out, Yin Shuzi yawned and woke up in a daze. Yin Shuzi, wow. Chapter 790 Devouring Heaven and Devouring Demon Yin Shuzi. Yin Shuzi opened her eyes and found herself in her mother's arms. She began to look for her father. Woo wow. Where's daddy? Yin Jiuqiao was being pressed to the ground by the demon soul in a very indescribable position. It was just that there was a bush blocking them, so they couldn't see him. Yin Shuzi was anxious to find her father. A breeze blew by, blowing the grass in the bushes and into Yin Shuzi's nose. Yin Shuzi shuddered. Achoo. The bushes were flattened to the ground by this huge energy, and the demon soul was caught off guard and was sprayed away. The demon soul was stunned. What's going on? Why did he fly? He didn't just fly? He flew quite far and flew directly to Shui Yueqing's side. Shui Yueqing looked at the big black ball that suddenly fell from the sky beside him. His face was pale. Such a majestic demonic energy. Could it be the demon soul? But he didn't have the strength to fight again. Just when Shui Yueqing felt that he was doomed, the demon soul left him and flew in the direction he came from. To the demon soul, an opponent of Shui Yueqing's level was not an opponent at all. And the one who sneezed and knocked him away was the one. The demon soul was inspired with endless fighting spirit and rushed towards Yin Shuzi. The grass here was too dirty. Yin Shuzi's nose was itchy, and he sneezed again. The demon soul again. Hack? Is this okay? The demon soul rolled on the ground for 70 or 80 times, and finally stabilized his body. If he had an expression now, he would have frowned and looked thoughtful. He used the black flame to transform a hand to hold his chin, sphere. Thinking secretly, it must be that he opened it in the wrong way. Otherwise how could he be sprayed away by a baby? The devil's soul moved his mind and turned the round sphere into a square big box, running towards Yin Shuzi with a grunt. Yin Shuzi, achoo. The devil's soul. The devil's soul changed into a knife, a sword, and even countless tiny silver needles. But without exception, they all fell under the sneeze of a certain Shuzi. Why do you keep sneezing? Are you frozen? Yuan touched her daughter's forehead and handed the little Rakshasa in her arms to Jing Wuzhu. Jing Wuzhu had tied Zhou Jin to his back with a cloth strip, so he could free his hands to hold the child. But as soon as he held her, the little Rakshasa woke up. The little Rakshasa glared at him fiercely, making Jing Wuzhu's scalp numb. What kind of evil creature is this child? Oh, right. Blood Rakshasa. Is he going to suck his blood? The little Rakshasa felt the breath of danger, and jumped out of Jing Wuzhu's arms, staring coldly at the direction of the demon soul. After a while, he raised his little fist, and flew towards the demon soul at full speed. Xiao Zhao. Yuan tried to call him, but he had disappeared without a trace. The demon soul dug itself out of the rock, and restored its most comfortable spherical form. A small fist came from the sky, and the demon soul dodged it. The little Rakshasa's fist hit the rock, and the whole rock burst open, showing the weight of the small fist. The little Rakshasa's ultimate move is to absorb human blood, but this skill cannot be activated when fighting the demon soul, because the opponent is a soul body and has no blood at all. However, the little Rakshasa also has the amazing internal force brought by the Chan Shengju. Of course, his Chan Shengju is different from Yin Jiuqiao's Chan Shengju. His Chan Shengju is more effective in tempering the body, and is not so sensitive to the purification of demonic energy. When Yin Jiuqiao was in the Earth Demon Palace, The Changshengju in his body was purifying the demonic energy approaching him all the time. While the Changshengju in the little Rakshasa chose to ignore the demonic energy and let the other half of the blood pill deal with it. The blood pill is a demon body and can smoothly accept demonic energy. This actually means that the little Rakshasa has a stronger adaptability in the demon clan than Yin Jiuqiu. The demon soul soon discovered that it was not surprising that the little kid could become powerful with the help of his magic energy. He was the lord of 10,000 demons. The energy he exuded was of the same origin as the energy needed by the demon cultivators, and even more refined. However, everything is a double-edged sword. Since the little Rakshasa could withstand the demon lord's magic energy, it meant that the demon lord could also successfully take over his body. The combination of the holy demon and the demon was a fatal temptation for every demon cultivator. The demon soul used energy to transform a small black tongue and lick the non-existent lips. This body was more suitable for him than the new body destroyed by the spirit dragon. It was just a little small. But now, he could not care about picking his mouth. Yuan waited for a long time in the same place. She did not see Xiao Xiao coming back. Nor did she hear Yin Jiuqiu's movement. She felt that something was wrong. She was about to let Jing Wuzhu go to the front to take a look. And then she saw a black light flying towards her. The speed of the black light was so fast that she could not avoid it at all. Yin Jiuqi kicked his legs, opened his mouth, and swallowed the black light in one gulp. Yuan, Mohan, Jing Wuzhu. Mohan was originally going to take over the body of the little Rakshasa, but he misjudged and got the direction wrong. Not to mention that Yuan couldn't dodge in time. Mohan didn't have time to retract his strength, and was swallowed into Yin Jiuqi's stomach. When Yin Jiuqi came back and learned about this, a trace of coldness appeared on his face. Yuan's face was also very ugly. Jing Wuzhu thought, if he was the child's father or mother, he would be at a loss. What did she eat? Yuan asked. Mohan, Yin Jiuqi said. Will you have a stomachache after eating it? Yuan asked again. I don't know. That thing looks a little dirty and unwashed. Yin Jiuqi was a little disgusted. Jing Wuzhu was almost on his knees. Your daughter swallowed a demon soul? Are you only worried about whether her stomach hurts or whether she eats cleanly? Shouldn't you suspect that she may die at any time? Yin Jiuqiu said, don't rush today. Take a rest for a night. And observe the situation first. Several people found an open space and built a bonfire. Sheng Luan carried San Xiaodan and lay not far away. Xiao Luxia held Yin Jiuqi and sat cross-legged beside the fire. Zhou Jin meditated on the opposite side, suppressing the power of the Holy Lord in his body. Jing Wuzhu roasted 2 rabbits. Before they started eating, Yin Jiuqi began to have a stomachache. Wu Wao she pursed her lips in grievance. Her eyes were full of tears. She had never been sick since she was a child. And she was immediately aggrieved when she suddenly had a stomachache. Yuan picked her up and could not find anything from her pulse. But she was in pain. You come and hold her. Yuan handed her daughter to Yin Jiuqiu. It didn't work for Yin Jiuqiu to hold her. Yin Jiuqi had a stomachache and tears were streaming down her face. Ahem. Jing Wuzhu cleared his throat. Could it be the devil soul that's causing trouble? Although he didn't know how this child managed to swallow the devil soul without dying, and just had a little stomachache, he was 100% sure that the devil soul was not so easy to swallow. Yin Jiuqiu looked at his daughter, who was crying like a tearful person, and his eyes turned cold. Go find Shui Yuqing. Sheng Luan carried Jing Wuzhu away. One person and one bird found Shui Yuqing, who was healing near the Earth Demon Palace, and the white-haired old man who was protecting Shui Yuqing. Sheng Luan brought both of them here. On the way here, Jing Wuzhu had already told them the whole story of the incident, so they were surprised on the way. And when they came here, their expressions calmed down instead. The two carefully checked Yin Jiuqi's condition. Jing Wuzhu asked worriedly, is the demon soul recovering? If the demon soul is not forced out quickly, she will explode and die. When the demon soul was swallowed into the stomach, it had less than 1/10 of its power. But as time went on, it would become stronger and stronger, and more difficult to contain. The ordinary body could not bear its energy. No. Shui Yuqing shook her head. Jing Wuzhu's face became more solemn. Could it be that she is going to be possessed by the demon soul? The demon soul's soul power is so strong that a child can't contend with it. If the demon soul is not planning to destroy this body, it must want to possess it. No. Shui Yuqing shook her head. She is going to have diarrhea. Everyone. It turned out that it was just a stomachache. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief quietly. But before she could finish her breath, Shui Yuqing spoke again. The demon soul is not so easy to digest. It may take a long time. How long? Yin Jiucha asked. Shui Yuqing said seriously, in her case, it will take at least 20 to 30 years. And at most 180 years. Before she completely digests the power of the demon soul, she will continue to suffer pain. The demon lord is the overlord of a world. It is a miracle that she survived after swallowing his soul. And it is impossible for many top masters to digest it in only 180 years. When Yuan heard that her daughter would be in pain for so long, she immediately felt bad. Is there any way to force the demon soul out? Yes. Shui Yuqing glanced at Zhou Jin by the fire. The meaning was obvious. Even a fool knew that he was referring to the advent of the Holy Lord. This is your own business. You can ask him what to do. When he said this, his voice was very low. And Zhou Jin did not hear it. He wanted Yuan and Yin Jiuchao to make a choice. Daughter and Zhou Jin. Which one do you want to give up? Chapter 791 New Demon Lord. Does Shui Yuqing have her own intentions? Of course she does. At the beginning, Yin Jiucha said, this is your Holy Land's business. It has nothing to do with us. And it has nothing to do with Zhou Jin. As long as Zhou Jin wants to leave, I will take him away. Shui Yuqing can't remember whether the original words were like this. But the meaning is the same. Shui Yuqing was thinking. This time it must be related to you. Right? My biological daughter swallowed the demon soul. And it will take 100 or 80 years to digest it. She has such stomachaches every year. This is not a life for a human being. You should feel distressed. Right? No matter how important Zhou Jin is. Can he be more important than his biological daughter? To put it bluntly, Shui Yuqing just wants to see Yin Jiuchao and Yuan slap themselves in the face. They agreed not to force Zhou Jin. But at the critical moment, they still have to use Zhou Jin. And what Zhou Jin will do? You don't need to think about it. He will help Yin Qiusi. This is to preserve the friendship between them. But after it's all over, he will be completely disappointed and no longer have any thoughts about his secular identity. Zhou Jin, who was meditating on the side, opened his eyes and looked at Shui Yuqing, who had finished talking with Yin Jiucha and Yuan. Shui Yuqing also looked at him and saw that he was confused, but said nothing. Zhou Jin looked at Yin Jiucha and Yuan again. Yuan smiled at him. It's okay. You practice first. Zhou Jin nodded and continued to practice with his eyes closed. The water is gone. Go over there to get some water, Yuan said to Yin Jiuchao while carrying a wooden bucket. Yin Jiuchao understood what she meant, hummed, took the wooden bucket, and went to the stream with her. Jing Wuzhu looked at the backs of the two while quietly approaching Zhou Jin. They couldn't speak, so he should speak. Right? Unexpectedly, before he opened his mouth, Yin Jiuchao said lightly, Jing Wuzhu, go and do it. Hack. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Also, what's the matter with cooking? Roasting 2 rabbits is not enough? What do you want to eat? Cooking? Did you bring rice? Bang! A bag of rice fell from the sky and landed in front of Jing Wuzhu. Jing Wuzhu. After throwing the bag of rice to Jing Wuzhu, Yin Jiuchao took Yuan to the river. What do you want to say? Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchao. Neither of them was stupid. They had been husband and wife for so long and had 4 children. How could they not have such a little tacit understanding? Don't you have something to say? Yin Jiuchao passed the topic to her again. Yuan sighed. Yes. I have something to tell you. Although Zhou Jin is not our child, I always treat him as my own. When we went to the Wu clan together, it would be a lie to say that I didn't have any intention of using him. But that time has passed slowly. Who doesn't have a heart made of flesh? I saw him so desperately protecting me and the child in my belly. I couldn't push him into the fire pit again. So do you think I might push him into the fire pit? Yuan was stunned for a moment. Yin Jiuchao's ability to say such a thing already meant that he had no plans in this regard. It would be a lie to say that she was not shocked. But she was not too shocked. He was just like that. He seemed heartless. But he valued friendship and loyalty more than anyone else. If he cares about his daughter, why doesn't he care about Zhou Jin? Yuan realized that she was too nervous and lowered her head guiltily. Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly. Yuan, you must explain to me today. Why do you think I will abandon Zhou Jin? Yuan bit her lip. It's because when Xiaoxi was just born, you didn't even want the medicine to prevent people from stabbing her. And you hid with her. If she didn't break her hand? Yin Jiuqiao. You are gone now. You are a daughter slave. The last sentence is Yuan's inner voice. Yin Jiuqiao looked up at the sky, very reluctant to face his dark history. The two of them were guilty and embarrassed, but they didn't have time to blame each other. But? Yin Jiuqiao suddenly said seriously. You should think about it. If Zhou Jin doesn't wake up completely, Xiaoxi will suffer for the rest of her life. It's not a fatal disease, but it can torture you day and night, making you unable to sleep and eat, and restless. If possible, Yin Jiuqiao is willing to suffer for his daughter. But the damn Chan Shengju in his body. Speaking of this, Yin Jiuqiao has the urge to destroy his own Dantian. Chan Shengju, it trembles a little. We will find a solution. Right? Yuan held Yin Jiuqiao's hand and looked at him steadily. Yin Jiuqiao took a deep breath and held her cold fingertips in return. Well, we will find a solution. Dad and Mom went to fetch water, and San Xiaodan was responsible for taking care of his sister. The sister was humming in pain. Dabao took out the bottle and asked Shenwan to wrap him and his sister with his wings. He took the initiative to put the bottle into his arms to feed his sister. But his sister was too uncomfortable to eat. The sister loved to eat the most. As long as someone fed her, she would be happy without milk and could make people go bankrupt. But now, the sister didn't even touch the pacifier. Her little face was wrinkled. The uncomfortable look made Dabao feel distressed. Dabao, are you secretly feeding your sister again? Xiaobao asked outside the wings. Shut up, Dabao said. Dabao is talking again, Erbao said. Didn't he say it earlier? Xiaobao said. So I said it again. You are so stupid. Erbao put his hands on his hips. You are stupid. Xiaobao stamped his feet. The two little eggs quarreled again. Zhou Jin called Shu Yuqing behind the tree. Tell me, what are you hiding from me? No. Shu Yuqing pretended to be stupid. Really? If it were someone else, they might ask Shu Yuqing. What did you just say to Sister Wan and the others? Why did the three of you look so unhappy after you finished talking? But Zhou Jin is not an ordinary person after all. If he didn't say it the first time, he wouldn't give him a chance to deny it the second time. Zhou Jin looked into his eyes. The powerful magic power enveloped Shu Yuqing. He felt that his body could not move, and even his eyes began to become scattered. Shu Yuqing is also a master of the Taishi realm. The magic power required to control such a strong man is immeasurable. When Zhou Jin finished getting the information he needed, he felt that there was little magic power left in his body. Well, it won't be used in the future anyway. Zhou Jin walked toward Xingwan with a pale face. The two quarreling children suddenly stopped quarreling when they saw him, and stared blankly. Brother Zhou Jin, what's wrong with you? Xiaobao said. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Erbao asked. Both of them felt that Zhou Jin was weird, as if he was worried. But it was more serious than being worried. They were still young and couldn't understand everything. Zhou Jin touched their little heads. Listen to your parents and don't quarrel anymore. Okay. The two nodded subconsciously. Zhou Jin got into Shenwan's wings and stretched out his hand to Dabao. Give me your sister. Dabao looked at him in a daze. For some reason, he couldn't refuse. Zhou Jin took Yin Shiusi out. After being in his arms, Yin Shiusi was quiet. Yin Shiusi looked at this beautiful face with infatuation. And for a moment, he even forgot about his stomachache. However, he didn't forget it for too long. Not long after, she sobbed in pain again, and tugged at his clothes with particular grievance. Zhou Jin actually wanted to say goodbye to Sister Wan, but he didn't do so. He was not afraid that the faith in his heart would be disillusioned, but he was worried that she would not agree with him doing so. Zhou Jin pointed his toes and flew to a cliff with Yin Shiusi in his arms. When the little Rakshasa saw him carrying Yin Shiusi away, he also clenched his fists and chased after him. When Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao returned to the camping site with a bucket of water, Zhou Jin and the others were no longer there. She was about to ask Shu Yuqing, when she saw a dazzling holy light suddenly lit up in the sky not far away, and the demonic energy between heaven and earth seemed to have dissipated in an instant. Wherever the holy light went, the demon cultivators were annihilated. Not good. The Holy Lord has come. A demon master shouted. The holy light illuminated most of the demon palace. The orchard outside the palace withered at a visible speed, and finally turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into the endless sky. The monks with lower cultivation died without a single one under the power of the Holy Lord. Kill! Kill him! Don't let him awaken completely. Another demon master gathered all the masters of the Qi training realm and the Taishi realm, and flew to the bottom of the cliff where the Holy Lord was. Shui Yuqing certainly would not let them disturb the awakening of the Holy Lord. He drew out his long sword, flew into the air, and fought with the masters of the demon clan. Who are we going to help? Jing Wuzhu asked weakly. Is it too late to stop Zhou Jin now? Yin Jiucha asked. It's too late. The white-haired old man answered. The Holy Lord has awakened, and no one can stop him from dominating the world. Not even the closest people. Will he still remember that he is Zhou Jin? Yuan murmured. The white-haired old man did not speak. So what if he remembers? Zhou Jin's short 11 years of life were just a fleeting moment for the Holy Lord who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Not even a small episode. But he would still save Yin Xiuxi. That is the way of the Holy Lord. Eliminate demons and defend the way. Wu wow. Accompanied by a loud cry. A ball of black mist flew out of Yin Xiuxi's body. The Holy Lord put down the little baby in his arms and attacked the fleeing demon soul. It is true that the demon soul is in a chaotic state, but he also has his own instincts. At the moment, he can't beat his nemesis at all. He just pulls the ball and runs. The Holy Lord did not give him a chance to escape. With a big wave of his palm, a long sword flew out of the Holy Sex formation and fell steadily into his hand. He slashed down with a sword and split the demon soul in half. The demon soul let out a shrill scream that almost pierced people's eardrums. Countless wrong souls came out wantonly, and the demon soul orb wrapped by the wrong souls flew out. This was the last resort of the demon lord. He had never performed it in front of people, so even the Holy Lord did not expect that he could actually condense a soul bead. The soul bead slammed into Yin Xiuxi. He wanted to turn Yin Xiuxi into a demon, and he would refine himself and sacrifice himself to make Yin Xiuxi fall into the path of demons and be the enemy of the Holy Lord forever. Everything happened too quickly, and it was too late for the Holy Lord to stop it. In a flash, a small black shadow suddenly blocked Yin Xiuxi. The thin body was hit by the huge force and flew out, fell to the ground, and slid out a 10-meter-long gully. The little Rakshasa pressed his heart painfully. His other hand was holding a small yellow flower that he had just picked and had not had time to give away. He turned his head, and his pale little face suddenly became blue and violent. Countless black energy was wandering in his body like a poisonous insect, and his face became hideous. Wu wow, as if he had noticed the movement here. Yin Xiuxi opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the little Rakshasa. Yin Xiuxi had either been sleeping or in someone else's arms all the way, and had never properly seen the little Rakshasa. However, the little Rakshasa didn't dare to let her see him. The little Rakshasa raised his hand to cover his face. Wu wow. Yin Xiuxi stretched out his hand to the little Rakshasa. Wu wow wow. The little Rakshasa turned his back. The huge black flames enveloped him, and the demonic energy that was dissipated by the holy light revived around him. The Holy Lord clenched the long sword in his hand. The demon lord sacrificed his 7 souls to drag the child into purgatory. The child has since fallen into the devil's way, and there is no possibility of redemption. Zhou Jin. Don't! Yuan shouted. A trace of struggle flashed across the Holy Lord's eyes. He squeezed the long sword, slowly raised it, and finally slashed at the little Rakshasa with the sword. A demon master flashed over and blocked the Holy Lord's attack with his body. Welcome, the demon lord is back. He vomited blood after saying this, and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. More and more demon masters used their bodies as shields to block the little demon lord. The little Rakshasa's eyes had long been dyed red by the demonic energy. He stretched out his hand without looking away, grasped a piece of cloth that floated over, and covered Yin Xiuxi's eyes with a wave of his hand. Yin Xiuxi was puzzled. Wow! The little Rakshasa flashed and landed beside her, putting down the little yellow flower, just like the one he put in her cradle that year. Yin Xiuxi, wow! The little Rakshasa turned around, wiped away the tears that surged out, flew into the air, and disappeared into the sky with rolling demonic clouds. Chapter 792. The female demon Yin Xiuxi. On the Ghost Festival, in Xiaoxuanfeng town, the 5-year election of Saint Sect disciples began. On the most prosperous central street, a long line of people lined up. All of them were disciples who came to participate in the election. In the past few years, due to the chaos of the demons, the Saint Sect has not recruited disciples for a long time. This is the second time after the eradication of the Earth Demon Palace. The announcement 5 years ago was a bit sudden, and many people did not catch up. This time, the Saint sect announced the news to all places half a year in advance. So basically everyone caught up except those who did not want to come. Brother, are you here to participate in the disciple election? Come to our inn. I guarantee you will be in line. A waiter smiled and called a young man in blue who was looking forward to it. The blue-clothed young man looked away blankly, looked at the waiter, and asked, "Can you arrange a number for me? I heard that today's number is almost full." The waiter smiled and said, "Hey, our Tongfuin has been here for so many years. How can we not even have this ability? I said I can arrange a number for you, and I will definitely arrange a number for you. If I can't arrange a number, I won't charge you for the meal." The blue-clothed young man entered the inn doubtfully. He chose a room on the second floor facing the street, which happened to be able to see the election place. But when he stood up there, he found that the street was crowded. But not all of them came to participate in the election at the east end. There was also a long queue at the west end of the street. Even longer, more, and more crowded. Huh? Which sect is recruiting disciples over there? The blue-clothed young man stopped the waiter, who was pouring tea for him. The waiter took a look and smiled. It's also from the holy sect. But it's not recruiting disciples. It's selecting maids. Ah? The blue-clothed young man was stunned. The waiter glanced at him and said with a smile, "Young master, you are not a local, right?" "Yes," the young master in blue replied softly. While pouring tea, the waiter patiently explained, "The Holy Lord, you must have heard of him, right?" The young master in blue nodded. 14 years ago, the Holy Lord returned and stopped the demons from killing in time and eradicated the Earth Demon Palace. After that, he has been practicing alone on the Holy Peak Mountain behind the Holy Sect and has never come out again. The waiter said, "The Holy Lord is the Lord of heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, he is not a member of the Holy Sect. It's just that his disciples opened the Holy Sect, which is the founder of the Holy Sect. The founder honored him and specially took out the Holy Peak Mountain with the most abundant spiritual energy for him to practice and live. Everyone in the Holy Sect is proud to serve the Holy Lord. Of course, the benefits are obvious. The Holy Sect can become the largest sect in the Holy Land. Who can say that there is no benefit from the prestige of the Holy Lord? Those maids were selected for the Holy Lord." The young man in blue looked at the obviously unequal number of people at both ends and asked curiously, "Why are there so many people? Is being a maid more promising than being a disciple?" "Ha ha." The waiter laughed immediately. "Young master, I'm afraid you haven't seen the Holy Lord in person? If you have, I'm afraid you wouldn't ask more than once." The open space at the western end of the central street was crowded with people. The disciples of the Holy Sect who were responsible for selecting maids were so busy that they didn't have enough time. Who could have expected that just a place for a maid would cause so many daughters of the sect to fight for it? That's right. It's the daughter of the sect. There's not a single ordinary person queuing here. Qin Liuji, the daughter of the leader of Kaishan's sect. A pretty girl in pink raised her chin and said, she was beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, slender figure, and light body. She was really beautiful. Mu Qiangwei, the daughter of the leader of Shangyang's sect. Behind her, a woman in green walked out calmly. She was better than the previous one in both appearance and strength. Humph. Qin Liuji curled her lips. By Baidao, the daughter of the leader of Baidao's sect. With a heroic shout, a blue-clothed girl in tight clothes came over. Needless to say, her appearance was better than Qin Liuji and Mu Qiangwei. As for the realm, the first two were still in the late stage of the heavenly realm. But she had successfully entered the Qi training realm. Tiandixian Wang is the stage of strengthening the body. Only when you enter the Qi training realm can you really embark on the road of cultivation. It is difficult for ordinary people to achieve this without 20 or 30 years of practice. Of course, Shui Yuqing is an exception. He started practicing at the age of 3. Entered the Qi training realm at the age of 8. Touched the barrier of the Taixi realm at the age of 20. And is now a master of the middle stage of the Taixi realm. It is difficult to find a second person with such abnormal practice speed in the entire Holy Land. The girl in front of him is only 15 or 16 years old, but she is already in the middle stage of the Qi training realm. Her qualifications can almost compete with Shui Yuqing. Not to mention that she is the daughter of Baidamen. Baidamen is a major practice sect of the 10 major sects in the Holy Land. Its status in the world is incomparable to Kaishan's sect and Shangyang sect. Qin Liuji and Mu Qiangwei's faces turned green when they saw Bai Baidao. The daughter of Baidao's sect actually came to compete with them for the position of maid. How shameless. It is obvious that they will lose to her. But if the appearance of the daughter of Baidao's sect frustrated people's confidence, then the arrival of the sister of the pavilion master of Qianqiu Pavilion made the whole street quiet. Everyone knows that Qianqiu Pavilion is related to Xingzong by marriage. The pavilion master is the brother-in-law of the sect master of Xingzong. Let's not talk about the strength of Qianji Pavilion for now. Just based on its relationship with Xingzong, it has been called the little Xingzong in the world. Moreover, the pavilion master's sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. I don't know how many men are obsessed with her. Her own realm is also incomparably high, and has reached the late stage of qi training. Of course, there are rumors that her cultivation is all piled up by the elixirs of Xingzong. But she has a pile of elixirs, which is a kind of luck and strength in itself. Why is she also here to choose a maid? A little beauty who participated in the election muttered. Fu Ruxue is not actually the pavilion master's biological sister, but the pavilion master's wife's younger sister. The pavilion master's wife died early, and before she died, she entrusted her younger sister to the pavilion master. The pavilion master treated her as both a sister and a daughter. In short, he doted on her. She wanted to participate in the selection of maids. Although the pavilion master was reluctant, he still respected her wishes. I heard that only one will be selected. Then do we still have a chance? Her brother will give someone a greeting, and there will be nothing for us to do. Right? Everyone thought they had no chance. But at this moment, a colorful phoenix flew in the sky, with such a majestic momentum that it forced a path for the crowd that was blocking them. On the phoenix sat a fairy-like girl in yellow. The girl had a very simple bun, and the golden hairband danced in the wind, adding a bit of fairy-like breath to her. She wore a translucent veil, and above the veil, her beautiful eyes seemed to have stars. Under the veil, her nose was high. The corners of her lips were slightly raised, and there was a pair of faint dimples. Fu Ruxue was the most beautiful woman in the world. As beautiful as a fairy. But compared with the girl in front of her, it was like a fairy descending to the earth. Landing on her face first, the girl jumped up, flew down the holy phoenix in a chic manner, and landed in front of everyone. That bright and moving smile was accompanied by a hint of playful evil. She walked towards the crowd step by step, and with every step she took, she felt more beautiful. The most beautiful woman in the world was made into dirt by her, and the whole street was quiet. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Ah! The little witch is here! Everyone, run away!" The shops lined up one after another slammed shut their doors and windows, and the street vendors packed up their stalls. The bustling streets were empty in the blink of an eye, so everyone who came to participate in the election was stunned. What's going on? Where are the people? The blue-clothed young man wanted to take a few more glances, but the waiter locked the window with a bang. That's the biggest female devil in the Holy Land. You can't look at her. If you look at her, your eyes will be gouged out. Yin Shuzi spread his hands helplessly. I'm not here to play today. I'm here to do business. After that, she raised her eyebrows and turned to walk towards the disciples of the holy sect. The disciples felt like they were holding their breath. Oh my God! Wasn't she arrested by the 9 Dynasties Immortal Lord and put in solitary confinement a few days ago? How come she was released so soon? Poor senior brother Wu. He was exhausted physically and mentally by her. And now he is lying on the hospital bed with one leg hanging. Yin Xiaoxi and Fu Ruxue passed by each other. When they were far apart, the difference was only a little obvious. But now that they were suddenly together, Fu Ruxue's appearance flaws were instantly magnified infinitely. How come the first beauty suddenly looked a little not good enough? Fu Ruxue was not good enough, let alone the others present. The world and everything in it were eclipsed. Why was Yin Shuzi, who was so beautiful and graceful, not rated as the world's most beautiful woman? It was mainly because she was too notorious, and her realm was too low. To be exact, she has no realm. She is a loser. The Xian sect suddenly appeared 14 years ago. After its appearance, it rose rapidly with the momentum of creating the world. Not only did it produce a 9 Dynasties immortal king who was invincible in the world, but also 3 descendants of the ancient remnants. As for the sect lady, it is rumored that she has superb cooking skills, which can move people to tears, too unpalatable, kill people invisibly, still too unpalatable, and cure all diseases, as long as you don't eat it. Anything is fine. Unexpectedly, such a powerful family has a loser daughter, sister Yin Xiuxi. Everyone speculated that it was this strong contrast that caused the distortion in her heart. She was not just for people. Every day, she would not be satisfied until they were in chaos. Although she had no skills, she had magic weapons. Ordinary cultivators could hardly get one. But she used them as junk. Magic weapons were just the most basic ones. And she even had spiritual weapons. When she met someone she couldn't beat, she would throw magic weapons and explode spiritual weapons without blinking an eye. Often, in the end, she didn't feel any pain. But her opponent did. And the pain was so severe that tears flowed down her face. Ineti! I have never seen so many magic weapons in my life. And you blew them all up in one go. She is so arrogant. Is there no one to take care of her? The blue-clothed young man asked the waiter. Xiao Er sighed. How can we manage it? Can we beat her father or run away from her 3 brothers? Besides, she has a grandmother. That's really... Xiao Er didn't say the rest. He felt his teeth hurt. That fairy grandmother doesn't live here all the time. It is said that she lives in their hometown, a place called Zhou, and only comes here occasionally. Usually, they only have to deal with one little devil. When the fairy grandmother comes, they have to deal with 2. Which is definitely a 1+1 effect that is far greater than 2. Yin Xiuxi's reputation is well known to everyone in the world. So the disciples of the holy sect quickly recognized her. The leading disciple of the holy sect asked with a stiff face. Miss Yin, what's the matter? Yin Xiuxi slapped the jade card that proved her identity on the table with a snap. I want to run for election. Everyone was stunned. Did they hear it right? The little devil of the Yin family wanted to sign up to be a maid in the holy sect, although she was going to serve the Holy Lord. The key point was, how could a little devil like you who only knew how to cause trouble to others know how to serve others? Moreover, what was the reason that made a high-ranking devil like you feel like being a slave? The disciples of the holy sect looked at each other, always feeling that such a little trouble should not be brought into the holy sect. They were selecting maids for the Holy Lord, not selecting little ancestors. Although there were also spoiled daughters in other sects. Most of them were also considerate. Forget about this little devil. That, you have to queue up. The disciple of the holy sect said. Oh, then see if there is anyone else here? Yin Xiuxi turned around. The disciples of the holy sect looked carefully. And oh my! Where is the huge crowd? They have all disappeared. Only a few girls, who have registered, are still waiting bravely. Don't waste your time. Only one person will be chosen this time. No matter what. You will not be chosen. That's right. How can a loser like you be qualified to enter the holy sect? And your reputation is so bad. Yin Xiuxi took out a spiritual weapon sword. The sword automatically split into countless long swords when it was unsheathed. Each long sword was pressed against their brows with a cold light. Under the huge pressure of the spiritual weapon, even Fu Ruxue, who was in the late stage of qi training, completely lost the ability to resist. Yin Xiuxi hugged his arms and said, Say what you just said to me again. Chapter 793 Xiao Zhao is here. Miss Yin, please calm down and don't kill anyone. The disciples of the holy sect wanted to stop Yin Xiuxi. But the huge 5-colored holy Luan flew down and blocked him, and the other disciples of the holy sect. Although they were all disciples in the qi training realm, they had almost no chance of winning against a holy Luan with the blood of the phoenix. Besides, if they really hurt the mount of the eldest young master of the Yin family, wouldn't he be killed by the eldest young master? Speak. Why don't you speak? Yin Xiuxi looked at the beauties, who were frightened by the spirit sword and turned pale leisurely. Everyone bit their lips in anger and humiliation. They wanted to speak. But who really dared to speak without risking their lives? If someone else did this, they would definitely regard it as a bluff. But Yin Xiuxi was different. He was really a man who could do anything. They are also the daughters of the emperor, and the daughters of the sect. But all their pride is gone in front of Yin Xiuxi. Who is the most daughter slave in the world? The 9 dynasties immortal lord. Who is the most sister Khan in the world? The 3 princes of the immortal sect. It's really infuriating to think about it. She is obviously a loser. But she has such a strong backer. Especially, they heard that her family had a little relationship with the Holy Lord who was training in the secular world, which made them even more jealous. How come all the good things in the world are encountered by this guy? It's not too much for them to drink soup while others eat meat. But with this guy around, they can only drink the northwest wind. Everyone turned their eyes to the disciples of the holy sect for help. hoping that they would be upright and leave anyone except this little devil. To be honest, several disciples of the holy sect were also very entangled. If they had known that choosing a mate would be so troublesome, they might as well have exchanged with their senior brothers and selected disciples. Just when everyone was in a state of panic, a Saint sect disciple flew over on a sword not far away. He did not come down, but floated in the air and said to everyone, "How is the selection going? Why are there only so few people?" The Saint sect disciple, who was the leader, looked up and replied, "To answer senior brother Jing, there are only these few left." The disciple called senior brother Jing said, "Take them all." The sect master said that since she is the maid for the Saint Master, the Saint Master should personally choose her. The disciples in charge of the selection breathed a sigh of relief, and were glad that they finally did not have to offend the little devil of the immortal sect. The young ladies, who were to be selected, were very excited. They thought that they had no hope because of the little devil's disruption. But now they can actually meet the Saint Master in person? The beauties glared at Yin Shusi angrily. The Holy Lord is not afraid of this girl's power. The Holy Lord will definitely eliminate her. Yin Shusi looked at everyone with amusement. Work hard. If you don't work hard, how can you know what despair is? Everyone followed the disciples of the holy sect up the mountain. And Yin Shusi sat on his own 5-colored holy phoenix. The holy phoenix was not originally 5-colored. After training with Debeo for a period of time, the phoenix blood in its body was stimulated, and it gradually looked like a spiritual beast. The beauties were inevitably jealous again. They were lucky to have at most one exotic beast when they traveled. But this girl brought a spiritual beast. "Miss Fu, doesn't your family have a spiritual beast?" Qin Liuji asked. In the Holy Land, spiritual beasts are sometimes used to test whether a sect is strong enough. Qianqiu Pavilion originally had no spiritual beasts. On her eldest brother's birthday, the leader of the holy sect gave her eldest brother one. But it was only a first-level spiritual beast. How could it compare to the colorful holy phoenix with the true blood of the phoenix? Fu Rushua felt jealous. But she remained calm. "Yes. But you don't have to show it off. Right? As the saying goes, the more you show off something, the more you lack it." But this saying is not suitable for Yin Shusi. You know, Yin Shusi's 3 elder brothers, not to mention the second and third brothers. The eldest brother alone owns the entire ancient Phoenix clan's ruins. Every year on her birthday, the eldest brother would take a spirit beast from the Phoenix clan's ruins and give it to her. And each one is no worse than the 5-colored Saint Yuan. She is 14 this year, and she can't count the spirit beasts in her hands with one hand. In Yuan's previous life, there are too many luxury cars in the family. In order to keep a low profile, Yin Shusi specially drove out the Lamborghini. Fu Rushua's voice was a little loud when she said that. She wanted Yin Shusi to hear it, but she was afraid that Yin Shusi would hear it. In short, she was quite conflicted. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Yin Shusi in the sky. Yin Shusi didn't listen to what she said at all. Yin Shusi's mind was full of things about the Holy Lord. Actually, she ran away from home secretly today. A while ago, she went hunting in the mountains and forests, and accidentally broke into the secret realm where the holy sect was testing new disciples. She caught a few white tigers, which led to a beast tide. And then there was a little chaos. Daddy put her under house arrest. Of course, the area of the immortal sect is as large as half of Yanqing, so this house arrest is actually not difficult to endure. She still wanted to run away. First, she missed her friends in the town. Obviously, the friends in the town also missed her. Not really. Second, she wanted to remove the restrictions in her body. She knew that she was not really useless. But when she was 8 months old, she accidentally swallowed the demon soul of the demon lord, and a trace of demonic energy remained in her body. At that time, she was still young, and forcibly expelling it would cause irreversible damage. So the Holy Lord set a restriction in her body, which not only suppressed her demonic energy, but also suppressed her vitality. According to the original plan, she should have been released from the restriction when she was 10 years old. But now it has been 4 years. No, rounding it up, it is almost 5 years. She must ask for an explanation in person. This restriction must be released today, whether he wants to or not. Yin Shusi stroked the feathers of Xinguan and said, "When I release the restriction, I can leave the Holy Land and attend Uncle Tiedon's wedding." Xinguan made an excited coo. The following itinerary was not full of surprises. Everyone first arrived at Xiaofeng Mountain of the Holy Sect, and then took a detour from Xiaofeng Mountain to Shanfeng Mountain. Shufeng Mountain is the habitat of the Holy Lord. On weekdays, no disciples would enter the mountain without permission to disturb the Holy Lord's peace. So there were no sentries set up here. However, today, the disciples of the holy sect found that they could not enter. Huh? Senior brother Jing was halfway through his sword flight when he found himself blocked by an unshakable force. It's a restriction, he said strangely. Shufeng Mountain rarely sets restrictions. But it's not that there are no restrictions. However, those are when the Holy Lord's elixir attracts thunder tribulation. In order to prevent the thunder tribulation from destroying the holy sect, the destructive force is restricted in Shufeng Mountain. Could it be? Is the Holy Lord refining elixir again? Senior brother Jing turned around and said to everyone, "You guys, follow me back to the sect and wait. At least 10 days. At most 1 month. The Holy Lord will come out." What? So long? But Uncle Tian's marriage is imminent. Yin Shizi said that she couldn't wait that long. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. On the surface, she followed everyone back to the sect, but took advantage of the situation and flew into the restriction with the Holy Luan. She was born with a special physique, and ordinary restrictions are useless to her, except for the one in her body. However, as soon as she flew in, she felt something was wrong. The originally clear blue sky suddenly became thunderous. Black clouds rolled, and the entire Shufeng Mountain darkened. The sky and the earth were filled with energy that could explode at any time. In the thunder, a man in black stood in the air. He seemed to be in a sea of thunder, and it seemed that the whole world was pulled into purgatory. He was like a demon in the 9 nether purgatory, controlling thousands of thunders. The thunder wandered around him, illuminating his face. From Yin Shiu's perspective, he couldn't see his entire appearance. He only felt that when the lightning and thunder roared. He slightly raised his bright red lips, seductive and weeping blood. Click. Something cool dripped on Sheng Wan's forehead. Sheng Wan rolled his eyes. Are you drooling again? Can you stop being so greedy when you see a handsome guy who looks similar? There are 4 of us at home. Aren't they enough for you? I'll report to the master when I get back that your sister is crazy about men again. Dig out that man's eyes. Yin Shiuzi was thoughtful. Why did the other person give her a familiar feeling? Has she seen him before? Hand him over, or I will flatten the entire holy sect today. The man threatened with a sneer, and the 2 thunderbolts in his hands suddenly struck downwards. Yin Shiuzi then noticed that there was a young man in white clothes standing in the open space below. He stood alone under the sky, and the cold wind blew his robes. It was a peerless and isolated figure. If the man in black clothes is a Lycoris radiata blooming in the endless darkness, then he is a white orchid before dawn. Click. Another drop of liquid dripped down. Sheng Wan was furious. Can you stop drooling? Wait. Something is wrong. Sheng Wan turned his head and was startled. Oh my god. Is it okay to have a nosebleed? Yin Shiuzi touched her nose. It wasn't because she saw a handsome man that she had a nosebleed. It was because the energy here was too terrifying. She was going to bleed from all 7 orifices. Xiao Zhao, humph. I am obviously younger than him. 10,000 years younger. Chapter 794 Yin Shiuzi struck by lightning. The battle between the 2 strongest men in the Holy Land is definitely not something that ordinary masters can withstand. Otherwise the Holy Lord would not have set up a band to control the battle circle in his Holy Peak Mountain. Yin Shiuzi is now in a state of sealed vitality. And of course she can't bear the pressure of the 2 great powers. She just doesn't understand. Who is that thunderous man? There is no need to guess the man in white who is fighting with him. It must be the Holy Lord. But the question is there anyone else in the Holy Land who can fight with the Holy Lord? Yin Shiuzi has been well protected since childhood, and the Holy Land has been well defended by the Holy Lord. Since the battle in the Earth Demon Palace, the Holy Land and the Demon Land have kept their distance from each other. Therefore, Yin Shiuzi has never seen a demon in person, so she has no way to guess the other party's demon identity. What Yin Shiuzi and most people in the Holy Land don't know is that the reason why the demons have not openly invaded the Holy Land in recent years is just because their demon lord has not grown up. The demon soul was hunted down by the Holy Lord, and he was about to be shattered and fall into reincarnation forever. So he thought of a sinister way, which was to sacrifice himself and pull the little baby that the Holy Lord cared about into the devil's way. Sacrificing oneself is essentially different from taking over someone else's body. After Yin Shiuzi swallowed the demon soul still retained its own consciousness. just waiting for Yin Xiaoxi to be careless one day, so that he could take over her body. In that case, Yin Xiaoxi's soul would disappear and become his nourishment. But doing so is risky. If Yin Xiaoxi's soul power is strong enough, he may not be able to take over Yin Xiaoxi's body in his lifetime. And he sacrificed himself to decompose his soul power and turn it into Yin Xiaoxi's nourishment. Yin Xiaoxi's soul power could not refuse because this sacrifice was cursed. He used the price of not entering reincarnation for his whole life as a curse to pull Yin Xiaoxi into the devil's way. But what no one expected was that a little evil creature appeared in the middle of the journey and became a demon for Yin Xiaoxi. The demons have always respected the strong, and the other party inherited all the demon souls. He naturally became the new demon lord. But he was just a child after all. He needed time to grow up and refine the demon soul in his body. The demon soul that lost its autonomous consciousness only had magnificent energy. But it was not something that could be absorbed casually. In recent years, the new demon lord has been practicing in seclusion in the 9 Domains Demon Palace, which is why the demons did not invade the Holy Land. As for why the Holy Lord did not lead his troops to destroy the demons directly, there are many speculations in the world. Some say that the Holy Lord is generous and kind, and does not want to see the lives of the people in the battle. Some say that the Holy Lord is in charge here, and the demons will not dare to invade at will, so there is no need to attack. And some say that the Holy Lord and the Demon Lord made a 100-year agreement, and the two will fight to the death after 100 years. The above are just speculations among the cultivators. As for whether it is true or not, the Holy Lord has never appeared to give an explanation. Yin Xiaoxi had long forgotten her childhood, and no one had ever told her about it. Even the fact that she had swallowed a demon soul was just to explain why a restriction had been placed on her body. TSK. The more I look at it, the more familiar it looks. It was not strange for Yin Xiaoxi to be familiar with the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord's portrait was everywhere on the street. Could she not have seen him? But that black-clothed man, could she have seen him somewhere before? Yin Xiaoxi felt that this was not the time to think about this. When the gods fight, the little ghosts suffer. She is the little ghost who suffers. Xingwan, go! If she doesn't leave, she will die here. In fact, the Holy Luan was not feeling well either. However, it had a drop of phoenix blood obtained from the ancient ruins in its body, which made its body stronger than usual. However, no matter how strong it was, it could not withstand such a fight. The Holy Luan flapped its wings, and was about to take Yin Xiaoxi out of the Holy Peak Mountain. Unexpectedly, the sky and the earth suddenly rolled with dark clouds. The Holy Luan lost its direction in an instant and crashed into a hill with a bang. Then the man and the bird fell down with a clatter. Yin Xiaoxi let out a low cry of surprise. The eyes of the Holy Lord, who was originally fighting, moved slightly. Yin Xiaoxi didn't know where the stinky bird hit. Anyway, she fell off the bird, and the whole person fell rapidly. As soon as the Holy Lord waved his hand to clear the clouds, he saw a little girl falling down on him. The Holy Lord frowned, and a beam of light shot out from his fingertips, wrapping Yin Xiaoxi. Yin Xiaoxi stopped falling. She hummed and opened her eyes, and suddenly found that the sky was bright again, and she was sitting in a huge ball of light. The ball of light was suspended in the air, about 8 or 9 feet away from the Holy Lord. Yin Xiaoxi sat cross-legged and looked at the Holy Lord without blinking. I only saw the back just now, but now I can finally see the front. Oh my God! What kind of divine face is this? Too beautiful. Too beautiful. The Holy Lord was concentrating on the battle. But suddenly, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the little girl in the light ball waved at him. The Holy Lord glanced at her. The light ball can block the damage of energy and the sound inside and outside. Therefore, he can't hear Yin Xiaoxi's words. But Yin Xiaoxi's mouth shape is too easy to recognize. She clearly said, "Hey, you are more beautiful than the portrait." The Holy Lord turned his face expressionlessly, and Yin Xiaoxi waved at him again. Waved. 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 Bang! The Holy Lord didn't look at her, but just flicked his wide sleeves. And a huge energy came, slapping the light ball into the mountain with a bang. The light ball was stuck in the rock. Yin Xiaoxi pushed it. "Hey? What's going on? You slapped me into the mountain just now." Yin Xiaoxi, have never dared to do this to me since I was a child." Yin Xiaoxi began to take out the magic and spiritual tools on her body. She threw a thunderbolt bead, and there was a loud bang. The thunderbolt bead exploded, but the light ball did not break. but she was blown to pieces. Yin Shuzi had a messy hair, opened his mouth, and blew out a puff of black smoke. The battle between the two continued. The black-clothed man raised his red lips and sneered, "Is this your strength? It seems that you are not my opponent. Well, I am not here to take your life today, but just to make a deal with you. Hand over the people you captured a few days ago, and I will take them away and never step into the Holy Land within 100 years. After 100 years, I think your strength should have improved. Then we can have a good fight. What do you think?" "Nothing," the Holy Lord said coldly, flew up, and fought with him in the thunder. Yin Shuzi watched intently. She had never seen anyone fight so spectacularly in her life. But she didn't know if it was her illusion. But she always felt that the Holy Lord's strength was somewhat inconsistent with the rumors. He gradually lost the upper hand. How could this happen? Is he injured? Before Yin Shuzi could figure out the reason, the Holy Lord's right shoulder was burned by a thunderbolt. Yin Shuzi's face changed, and she shouted, "Hey! You can't be in trouble. You still have to help me remove the restriction." Yin Shuzi felt that if the fight continued like this, the Holy Lord would lose. The man who controlled the thunder looked so cruel, and he might kill the Holy Lord. No, she couldn't let the Holy Lord die. If the Holy Lord died, no one could remove the restriction in her body. Yin Shuzi hit the light ball with all her strength. After hitting it countless times, she finally knocked the light ball out. Yin Shuzi stepped on the light ball inside and found that as long as she stepped fast enough, she could move the light ball. She ran quickly in the light ball. "I gave you a chance," the man in black said. The Holy Lord looked at him coldly, with a drop of blood at the corner of his mouth. The man in black raised his slender jade-like hand, drew a bow with magic energy, and then shot at the Holy Lord fiercely with thunder as an arrow. At this moment, Yin Shuzi, sweating profusely, stepped on the ball of light and came over. When they saw her rushing in like a little hamster, the faces of the Holy Lord and the man in black changed at the same time. The ball of light knocked the Holy Lord away. However, the Holy Lord quickly flew back and pushed the ball of light away. I don't know which of the two people angered the man in black. His face was instantly as cold as ice. His eyes were sharp, and he pulled a magic bow and shot another thunder arrow, catching up with the first arrow and knocking it away. However, the huge thunder force shattered the prohibition of Shangfeng Mountain, and the whole world shook. The huge energy fluctuations attracted the thunder. Under the thunder, everything is destroyed. This is a great opportunity to destroy the holy sect. But if, among the people to be destroyed, there is, the man in black clenched his fist, waved all the thunder around him, and went towards the thunder. He blocked most of the attacks, but a small part of the thunder still struck the Holy Lord and Yin Shuzi in the light ball. The light ball was broken. Yin Shuzi was hit by the thunder, and the Holy Lord beside him was not much better. The Holy Lord hugged her, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell from midair. All was silent, and thick smoke rose. A demon cultivator flew over and knelt on one knee in front of the black-clothed man. "Demon Lord, the people of the holy sect are coming. Leave quickly. Go back and make a long-term plan." The black-clothed man looked at the abyss where the two fell, and said in a cold tone, "You go first." But, before the demon cultivator finished speaking, the black-clothed man flicked his sleeves and sent him out of Shangfeng Mountain. The black-clothed man himself jumped and flew down the abyss. Chapter 795 The Fierce Demon Lord. A drizzle of rain fell in the valley, filling the valley with clouds and mist. In an abandoned cabin, Yin Shuzi woke up slowly. She seemed to have had a long dream, but she couldn't remember anything the moment she opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the big hole in the roof, and rain came in, dripping on her face along the corners of the gap. She was still confused at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? A rustling sound came from her ears, and Yin Shuzi's ears stood up. She turned her head and saw a tall man in black clothes sitting on the bed. The house was dirty, but he was spotless. He was tall, and a pair of straight and slender long legs could be vaguely seen in the slightly open hem. This figure is better than when you see it from a distance. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Yin Shuzi's memories came flooding back like a flood. She finally remembered what happened. The Holy Lord had a fight with the black-clothed man in front of her, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. She was also struck by lightning, and then she and the Holy Lord fell into the valley together. When she woke up again, it was just now. Did he follow me too? Is he here to kill the Holy Lord? Yin Shuxi's eyes followed his long legs all the way up. By the way, how can a man's waist be so beautiful? It seems that there is no fat at all, but it is full of strength. Is this the rumored male dog waist? When Yin Shuxi wanted to look up to appreciate his appearance carefully, she unexpectedly found that he seemed to be holding a child in his arms. Yes, that's right. It's a child, wrapped in familiar cloth. Not wrapped in a standard way. It was obvious that he was a novice. But it was definitely a baby. About 8 or 9 months old. From Yin Shuxi's angle, she couldn't see the baby's face, but only a pair of white and chubby little feet. These feet made her feel a sense of inexplicable familiarity. So strange. Why is there an extra child in his arms? And for some reason, she always felt that this child had something to do with her. Yin Shuxi finally got to see the face of the man in black clothes as she wished. Oh, she exclaimed in her heart. There are handsome men every day. And there are especially many today. This face is not inferior to the Holy Lord. But the Holy Lord is too cold, exuding a cold and abstinent aura all over his body. While this man makes people feel very dangerous. The kind of soul-stirring but poisonous. However, his eyes were not in line with his dangerous temperament. The look in his eyes when he looked at the baby in his arms seemed a little gentle. Can I ask who you are? Finally, Yin Shuxi couldn't help but speak. Facing such a dangerous person, she still had the courage to speak, which showed how courageous Yin Shuxi was raised to be. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was frightened by her own voice. You know, there are not many situations that can scare Yin Shuxi. Yin Shuxi pinched her throat. Was it an illusion? How could her voice become like that? Yin Shuxi opened her mouth. The first few sounds were test sounds, and the last one was a scream. What happened? Why did her voice become a man's? Although it sounds pretty good, it would be scary if it came from her own throat. Wouldn't it? Her movement successfully attracted the attention of the man in black. The man in black looked at her indifferently, without a trace of tenderness and pity in his eyes, as if he was looking at someone he disliked very much. Yin Shuxi sat up straight, and she first looked at her hands. Slender as jade, with distinct joints, exquisite and unparalleled. But not her hands. It's a pair of men's hands. She hurriedly touched her chest again. Where is her little xiong xiong? She touched her waist again. She didn't touch her waist, but she touched her tight abdominal muscles and mermaid line. What's going on? She bit her fingers in fear, and a bold guess came to her mind. Could she be struck by thunder and turned into a man? There is no doubt that her clothes are not hers, but she really didn't notice it at the moment. She reached out tremblingly, pinched her pants, took a deep breath, and put her hand. What's wrong? But it was the man in black who blocked her hand with a flute. The man in black couldn't stand it anymore. What's wrong with this guy? Was he struck by thunder and became stupid? He dared to unbutton his pants in front of him, and was going to put his hand in. What exactly did he want to do? Masturbate in front of him? The man in black felt a deep chill. Although I have something to ask him. If he continues to be so disgusting, I don't mind killing him. Unexpectedly, Yin Shuxi burst into tears. This cry stunned the man in black clothes. Yin Shuxi's crying was not ordinary crying, but she used her hands and feet together, pounding her hands on the ground and kicking her legs on the ground. Like a little girl who was bullied. The man in black clothes was in a bad mood. Why are you crying? He said coldly. Yin Shuxi cried and wiped her tears with her sleeves. You are still mean to me. My father and my brother are not mean to me. You are mean to me. Do you have a brother? Dad should have one. The man in black clothes remembered. Why do I have no brother? Yin Shuxi was so aggrieved that she cried. But now I am like this. My brother must not recognize me. Why is my life so miserable? If I had known, I would not have come to find the Holy Lord. If I had not come to find him, I would not have seen him fighting with you. If I had not seen him fighting with you, I would not have been struck by lightning. And then, I would have become a man. The man in black felt a bolt of lightning hitting his heart when he heard half of it. After hearing the whole story, and looking at the other party, who did not seem to be lying, he suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He looked at the child in his arms, who looked like Yin Shuxi. The child had a cold face, as if he had already understood what was going on. Only he was blind. And he was holding her. No. Hold him. The man in black clothes was once again not feeling well. When he found this place, the Holy Lord and Yin Shiusi had already fallen from the roof. The Holy Lord fainted, and Yin Shiusi in the Holy Lord's arms was struck by lightning and returned to the state of a baby. He thought that was all, but he never expected that the two of them had their souls replaced. So, the little cutie he held for an hour was actually his nemesis? The Lord Demon wanted to find a knife to stab himself to death. No wonder the little cutie looked at him with unfriendly eyes. He thought he was not holding her comfortably enough. Now that he thought about it, the little cutie had 4 words written all over her face. You are an idiot. The Lord Demon, who vomited blood 100 times in his heart. Yin Shiusi understood this fact thanks to the Lord Demon giving her a mirror. Ah, this is me. After knowing that she was just a soul exchange with the Holy Lord, Yin Shiusi was no longer sad. She poked the little Holy Lord's face. I was wondering why it was familiar. It turned out to be my own body. But how did I become so small? The Lord of Demons said, it may be related to the restrictions and vitality in your body. Generally speaking, this kind of thing only happens to the transformed beasts. When their vitality is exhausted, they will change back to the most labor-saving appearance. Could it be I am a small beast? Yin Shiusi blinked, and suddenly felt that this seemed to be pretty good. The Lord of Demons darkened his face. You are a human. I am sure. Yin Shiusi pouted. How can you be sure? Do you know me? The Lord of Demons did not speak. Yin Shiusi poked herself again. No. Now it was the face of the little saint. She looked at the chubby little face and smiled. I'm so cute. The little saint also frowned. Yin Shiusi quickly thought of one thing. She is now the saint. And the saint has become her childhood. Does that mean she can take the opportunity to remove the restriction on herself? But the question is, how to remove it? Yin Shiusi looked at her pair of slender jade-like hands, with a blank face. What's wrong? Asked the Lord Demon. Yin Shiusi frowned handsomely and said, I want to take this opportunity to remove the restriction in my body. But I don't know how to remove it. Can you do it? No, said the Lord Demon. Can you? Yin Shiusi looked at the little saint. The little saint had a cold face. Yin Shiusi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I forgot that you can't speak now. What should I do? While thinking hard, Yin Shiusi's brows suddenly frowned, seeing the handsome face of this man making a little girl's coquettish expression. Even though the Lord Demon knew the truth, he still took a breath. What happened this time? The Lord Demon asked. Yin Shiusi said with a sad face, I feel like I need to pee. The Lord Demon looked at her meaningfully. Frowning, you are worried. Yin Shiusi nodded, yes. There is no toilet here. Where can I go to pee? The Lord Demon almost couldn't breathe. You are using another man's body now. But you are worried about whether there is a toilet? The Lord Demon suppressed the tumbling in his heart and said in a normal tone, Come with me. Oh! Yin Shiusi stood up and followed the Lord Demon out. The two came under a big tree. Close your eyes, the Lord Demon said. What? Just close your eyes if I tell you to. You're so fierce. Do you believe I can be even fiercer? Yin Shiusi thought that the other party and the Holy Lord were mortal enemies, and she was now using the Holy Lord's body. If the other party got angry and chopped her off, she would have no place to cry. Yin Shiusi was indeed arrogant, but she was not stupid. She had to bow her head when she should. When she went out to find her father and brothers, she would see how she would deal with him. Yin Shiusi closed her eyes obediently. The Demon Lord walked forward, still seeming a little worried, raised his hand to untie his red hairband and tied it around her eyes. What on earth did this man want to do? Yin Shiusi certainly would not think that the other party was making such a big fuss in order to better kill her. After all, although she had become the Holy Lord, she knew nothing about the Holy Lord's power and could not even perform the most basic spells. It would be too easy for him to kill her. You? Yin Shiusi just opened his mouth to ask him. And then he felt someone take a deep breath. And then his belt was untied. Yin Shiusi was stunned for a moment. Are you going to help me hold it? Shut up. It was a dark and windy day. After the incident at Shangfeng Mountain, all the people in Xingzong were alarmed. The founder was in seclusion and could not go out. The leader of Xingzong personally led the disciples of Xingzong to search Shangfeng Mountain. When they searched all the way to the bottom of the cliff, they saw a figure as clear and elegant as jade from a distance. It was the Holy Lord. But before they walked up to meet the Holy Lord, they saw the tall figure behind the Holy Lord. Judging from his figure, he was a young man, dressed in black clothes. with black hair like ink, and a strong aura. He and the Holy Lord were standing under the tree in a weird way. At first glance, it looked like he was holding the Holy Lord from behind. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it was true. Everyone couldn't help but recall a series of strange things that happened during the day. Could it be that the Holy Peak Mountain suddenly set up a ban because the Holy Lord wanted to do something unspeakable with this man? And because the unspeakable thing was so earth-shattering that the ban collapsed? And then, because the two of them were doing something against the will of heaven. Even the heavens couldn't stand it, and sent down a thunderbolt to strike the Holy Peak Mountain? Oh my God! So you are such a Holy Lord. Chapter 796 Saint Master Yin Shusi. Have you too forgotten that you were just struck by thunder? Can thunder not stop your courtship? Everyone felt that they were simply too embarrassed to watch. But they still couldn't help but secretly look at them. After all, there were two peerless beauties. And after all, one of them was their Saint Master. But why was it the Saint Master who was treated like that by that man? Shouldn't it be the Saint Master who treated the other person like that? In terms of height, the two are actually about the same. But the Saint Master has been fasting for many years. And even if he occasionally feels uncomfortable, he never eats meat. So the Saint Master is tall and thin. So the man in black clothes looks more burly and tall. Moreover, everyone found that the Saint Lord, who was originally as cold as an iceberg, seemed to have lost his fierce aura suddenly, which made the black-clothed man look more aggressive. No! This is not true. Okay, let's go back. Yin Shusi, who had finished everything, stretched his waist contentedly with a cute expression. Everyone looked at the Saint Lord, who was full of girlishness, and couldn't help shaking all over. Yin Shusi saw the group of people from the holy sect after turning around. As for the Lord Demon, well, he just found out. With his ability, he should not be unaware of the approach of the monks. But what happened just now was too difficult. He is a man. Let him do this for another man, who knows that he has already killed the Saint Lord 1,000 times in his heart. Yin Shusi quickly recognized the Saint Sect's Lin Sect Master. The Immortal Sect had business dealings with the Saint Sect. Her father had cheated, or no. He had exchanged some immortal, miscellaneous, herbs from the ancient ruins for some magic weapons in the hands of the Lin Sect Master. She followed her father, and had met the Lin Sect Master several times. Seeing that it was her, Yin Shusi was relieved instantly. I don't know who this man who fought with the Saint Master is. I always feel that he is very dangerous. With the Lin Sect Master and the others, it is much better than dealing with him alone. Unexpectedly, just when Yin Shusi raised her hand and was about to say H, low to the Lin Sect Master sweetly, the Lin Sect Master suddenly bowed and clasped his fists, and respectfully performed a salute to Yin Shusi. Meet the Saint Master. Meet the Saint Master. The Saint Sect disciples behind him also clasped their fists and saluted. Yin Shusi was stunned. Then she remembered that she was no longer Yin Shusi, but the Saint Master. Yin Shusi's eyes rolled around, thinking about how to tell them the truth. She said that she mistakenly entered the Holy Peak Mountain, was struck by lightning with the Holy Lord, and then she became the Holy Lord. And the Holy Lord became herself? Will they believe it? The Holy Lord has become a mute baby again. Is her one-sided story enough? Won't he believe it? Yin Shusi's eyes fell on the Demon Lord, who was standing aside. If someone who had never met him believed it, then Sect Master Lin, who had a close relationship with the Holy Lord, would definitely believe it. Thinking of this, Yin Shusi was immediately full of confidence. However, before she could speak, the Demon Lord smiled coldly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Anyone who knows about this must die." It was self-evident what this matter was. Yin Shusi glared at him. The Demon Lord said nonchalantly, "It's useless to stare at me. If you don't believe me, just try it. If you tell one person, I will kill one person. If you tell a group, I will kill a group." Yin Shusi pouted. "How can you be so cruel?" Yin Shusi did not doubt that his words were false. After all, he did not look like a good person. Yin Shusi continued, "Anyone who knows about this must die. Doesn't that mean I must die too? Since they will die anyway, I might as well tell them, and let them fight you with all their strength. They must bite off a piece of your flesh even if they die. As long as you do what I say, I won't kill you. What if you go back on your word? Do you have a choice? These people, plus the 17 magic weapons and 3 spiritual weapons on you, are all no match for me. Does this person even know how many magic weapons and spiritual weapons he has on him? Yin Shusi hurriedly covered her Qianquan bag, and then found that this was no longer her body, and the Qianquan bag was naturally not hanging on her waist. The Lord Demon brought out her Qianquan bag like a magic trick, and looked at her with a slightly raised corner of his lips, as if asking, "What have you considered? A good man does not suffer a loss in front of him." Yin Shusi gritted his teeth and said to him, "But what if you ask me to do something that is harmful to the world?" The Lord Demon said domineeringly, "I can do the harmful things myself, and I don't need to ask others to do it." "Then why don't you let me tell them my identity?" Yin Shusi asked. The Lord Demon said, "I want to find someone, and I may need your identity as the Holy Lord. Don't worry. He is not an unforgivable person, and he will not cause any damage to your holy land." Yin Shusi looked into his eyes without blinking, trying to distinguish the truth from the falsehood of his words. The Lord Demon looked at her frankly, without a trace of evasion in his eyes. Not far away, a bunch of people from the holy sect who were performing the ceremony were confused. What was going on? They were still performing the ceremony. You don't need to be so affectionate with your husband, right? You are looking at each other affectionately now? Consider the feelings of our subordinates. Okay? The Lord Demon curled his lips and said, "Besides, don't you want to lift the restriction? He has not lifted it for you for 4 years. It seems that he doesn't want to help you. Maybe I can help you get familiar with the skills of this body. Then, you can lift the restriction for yourself." This is the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yin Shusi made up his mind, raised his chin, put on a cold look, and said, "No need to be polite. I was practicing martial arts at Shanfeng Mountain today, and I almost went crazy. Thanks to this Taoist friend's help, I was not injured." Everyone exchanged glances tacitly, thinking that we are not blind. "But since you said it was practicing martial arts, then it is practicing martial arts. We will keep the secret for you, the Holy Lord. After all, it is not easy to be single for 10,000 years. No wonder you don't accept maids or anything like that. You don't like them. Well, there's no need to send those maids to Shanfeng Mountain. Maybe it's more important to select a few male disciples in the future. However, it's hard to find another man with such superb looks and temperament as this one." What Yin Shusi didn't know was that as soon as they met, the masters of the holy sect were already planning how to expand her harem. "May I ask, what should we call your Dowly?" Sect Master Lin wanted to say Dowly, but just halfway through, a Dharma protector behind him poked him in the waist. He was startled and changed his words. "Friend?" "Yes, Dowly." Yin Shusi didn't know either. She turned her head to look at him. "What's your name?" The Lord Demon said calmly, "My name? Do you know it?" Sect Master Lin was not angry when he heard this, but he was happy. Listen. This arrogant tone. It's clear that he is arrogant because of his favor. The relationship between the Holy Lord and his Dowly is confirmed, although the Holy Lord's taste is quite puzzling to them. But as the saying goes, they all feel sorry for the Holy Lord for being single for 10,000 years. Isn't it just a Dowly with a man? Even if he is a Dowly with a beast, they can't say anything. The Holy Lord has sacrificed too much for them. Now, it's time for them to repay the Holy Lord. They will definitely defend the Holy Lord's secret. Then, let's send the Holy Lord back," said Lin Zongju. Yin Shusi nodded, and just as she took a step, her body softened, and the Demon Lord supported her in time. Under the bright moonlight, everyone could see that the Holy Lord's face was very pale. This was caused by the injury during the fight, and then being struck by thunder and falling into the abyss. He didn't feel much at first, but now he was a little tired and began to feel dizzy. In the eyes of everyone, the Holy Lord would not be injured, so there must be something else for his weakness. Everyone's meaningful eyes fell on the Demon Lord. Did he indulge in that thing too much? This man looks handsome, but it turns out to be a male vixen? Doesn't he know how to control himself? The Demon Lord injected a trace of spiritual power into Yin Shusi's body, and Yin Shusi instantly felt that he was resurrected with full blood. "I can go by myself," she said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized her current status and quickly frowned, saying coldly, "Let's go, everyone." The Holy Lord actually smiled at a male vixen. "We didn't see it. They walked for a while, and when they passed the cabin, Yin Shusi thought of something and said to everyone, "Wait." She turned around and went to the cabin, and took out the little holy lord, who was wrapped like a dumpling. Seeing the child in his arms, Sect Master Lin's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground with his head in his hands. Really? You two even had a child? Chapter 797 The Tenderness of the Demon Lord. The group returned to the Holy Peak Mountain. Although the Holy Peak Mountain was chopped into pieces, the palace where the Holy Lord lived was a very powerful magic weapon, and was not damaged in the war. Sect Master Lin watched his own Holy Lord and the man in black clothes enter the palace, and he consciously stopped outside the palace. People who are familiar with the Holy Lord know that he doesn't like people to set foot in his palace. Even if the ancestor comes, he can only stand in the yard to talk to him. Otherwise, how could Sect Master Lin feel that the Holy Lord has been too lonely all these years? Even though he is familiar with the habits of the Holy Lord, Sect Master Lin still has the courage to choose a mate for the Holy Lord. It must be said that Sect Master Lin is not an ordinary person. After making sure that his own Holy Master had gone far away, Sect Master Lin breathed a sigh of relief, brushed his wide sleeves, turned around and said to the Dharma protectors behind him, "You all saw what happened today. No matter what you think in your heart, don't say a word. This is an order. Do you understand?" Everyone bowed in response. Sect Master Lin sighed helplessly. To be honest, raising a male vixen is not too unacceptable to Sect Master Lin. But if his own Sect Master is the one below, it would be a bit difficult to say. Recalling the Holy Master's sweet and amusing look at the baby along the way, Sect Master Lin became more and more certain that his guess was correct. Again, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never dare to believe it was true. The reason why he didn't suspect that the Holy Master had changed someone was because, first, no one had such a great ability to calculate the Holy Master. Second, the Holy Master's aura was obviously the same as before, which could not be false. Therefore, Sect Master Lin would rather believe that the Holy Lord was bewitched by the male vixen. After all, the Holy Lord still looked like a flower of high mountain to them. Only when talking to the male vixen did she exchange glances and show her tenderness. Go back. Remember what I said? If you violate it, you will be punished according to the sect rules. After Sect Master Lin gave the order, he planned to leave Shunfeng Mountain with everyone. But Yin Shuzi came back after just a few steps. She just walked around the palace and found it so deserted. Except for the three of them. There was no living person. Please stay. Sect Master Lin. Yin Shuzi imitated the posture of the Holy Lord and called Sect Master Lin expressionlessly. Sect Master Lin turned around and said politely, "Does the Holy Lord have any other instructions? Where are all the people in the palace?" Yin Shuzi asked. "Ah?" This question made Lin Zhongju stunned. "Is there anyone in your palace?" Yin Shuzi was not a fool. When she saw Lin Zhongju's expression, she realized that she had said the wrong thing. It turned out that there was no one in the palace. Big Eyes had been living alone for so many years. How did he get used to not even having a servant? Yin Shuzi grew up surrounded by people. It was hard to understand how a person could survive countless long nights. Besides, living alone was really boring. Yin Shuzi cleared her throat and said, "Didn't you choose a maid for me? Why? Hasn't she been sent over yet?" As soon as the hat was put on, Sect Master Lin panicked immediately. As expected of the Saint Master, he knew about it before he even said anything. There is really nothing in this world that can be hidden from the Saint Master. Sect Master Lin originally wanted to dismiss those maids, but since the Saint Master took the initiative to ask about them, he was naturally happy to send them over. So that night, all those delicate daughters of the sect were sent to the palace of Shunfeng Mountain. They knew nothing about the male vixen. They only knew that the ban of Shunfeng Mountain was destroyed. And then, there was a thunderbolt. Sect Master Lin announced to the public that the Saint Master was refining high-grade elixirs, which caused strange phenomena and attracted thunderbolts. As for the male vixen, Sect Master Lin claimed that the other party was a friend of the Saint Master and asked everyone not to offend him. "By the way, why don't you see Miss Yin?" Qin Liuji asked. Mu Qiangwei sneered. She must have been scared away by the thunder. Everyone burst into laughter. With that little courage, she dared to come and compete with them for the Holy Lord. Now we finally figured out who is the most qualified to serve the Holy Lord. Who do you think the Holy Lord will choose as a close maid? Qin Liuji asked. Among the four people, her appearance and qualifications are the most ordinary. So when she asked this question, it was like a real inquiry and not offensive. I think it's Miss Fu, Mu Qiangwei said with a smile. Isn't this obvious? Fu Rushua has the best appearance and background, the highest qualifications and realm. Not to mention that she is also a relative of Master Lin. Just now, the Holy Peak Mountain set up a ban, and they were taken back to the sect by the disciples of the Holy Sect to wait. They all sat in the hall, and only Fu Rushua went to the attic of the sect master's wife. Fu Rushua said with a smile, I think everyone has a chance. Perhaps we could all become the Holy Lord's close maids. This was as fake as her smile. Just listen to it. It would be stupid to believe it. Even though they were not as good-looking and powerful as her, everyone was still competing with her. They must win the favor of the Holy Lord and stay in the palace as the Holy Lord's close maids. In the end, all 4 of them stayed. However, no one was happy. Because, although they were here to serve the Holy Lord, they understood the meaning of serving as combing the Holy Lord's hair, tidying his clothes, bathing and undressing, adding fragrance to his sleeves, chatting and entertaining him. They were not here to do rough work. You, go fetch water. You, go chop wood. You, go cook. As for you, wash these diapers. Fetching water, chopping wood, cooking, washing diapers. Isn't it what the rough servants do? They are close maids. And they are big maids with status. They are served by half the master. Why? Don't you want to do it? Yin Shuzi said lightly with his hands behind his back. No. I dare not. I dare not. Several people bowed their heads and answered. Yin Shuzi said in a cold tone, Then why don't you go quickly? Are you waiting for the Holy Lord to serve you? Yes. Several people left in a panic. Yin Shuzi turned around and smiled. Is this the feeling of being a Holy Lord? Not bad. How do you explain to your family? When Yin Shuzi was complacent, a magnetic voice sounded behind her. In fact, apart from his cruelty, Yin Shuzi thought he was good-looking and had a nice voice. He was a rare and excellent person in the world. Yin Shuzi smiled and said, I don't need to explain to my family. My parents are away, and my brothers have gone to the ruins again. They can't come back in a short time. Otherwise, how do you think I have the courage to come to the Holy Sect to compete for a maid? After hearing this, the Lord Demon did not react too much, as if it was expected. By the way, my last name is Yin, and I'm the 4th child in the family. You can call me Xiaoxi. Yin Xiaoxi said. What about you? What's your name? When Sect Master Lin asked him his name, he gave Sect Master Lin a look. Yin Xiaoxi thought he would not say it in front of her, but he opened his thin lips and whispered, Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao? Yin Xiaoxi blinked. Oh! The Lord Demon looked at her. Yin Xiaoxi smiled and said, You are so cruel. I thought you would be called a more murderous and decisive name. Xiao Zhao is quite cute. The Lord Demon rarely did not give her a look, but just hummed softly, as if he acquiesced to her words. Yin Xiaoxi turned her head to look at him, and found that he was looking at the endless night, with a hint of complexity in his expression that she could not understand. Holy Lord. Fu Rushua stepped forward and said, Dinner is ready. Fu Rushua was the one who cooked. After finishing the meal, she went back to the house and changed into clean clothes. She also burned incense and appeared in front of the Holy Lord, waiting for the Holy Lord to look at her more. Unfortunately, Yin Shuzi left without looking back. Fu Rushua's cooking skills were really bad. Yin Shuzi ate so much that he spit out his tongue. The Demon Lord was fasting and didn't need to eat. He looked at Yin Shuzi's unpalatable look, took out a leg of lamb from the Qingquan ring, used his spiritual power to make a fire, and roasted it on the fire. So your ring and Qingquan bag are the same. Both can hold things. The Qingquan bag is just the most basic space magic tool, even if it is divided into different levels. The most powerful Qingquan bag is not as good as the worst Qingquan ring. Yin Shuzi has always wanted a Qingquan ring, but unfortunately, she has only heard of it and never seen it. Yesterday, he suddenly had a flute in his hand, which must have been taken from the ring. Yin Shuzi was able to focus on his Qingquan ring at first, but when the lamb leg was slowly roasted, the whole yard was filled with the sound of Yin Shuzi slurping. Yin Shuzi ate it very happily. She had never eaten such a delicious roasted lamb leg. The meat was so tender. The fat on the surface was roasted until brown, and a layer of white sesame seeds was sprinkled on it. When you bite it, it is crispy and crispy, but the meat inside is so tender that you can squeeze out water. Yin Shuzi was so satisfied that she almost cried because it was so delicious. She tore off a piece and fed it to his mouth. You eat too. Humph. The Lord Demon doesn't eat. The demon cultivator, who was sent away by the Lord Demon, had sneaked back to Shumfeng Mountain. At this moment, he was hiding in the dark, paying attention to the Lord Demon's every move. The Lord Demon doesn't eat meat. He is a blood Rakshasa. He only sucks blood. It's delicious. My hands are tired. Yin Xiaoxi ate so much that his cheeks bulged, like a fat squirrel looking for food, staring at him without blinking. The Lord Demon's eyelashes trembled, opened his mouth, and ate the first bite of meat of the demon. Chapter 798 The Fierce Holy Lord. Yin Xiaoxi ate so much that her stomach was about to burst. It was no wonder that she was so greedy. The roasted lamb leg made by this guy was really delicious. I didn't expect that this guy could cook so well besides killing people. Do you cook often? Yin Xiaoxi asked curiously. No, the Lord of Demons said. First time. Ah. Yin Xiaoxi was speechless. He cooked so deliciously for the first time. How could her mother, who was immersed in the kitchen every day, feel? Yin Xiaoxi thought. Should she introduce him to her mother? It's not that she wanted her mother to learn cooking from him, but she wanted to tell her mother that some things cannot be achieved by acquired efforts. Talent is also very important. Yin Xiaoxi was full, but she remembered that Xingwan was still hungry. So she went to find Xingwan at the back of the palace. In fact, Xingwan didn't need her to worry about it. There were many small animals in Shumfeng Mountain, and it could be self-sufficient. When Yin Xiaoxi took the food to feed it, it was already eating the 7th purple-tailed marten it had hunted. Purple-tailed marten, a 3rd-level exotic beast, is very rare. Xingwan usually doesn't get to eat such a nutritious thing. No one cares about it when it comes to Shumfeng Mountain, so it can eat enough. Xingwan and the 4 brothers and sisters have established a spiritual connection, so Xingwan recognizes Yin Xiaoxi. Yin Xiaoxi touched Xingwan's head and said, You should have fun in the mountains these days. Don't fly out and let others see you. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain if they ask. Xingwan nodded. It's fun in the mountains. There are many prey, and they are all big and plump. After Xingwan ate the 7th purple-tailed marten, he went to hunt the 8th one. Yin Xiaoxi returned to his, the bedroom of the Holy Lord. The palace of the Holy Lord is very large, but the sleeping palace is just one of the halls. Compared with Yin Xiaoxi's residence in the immortal sect, it is less magnificent, but has more ethereal fairy air. Yin Xiaoxi looked at the cold jade pillars and felt vaguely that he was in the fairy palace. On the soft bed lay the little Holy Lord, who was full of resentment. When Yin Xiaoxi saw him, he raised his hand and patted his head. Oh, I almost forgot. Are you hungry too? In the past, the Holy Lord would not be hungry. After all, he has been fasting for many years, and his history is longer than that of the Demon Lord. However, who made him change into such a small body now? He was hungry in the valley. Okay. It was just out of the dignity of the Holy Lord that he kept silent. His self-control is unquestionable to be able to cultivate to the current level. But as the saying goes, it has to be his own body. His body has long adapted to his thoughts. But this small body is not. Yin Xiaoxi's biggest hobby is eating. The instinct of this little body is so strong that the Holy Lord is already growling with hunger. Are you hungry? Yin Xiaoxi asked him. The Holy Lord was struggling with the instinct of his little body and refused to speak. Forgot that you can't speak. Yin Xiaoxi smiled, picked up the little Holy Lord, poked his chubby little face and said, Are you really not hungry? The Holy Lord held back desperately. If no one paid attention to him, he should have been able to last longer. But when he was held in a familiar and warm embrace, his little body's instinct instantly slapped his reason to death. The little Holy Lord turned his head and bit Yin Xiaoxi's chest. It was as if he had returned to the night of the melee in the Demon Palace many years ago. Finally understood why this little body's desire was so strong. After all, she was the royal nurse that he had stamped. If Debeo was here at this moment, he would bite her without hesitation. Perhaps it was because Yin Xiaoxi's little body's instinct was too strong, and the smaller Holy Lord's thoughts became several times more childish. The moment he bit Yin Xiaoxi, a happy idea flashed through his mind. You let me bite me back then. Now, I finally let you bite me back. However, the next second, the little Holy Lord felt something was wrong. He is now using Yin Xiaoxi's body, and Yin Xiaoxi is using his body, which means that he is biting himself. 13 years ago, Yin Xiaoxi bit Zhou Jin. 13 years later, it was still Yin Xiaoxi who bit Zhou Jin. Lord Shengju is always calm, self-respecting and well-mannered. But at this moment, 10,000 MMPs flashed through his mind. Seeing that he was biting into his arms regardless of gender, Yin Xiuxi knew that he was extremely hungry. So he hurriedly called Xingwan and asked it to catch a milking sheep. Xingwan did not catch a milking sheep, but only a milking leopard. That's fine. Yin Xiuxi waved his hand, took out the small milk bottle that he had treasured for many years from his Qianquan bag, washed it, and put the boiled leopard milk into it. She handed the milk bottle to Lord Shengju. Lord Shengju clenched his teeth. How can a great Lord Saint do such a shameful thing as sucking a pacifier? Be good? It tastes good. Yin Xiuxi shook the small bottle in his hand. If you don't want to drink it, then don't drink it. Yin Xiuxi stuffed the pacifier into the mouth of the little Lord Saint. It tastes really good. When the Lord Demon entered the room, Yin Xiuxi was feeding the little Lord Saint with a small bottle. He was lying flat on his back. He had obviously become a little baby drinking milk, but he still had an aura of immortality. The Lord Demon's eyes turned cold, and he walked over to take the small bottle from Yin Xiuxi's hand. What are you doing? Yin Xiuxi asked. The little Lord Saint looked at him coldly. The Demon Lord grabbed his chubby hand and asked him to hold the bottle. Drink it yourself. The little Saint Lord's eyes were full of murderous intent, but his stomach was not full yet. He glared at the Demon Lord fiercely, bit the bottle with humiliation, and took a sip. Then, the only sound in the palace was the little Saint Lord's gurgling milk. Yin Xiuxi left the room. Where are you going? The Demon Lord also came out. Yin Xiuxi smiled and said, taking a bath. When I went to find Xingwan just now, I found a big hot spring behind. Since this palace is a magic weapon, the hot spring inside might be a spiritual spring. I have never soaked in a spiritual spring since I was a child. There is no spiritual spring in the Immortal Sect. There is one in the ancient ruins, but she cannot enter because of her lack of cultivation, and the water in the spiritual spring cannot be taken out for some reason. Yin Xiuxi said, and went to the direction of the spiritual spring. She found that the other party followed her and asked in confusion, Are you also soaking in the spiritual spring? The Lord Demon looked her up and down. Why? You look like this now. Can I still take advantage of you? Yin Xiuxi looked down at herself and smiled. That's right. We are all men. There is nothing to be shy about. Lord Demon. Although this is true, why does it sound a little wrong? It's true that I don't need to be shy about men. But are you sure you don't need to be shy about men? The palace is beautiful, and the spiritual spring pool is even more beautiful. There is a bright moon hanging in the sky, dotted with stars, white mist lingering, stones stacked in water, and there are flowers that cannot be named on the side. It is really a paradise on earth. Yin Xiuxi lowered her head and began to undress. The Demon Lord took off his hairband again and tied it around Yin Xiuxi's eyes. Don't move, he whispered. Why should I listen to you? Because you can't beat me. Such a strong reason. She couldn't refute it. But Yin Xiuxi didn't understand. Why did he follow her no matter what she did? Especially for such a personal matter. Why did he always do it for her? He seemed to mind her touching the body of the Holy Lord. Could it be that? Yin Xiuxi was soaking in the spiritual spring with water vapor. And suddenly a bold idea flashed through his mind. The Demon Lord was also standing on the shore undressing, planning to take a dip, when he heard Yin Xiuxi say, Xiao Zhao, you don't have any improper thoughts about the Holy Lord, do you? The Demon Lord slipped and fell down with a plop. Yin Xiuxi. Yin Xiuxi felt that his guess was correct. This person shouted and killed the Holy Lord on Shunfeng Mountain. But when the thunder really struck, he blocked most of the attacks with his own strength, and then flew down to the abyss to find them. To be precise, to find the Holy Lord. After learning that she and the Holy Lord had swapped bodies, he didn't let her touch the Holy Lord's body at all, and even forbade her to look at him. This overbearing possessiveness. How much he loves the Holy Lord. What did he want to make a deal with her? In her opinion, he just wanted to find an excuse to stay with the Holy Lord. The battle between him and the Holy Lord was also a killing of love that could not be obtained. I don't know what the Holy Lord is thinking, and whether he has that kind of intention toward Xiao Zhao. Chapter 799 Yin Xiuxi's Secret. After taking a bath, Yin Xiuxi went back to the palace to sleep. The little Saint King could no longer resist the sleepiness of his little body, and fell asleep after drinking milk. He had countless sleepless nights, and he couldn't even remember when he last fell asleep. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been exhausted. However, He was the Saint Lord, and his body was full of vitality. He would not feel tired even if he didn't sleep. But although his body was not tired, his heart was. Sometimes he also hoped to sleep until dawn and think about nothing. The long-cherished wish that he thought would never be realized in his lifetime was realized on the night Yin Shusi turned into a baby. The little Saint King slept so soundly that he didn't even know that the demon lord had coldly thrown him into the cradle. Yin Shusi looked at the exquisite handmade cradle, then looked at the lord demon next to him, and widened her eyes in surprise. There was no cradle here just now. Did you take it out of your ring? How come you carry such a thing with you? Do you have a sister at home? It's no wonder that Yin Shusi only asked about the sister and not the brother. The style of the cradle doesn't look like it's for a boy. As for why she didn't ask if it was for his daughter, it wasn't because Yin Shusi felt that he was deeply in love with the Holy Lord and didn't get married outside. At that moment, she didn't think about it at all. She just subconsciously felt that it was for one of his sisters, and it seemed to be made by him. The Lord Demon did not answer this question, but said, "Aren't you sleepy?" Yin Shusi thought about it. This body seemed to be really not sleepy, but her soul was sleepy. She was a little witch who wanted to eat, drink and go to heaven. In the long night, she didn't sleep. Did she want to study? Yin Shusi's strength was not only reflected in the instincts of her little body, but also the instincts of her soul were terribly bright. The Holy Lord became her, and had to follow her body's instincts to eat and sleep. But she became the Holy Lord, but did not follow the Holy Lord's habit of not eating and sleeping. Yin Shusi was in a big word, fell back, and lay on the soft bed. Huh? Why did the bed become so soft? It was very elastic, so that she bounced up after falling down, and it was very comfortable. Yin Shusi touched the mattress on his body, raised his head and looked at the Lord Demon. I remember when I was sitting here just now. This bed was very hard. Have you changed the bed? How much do you not want me to touch your sweetheart's things? Do you mind sleeping in his bed? Man, your possessiveness is so terrible. But thinking that he is a big man, he is so domineering for another man. I feel a little excited for no reason. Two men who love and kill each other. The supreme masters in the world. This pair of miserable little mandarin ducks is so good. Yin Shusi smiled mischievously, and fell asleep with the pillow in his arms. Lord Demon came to the bed quietly, looking at her sleeping face without blinking. Heartless little thing. You don't even remember who I am? And you dare to fall asleep like this? Aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? After that, he extended his slender jade-like fingertips, intending to touch her face. But when he was only an inch away, he felt his fingertips pierced by a strange force. And then his fingertips bled. The Demon Lord hadn't bled for many years. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then hooked his bright red lips in understanding. Soul restriction. No wonder this girl could fall asleep without fear. Soul restriction is different from physical restriction. It is fine when a person is awake, but once he loses consciousness, it will automatically trigger its protection mechanism. This should not be an ordinary soul restriction. The Demon Lord didn't know whether he should be glad that he found the Holy Lord lying on the floor and didn't move his body. Otherwise his arm might have bled like a river without any feeling. Suddenly, the Demon Lord's ears moved. He waved his sleeves, pulled a quilt to cover Yin Shusi, and stepped out of the bedroom. In the garden, the demon cultivator flashed out from behind a big tree, knelt on one knee and saluted. Your subordinate kowtows to the Demon Lord. You haven't left yet? The Demon Lord looked at him coldly. As early as when he was roasting lamb legs for Yin Shusi, he had already discovered that the demon cultivator had come. The reason why he remained silent was just because he didn't want people to notice. The demon cultivator said calmly, Your subordinate is worried about the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said calmly, What do you worry about? The demon cultivator said in fear, That's not what I mean. After all, this is the territory of the Holy Lord. I'm not afraid of 10,000. I'm afraid of one. Please allow me to stay and serve the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord didn't need his service, but he didn't mind him following. Have you heard of soul restrictions? The Demon Lord suddenly asked. The demon cultivator was stunned, not understanding why the demon master suddenly mentioned this. But he still answered honestly, I have heard of it. It is a kind of magic that is more powerful than physical restrictions. It has extremely high requirements for the person who performs it. Not only does the cultivation level have to reach the Mahayana realm, but it also requires a very strong soul power. Of course, there are also other requirements in various aspects. The specific method needs to be read in ancient books. In short, it is a forbidden technique. Forbidden technique? The demon master murmured. The demon cultivator nodded, yes. There are no more than 2 people in the world who have learned this forbidden technique and can successfully perform it. One is the old demon master, and the other. It is self-evident who the other one is. The demon master suddenly realized. No wonder he has become so weak. Since it is a forbidden technique, the backlash to the performer itself is extremely great. But the demon master does not understand why he did it. The evil spirit in Yin Xiaoxi's body can be restrained by the body. Why must the soul be restrained? What happened to Yin Xiaoxi's body? Chapter 800 Her Xiao Zhao. While the two were talking, the demon cultivator suddenly looked stern and winked at his own demon master, signaling him to look at the big tree not far away. It was a century-old phoenix tree. Because of the abundant spiritual energy in Shunfeng Mountain, it grew taller than ordinary phoenix trees. But the focus at the moment was not the tree, but the person hiding behind the tree. The demon master looked at the shadow projected on the ground from behind the tree and curled the corners of his lips in disdain. The demon cultivator immediately lowered his voice and said, Demon master, do you want your subordinates to get rid of her? The shadow on the ground was obviously a woman. I heard that several maids came to Shunfeng Mountain. I guess the other party was one of them. Killing a maid was not a problem with his realm. The demon master glanced at the shadow casually, as if it would be a waste to look at it. No need. You will come on time tomorrow morning to be on duty. After speaking, he turned around and left. Since his master didn't allow him to pursue the matter, he didn't pursue it. In fact, he wanted to ask the demon lord why his relationship with the holy lord suddenly became so harmonious. But the demon lord had already left, and the demon cultivator had no choice but to leave. After the two disappeared, the figure came out from behind the tree. She stared at the direction where the two went away with a frown, and clenched her fists little by little. At dawn the next day, Yin Xiuxi was awakened by a burst of laughter. What a cute child. Where did it come from? I don't know. It was just lying here. Could it be the child of the Holy Lord? Don't talk nonsense. But she is really cute. Several little beauties surrounded the little Holy Lord, who was ruthlessly thrown out by the demon lord. And their aunt's heart was overflowing. How could there be such a beautiful child in the world? White and chubby, with little arms and legs like lotus roots, and delicate facial features. Especially the black and shiny hair, which was so silky to touch. The Holy Lord, who had never been touched by outsiders, was pinched all over his face and touched all over his body by a few fierce women. The Holy Lord was in a bad mood. He glared at them coldly. Qin Liuji said in surprise, Look, she is being mean to us. So cute. Mu Qiangwei felt that her heart was about to melt. The Holy Lord wanted to bite his teeth, but sadly found that he only had 2 small front teeth. Holy Lord. While several people were happily carrying the baby, Fu Rushua quietly left and went to the Holy Lord's bedroom. Yin Xiuxi had already woken up and was sitting on the bed in a daze. Is it so miserable to be a Holy Lord? You have to be woken up at dawn? Holy Lord. Fu Rushua lowered her head outside the door and said without looking away, I am Fu Rushua. I have something important to report. What is it? Yin Xiuxi yawned and had no intention of letting her into the room. Fu Rushua looked around and whispered, It's a serious matter. Please allow me to come in and report it. Yin Xiuxi glanced at the demon lord, who was meditating on the side, and said, Then come in. Fu Rushua entered the room quietly. When she thought that this was the bedroom of the Holy Lord, Fu Rushua's heart was throbbing. She carefully suppressed her emotions and came to the screen gracefully. Okay. Let's talk about it right there, Yin Xiuxi said. Xiao Zhao didn't know whether he came in the morning or stayed by her bed all night. In short, it was better not to let Fu Rushua see him and himself in the same room. As for what Fu Rushua wanted to report, Yin Xiuxi didn't even consider that it might be related to Xiao Zhao. Fu Rushua said, Holy Lord, what Rushua is going to say next may be unbelievable to you. But Rushua swears that every word of Rushua is serious and Rushua will never harm the Holy Lord. Well, you say, Yin Xiuxi said. Fu Rushua was alert to the movements around her, and said with determination, Saint Lord, you have been deceived. Your friend is not a righteous cultivator at all. He is. Fu Rushua wanted to say the word demon lord, but found that her throat seemed to be choked, and she couldn't pronounce the word. She tried to change to a demon, but she couldn't make a sound. She touched her throat. How could this happen? The Lord Demon was still meditating. Motionless. Yin Shiusi asked, "Why don't you say anything?" Fu Rushue tried hard to shout out, but to no avail. Yin Shiusi vaguely sensed something wrong, and glanced at Fu Rushue, who was struggling to speak through the gap in the screen, and narrowed his eyes slightly. She came close to the Demon Lord, poked his shoulder with her finger, squinted her eyes and whispered, "What did you do to her? Are you hiding something from me? You are not a righteous cultivator. Then who are you?" The Demon Lord slowly opened his eyes, suddenly bullied, and pressed Yin Shiusi on the soft bed. Yin Shiusi was startled by this unexpected action. Her small body was stiff, and her big eyes blinked. Would he be so beastly towards her so early in the morning? Although this body is the body of his sweetheart, the soul is not the soul of his sweetheart. Is this even possible? Want to know who I am? He raised his red lips and looked at her with charming eyes, like a poppy blooming in the heart of a person. Yin Shiusi was a little terrified. This man is too dangerous. Too dangerous. She'd better not mess with him. Yin Shiusi's throat slid. "I think I don't need to know. Or maybe it's better for you to know." "No. No. No. You think too much. I don't need to know. Curiosity kills the cat." Yin Shiusi tried to move out from under him, but he grabbed her wrist and supported his body with his other hand, imprisoning her with no way to escape. "I am Xiao Zhao." "You're Xiao Zhao." Yin Shiusi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "I know. You said it." The Demon Lord leaned down and buried his head gently in her neck, breathing her breath carefully and greedily. Yin Shiusi's eyes widened instantly, and his body was stiff. "What's going on? I'm really not your Taoist partner. Don't make the mistake." Bang! The screen was knocked down by Fu Rushue. Fu Rushue didn't do it on purpose this time. She was frightened by her loss of voice, and stumbled into the screen in front of her. The screen fell, and everything behind the screen was exposed to everyone. Coincidentally, the demon cultivator who had been on duty for less than half an hour brought Sect Master Lin and the Guardian Elders to meet the Holy Lord. What did they see? The Holy Lord was pinned down by the black-clothed man, who buried his head in the Holy Lord's neck. Master Lin and the others were struck by lightning. "Hasn't the night been enough for you two to cause trouble? You are so hungry and thirsty early in the morning. The cultivators have good physical strength, but you use it to do this?" The demon cultivators were also shocked. What new tactics did the Demon Lord use? He even sacrificed himself? Could it be that in order to complete the task, he did not hesitate to seduce with his body? Yin Shiusi panicked. "Hey! No! Don't misunderstand. Needless to say, we all understand that we didn't see anything. Originally it was just a suspicion, but now it is finally confirmed. The Holy Lord is really the one below." Master Lin made a stop gesture with great sorrow, turned around with tears in his eyes, and took the guardian elders of the holy sect to wait outside the palace. Finally, I understand the good intentions of the Holy Lord. He didn't let them into the palace just to prevent them from seeing this scene and feeling embarrassed. That? The demon cultivator realized that he seemed to have done something wrong, and scratched his head embarrassedly. "I will also withdraw. You continue." After saying that, he turned around and left. Just after taking 2 steps, he took out Fu Rushue, who was in the way, and did not forget to close the door for the two of them. Yin Shiusi. Sect Master Lin came to the Holy Lord today for serious matters. There were several missing persons cases in Songa town. The government intervened in the investigation, but no clues were found. So he asked for help from the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect sent capable disciples down the mountain to investigate the case. After a few days of investigation, they really found very important clues. The disciples followed the clues to catch the murderer, but none of them came back. "Do you mean that all the disciples of the Holy Sect are also missing?" Yin Shiusi asked with a strange look on his face outside the palace. "That's right," Sect Master Lin said. "Originally, I planned to ask a few Dharma protectors to search, but the place where the disciples disappeared is not under the jurisdiction of the Holy Sect. So I came to ask the Holy Master whether to forcibly search." "What did your ancestor say?" Yin Shiusi asked. Sect Master Lin said ashamedly, "He is in seclusion. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't dare to come to you. Especially when you and your Taoist partner are in love. I really feel like a big idiot who broke up a couple." Yin Shiusi nodded. "Which sect is the place you are talking about?" "Xianzong," Sect Master Lin said. "My home?" Yin Shiusi was stunned. Sect Master Lin looked confused. Yin Shusi said calmly. I mean? Damn it. Sec Master Lin was even more confused.